Su Bei, let us part ways. A young maiden clad in coarse garments fixed her gaze upon Su Bei, her lips parting slightly. Her ink-black hair was simply tied up, with a few unruly strands occasionally cascading onto her rosy cheeks. Her complexion, untouched by cosmetics, bore a natural flush reminiscent of peach blossoms in spring. Upon hearing these words, Su Bei's body jolted in shock. How could this be? He had yet to accomplish anything, and now they were to separate. Chapter 1. Can we postpone the breakup by a day? He endeavored to secure a bit more time, even if just a single day, to do all the things he had longed to do. Reflecting on the fact that he had traversed into this world over 3 years ago, accompanying his parents to this quaint village, when he first laid eyes on Chen Yu Rou, he was immediately captivated by her beauty and thereafter sought every opportunity to impress her, concocting culinary delights and foraging for fruits in the mountains to craft jams, all in hopes of eliciting a smile from her. What was the ultimate goal? It was merely to nurture a bond. 3 years had transformed the once naive little girl into an elegant young woman. Little did he expect that the duck he thought was nearly cooked would instead take flight like a swan. Who wouldn't be incensed by such a turn of events? I cannot. For today I must return with my master to the sect. Chen Yu Rou's voice was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. They were, after all, not meant to walk the same path. May I at least have a farewell kiss? Su Bei lowered his request, unwilling to let his years of devotion go unrecognized. Su Bei, what are you thinking? Do not be naive. You are merely an ordinary mortal, while I am destined to become an immortal. We are fated to walk separate paths. Chen Yu Rou momentarily faltered, a rosy hue spreading across her fair countenance. Yu Rou, how can you be so heartless? Were our vows of love mere fabrications? Su Bei's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at her. Where had that little sister gone? The girl before him felt like a stranger. People inevitably change. The path of cultivation is long. I cannot be hindered by romantic entanglements. Chen Yu Rou sought to use her cold words to make Su Bei forget her. Then can we share one last embrace? Su Bei's voice carried a note of desperation. He had gained nothing and had simply nurtured another's heart. A flicker of guilt crossed Chen Yu Rou's heart, and she ultimately nodded. Let this be a closure for the past. Su Bei stepped forward slowly and held Chen Yu Rou tightly. How warm. Smack. A sharp sound echoed in the air. What do you think you are doing? Chen Yu Rou's face flushed crimson. She perceived a shift in the boy before her, who was no longer so innocent. Yu Rou, I merely wish to be closer to you. Su Bei reluctantly extended his hand, disregarding the pain on his face, awkwardly rubbing his nose, a faint trace of lingering fragrance remaining on his palm. Yet before he could savor the moment, a white figure darted toward them like a specter, landing swiftly beside Chen Yu Rou was her master, clad in a simple yet elegant white robe, her long black hair elegantly pinned up with a delicate jade hairpin. Her beauty was striking, but her demeanor was as cold as ice. Humph, how presumptuous to lay hands on my disciple. Her expression darkened slightly, her powerful aura causing the very air around them to thicken. With a gentle wave of her hand, a beam of light erupted from her fingertips. The sudden assault caught Su Bei off guard, sending him crashing to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Su Bei glared at her coldly. The woman before him was undeniably beautiful, yet her frosty demeanor suggested that she perceived him as contaminating her sanctity. He understood she was a cultivator and dared not voice his ire. Which was more important, his pride or his life? What a pity. With such a chill, she must be a woman carved from ice. A mere mixed spiritual root dares to covet my disciple? You seek death? Her icy words flowed from her delicate lips, sending a shiver down Su Bei's spine. Those alluring, ruby-red lips should have been soft and gentle, yet they bore such cruelty. Truly, she had no appreciation for romance. Master, please stop. Chen Yu Rou interjected, alarmed at her master's intent. She had never entertained the notion of wishing harm upon Su Bei, even if he. Upon hearing her plea, Chen Yu Rou's master scoffed and lowered her hand. She shot a fierce glare at Su Bei. Boy, I shall spare you today for Yu Rou's sake. Should you dare to pursue her again, I will not be so lenient. Yu Rou, let us depart. Chen Yu Rou's master took her hand, and in an instant, they vanished like a flash of light. Old witch, one day I shall have you beneath me. Tasting the bitterness of this world, Su Bei muttered as he wiped the blood from his lips, forcing himself to stand despite the pain, his heart filled with indignation. Only now did he realize he had entered a realm of cultivation, a revelation that struck his mind like a thunderclap. Until this moment, he had always believed this world to be akin to an ancient era, never imagining such a fantastical aspect existed. Immortality, an elusive dream once confined to the realms of myth. To envision possessing endless time to witness the vicissitudes of life stirred an indescribable yearning within him. Mortal beings were ultimately but ants. Mixed spiritual root. Su Bei could only manage a bitter laugh. Having read countless novels in his previous life, he was well aware of the insignificance of a mixed spiritual root. He also understood that one could not force such matters. Upon returning home, Su Bei was enveloped by a sense of antiquity. Sunlight streamed through the wooden window panes, casting mottled shadows while dust danced gracefully in the beams of light. His parents had left a letter the previous year and had not returned since. Big Brother Bei, my sister is leaving. Won't you see her off? A youth of about 15 or 16 rushed toward him, his youthful face etched with urgency. It was none other than Chen Yu Rou's younger brother, Chen Xiaoyang. Panting, Chen Xiaoyang halted before Su Bei. All along, he had regarded Su Bei as a future brother-in-law. Su Bei opened his mouth, uncertain of what to say. Big Brother Bei, what is wrong? Chen Xiaoyang noticed Su Bei's pale countenance, his concern deepening. Big Brother Bei, did you and my sister have a quarrel? Why aren't you going to see her off? Su Bei shook his head with a bitter smile. Xiaoyang, you do not understand. My relationship with your sister has come to an end. Chen Xiaoyang's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? Big Brother Bei, is there some misunderstanding? Su Bei shook his head again. There is no misunderstanding. She has made her choice. Chen Xiaoyang's expression was one of incredulity. Then Big Brother Bei, are you just giving up? Su Bei gazed into the distance with a pained smile. What good would holding on do? Big Brother Bei, my sister. Chen Xiaoyang attempted to protest, but Su Bei interrupted him. Enough, Xiaoyang. Let her go. His gaze was filled with resignation. Could years of affection be so easily cast aside? At that moment, in the courtyard of the Chen family, Chen Yu Rou's master stood quietly, urging, Yu Rou, bid farewell to your parents. We must depart. Having witnessed the farewells of the world, she understood that earthly attachments would only become shackles. The path of cultivation could not accommodate such sentimental ties. Father, mother, I do not know when I shall return. Please take care of yourselves, Chen Yu Rou implored, her eyes reddening as she gazed at her parents. Though her heart was heavy with reluctance, she suppressed her emotions. Chapter 2. A Hunt Encounters Beauty. Xiao Bei, I am truly sorry. Chen's father sighed heavily. Over the years, he had observed Su Bei's kindness toward Chen Yu Rou and had regarded him as a prospective son-in-law. Unexpectedly, the daughter finds herself in such a predicament, which has only brought misfortune upon this young lad. Uncle, please do not say that. This is merely the fate of Yu Rou. For our Chen family village to produce an immortal is a blessing that has been cultivated over generations. Although Su Bei felt a sense of loss, he understood that this was Chen Yu Rou's opportunity. He too aspired to cultivate immortality, yet his innate talent was a hindrance. Xiao Bei, you are a good child, but Yu Rou. Sigh. I hope you do not blame her. Chen's mother was still engulfed in the sorrow of losing her daughter, tears glistening in her eyes. I would never, the Su family, being outsiders, own no land in Chen family village. They had survived by hunting in the mountains alongside their father, trading their catch with villagers for grains, or selling it in town for silver. Due to an abundance of meat, Su Bei had grown tall and robust, his facial features sharp and well-defined. His prominent nose and resolute lips, paired with eyebrows that arched like swords, exuded an air of valor. He could be considered quite handsome, though not in comparison to the readers. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window into his humble abode. Su Bei strapped on his bow and quiver, grasped a spear, and packed some dried meat. With everything in readiness, he set off toward the back mountain. Life must go on, despite the absence of women. The mountain path was rugged, occasionally strewn with loose stones. Su Bei navigated carefully among the trees, his keen ears attuned to the sounds around him. After a while, he discovered some animal tracks. Quickly identifying the direction, he pressed on in pursuit. As he ventured deeper into the forest, the surroundings grew increasingly tranquil. Su Bei gripped his spear tightly, remaining vigilant. While there were no large predators in the mountains, the concealed venomous snakes and small beasts posed considerable danger. Each step was taken with utmost caution, his ears perked to catch even the faintest sound, while his eyes continuously scanned the area. Suddenly, a wild rabbit darted from the underbrush. Su Bei reacted swiftly, raising his bow, but the rabbit fled too rapidly, vanishing from sight. Undeterred, he continued onward. A faint rustling from the brush ahead caught his attention. Su Bei halted, holding his breath, his gaze fixed on the source of the sound. That a vibrant wild chicken cautiously emerged from the foliage, warily surveying its surroundings. A surge of joy filled Su Bei's heart as he slowly raised his bow, aiming at the bird. He refrained from releasing the arrow immediately, exercising patience. The wild chicken sensed danger and began to pace nervously, occasionally ruffling its feathers. Eventually, it relaxed, lowering its head to forage. Seizing the opportunity, Su Bei decisively released the bowstring. The arrow shot forth like lightning, striking the wild chicken with precision. The bird emitted a startled cry, struggling briefly before falling still. Su Bei approached, retrieving the wild chicken with a smile. Tonight, there would be a meal. The wealth left by his parents had dwindled over the past year, and he had begun to try his hand at hunting. Though he often returned empty-handed, He did not lose heart. He secured the wild chicken at his waist and resumed searching for more. He meticulously scoured the underbrush and branches, but after a short distance, he found himself frozen in disbelief, his eyes wide. Before him lay a scene of devastation. Once lush trees were snapped in half or uprooted, lying haphazardly on the ground. Broken branches and scattered leaves littered the area, with deep gouges and pits in the earth, as if struck by tremendous force. This did not appear to be a natural calamity. A wave of unease washed over Su Bei, his heartbeat quickening. He scanned the surroundings, suddenly drawn to a figure. At first, he thought he was imagining things. Who would sleep in a desolate mountain? But as he focused, he realized it was indeed a person. A woman. She lay amidst the grass, her form somewhat contorted. Curiosity mingled with fear in Su Bei's heart. Could she be a spirit? In the realm of immortals, such beings were not unheard of. Was she dead? Was it not said that spirits reveal their true forms upon death? Hesitant to approach, he waited in silence, gripping his spear tightly as he edged closer. The woman wore a pale purple gown, slightly tattered and stained, yet still exuding an air of fine quality. The hem of her dress spread gently beside her, resembling a blooming petal, her hands limply resting at her sides. Her delicate face was as pale as snow, unmarred by imperfections, as if sculpted from the finest jade. Each feature was exquisitely crafted, her straight nose, long eyelashes resembling butterfly wings, every aspect perfectly balanced. Truly beautiful. Would this enchantress drain the essence of life from others? Su Bei pondered, his thoughts growing more animated. Memories of Su Xian rescuing by Su Jin, culminating in his emergence as a folk hero, surfaced in his mind. Fortune favors the bold. He cautiously crouched to examine the woman, her complexion still pallid. Unlike Chen Yu Rou's youthful innocence, this unconscious woman radiated a mature allure. Gently pushing aside the hair from her forehead, he revealed a smooth brow. Her skin appeared so delicate it seemed one could draw water from it. Stirring an impulse within Su Bei, his fingers inadvertently brushed against her cheek, marveling at its silkiness. He had strayed too far. His fingers lightly rested just below her nose. She was still alive. Should he save her? Su Bei found himself in a dilemma. What if she were not virtuous? If he rescued her, how would she repay him? Yet, as his gaze returned to her stunning visage, compassion welled within him. Such beauty should not perish. Gritting his teeth, Su Bei resolved to save her. This was not mere lust. Drawing a deep breath to steady his emotions, he began to examine her body, finding no visible wounds. How could she be unconscious? Had she failed a tribulation? Yet there were no signs of lightning strikes. Su Bei's eyes roamed over her, searching for clues. Gently lifting her wrist, he felt her pulse. Though faint, it was steady. Su Bei carefully propped her up, allowing her to rest against his arm. Then, with great care, he took out his water pouch, slowly bringing a small sip to her lips. The water flowed into her mouth, but mostly spilled out, prompting him to gently wipe the moisture from the corner of her mouth. The softness of her skin sent a tremor through him. He would take her home first and seek a physician. Su Bei bent down, gently hoisting her onto his back. Her body felt light, and he could sense her warmth seeping through her garments. Each step he took was accompanied by a thrill of anticipation. Chapter 3. Bringing the beauty home. Su Bei descended the mountain, carrying the young woman on his back. Though fatigued, he felt an unparalleled sense of exhilaration. The gentle contact of her body against him felt as if he were floating in the clouds. Xiao Bei, who is she? Upon entering the village, he encountered several elderly folks leisurely resting beneath a grand tree. I found her in the mountains. She seems quite splendid. So I thought I would bring her home as my bride. Su Bei replied with a cheerful smile. These elders delighted in gossip, indulging in idle chatter about local affairs, whose wife was unfaithful, and which man was entangled with a young widow. There was scarcely anything they did not know. Su Bei, unperturbed by their prattle, was content in his single status. This girl is truly beautiful. How did you come across her? One elderly lady exclaimed in astonishment. Who knows where she hails from? Judging by her attire, she must belong to a prominent family. An elderly gentleman concurred, stroking his beard thoughtfully. Xiao Bei is fortunate. He'll be a groom tonight. The crowd erupted in laughter. With a thick skin, Su Bei paid little heed to their teasing, engaging in light banter. He strode purposefully towards home, the young woman still on his back. Upon entering his abode, he carefully laid her upon the bed. He fetched a basin of fresh water and, using a soft cloth, gently wiped her face. Her exquisite features seemed to awaken under his tender touch. Should I clean her body as well? Su Bei pondered, ultimately deciding against it. He believed it essential to uphold a degree of morality. The origins of this woman were mysterious. She could not be an ordinary girl. What ordinary woman would dare venture into the mountains? Of course, exceptions existed for those meeting clandestinely with lovers. Some battles are indeed fought in the wild. Could she be a cultivator? The thought ignited a spark in Su Bei's eyes. Influenced by online novels in his past life, He had always envied those who could soar through the skies and command the elements. However, since the establishment of the nation, even animals were prohibited from attaining sentience, and cultivators had long vanished from sight. Thus, he buried his fantasies of cultivation deep within his heart. The wondrous scenes he once encountered in novels seemed destined to remain mere figments of imagination. He often lamented his ill-timed existence. Yet, now that he had been reborn into this world of immortal heroes, a flicker of hope began to blossom within him. Even if he possessed a meager spirit root, he yearned to strive for it, believing that such efforts would not render this life in vain. He cared little for the notions of immortality. How arduous was the path to cultivation in novels. The chance of becoming an immortal was minuscule. For now, he resolved to first ensure the woman's survival. After all, should she awaken with amnesia, he might just end up with a bride. Once he had made arrangements for the young woman, he hurried to the home of the village's sole physician, Uncle Chen Yu Rou. "Uncle Chen, are you home?" Sube knocked at the door. After a brief moment, a somewhat muffled voice emerged from within. "Who is it?" "Uncle Chen, it's me, Sube. I urgently need to speak with you." Sube replied hastily. With a creak, the door swung open. "Xiao Bei, what brings you to seek your uncle?" Uncle Chen opened the door and stepped aside to allow Sube to enter the courtyard. "Uncle, I rescued a woman who was unconscious on the mountain and seek your assistance," Sube explained as he followed Uncle Chen inside. Upon hearing this, Uncle Chen's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. "Very well, wait a moment while I gather my things," he replied. After retrieving a medical box from within the house, Uncle Chen accompanied Sube to the Su residence. Throughout their journey, Uncle Chen incessantly inquired about the woman's condition, to which Sube could only provide a general account of what he had observed. Soon, they arrived at Sube's home. Upon entering, Uncle Chen proceeded directly to the bedside and began to take the woman's pulse, while Sube watched attentively. "Strange, her pulse is steady. It does not indicate any illness. Why is she in such a deep state of unconsciousness?" Uncle Chen murmured, furrowing his brow. His medical skills were rudimentary at best, akin to that of an untrained practitioner, leaving him at a loss in such a situation. "Uncle, what could be the cause?" Sube asked anxiously. Uncle Chen shook his head. "I cannot ascertain the reason at this moment. It may be due to an overwhelming psychological shock." Sube felt a pang of concern. "What should we do then?" After pondering for a moment, Uncle Chen said, "I will prepare a soothing remedy for you. Let us see if it brings any improvement." Sube nodded eagerly. "Thank you, Uncle. I rely on your expertise." Uncle Chen approached the table, swiftly scribbled the prescription, and handed it to Sube. "Hurry to procure the medicine. Remember to simmer it gently." Receiving the prescription, Sube responded, "Understood, Uncle." Once Uncle Chen departed, Sube wasted no time and rushed to the town's apothecary with the prescription in hand. It was broad daylight, with the sun blazing fiercely, rendering the ground scorched and the air shimmering with heat. Sweat streamed down Sube's back, yet he pressed on without pause. Entering the bustling town, he was enveloped by the lively crowd and the cacophony of vendors calling out their wares, but his mind was solely focused on obtaining the medicine, rendering him oblivious to his surroundings. Finally arriving at the apothecary, Sube hurriedly handed the prescription to the attendant. The attendant glanced at the note and promptly began to prepare the medicine. Before long, the herbal package was ready. Sube paid for it and hurried back home. Upon returning, he immediately lit a fire to brew the concoction, his eyes fixed intently on the pot, wary of any misstep. Once the medicine was ready, Sube carefully poured the liquid into a bowl and approached the woman's bedside. He gently propped her up, attempting to administer the remedy. However, the woman remained unconscious, unable to swallow. What to do? "Perhaps I should ingest some myself," Sube contemplated, taking a sip of the medicine before slowly transferring it to the woman's lips. As his lips brushed against hers, a sudden jolt coursed through his body, a sensation unlike any other. It was exquisite, truly ineffable. The woman's lips were soft, imbued with a hint of coolness. He could feel the medicinal liquid slowly flowing in his mouth, the warm taste of the medicine permeating the air, mingling with the faint, elusive fragrance of the woman. With each approach, each act of administering the medicine, his breath became hurried and erratic, his heart pounding like a drum. His hands trembled slightly as he struggled to control his actions, striving to ensure the medicine was successfully fed while fearing he might inadvertently harm her. After administering the final sip, a faint blush crept across Sube's face. He gently set the woman down, yet his gaze lingered on her face for an extended time. As night fell, moonlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle glow within the room. Weary, Sube settled into a chair beside the bed, his eyes occasionally drifting to the woman lying there. The day's exertions had left him utterly exhausted. After an indeterminate period, unable to hold on any longer, Sube succumbed to slumber, resting his head on the edge of the bed. In his dreams, he seemed to hear the woman's faint call, jolting him awake. He looked up at her, only to find her still lying quietly, showing no signs of awakening. realizing it had merely been a dream. Finding the chair too uncomfortable for sleep, Su Bei stood up, gently stretching his stiff body. He glanced at the solitary bed, then at the unconscious woman. What was there to fear about his own bed? Was he not allowed to rest? Chapter 4. Await my awakening, and I shall grant you a transformation in the end. Su Bei gently shifted the woman inward and laid down on the outer side of the bed. The overwhelming fatigue soon pulled him into a deep slumber. In truth, Bai Wanner had remained conscious all along. The fierce battle from the previous night had left her greatly weakened. Although her mind was alert, she was unable to command her body. As an elder of the Ling Xiao sect, she held immense prestige within the sect, never having imagined she would find herself in such a predicament. Her recent journey had been intended for exploring a secret realm, but she had unwittingly become a target of treachery from a scheming fellow disciple. The cause of this malice was infuriating. It turned out that this disciple was infatuated with Bai Wanner. Upon discovering this, jealousy ignited within her, leading her to believe that by removing Bai Wanner, she could win back the affection of her beloved. Thus, on her return to the sect, she resorted to treachery, only to underestimate Bai Wanner, resulting in her own demise. Bai Wanner, having cultivated to the nascent soul stage in just over a century, possessed unparalleled talent, never having been swayed by romantic inclinations. Today marked the darkest day of her life, trapped within a motionless body. The memory of the afternoon's medicine administration filled her with a mix of shame and anger. To feed me was one thing, but why extend your tongue? She thought. As a distinguished elder of the Ling Xiao sect, she felt utterly humiliated. Had her body not been incapacitated, she would have surely made that man pay. At this moment, Bai Wanner was a tempest of emotions, seething at his inappropriate actions during the feeding. In the morning, Su Bei awoke to a sensation of softness beneath his hand. He instantly became alert, realizing that his hand rested on Bai Wanner's waist. His heart raced suddenly, but after a moment's contemplation, he decided to leave it be. He considered himself a man of integrity, one who would never partake in dishonest acts. Gazing at the still enchanting Bai Wanner, who lay unconscious, Su Bei steadied his thoughts. What difference was there between her and a silicone doll? He was startled by this sudden notion that had flitted through his mind and hastily shook his head, dismissing such a ludicrous idea. The pressing concern was to find a way to restore her to consciousness. After consuming a few bites of jerky and sipping some cool water, Su Bei commenced the preparation of medicine, reverting to yesterday's formula. Once again, this scoundrel had returned. Although Bai Wanner remained in a state of unconsciousness, her mind was muddled. She pondered the impolite fellow, continually engaging in such disrespectful antics towards her. How could mere herbal remedies possibly aid me? Days turned into weeks, and as time passed, Su Bei's heart grew heavier while he watched over the comatose woman. Was there truly no hope left? He whispered softly to himself. During these days, his savings were nearly depleted. Yet, even so, Bai Wanner showed no sign of awakening. How could I rouse you? If you do not awaken soon, I shall be left without options. I must venture out to hunt. Otherwise, I will lack the funds to procure medicine for you. With that, Su Bei cast a glance at Bai Wanner, picked up his bow and hunting knife, and stepped outside, locking the door behind him. Meanwhile, the unconscious Bai Wanner could hear every word he spoke. This young man possessed a heart of genuine sincerity. Deep within her, she felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. They were merely chance acquaintances, yet he devoted himself to caring for her without a hint of complaint or hesitation. Such a deeply loyal individual was indeed a rare find in this world. Bai Wanner mused that despite the futility of his efforts for her, she could still sense the authenticity of his intentions. Very well, I shall not hold his frivolous actions against him. When I awaken, I shall grant him a fortuitous turn of fate. Su Bei navigated carefully through the forest, the leaves crunching softly beneath his feet. Suddenly, a deep growl echoed nearby, causing his heart to race, and he slowed his pace. Through the dense foliage, a massive beast came into view. Its fur a tawny brown, and its fangs sharp enough to chill the blood. Su Bei's breathing quickened, and he instinctively tightened his grip on the spear. He attempted to maintain his composure, searching for the creature's vulnerabilities. However, it seemed to sense his presence and lunged at him with ferocity. In that instant, he felt a powerful gust of wind rush toward him, and he swiftly sidestepped, the beast missing its mark and turning in anger, its claws etching deep grooves into the ground. Su Bei's heart raced, sweat beading on his forehead, yet his gaze held no trace of retreat. As he engaged in a dance of survival with the beast, he gradually regained his composure, keenly observing its movements and noting that after each charge, the creature would pause briefly to catch its breath. As the beast lunged once more and missed its target, Su Bei seized the opportunity, darting forward with a swift leap, brandishing his spear and thrusting it fiercely towards the creature's abdomen. However, the beast reacted with remarkable speed, evading to the side, causing the spear to merely graze its flank, leaving a shallow wound. This provocation incited the beast's fury, prompting it to attack Su Bei with renewed ferocity. Su Bei dodged and weaved, his strength gradually waning. In that moment, he noticed a fallen tree nearby, its trunk adorned with a sharp, broken branch. An idea sparked in Su Bei's mind. He deliberately retreated towards the tree, baiting the beast to pounce once more. As the creature charged, he swiftly rolled behind the tree, and the beast, unable to halt its momentum, crashed into the jagged branch. The sharp wood penetrated deeply into its flesh, eliciting a cry of agony from the beast. Seizing the moment, Su Bei rushed forward with every ounce of strength, plunging his spear into the creature's neck, blood gushing forth. The beast struggled briefly before collapsing heavily to the ground, motionless. Exhausted, Su Bei slumped onto the ground, gasping for breath. It was not until dusk that he finally dragged his weary body home, his clothes stained with dust and blood, the marks of his hunt. He sank heavily into the chair beside his bed, reflecting on how close he had come to not returning. If I hadn't teammated back, who would care for you? He murmured, gazing at the unconscious woman beside him. It had been so long, yet she remained unresponsive. Could she have become a vegetable? Su Bei pondered, and at that moment, Bai Waner felt a stir within her heart. It had been years since anyone had shown her such care and concern. Throughout her solitary struggles, she had faced numerous adversities alone. Aside from her master, no one had ever cared for her as Su Bei did, risking his own safety for her well-being. As he sat there, the remnants of fear from his harrowing encounter with the fierce beast lingered on his face. Recalling the deadly struggle in the forest, he felt a shiver run down his spine. Had he not summoned every last bit of strength for that final, lethal strike, he might have already become the beast's meal. Fortunately, his efforts were not in vain. He had brought down the prey, exchanging it for a few pieces of silver and acquiring some medicinal herbs. Yet, he now questioned the efficacy of the medicine, as there had been no visible improvement over time. If it weren't for her faint breathing, he might have believed her to be beyond recovery. Chapter 5. Bai Waner breaks through to the transformation realm. He first heated a bowl of wild chicken soup, feeding Bai Waner a small portion while consuming the rest himself. He busied himself with preparing the medicine, and before he knew it, deep night had fallen. Exhausted, he embraced the fragrant woman and drifted into slumber. Bai Waner lay on the bed, her eyes tightly shut. After years of stagnation, she sensed a flicker of breakthrough potential today. A spark of joy surged within her as she endeavored to grasp this fleeting opportunity for advancement. However, the sensation of breakthrough felt as elusive as the moon reflected on water or flowers in a mirror, ephemeral and intangible, difficult to grasp. Bai Waner bit her silver teeth, striving to summon all her strength to shatter that barrier. Yet, her power remained as if encased in ice, steadfastly immovable despite her relentless efforts. A wave of discouragement washed over her. After some contemplation, she resigned to the notion that perhaps the moment had not yet arrived. The figure of Su Bei continually surfaced in her mind, carrying her down the mountain, administering medicine, and caring for her in silence. Reflecting on her years, she recalled her childhood as an orphan, taken into the sect by her master. Due to her exceptional talent and top-tier spiritual roots, she garnered attention from the very beginning. Her master was strict, assigning her training tasks that far exceeded those of her peers, and she faced severe reprimands for the slightest mistake. Yet, she understood her master's well-intentioned guidance. Through the harsh winters and scorching summers, there was not a single day of respite. Once, after overexerting herself in training and becoming possessed, her master expended his own energy to heal her. Nevertheless, he maintained a stern demeanor, insisting she continue her cultivation, though the worry in his eyes did not escape her notice. Eventually, as her master neared the end of his life without breaking through to the transformation stage, he chose to enter a secluded retreat. Since then, she had not seen her master again, nor had anyone shown her care. During those days, she wandered alone, enduring immense pressure and solitude in her cultivation. Yet, her character grew increasingly resilient. She understood that only by becoming strong could she assert herself in this frigid world. Thus, she transformed all her loneliness into motivation for her training, laboring day and night. Time and again, she danced on the precipice of life and death, repeatedly surpassing her own limits. The emergence of Su Bei brought her a warmth of concern she had not felt in years. This emotion enveloped her like a tidal wave, surging into Bai Waner's heart. It was as if a powerful source of energy surged within her, and the once closed bottleneck began to show signs of cracking under this force. It had arrived. Bai Waner attuned herself to this sudden influx of power, feeling her entire spiritual essence ripple in response. The fissure gradually widened, and ultimately, the bottleneck shattered with a resounding force. Bai Waner had successfully broken through. In that moment, the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth surged wildly into her being, her aura expanding exponentially, radiating a sacred glow. She had finally stepped into the transformation stage. Bai Waner opened her eyes and turned to gaze at the peacefully sleeping Su Bei beside her. This time, it was thanks to you. Perhaps the path of cultivation does not necessitate severing all emotional ties. These karmic threads were all debts owed. At that moment, Su Bei's hand rested on by Wan absent-mindedly scratching at her. He appeared exceptionally serene in his slumber, his thick brows slightly furrowed, as if pondering something even in his dreams. Beneath his straight nose, his thin lips were pressed together, revealing a hint of determination. Su Bei's face was sharply defined, with strong lines softened by an undercurrent of gentleness. A cascade of raven tresses lay carelessly upon the pillow, enhancing an air of untamed elegance. His long, thick lashes trembled softly with each breath, as if whispering untold tales from the depths of his soul. Bai Wanner's gaze was imbued with a complexity of emotions, a blend of elation from her recent breakthrough and gratitude towards Su Bei. Were it not for him, she pondered how many years it would have taken her to achieve such progress. Rather than disturb him, Bai Wanner chose to lie quietly, closing her eyes in serene contemplation. The room was enveloped in tranquility, punctuated only by Su Bei's steady breathing. Sunlight streamed through the curtains, casting a gentle halo over everything within. Have you awakened? Bai Wanner opened her eyes, turning her face towards Su Bei, a faint smile gracing her lips. Su Bei, still caught in the remnants of slumber, gradually became aware of her voice. He turned to look at her, his expression still tinged with drowsiness. Are you well? He inquired, suddenly jolted awake. Disbelief etched across his features as his wide eyes fixed on Bai Wanner. Yes, I woke up last night. Thank you for your care these past few days. Bai Wanner replied softly, her tone gentle. No need for thanks. It's good to see you awake. My name is Su Bei, he hastily responded. Bai Wanner, she introduced, raising her gaze slightly to meet his. Su Bei smiled in return. Bai Wanner, what a lovely name. Thank you for saving me, she said earnestly. Su Bei waved his hand dismissively. Do not mention it. It was merely a fortunate encounter. Bai Wanner sat up, her expression serious. Regardless, I shall remember this kindness. Speak. I have nothing to repay you with but my devotion. Su Bei, waiting for a response, felt a twinge of disappointment as the anticipated words did not materialize. Where are you from? How did you end up in the back mountains? I am an elder of the Lingxiao sect. Would you care to join me in the sect for cultivation? Bai Wanner gazed intently at Su Bei, awaiting his reply, her demeanor undeniably enticing. Lingxiao sect? An elder? Su Bei mused inwardly. Realizing the woman held a significant status, he had unexpectedly rescued a person of great importance. Though he was unaware of the intricacies of the sects in this world, he understood that an elder must possess considerable authority. Bai Wanner seemed to sense his thoughts. Offering a gentle smile, you need not feel constrained. Having decided to bring you into the sect, I assure you shall not be treated poorly. Su Bei nodded vigorously in agreement, yet his mind was still occupied with the serendipitous opportunity that had fallen into his lap. While it was not the form of gratitude he had anticipated, such an opportunity was rare indeed. However, I possess a mixed spirit root, Su Bei murmured disheartenedly, lowering his gaze. With my qualifications, I fear I may disappoint the elder's expectations. Upon learning of his mixed spirit root from Master Chen Yu Rou, unease had settled within him. As a transmigrator, he felt he ought to be a paragon of talent. Was he not meant to be the protagonist of this world? What of possessing a mixed spiritual root? Provided one is willing to exert effort, accomplishments are not beyond reach. Bai Wanner slightly furrowed her brow, taken aback by the poor aptitude of the young man before her. Nevertheless, she offered him words of comfort, instilling a glimmer of hope. Su Bei suddenly lifted his head, a spark igniting within his eyes. Is what you say truly genuine? Indeed, I speak not in vain, Bai Wanner affirmed with a solemn nod. While a mixed spiritual root may be inferior, it does not render cultivation impossible. Even with the aid of spiritual resources, one can still attain the golden core stage. This cause and effect must be reconciled. Otherwise, the heart's demons will fester, the path of cultivation will become unstable, and the journey of immortality will be severed. I am willing to follow the elder into the sect, and I shall not betray your high expectations. Su Bei ultimately acquiesced, determined to attempt the arduous path ahead. Chapter 6. From this day forth, you shall call me master. From this day forth, you shall call me master, and I shall guide you in your cultivation. Despite his lackluster aptitude, Bai Wanner resolved to take him under her wing. Su Bei was momentarily stunned, his face quickly transforming into one of uncontainable joy. He had not anticipated that the woman he had shared so many nights with would become his master. He hastily knelt down, bowing deeply, and exclaimed, Master, please accept your disciple's reverence. Bai Wanner gently raised her hand, signaling him to rise. Stand up. Now that you are my disciple, you must diligently practice and ensure you do not tarnish my name. Rest assured, Master, I shall devote myself to rigorous training, living up to your esteemed expectations. Bai Wanner nodded lightly. Is there anything else you need to attend to? If not, we shall return to the sect at once. Master, please wait a moment. I shall be back shortly. Su Bei promptly made his way to the Chun residence. Upon reaching the door, he knocked on the wooden surface. Chen Fu opened the door, and upon seeing Su Bei, he displayed a hint of surprise. "Ah, Xiao Bei, what brings you here?" "Uncle, I have come to bid farewell." Su Bei recounted the events of saving Bai Wan'er and her subsequent invitation for him to embark on a journey of cultivation. Chen Fu's face lit up with a proud smile. "Xiao Bei, this is your fortune. Once you arrive at Lingxiao sect, be sure to cultivate diligently and do not squander the kindness of Fairy Bai." Su Bei nodded earnestly. "Uncle, I understand. You need not worry. Good lad. I never anticipated both of you would embark on this path," Chen Fu said, patting Su Bei's shoulder. "I would like to ask you for a favor, uncle. If my parents return, please inform them of my whereabouts and reassure them not to worry." Su Bei spoke with utmost seriousness. Chen Fu nodded. "Xiao Bei, go with peace of mind. I will certainly convey your message." Su Bei deeply bowed once more to Chen Fu before turning to head home. "Master, let us depart." Su Bei cast a lingering glance at the home he had known for many years. Now, it had become a place of memories, with all who were meant to leave having done so. Bai Wan'er nodded slightly, her sleeves sweeping through the air, enveloping Su Bei in a radiant light. In an instant, the two transformed into a streak of luminescence, racing towards the direction of Lingxiao sect. In the northern regions of Jiangsu, Su Bei felt the howling wind fiercely rushing past his ears. Instinctively, he squinted his eyes and unconsciously grasped Bai Wan'er's waist. Bai Wan'er frowned slightly and admonished him, "Do not be so anxious, steady your mind." Upon hearing this, Su Bei made an effort to calm his emotions. Yet his hands still firmly held on. "Master, this is my first time flying. I apologize for my unbecoming behavior." Bai Wan'er ceased her words, but the warmth emanating from her waist unsettled her composure. After all these years, she had never been touched by another man. Reflecting on the recent day's experiences, she decided to let it be. Having already experienced a kiss, a gentle embrace at her waist was hardly unprecedented. Regaining her focus, she continued to guide Su Bei swiftly forward. After an indeterminate amount of time, their speed gradually diminished. Su Bei slowly opened his eyes to find himself before a grand mountain gate. The gate of Lingxiao sect towered into the clouds, shrouded in mist, exuding an air of mystery and majesty. As Bai Wan'er led Su Bei into the sect, the disciples they encountered respectfully saluted her. "Master, our Lingxiao sect appears truly formidable," Su Bei exclaimed in awe. Bai Wan'er, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied, "This is merely an exterior facade. True strength lies within the cultivation of one's heart and the understanding of the Tao." Su Bei nodded, albeit with a vague understanding, his heart brimming with anticipation for his future cultivation life. Bai Wan'er and Su Bei arrived at the summit of a peak, where several cave dwellings were located. "This place is named Yushao Peak. It shall be your training ground from now on. You may attend to it as you wish. Tomorrow at dawn, come to the adjacent cave to find me," she instructed, gesturing to one of the cave entrances. With that, she gracefully entered the neighboring cave. Su Bei was momentarily entranced by her enchanting figure until she vanished from sight. Regaining his senses, he turned his attention to the cave before him and stepped inside. Upon entering, he was greeted by a musty atmosphere. The stone floor was somewhat damp, and a few unknown grasses sprouted in the corners. Su Bei ran his hand along the cave wall, feeling its cool and rough texture. His gaze swept through every corner of the cave, familiarizing himself with the place where he would be training for the long term. Venturing deeper, he discovered a stone table and several stone stools, though rudimentary. They were quite functional. Continuing his exploration, he found a small stone chamber to one side, which lay empty. Stepping out of the stone chamber, Su Bei began to contemplate how to make the cave more comfortable. He resolved to start by clearing away debris, removing the dead grass and rubble from the corners to the outside. He also wiped down the stone table and stools with a damp cloth, rendering them considerably cleaner. Next, he gathered some dry grass from outside to construct a simple bed within the stone chamber. Though it could not compare to the comfort of home, it would suffice for a resting place. Meanwhile, Bai Wan'er returned to her cave for a brief moment before soaring towards the main peak where the sect leader resided. As she ascended, the clouds swirled around her, and celestial cranes danced in the air, yet she remained indifferent to the picturesque scenery. Before the entrance of the sect master's cave, Bai Wan'er took a deep breath and respectfully announced, "Elder brother, Wan'er seeks an audience." After a brief moment, a gentle voice emanated from within the cave, beckoning, "Come in." As she entered, she beheld the sect master seated gracefully upon a meditation cushion, eyes gently closed, exuding waves of spiritual energy. "Sister, what brings you here?" the sect master inquired, slowly opening his eyes to regard Bai Wan'er. She bowed slightly and replied, "Elder brother, I have recently made a breakthrough into the transformation stage and have come to inform you." A flicker of delight sparkled in the sect master's gaze as he congratulated her. "Congratulations, sister. This is indeed a fortune for our Lingxiao sect." Bai Wan'er continued, "There is another matter. On my descent from the mountain, I encountered a young man whom I have brought back to take as my disciple. His name is Su Bei. The sect master nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging that if he had caught her attention, he must possess extraordinary qualities. However, sister, you must guide him diligently. Do not let his cultivation go astray. Bai Waner solemnly assured him, Elder brother, you need not worry. I will bear this in mind. Then you may depart. The sect master waved his hand dismissively. Bai Waner took her leave. As evening fell, Su Bei, feeling the grumble of his empty stomach, reluctantly exited the cave. It dawned on him that he had neglected to prepare any food. He surveyed the surroundings in search of something to quell his hunger, but found himself entirely unfamiliar with the area. In desperation, he climbed to the mountain's summit and arrived before Bai Waner's cave. After a moment's hesitation, he summoned his courage and called softly, Master, your disciple Su Bei seeks an audience. Within, Bai Waner's cool voice responded, Come in. Steadying himself, Su Bei entered briskly. The interior was simply and elegantly arranged, with a few luminous pearls embedded in the stone walls, casting a soft glow. Bai Waner was seated on a stone bed, eyes closed in meditation. Master. Su Bei greeted with utmost respect, bowing deeply. Bai Waner slowly opened her eyes, her gaze calm as it fell upon him. What is it? Su Bei, patting his stomach, murmured, Master, I am unfamiliar with this place and forgot to prepare food. I am feeling quite hungry now. Chapter 7. You shall stay here tonight. Bai Waner furrowed her brow slightly, for this was an unexpected turn of events. It had been many years since she had partaken of food herself. From her storage pouch, she retrieved a few energy-restraining pills and tossed them to Su Bei, instructing, Take these. One will sustain you for 3 days without hunger. Su Bei caught them eagerly, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, master. Since you are here, you shall stay. I will teach you the ways of cultivation. Hearing this, Su Bei was elated and quickly bowed again. Thank you, master. I shall devote myself to learning. Not to disappoint your great expectations. Bai Waner nodded slightly, extending her right hand with a gentle gesture. Rise. Su Bei complied, sitting upright beside her, leaning slightly forward. Bai Waner spoke, her lips parting gracefully. On the path of cultivation, the foundation is of utmost importance. You must first attune yourself to the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, guiding it into your body and converging it within your dantian. As she spoke, she raised her right hand, her index finger tracing the air slowly, as if outlining the trajectory of the spiritual energy's flow. Su Bei was utterly captivated by Bai Waner's movements, occasionally blinking, fearful of missing any detail. When Bai Waner paused and turned to Su Bei, she instructed, Now you try. Close your eyes, calm your mind, and sense the ethereal aura surrounding you. He complied, shutting his eyes and striving for steady breaths and tranquility. However, after a considerable time, he remained oblivious to any sensations, beads of sweat beginning to form on his forehead. Observing this, Bai Waner gently reassured him, Do not rush. Cultivation is not an endeavor of immediate results. Su Bei took a deep breath and attempted once more. Time passed unmeasured, and eventually, he thought he detected a faint, refreshing breeze. Master, I believe I have sensed something, he exclaimed, eyes wide with excitement. Bai Waner smiled slightly. Excellent. Now, attempt to draw this essence into your body. Su Bei promptly closed his eyes again, carefully guiding the delicate energy as she had instructed. After much effort, the energy began to flow gently through his meridians into his body. At that moment, a peculiar interface materialized in his mind, clearly displaying successful energy absorption, cultivation experience points. 1. Is this my golden finger? Su Bei was taken aback, but quickly steadied his mind, continuing to draw in more energy, as Bai Waner advised. Yet, as he absorbed the energy, the experience points on the interface ceased to rise, and the aura gradually melded into his flesh. Furrowing his brow in perplexity, he inquired, Master, why is the energy not gathering? What could be the reason? Bai Waner's expression turned serious. After a moment's contemplation, she replied, I am uncertain of the cause. Perhaps your body has reached its current limits of absorption and requires further refinement of your meridians and expansion of your dantian to continue accumulating and absorbing energy. Su Bei nodded resolutely. Master, how should I refine my meridians and expand my dantian? Bai Waner produced a pill from her storage ring and handed it to him. First, consume this meridian-nurturing pill, then circulate the techniques I have taught you. Without hesitation, Su Bei accepted the pill, placing it into his mouth, and promptly began his cultivation according to the prescribed method. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes. Master, I feel a warm sensation coursing through my meridians. They seem to have gained some resilience. Bai Waner smiled. Well done, continue your efforts. But remember, do not rush, lest you injure your meridians. Su Bei replied dutifully, Yes, master, and closed his eyes once more, immersing himself in his practice. However, despite his diligent efforts, the energy continued to dissipate into his body. Reluctantly, he summoned the experience interface again. Su Bei Realm. Mortal, 110, Technique. Basic Qi cultivation method. With a furrowed brow and a face of distress, he looked to Bai Waner. Master, what should I do? The energy keeps vanishing. It seems my ascension is a distant prospect. You possess a mixed elemental root, she explained. Bai Waner gazed at Su Bei. Her expression tinged with gravity as she spoke. This signifies that your path of cultivation will be more arduous than that of others. Yet it is not devoid of the possibility for breakthroughs. Master, I fear not the hardships and shall dedicate myself to rigorous training. With the newfound confidence bestowed by his golden finger, Su Bei felt invigorated. Bai Waner nodded slightly. Such resolve is commendable. But you must exert more effort and time than others. Master, I understand and will give my utmost. As their conversation continued, Bai Waner cautioned, in your future cultivation, remember to avoid impatience and recklessness. I shall endeavor to procure resources to assist you in your practice. Reflecting on his innate talent, a flicker of concern welled within Bai Waner. Your kindness is something I shall never forget, Master. Su Bei, touched by Bai Waner's dedication, felt a deeper gratitude toward his enchanting mentor. Here, take this. It is a body refinement technique. Try it. If you find it difficult to channel spiritual energy into your dantian, you may attempt body refinement instead, Bai Waner said softly. Su Bei received the technique with both hands and bowed deeply. Thank you, Master. Eagerly, he opened the manuscript and began to study it intently. However, not long after, he furrowed his brow. Master, this technique appears profound and difficult to comprehend. I find myself at a loss. Bai Waner, with patience, replied, do not rush. Allow me to elucidate the key aspects for you. As she approached him, she pointed to the text within the manuscript. And a waft of fragrant air caused Su Bei to momentarily lose focus. Bai Waner meticulously explained the essential points and nuances of the technique. Gradually, Su Bei calmed himself. Nodding occasionally, his eyes fixed on the words she indicated. Once the explanation concluded, Bai Waner said, now, begin your practice as I have instructed. Taking a deep breath, Su Bei settled into a cross-legged position and, following Bai Waner's guidance, formed hand seals to attempt the body refinement technique. Initially, his progress was hindered. His body trembled and ached intermittently. Su Bei gritted his teeth. Body refinement successful. Body refinement experience gained. 1. The attribute panel appeared once more in Su Bei's mind. Yet, the situation remained unchanged. Despite his efforts, the experience points remained stagnant. Su Bei, Realm. Mortal, 110. Body refinement. Mortal, 110. Technique. Basic Qi cultivation method. Perhaps the method was flawed. His golden finger could not be triggered by conventional means. Su Bei pondered. Could there be hidden conditions I have yet to fulfill? Observing Su Bei's troubled demeanor, Bai Waner offered reassurance. Su Bei, do not be overly anxious. The path of cultivation is inherently filled with uncertainties. We shall explore it gradually. I shall remember your words. Master, Su Bei replied with a wry smile. Tonight, remain here to cultivate. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Su Bei nodded in agreement and settled down to attempt his practice once more. However, as time ticked away, he found himself making no progress. Chapter 8. I have given up. As time continued to pass, an overwhelming fatigue enveloped him, and Su Bei unwittingly fell asleep. Bai Waner was originally meditating in silence when she inadvertently opened her eyes to see Su Bei sprawled beside her, soundly asleep. A mix of amusement and exasperation welled up within her. She gently approached Su Bei, intending to rouse him, but her heart softened at the sight. With a soft sigh, she thought, this young man must be utterly exhausted. Thus, she draped a cloak over him and allowed him to continue his slumber. Upon awakening from his dreams, Su Bei first glanced at his attribute panel. Su Bei Realm. Mortal, 210. Body refinement. Mortal, 210. Technique. Basic Qi cultivation method. Body refinement method. Experience points had increased. Su Bei's excitement nearly propelled him to leap into the air. Suddenly, he noticed the cloak enveloping him, and a warm sensation surged within his heart. The faint fragrance wafting from the cloak was unmistakably Bai Waner's scent. The aroma of a mature woman entranced him. He cast a glance at Bai Waner, who sat cross-legged. Her eyes gently closed. Her skirt unfurled slightly, resembling a blooming flower. Her exquisite features seemed meticulously sculpted by time, radiating an irresistible charm. He recalled the moments spent administering medicine to her, and warmth flooded his heart. Su Bei gazed at her in silence for a long while. After all, she was his master. He should not harbor such aspirations. He quietly tiptoed to the side, carefully placing the cloak down before settling his mind to practice. As he followed the technique to circulate his qi, he found the spiritual energy dissipating within him. What could be the cause? Despite Su Bei's relentless efforts to adjust his rhythm and method of cultivation, that elusive energy perpetually faded away inexplicably. I refuse to believe I cannot find a solution. Su Bei bit his lip, meticulously pondering every detail in an attempt to uncover the root of the issue. The dissipating energy felt like a thorn in his heart, incessantly igniting his fighting spirit. Bai Waner slowly opened her eyes, a flash of brilliance passing through them. She observed Su Bei, who was deeply engrossed in his practice, and nodded gently, a look of satisfaction gracing her face. After a long while, beads of sweat began to form on Su Bei's forehead, and his body trembled incessantly. Seeing his condition, Bai Waner approached him and softly said, "Su Bei, do not rush. Pause for a moment and share your feelings with me." At her voice, Su Bei halted his practice and looked at Bai Waner with distress. "Master, no matter how I guide the spiritual energy, it cannot coalesce. It continually dissipates within my body. I truly do not understand the reason." Bai Waner replied, "Su Bei, it is a fact that cultivating with a mixed elemental root is challenging. However, you must not let fear take root in your heart." "Master, does that not render my future bleak?" Su Bei questioned, concern etched on his face. Bai Waner regarded him with a serious expression. "Not at all. Although the path of a mixed elemental root is fraught with difficulties, once you break through the bottleneck, the achievements you can attain will far surpass those of a single elemental root." "Master, I do not quite understand," Su Bei confessed. "The interplay of the 5 elements, with their cycles of generation and restraint, presents a formidable power when harmonized within one's body, allowing for a remarkable fusion and mutual enhancement." Su Bei, somewhat perplexed, nodded in acknowledgement. "Master, how might I achieve this equilibrium of the 5 elemental forces?" Bai Waner replied with a gentle smile, "Do not rush. I shall guide you step by step. In truth, the mixed spiritual roots of the 5 elements are not entirely devoid of merit. While their initial progression in cultivation may be languid, leading the practitioner to experience considerable frustration, they also harbor unique potential." Under Bai Waner's tutelage, Su Bei gradually comprehended the advantages of possessing mixed spiritual roots. They enable the assimilation of diverse attributes of spiritual energy, providing the cultivator with a more adaptable strategy when confronting adversaries of varying elements. Furthermore, should the mixed spiritual roots reach a state of profound mastery, the spells that can be wielded will surpass those of a singular spiritual root by a significant margin. Yet, the arduous path requires Su Bei to exert multiple times the effort, as well as substantial resources, which is a primary reason many sects are reluctant to accept disciples with mixed spiritual roots. For sects with limited resources, the investment required to nurture a disciple with mixed roots could instead cultivate several exceptional disciples with celestial or dual spiritual roots. Additionally, disciples of mixed roots often experience sluggish advancement in the early stages of cultivation, making it challenging to yield notable contributions to their sect in a short span of time. Su Bei realized that to achieve success on the path of cultivation, he could not solely rely on his sect. He must strive to seize and create opportunities for himself. Over the past few days, Su Bei had been diligently practicing in his secluded cave. With his eyes tightly shut, he sat cross-legged upon the stone bed, enveloped by swirling spiritual energy, yet he found himself unable to fully absorb it at critical moments. "Why does it still elude me?" A sense of anxiety welled within him. But he quickly quelled his emotions and attempted to guide the energy once more. The atmosphere in the cave fluctuated between chaos and tranquility as Su Bei continued his tireless efforts, yet to no avail. His experience points remained stagnant. Su Bei, Realm, Mortal, 810, Body Refinement, Mortal, 810, Technique. Basic Qi Cultivation Technique, Body Refinement Technique. Gazing at his attribute panel, Su Bei fell into deep contemplation. The attributes continued to grow daily. Could it be that the growth was merely a slight increase each day? He scrutinized the data on the panel, attempting to discern a pattern. At this rate, how long would it take to reach a higher realm? Su Bei murmured to himself, his brow furrowing further. In the following 2 days, Su Bei refrained from cultivation, yet his experience points continued to rise. This revelation filled him with astonishment and joy. What could this mean? Even in my absence from practice, my experience points still increase. Su Bei, Realm, Qi Refinement Level 1, 015, Body Refinement, Qi Refinement Level 1, 015, Technique. Basic Qi Cultivation Technique, Body Refinement Technique. Could it be that I might simply relax in the future, elevating my strength without arduous toil? The sudden notion startled Su Bei. If it were true, one would merely need to endure patiently. Eventually, one could attain immortality. He took a deep breath, seeking to calm his tumultuous thoughts. In the days that followed, he incessantly checked his attribute panel, regardless of whether he cultivated or not. His experience steadily increased by 1 point each day. No matter how hard he toiled, his experience points remained unchanged. Given this, what was the purpose of his cultivation? Su Bei could not help but curse under his breath. Was his path to enlightenment to be merely a monotonous accumulation of a fixed daily point? How many years would it take to achieve anything significant? The experience required for advancement would surely multiply. Was he to remain stagnant indefinitely? As this thought crossed his mind, Su Bei shook his head vehemently. No, absolutely not. To sit idly by would forever bar him from reaching the pinnacle. He inhaled deeply, pondering if there might be alternative methods of breakthrough. Yet, after much contemplation, he found himself at a loss. He decided to relinquish his worries. It was already a stroke of fortune that he could cultivate with his mediocre spiritual roots. With a bitter smile, Su Bei reassured himself. Perhaps this was a divine blessing, and he should not desire more. Chapter 9. The 6 Arts of Immortal Cultivation. In the days that followed, the absence of Bai Wan'er left Su Bei feeling somewhat dejected. He spent his days in a state of aimlessness, drifting through time. Observing the fixed increment of one experience point, he felt no inclination to engage in cultivation. Occasionally, he would zone out in his cave, dwelling or meander through the mountains, as though he had lost his drive and purpose. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He could pursue other skills. He slapped his forehead in frustration, chastising himself for not realizing this sooner. Since the daily experience gain was immutable, why not enhance himself in other ways? For instance, mastering the art of alchemy could not only aid his cultivation, but also allow him to exchange resources within the sect. Alternatively, delving into the intricacies of formation techniques might prove beneficial at critical junctures. With these ideas in mind, Su Bei's eyes sparkled anew, dispelling the gloom that had enveloped him. After a month had passed, Su Bei finally received a message from Bai Wan'er. Su Bei, Realm. Qi Refining Second Layer, 1620. Body Refinement. Qi Refining Second Layer, 1620. Cultivation Techniques. Foundation Qi Refining Method. Body Refinement Method. Excitedly, he opened the communication talisman, and Bai Wan'er's voice resonated in his ears. Su Bei, I am about to conclude my seclusion. Come quickly to meet me. Upon arriving at Bai Wan'er's cave, he noticed the protective barriers shimmering with a faint light. Respectfully, he stood before the entrance, awaiting the barrier's dissolution. Moments later, the barrier gradually dissipated, and the door to the cave creaked open. Su Bei looked up to see Bai Wan'er standing gracefully within the cave, her presence more composed and restrained than before, evidently having gained much during her retreat. Disciple Su Bei, I pay my respects to my master, he said, hastily bowing. Bai Wan'er smiled gently and said, Come in. Let me see how you have fared in your cultivation during this time. Bai Wan'er observed with some satisfaction that Su Bei had achieved the 2nd level of Qi cultivation in such a short span of time. Su Bei, your progress in breaking through to the 2nd level of Qi cultivation is commendable, she remarked. Su Bei promptly clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, Your guidance, master, has been invaluable. I dare not be negligent. Bai Wan'er nodded gently, cautioning him that, despite his advancement, he must not become complacent. The 2nd level of Qi cultivation is merely a small step in the journey of cultivation. The road ahead remains long and arduous. Su Bei, with a serious expression, affirmed, I understand, master, and I shall strive to cultivate even harder. Bai Wan'er smiled faintly, reminding him that the essence of this stage lies in solidifying one's foundation, and he must not be impatient. Su Bei replied earnestly, I shall heed your teachings, master. After a moment's contemplation, Bai Wan'er instructed, from now on, you must dedicate 3 hours each day to practicing the heart method without slacking off. Yes, master, Su Bei responded solemnly. Subsequently, he shared his thoughts with Bai Wan'er. She frowned slightly and said, The 6 arts of immortal cultivation are not easily mastered. What has prompted this sudden interest? Your primary focus should be on enhancing your cultivation. Su Bei quickly bowed respectfully, earnestly stating, Master, I understand the importance of elevating my cultivation. However, I believe that if I can simultaneously grasp 1 or 2 of the 6 arts, it will not only aid in my cultivation, but also provide me with additional means to confront crises in critical moments. Bai Wan'er sighed softly, her expression softening. Your reasoning is not without merit, but the 6 arts of immortal cultivation are exceedingly intricate. If you divide your attention too much, it may adversely affect the foundation of your training. Without hesitation, Su Bei assured her, Rest assured, master. I will manage my time wisely and will not neglect my primary cultivation. Bai Wan'er nodded slightly and said, Since you are so determined, I shall enlighten you about the 6 arts of immortal cultivation. The art of alchemy involves using spiritual herbs and plants to concoct various elixirs. A high-quality elixir can not only help one break through bottlenecks, but can also sustain life in times of severe injury. However, alchemy requires a profound understanding of the properties and pharmacology of the herbs, as well as precise control over the heat. The method of artifact crafting allows one to forge powerful magical treasures. A well-crafted treasure can significantly enhance a cultivator's strength. Yet, artifact crafting demands not only rare materials, but also a thorough knowledge of the characteristics of various ores, along with exceptional crafting skills. The art of formations can trap enemies, defeat foes, and provide defense. A cleverly arranged formation can often enable the weak to conquer the strong. However, the study of formations is exceedingly complex, requiring a deep understanding of formation patterns and the flow of spiritual energy. The technique of talismans involves sealing spiritual energy within talisman paper, which can yield miraculous effects in critical moments. The drawing of talismans requires not only precise control of spiritual energy, but also special incantations and symbols. The ability to tame beasts allows one to domesticate powerful mythical creatures for their own use. However, establishing a mental connection with these creatures necessitates an understanding of their habits and weaknesses. The art of spiritual botany enables the cultivation of rare spiritual plants to obtain precious medicinal materials. This requires knowledge of the growth environments, habits, and care methods of these plants. Baiwaner took a breath and continued. Each of these 6 arts is profound and extensive. You must contemplate carefully from where you wish to begin. As Su Bei listened intently, a preliminary plan began to form in his mind. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Master, I wish to begin my studies with the art of talismans. Baiwaner nodded slightly and replied, the art of talismans is indeed a worthy pursuit. Yet the entry is equally arduous. I shall provide you with a few foundational texts. You must study them diligently upon your return. With that, she retrieved several books from her storage ring and handed them to Su Bei. He accepted them with both hands, cradling them as though they were treasures. Thank you, master. I shall devote myself to my studies, he vowed. Baiwaner continued. The art of talismans requires not only theoretical knowledge, but also practical application. Here, within this bag, are some materials and spirit stones. Take them to aid your practice. Su Bei took the storage bag she offered, overwhelmed with gratitude. Your kindness is immeasurable, master. I will never forget it, and I shall not disappoint your expectations. Baiwaner waved her hand gently. Channel your spiritual energy to open it. Now go, cultivate diligently. If you encounter difficulties, return to me with your questions. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Su Bei opened the storage bag to discover a stack of yellow paper, several vials of beast blood, various books, and thousands of sparkling spirit stones. What a fortune! He marveled. I have truly attached myself to a powerful benefactor. He began to peruse the books on talismans, yet the anticipated increase in experience points did not materialize. How could this be? Am I opening them incorrectly? Unwilling to concede defeat, Su Bei meticulously scrutinized each word, striving to uncover the key to his advancement. However, as seconds turned into minutes, he found himself making no progress. Frustrated, he closed the book and began to pace within the cave, pondering where he might be going wrong. Must mastery truly come only through relentless practice? Is there no shortcut? His enthusiasm waned significantly. Must he really endure such monotony, practicing repetitively? Su Bei muttered to himself, gazing at the books and materials before him, beginning to doubt his resolve. Chapter 10. Double experience. Bored and restless, Su Bei flipped through a few more books before glancing at the storage bag again. Is this a spirit stone? He picked up a crystal-clear stone, scrutinizing it with great curiosity. The stone emitted a gentle glow, and within it, he could sense a faint current of spiritual energy. As he felt the subtle vibrations emanating from the spirit stone, he wondered if it might activate double experience. Suddenly, a panel appeared before him, startling Su Bei. His eyes widened as he fixated on the words displayed. His heartbeat quickened, and his breath became rapid. Double experience. With this, he could ascend more swiftly to higher realms, ensuring his survival in the realm of cultivation. Trembling, he extended his finger to select the affirmative option. Please choose duration. Su Bei opted for 1 year. In an instant, the number of spirit stones in the storage bag dwindled to a mere few hundred. Watching the rapid depletion of his spirit stones, a pang of anxiety struck him. Did I just lose 650 stones? So many? 10 spirit stones a day? Su Bei's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated that activating a year's worth of double experience would require such a substantial expenditure of spirit stones. It is worth noting that an ordinary Qi refinement disciple would only receive 10 spirit stones over the course of a month. Thus, his daily consumption equated to that of 30 Qi refinement disciples. As he gazed at the dwindling number of spirit stones, a bitter sensation welled up within him. Such immense consumption placed an overwhelming burden on his shoulders and filled him with trepidation regarding his future cultivation. He was uncertain whether there would be opportunities for multiple experiences in the future, yet he knew that spirit stones were indispensable. He needed to devise a strategy to earn spirit stones. Furrowing his brow, Su Bei fell into deep contemplation. Should he hunt ferocious beasts? The risks were too great. His life was paramount. Undertaking sect missions? The competition was fierce, and the more lucrative tasks had likely been snatched up by others. He silently calculated various possible avenues in his mind. He couldn't continually rely on his master for assistance, could he? With this thought, Su Bei sighed in resignation. It appeared that he must forge his own path to wealth. Alchemy, weapon crafting, and talismans, all three swirled in his mind. Currently, the only thing he could pursue was talismans. Yet, he was uncertain about their profitability. Fortunately, he had ample time to practice. He resolved to visit the sex marketplace the following day. That evening, as Su Bei lay in bed tossing and turning, he pondered incessantly on how to acquire spirit stones. Before he knew it, he drifted into slumber. In his dreams, Bai Wanner reclined on a stone bed, her gaze fixed intently upon Su Bei. "Good disciple, come give your master a massage, and I shall reward you with spirit stones," Bai Wanner said sweetly, a charming smile gracing her lips. Upon hearing the mention of spirit stones, Su Bei immediately approached her. "Master, you must keep your promise." Thus, he began to massage Bai Wanner with utmost care. She let out a soft, contented hum. "Keep going, and you shall reap the rewards. Where do you intend to apply pressure?" Suddenly, Bai Wanner slapped him. Awakened abruptly, Su Bei opened his eyes to the faint light of dawn filtering through the window. His heart still racing as he patted his chest in relief. "Thank goodness it was merely a dream," he murmured to himself. However, the dream felt strikingly vivid, as if he had experienced it firsthand. Shaking his head, Su Bei attempted to dispel the scenes from his mind, yet the images clung to him like an indelible mark. Especially those enchanting eyes of Bai Wanner. He quickly rose, tidied himself up, and set forth with eager anticipation towards the sex marketplace. The marketplace bustled with activity. Throngs of people coming and going. Stalls overflowed with an array of fascinating items, peculiar magical artifacts, precious elixirs, mysterious talismans, and various cultivation materials. Su Bei first approached a stall selling talismans. The vendor enthusiastically promoted his wares. "Greetings, young sir. Behold this talisman, a beginner-level attack talisman capable of unleashing formidable power in critical moments, and it costs only 2 spirit stones each. The elementary defensive talisman, requiring 2 spirit stones and a single piece of parchment, can effectively shield one from considerable harm." Subsequently, he approached a stall selling materials. The spiritual herbs, freshly harvested, were priced at 10 spirit stones per stalk. Additionally, there were high-quality ores for refining, available at 5 spirit stones per piece, the vendor vociferously advertising his wares. As Su Bei strolled and observed, he contemplated what useful items he could procure with his limited spirit stones. Suddenly, he noticed a weathered tome in a corner stall, seemingly chronicling an ancient cultivation method. Intrigued, he approached to inquire about the price. The vendor scrutinized him and held up 5 fingers, 500 spirit stones, a fixed price. Su Bei shook his head in resignation, for he, being a novice, was unaware of the distinction between valuable and worthless. He had a rough understanding of the prices for elementary talismans: 2 spirit stones for an offensive talisman, 2 spirit stones for a defensive talisman, 10 sheets of talisman paper for 4 spirit stones, and 3 spirit stones per vial of beast blood. If the success rate were guaranteed, 7 spirit stones could yield 10 talismans, resulting in a profit of 13 spirit stones, but he suspected the success rate was far from certain. Furrowing his brow, Su Bei contemplated deeply. He was acutely aware of the seemingly lucrative talisman business, which was, in reality, fraught with risk, setting aside the unpredictable success rate. The initial investment in materials and tools represented a significant expense. Fortunately, his master had provided him with ample materials, which would considerably reduce his upfront costs. After lingering in the market for a while, he departed, having found nothing he needed. Upon returning to his dwelling, Su Bei began organizing the materials given by his master, preparing to attempt the creation of talismans. Yet, when he actually set to work, he realized that the task was far more complex than he had anticipated. Crafting talismans demanded intense concentration and precise manipulation of spiritual energy. Even the slightest misstep could lead to failure. Time and again, Su Bei faltered, beads of sweat gradually forming on his brow. Eventually, when his spiritual energy was exhausted, he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Why did failure persist? He murmured to himself, his gaze filled with frustration and discontent. He sat cross-legged, as the surrounding spiritual energy slowly converged towards him, weaving into his meridians. As time passed, Su Bei's breath gradually steadied, and his depleted dantian began to replenish. Until it could hold no more spiritual energy, he opened his eyes, a flicker of determination igniting within them. He resolved to challenge the creation of talismans once more. Taking a deep breath, he adjusted his state, grasped the talisman paper and beast blood anew, and fully immersed himself in the crafting process. The spiritual energy flowed through his fingertips, each movement executed with extreme caution. This time, he seemed to enter a state of selflessness, shutting out all external distractions. As seconds ticked by, fine droplets of sweat once again emerged on Su Bei's forehead. Yet his gaze remained unwavering, his hands never faltering. Chapter 11. The arrival of the senior sister. Under Su Bei's persistent efforts, the talisman glimmered with brilliance, and a complex pattern gradually took shape. A surge of joy filled his heart, yet he dared not let his hand waver for an instant. Only upon completing the final stroke did a complete talisman manifest in his grasp. At that moment, The previously inactive attribute panel finally displayed the experience points for the talisman. Su Bei, Realm. Qi Refinement Stage 2, 1820. Body Refinement. Qi Refinement Stage 2, 1820. Techniques. Basic Qi Refinement Method. Body Refinement Method. Skills. Talismans 1, 2,100, 100 experience points? Such a significant amount. This implies it will take 50 days to ascend to the next level. Su Bei could not help but click his tongue in astonishment. After all, he need only lie back and relax to level up. What more could he possibly desire? On this day, Bai Waner summoned Su Bei. He arrived at her cave dwelling and respectfully announced, "Master, your disciple Su Bei has come to pay my respects." A gentle voice emerged from within the cave. "Come in." Cautiously, Su Bei stepped inside, only to behold a graceful woman standing beside Bai Waner. Bai Waner turned to Su Bei and introduced, "Su Bei, this is your senior sister, Mu Yunxi." Upon hearing this, Su Bei directed his gaze toward the woman. She was clad in a flowing white gown, a delicate white ribbon cinched at her waist. Her figure enchanting, and her features exquisite. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with clarity, yet bore an air of serenity. Hastily, Su Bei clasped his hands in salute and respectfully said, "Greetings, senior sister. I hope to receive your guidance in the future." Mu Yunxi offered a slight nod and softly replied, "Indeed, we shall support one another." Bai Waner, observing this interaction, smiled gently and remarked, "Very well, Su Bei. Your senior sister possesses considerable insights into cultivation. Feel free to seek her counsel whenever you encounter uncertainties." Su Bei readily acknowledged her words, while Mu Yunxi maintained a calm demeanor, revealing little emotion. "Yunxi, please take your junior brother to familiarize himself with the sect." Bai Waner instructed. Mu Yunxi turned to Su Bei and said, "Follow me." With that, she gracefully stepped outside, and Su Bei hurriedly trailed after her. As they walked, he occasionally cast furtive glances at Mu Yunxi, yearning to strike up a conversation but unsure of how to begin. Seemingly aware of Su Bei's gaze, Mu Yunxi remained silent, engrossed in her own thoughts. Finally, summoning his courage, Su Bei ventured, "Senior sister, what unique aspects does our sect possess?" Mu Yunxi then slowed her pace and replied softly, "Within the sect, there are martial arts arenas, scripture pavilions, and alchemy chambers, all of which I will show you shortly." "How many disciples does our master have?" Su Bei inquired. Mu Yunxi glanced at him and calmly answered, "Including you, there are 3 in total. Besides you and me, there is another junior sister currently out on a training expedition." Su Bei's eyes brightened with curiosity as he pressed further, "When will the second senior sister return?" Mu Yunxi gently shook her head. "I do not know. Her return date from this training journey remains uncertain." Su Bei nodded and inquired, "Sister, how long have you been in the sect?" Mu Yunxi pondered briefly before replying, "It has been over 50 years. 50 years? That is quite a long time." Su Bei exclaimed in astonishment. Mu Yunxi let out a gentle sigh. "Time flies. In this sect, 50 years pass as swiftly as a flick of the fingers. Come, let's ascend." "Walking is too slow," she declared, summoning her flying sword. Su Bei gazed at the gleaming blade with admiration, yearning for the day he could wield such power in the foundation establishment stage. As he stepped onto the sword, he lost his balance momentarily. Mu Yunxi reached out to steady him, saying, "Hold steady." The sword transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards the sect. The sudden acceleration caused Su Bei to lean forward, instinctively grasping Mu Yunxi's waist. He distinctly felt the softness beneath his hands. Mu Yunxi shivered slightly, her cheeks flushing with indignation as she scolded, "Su Bei, how dare you?" Realizing his indiscretion, Su Bei hurriedly withdrew his hands and explained, "Sister, I didn't mean to. It was just too fast, and I was afraid of falling." Mu Yunxi huffed, "This shall not happen again." Su Bei internally mused about how women in this world could be so uptight over such trivialities. It was merely a moment of support, he thought, though his face bore a mask of contrition. "Sister, I truly regret my actions and assure you it will not happen again." Mu Yunxi chose to ignore him, focusing intently on controlling the sword as she accelerated. The wind howled past them, and Su Bei felt the scenery blur by. He cautiously stole glances at Mu Yunxi, noting her still furrowed brow and tightly pursed lips, clearly still upset. "Sister, are you angry?" he asked tentatively. Mu Yunxi remained silent. "Sister, I truly did not intend any disrespect. Please don't ignore me." As her silence persisted, Su Bei's anxiety deepened. "Must you speak so much?" Mu Yunxi shot him an impatient glare, her eyes filled with exasperation. Startled by her fierce look, Su Bei promptly withdrew his neck and fell silent. After a brief circuit, they returned to Bai Waner's cave dwelling. Bai Waner greeted them with a smile. "So, Su Bei, are you becoming familiar with the sect?" Mu Yunxi nodded slightly, replying, "I have shown him around. He should now know the essential locations." Su Bei hurriedly bowed, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, master. Thank you, sister." Bai Waner waved her hand dismissively, instructing, "Su Bei, now that you are familiar, You must devote yourself to your training and avoid any laziness. Su Bei responded earnestly. Rest assured, Master, I will strive diligently. Good, good. Your sister achieved foundation establishment in just 100 days. You must work hard. Noting that Su Bei had reached the second layer of qi refinement, Bai Wanner nodded with satisfaction, her gaze filled with anticipation for him. Su Bei felt a jolt of surprise. Achieving foundation establishment in 100 days was an astonishing feat, deepening his admiration for his sister. If the experience required for the first layer was 15 and for the second layer was 20, increasing by 5 points for each subsequent layer. Reaching the 12th level of qi refinement requires a total of 510 experience points. With the addition of double experience, it would take me a staggering 255 days. This is with my assistance. Without it, I cannot fathom how many years I would need to establish a foundation. No wonder the path of cultivation places such emphasis on innate talent. Su Bei raised his head to look at his master and said, Disciple shall strive to emulate senior sister and endeavor to establish a foundation at the earliest opportunity. Bai Wanner smiled and replied, Such determination is commendable, as your master. I do not impose a strict timeline upon you for foundation establishment. However, remember that the path of cultivation must not be rushed. One must lay a solid foundation in order to progress steadily and far. Su Bei respectfully responded, Disciple will heed the teachings of master. Bai Wanner nodded gently. Then you may descend and cultivate on your own. After Su Bei took his leave, Mu Yunxi voiced her lingering doubts. Master, why did you accept the junior disciple as your student? His aptitude is so lacking. Bai Wanner smiled faintly, her gaze imbued with profound meaning, and slowly replied, Yunxi, what I value is not merely aptitude. This child, Su Bei, is pure-hearted and kind, possessing a remarkable resilience. I believe that diligence can compensate for shortcomings. Chapter 12. Breakthrough to foundation establishment. Life on the mountain is often monotonous. Each day revolves solely around cultivation, an endless cycle of repetition. Of course, Su Bei is the exception. He spends his days basking in the sun, reading books, and sleeping. Over time, Bai Wanner grew increasingly critical of Su Bei, reprimanding him repeatedly. Su Bei, with such laziness, when will you ever achieve something? Master, one must balance work and rest in cultivation, he retorted, gradually perceiving the unguarded nature of his beautiful master. If you do not amend your idle ways, I shall cease to concern myself with you. Bai Wanner's face began to show signs of impatience. Only then did Su Bei suppress his laughter, adopting a serious demeanor, and said, Master, I acknowledge my faults. I will strive diligently in my cultivation from now on. Yet, within a few days, he reverted to his old habits. It was not that he lacked the desire to improve, but rather that effort seemed futile. Bai Wanner could do nothing but shake her head and sigh repeatedly. She understood all too well the difficulties of the cultivation path, yet Su Bei's laziness and lack of ambition genuinely vexed and worried her. She had believed this boy to possess a resilient character, but now he seemed to be wallowing in self-pity. Though a mixed spiritual route may hinder progress, with perseverance, one could still achieve greatness. Bai Wanner had often reminded him, Su Bei, a mixed spiritual route is not to be feared. What is truly alarming is the loss of your ambition. It was not until Su Bei broke through to the foundation establishment stage that Bai Wanner's perception of him began to change. Su Bei Realm. Early foundation establishment, 21,000, body refinement. Early foundation establishment, 21,000, technique. Basic Qi refinement technique, body refinement technique skill. Talismans 2, 377500, Master. I have broken through to the foundation establishment. Su Bei exclaimed proudly as he ran towards Bai Wanner. Bai Wanner observed his triumphant demeanor and chuckled softly, saying, Indeed, indeed. It seems my efforts have not been in vain. However, do not become complacent. Establishing a foundation is merely a small step on the path of cultivation. Reflecting on her previous concerns and admonitions towards Su Bei, she couldn't help but smile ruefully, realizing she had underestimated the young man's potential. Su Bei scratched his head and replied, Master, I understand. I will continue to strive diligently. Mu Yunxi was equally astonished, as she had thought Su Bei would continue to languish aimlessly. She never anticipated that he would achieve a breakthrough so swiftly, particularly with a mixed spiritual route, which was only marginally better than having none at all. Bai Wanner produced a flying sword, its blade shimmering with a soft azure light, exceptionally sharp. She regarded Su Bei with a serious expression and said, Su Bei, this sword is named Qingfeng. Though it is not an extraordinary weapon, it has served me well in my earlier years. Now that you have established your foundation, I bestow it upon you, hoping you will wield it to carve your path boldly on the road of cultivation. Master, I shall not dishonor this mission. I will ensure this sword shines brightly in my hands, Su Bei exclaimed, joyfully accepting the flying sword. You may now undertake tasks for the sect and descend the mountain. Upon hearing this, Su Bei felt a tremor in his heart. Are the tasks dangerous? I merely wish to survive. Can I decline? His countenance reflected hesitation, with a hint of trepidation in his voice. Bai Wanner's expression hardened as she stated, Su Bei, how can you harbor thoughts of retreat on the path of cultivation? This task is not just a trial, but a rare opportunity for growth. Mu Yunqi quickly encouraged him, Junior brother, do not fear. This is an excellent chance for you to showcase your abilities. Very well, I shall go, Su Bei said after a long contemplation, realizing he could not evade his responsibilities. It would be a disservice to their teachings. This is a talisman I have crafted, capable of extinguishing a nascent soul, Bai Wanner said, her voice clear as a spring. As she held out a talisman radiating a mysterious light, Su Bei's eyes widened in astonishment as he tremulously accepted the talisman, his voice quivering, Master. Such a treasure is truly invaluable. To think a mere foundation establishment cultivator could wield such power against a nascent soul. I feel as though I am dreaming. Bai Wanner gently shook her head, speaking softly, Su Bei, the realm of cultivation is not like the mundane world. Here, dangers abound. And this talisman is meant to ensure your safety. However, it must not be used lightly, except in life and death situations. Su Bei nodded earnestly, replying, I shall keep your words etched in my heart, Master. Additionally, here is a teleportation talisman, which can safeguard your life in times of crisis and transport you to my side. Bai Wanner presented another talisman, glowing with mysterious light. Master, your care for me is beyond my ability to repay, Su Bei said, accepting it with both hands, overwhelmed with emotion. Bai Wanner smiled gently, saying, Su Bei, my only wish is for your safe return. Do not cause me worry. Zheng Zhongqi solemnly nodded, declaring, Disciple shall exercise utmost caution, ensuring Master is not disappointed. At that moment, Mu Yunqi approached, presenting Su Bei with a storage bag. Little junior brother, within this bag are some medicinal pills that may prove invaluable in critical moments. After spending several days together, Mu Yunqi had shed the coldness she displayed upon their first encounter. Thank you, senior sister, Su Bei murmured softly. Leaning slightly forward to accept the storage bag, Mu Yunqi gently patted his shoulder, saying, Be careful out there. We await your return. Oh, senior sister. Do not miss me too much, Su Bei replied, feigning a sob as he embraced Mu Yunqi, his demeanor both pitiable and somewhat comical. Mu Yunqi's form felt as light as a cloud, warm like the spring breeze. Su Bei's arms encircled her, relishing the delicate texture of her skin and the gentle rise and fall of her breath. Initially taken aback, Mu Yunqi's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she scolded. Su Bei, you impudent rascal, release me at once. Do you not understand the difference between the sexes? As she pushed against him, the physical contact sent her heart racing. Bai Wanner, observing from the side, could not help but shake her head and chuckle. Su Bei, in such a state, you hardly resemble a cultivator. Hearing Master's words, Su Bei promptly released his hold. Flushed with embarrassment and anger, Mu Yunqi stamped her foot and reproached, You unseemly fellow, keep this up, and I'll make you pay. Su Bei, awkwardly, replied, Senior sister, it's just that I am reluctant to part with you. He turned to face Bai Wanner, his eyes filled with longing, resembling a forsaken cub. Master, as I depart, I know not when I shall return. You must take care of yourself. Kneeling before Bai Wanner, he embraced her slender legs tightly, his forehead resting against the soft fabric of her skirt, absorbing her warmth. Gently, Bai Wanner stroked his head, reassuring him, Su Bei, do not fear. With the treasures I have bestowed upon you, you shall return safely. Chapter 13. Under scrutiny reluctantly. Su Bei released Bai Wanner's legs and slowly rose to his feet, mindful not to act as freely as he had with senior sister. Having one thigh to hold was already a considerable blessing. Su Bei, this is the foundational cultivation technique I have prepared for you. Take good care of it. This technique, known as Jade Clarity Foundation Method, is the culmination of my years of cultivation experience. You must comprehend it diligently and practice tirelessly, never allowing yourself to become complacent. With a graceful wave of her hand, a radiant light appeared, revealing an ancient tome that she presented to Su Bei. Master, I shall earnestly adhere to your teachings. Diligently comprehend the Jade Clarity Foundation Method and train rigorously, ensuring I do not disappoint your expectations. The path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. You may encounter numerous difficulties. But as long as you remain steadfast, you shall achieve success. Master, I understand. Regardless of the hardships that lie ahead, I shall maintain my resolve and tread forward. Step by step, Bai Wanner gazed at Su Bei, filled with determination, and felt a deep sense of satisfaction within her heart. Good, she nodded slightly. Return and diligently contemplate the techniques. Should you have any inquiries, do not hesitate to approach your master. Once your cultivation stabilizes, you may descend the mountain. After parting ways, Su Bei returned to his cave dwelling. Upon entering, he immediately immersed himself in the study of the cultivation methods. However, the esoteric phrases ensnared him in a fog of confusion. Taking a moment to steady his mind, He began to meditate as instructed by the teachings. Su Bei regulated his breath, striving to attain a tranquil state of mind, with his hands forming seals. He guided the spiritual energy within him as per the requirements of the technique. Yet at the outset, the energy behaved like a mischievous child, refusing to heed his commands and darting haphazardly about. Beads of sweat formed on Su Bei's forehead, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. As time silently slipped away, Su Bei maintained his meditative posture, grappling with the unruly spiritual energy within. Ultimately, he managed to coax the energy onto the correct path of the technique. When he gradually opened his eyes, fatigue was etched upon his face, as though he had just emerged from a fierce battle, drained of all vitality. Su Bei Realm. Early Foundation Establishment, 21,000, Body Refinement. Early Foundation Establishment, 21,000, Techniques. Jade Clarity Foundation Establishment Technique Body Refinement Technique Skills. Talismans 2, 377500, in the following days. Su Bei delved into the remaining skills of the 6 arts of cultivation. He dedicated himself wholeheartedly to his training, often neglecting sleep and food. Bai Wan'er frequently observed Su Bei's progress in secret, and witnessing his diligent efforts eased her concerns. The double experience is gone, Su Bei muttered with a frown. His expression clouded with worry. Su Bei Realm. Early Foundation Establishment, 222-1000, Body Refinement. Early Foundation Establishment, 222-1000, Techniques. Jade Clarity Foundation Establishment Technique Body Refinement Technique Skills. Talismans 3, 993,000. 13 corresponds to beginner. 36 to intermediate. 79 to advanced. Alchemy 2, 60,500. Refinement 2, 10500. Formation 1, 80100. Beast Mastery 1, 30100. Spirit Value 1, 8,100. The months of arduous training bore significant fruit. Su Bei utilized the remaining few hundred spirit stones to purchase double experience, keeping only a few dozen in reserve. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to craft a batch of beginner talismans for sale. This was currently his sole source of income, and given his present level, he boasted a success rate exceeding 90% in producing beginner talismans. He prepared the materials, calmed his mind, and focused entirely on the task of crafting talismans. His brush danced like a spirited serpent, inscribing mysterious patterns upon the talisman paper. In no time, a beginner talisman was completed, its spiritual energy radiating steadily and gently. A clear indication of success. With a flourish, he produced talisman after talisman, each one a testament to his skill. As noon approached, he gradually felt a sense of exhaustion, his spiritual energy flowing less smoothly than in the morning. Su Bei understood that impatience would not serve him well. He paused his writing, took a brief respite, and circulated his energy to restore some of his vitality. When he resumed his drawing in the afternoon, he did so with heightened caution, infusing each stroke with greater concentration. As night fell, Su Bei had successfully crafted a total of 45 elementary talismans. In the days that followed, he diligently produced these talismans day after day. And before he knew it, a month had slipped by. During this time, his drawing skills had become increasingly proficient, and his speed had notably improved. The minor mistakes that had occasionally occurred at the outset had now nearly vanished. He consistently created around 50 talismans each day, amassing a total of over 1,500 elementary talismans by the end of the month. Determined to sell them, Su Bei ventured to the market. Rather than setting up a stall and wasting time, he sought out a shop instead. The establishment, named Lingjin Pavilion, was managed by a middle-aged cultivator. Upon entering, Su Bei engaged in discussions with the shopkeeper regarding the sale of his talismans. The shopkeeper examined one of the talismans closely, a flicker of surprise crossing his features before he composed himself and remarked, "Elementary talismans, of commendable quality, but as for the price, I can only offer you 15 spirit stones for 10. Su Bei furrowed his brow and retorted, "Shopkeeper, your offer is far too low. These talismans are of superior quality, brimming with stable spiritual energy. Surely 10 should be worth at least 20 spirit stones." The shopkeeper shook his head gently, stroking his beard as he replied, "Young friend, do not be unreasonable. The market is currently flooded with elementary talismans. My offer is already quite fair." Su Bei, aware of the market dynamics, knew his talismans were of better quality than those available outside, and he refused to concede. "If you truly wish to procure them, then 20 spirit stones for 10 is my final offer." After a moment of contemplation, the shopkeeper displayed a conflicted expression and said, "Very well. Considering the quality of your talismans, I can offer you 18 spirit stones for 10. This is the best price I can manage." After deliberating, Su Bei found the offer acceptable and replied, "Agreed, as you say." He subsequently handed over all the talismans to the shopkeeper and accepted the spirit stones he was given in return. Su Bei also purchased some talisman paper and beast blood before exiting the store. In total, it cost him less than 3,000 spirit stones. with the materials accounting for 60% of his expenses. Thus, he would still profit by over 1,200 spirit stones. This batch of talismans was entirely profitable, as all the materials had been provided by Wanner. As Su Bei calculated his earnings, a pair of shadowy eyes from a corner followed him intently. It was a small, wiry man with shifty eyes who had blended into the crowd and discreetly trailed Su Bei, oblivious to the unusual presence behind him. Su Bei continued on his way, while the small man kept a close watch on the storage bag at Su Bei's waist that held the spirit stones, a greedy smile creeping across his lips. Meanwhile, Su Bei remained unhurried in his stride. Chapter 14, by Wanner to the rescue boy, hand over the storage bag, and I shall spare your life. On the winding path leading back to Yuxiao Peak, an unexpected voice caused a sudden tightening in Su Bei's heart. However, he quickly regained his composure. His gaze turned frigid as he fixed it upon the diminutive man ahead, whose furtive eyes and thin frame betrayed his unscrupulous nature. In a deep voice, Su Bei admonished, "This is the domain of our sect. How dare you behave so audaciously?" The small man, undeterred by Su Bei's words, likely accustomed to such confrontations, retorted with a menacing sneer, "Do not think you can intimidate me with your sect, as long as I act swiftly. Who would know it was I?" Infuriated, Su Bei laughed mockingly. "Very well then. Do try your luck today and see if you can pilfer even a single coin from me." With that, he ceased his verbal sparring and summoned his flying sword, channeling his spiritual energy into it. The sword erupted with brilliant light, ringing out with a resounding chime. Su Bei's eyes sparkled like lightning as he glared at the small man, challenging, "Come forth and show me the extent of your abilities." The small man's eyes flickered with a mix of greed and astonishment, for how could a mere foundation establishment cultivator wield a spiritual weapon? Su Bei let out a cold chuckle. "Are you afraid now? It is too late for regrets." With a swift change of hand gestures, the flying sword shot towards the small man with a piercing speed. Reacting quickly, the small man employed a strange technique to narrowly evade the sword's lethal strike. Seeing his initial attack fail, Su Bei deftly manipulated his sword, launching a relentless barrage of strikes akin to a tempest. Despite it being his first battle, Su Bei remained unfazed, bolstered by the confidence of his hidden life-preserving trump card. The small man, driven to desperation, roared in fury as a formidable aura erupted from him, revealing a long black whip that had mysteriously appeared in his grasp. He wielded the whip with a fierce wind, clashing against the flying sword, producing a resonant clang. Su Bei's heart sank. He had not anticipated such a tactic from the diminutive foe. Yet, he did not retreat. Instead, he intensified his spiritual energy, commanding his sword to attack with greater ferocity. The small man, refusing to concede, danced the whip like a nimble serpent, continuously parrying the onslaught of the flying sword. The two became ensnared in a stalemate, the surrounding trees bowing and cracking under the surging spiritual energy. Su Bei's expression sharpened as he resolved to alter his strategy. Chanting incantations, he executed a spell that caused the flying sword to split into several shimmering sword shadows, all converging upon the small man from various angles. The small man's countenance shifted dramatically, his whip flailed in a desperate attempt to shield against this multifaceted assault. Yet, a crucial gap emerged, and a sword shadow grazed his arm, causing blood to spatter forth. "Ah!" The small man let out a wretched cry, his offensive momentum faltering. Seizing the opportunity, Su Bei amplified his attack. The flying sword blazed with renewed brilliance, aimed directly at the small man's chest. Just as the climax of the confrontation drew near, a radiant shield suddenly enveloped the small man, deflecting the sword's deadly thrust. Startled, Su Bei was taken aback, not anticipating that this slender man possessed such formidable defensive artifacts. However, he did not relent, once again manipulating his flying sword to relentlessly assault the protective shield. The brilliance of the shield gradually dimmed, and the pallor on the slender man's face deepened. He had underestimated the power of the spiritual artifact, realizing that if this continued, his defeat was inevitable. He gritted his teeth and unleashed his final trump card. Suddenly, he spewed a mouthful of blood onto his long whip. Instantly, the whip transformed into a blood-red hue, emanating a sinister aura. The slender man swung the whip fiercely towards Su Bei, sensing the imminent danger of this strike. Su Bei hastily recalled his flying sword to shield himself. With a resounding crash, a burst of spiritual energy erupted, sending both combatants staggering back several steps. Su Bei felt a surge of internal turbulence, while the slender man fell to one knee, gasping for breath, clearly at the end of his strength. Taking a deep breath to calm the chaotic energy within him, Su Bei prepared to deliver the final blow to the slender man with his flying sword. Just then, a commanding voice echoed from a distance. "Stop!" Su Bei ignored it and continued to thrust his sword towards the slender man. "Impudent!" The owner of the voice suddenly appeared before Su Bei, effortlessly deflecting the flying sword with a wave of immense power. The newcomer was a young man. Glaring at Su Bei, Did you not hear me tell you to stop? Su Bei's expression darkened. This man sought to rob him. Why should he cease his actions? Do you not recognize me? The man crossed his arms and cast a sidelong glance. Su Bei furrowed his brows, clenching his fists, and replied, Why should I recognize you? The man huffed coldly, stepping forward. I am Chen Yu, the nephew of an elder from the Xianshao Peak of the Lingshao sect. If you know what is good for you, let him go and don't force my hand. Considering the man was merely at the nascent soul stage, Su Bei felt undaunted. We are not to be trifled with. Su Bei straightened his posture, declaring, Even with your status, you cannot act so unreasonably. His blatant robbery warrants appropriate punishment. Chen Yu glared at Su Bei, pointing a finger at him. Are you truly unwilling to give me this face? Unfazed, Su Bei raised his chin defiantly. Respect is earned, not given. There is no room for compromise in this matter today. A flicker of malice crossed Chen Yu's eyes as he abruptly waved his sleeve. Very well, you have guts. With that, he suddenly lunged forward, striking Su Bei's chest with a powerful palm without warning. Caught off guard, Su Bei was struck and staggered backward, a cough of blood escaping his lips. The man before him believed himself superior. Seizing the moment while Chen Yu was distracted, he stealthily retrieved a communication jade talisman from his pocket, shattering it to send a distress signal to Bai Waner. Humph, a fool unaware of his own demise. One must consider their master when beating a dog. Chen Yu scoffed disdainfully at the injured Su Bei. Gritting his teeth, Su Bei retorted angrily, Are you a dog? Relying solely on the favor of a relative. What is there to be proud of? Are you perhaps his illegitimate child? Chen Yu's expression darkened. You insolent wretch, dare you speak so defiantly? Today, you shall learn the consequences. Unfazed, Su Bei had already sent a message to Bai Waner, who would surely arrive shortly. Come on, I am eager to see what you can do to me. Just as Chen Yu was about to strike, a furious voice echoed from the distance. You wretched fool. How dare you? A formidable presence rushed forward. Chen Yu's expression changed, dread filling his heart. Suddenly, a graceful woman with an ethereal aura appeared before Su Bei. It was Bai Waner. Master, Su Bei called weakly. Bai Waner steadied him, assessing his injuries, her countenance growing ever more somber. How dare you resort to such brutality? Which peak do you belong to? Bai Waner's esteemed name was known throughout Lingshao sect, especially as she was the object of admiration for her uncle. Chen Yu composed himself, clasping his hands in salute. Elder Bai, I am Chen Yu, a disciple of Xianshao Peak. Chen Feng is my uncle. Chapter 15, Meeting the Master of Lingshao Sect. So he is Chen Feng's nephew. No wonder he is so arrogant. Even if your uncle is an elder of Xianshao Peak, it does not grant you the license to act so recklessly. Bai Waner's gaze turned icy, her beautiful face slightly chilled. Chen Yu was taken aback by her lack of leniency. He hastily explained, Elder Bai, it was he who attacked me first. I acted impulsively. Why would he attack you? Bai Waner interrupted sharply. Master, this man attempted to seize my storage bag, and when I retaliated, Chen Yu indiscriminately attacked me. Su Bei managed to endure the pain and pointed at the frail man. Bai Waner, upon hearing this, was engulfed in fury. What an unruly Chen Yu. Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of the sect. With that, Bai Waner waved her hand, unleashing a powerful surge of spiritual energy towards Chen Yu and the frail man. Chen Yu could not evade in time. The force struck him, sending him flying to the ground, where he spat out blood. The frail man fell lifeless. Junior sister, cease. Su Bei turned at the sound, spotting a man in a blue robe riding the wind, his expression anxious. It was none other than Chen Feng, the master of Xianshao Peak and Chen Yu's uncle. It seemed that Chen Yu, seeing Bai Waner show no mercy, had shattered the communication talisman to summon Chen Feng. Upon landing, Chen Feng examined Chen Yu's injuries. Noting his pale complexion and weakened state, a surge of anger welled within him. Uncle, save me, Chen Yu uttered with great difficulty. Junior sister, your actions were excessively severe. Chen Feng bellowed. Chen Yu was his own nephew. Even if there were grievances, one must consider the relationship. Chen Feng's face was a mask of rage, his eyes wide with indignation, fixed upon Bai Waner. Bai Waner remained unyielding. Chen Feng, this is a consequence of his own making. Chen Feng glared fiercely at Bai Waner. Even if Chen Yu was in the wrong, he was still his nephew. Humph, were it not for his harm to my disciple, how could he have met such a fate? Bai Waner stood her ground resolutely. How could my junior sister defend a disciple of inferior spirit roots, harming an elite of Lingshao sect? Chen Feng, witnessing Bai Waner's unwavering support for Su Bei, felt a pang of jealousy stir within him. Bai Waner let out a cold huff. What if he possessed inferior spirit roots? He is still my disciple. Chen Feng's face turned ashen with anger. Junior sister, do not remain obstinately blind. It is you who is obstinately blind, Chen Feng. You cannot distinguish right from wrong, only knowing to favor your inept nephew. Very well. Very well. Do not think that I will always tolerate you, junior sister. Chen Feng resolved to no longer endure this, since he could not have it. Why humble himself any further? Bai Waner furrowed her brow and asked, Chen Feng, what do you mean by this? Taking a deep breath to quell his tumultuous emotions, Chen Feng replied slowly, Junior sister, you know my feelings for you, yet you remain ungrateful. Do not blame me for what follows. No sooner had he spoken than a sharp surge of energy surged towards Su Bei. Bai Wanner's complexion changed dramatically. Chen Feng, have you lost your mind? She swiftly positioned herself before Su Bei and waved her sleeve to dissipate the energy. Chen Feng was undeterred. No one shall stop me today, Bai Wanner. As he spoke, he formed a seal with his hands, gathering a more formidable force in his palms. Upon witnessing this, Bai Wanner's gaze sharpened, and she cried out. With a flourish of her jade hand, a brilliant light struck Chen Feng instantaneously. Chen Feng let out a muffled groan. His body hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. Chen Feng, you are truly ungrateful. Daring to harm my disciple. Bai Wanner scolded vehemently. You have broken through to the transformation stage? Chen Feng's eyes widened in shock. To think that both had originally reached the late stage of the nascent soul together, yet Bai Wanner's casual strike rendered him utterly defenseless. The secret of Bai Wanner's breakthrough to the transformation stage was known only to the sect master of Lingxiao sect. It was highly confidential, closely guarded by the sect master, who feared even a whisper might escape. After all, in the realm of cultivation, the emergence of a transformation stage powerhouse could draw the attention and covetousness of various factions. And so what? Out of respect for our past camaraderie as fellow disciples, I shall spare your life today. However, you must accompany me to meet the sect master. Bai Wanner cast him a frigid glance. Finding him, she took Su Bei and sped towards the sect master of Lingxiao sect like a bolt of lightning. Throughout the journey, Chen Feng struggled incessantly, cursing, Bai Wanner, release me. I am still your senior brother, after all. Unmoved, Bai Wanner merely quickened her pace. Soon, they arrived before the sect master of Lingxiao sect. Bai Wanner unceremoniously tossed Chen Feng to the ground and clasped her hands in respect. Sect master, today, Chen Feng recklessly harmed my disciple. I implore the sect master to uphold justice. The sect master furrowed his brow, gazing at the prostrate Chen Feng. Chen Feng, is this true? Chen Feng gritted his teeth, laboriously rising from the ground and wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Master, it was Bai Wanner who harmed my nephew first. Bai Wanner maintained a calm demeanor. Master, Chen Feng's nephew, Chen Yu, has been engaging in nefarious activities and has harmed my disciple. I merely administered a slight punishment to help him remember his place. The lord of Lingxiao sect's expression darkened. Chen Feng was momentarily at a loss for words. Master, Chen Feng, your lack of discipline has allowed your nephew to act with impunity, even resorting to violence against my disciples. Henceforth, you are to reflect in solitude for 3 months, and Chen Yu is expelled from the sect. The lord of Lingxiao sect let out a cold snort. Chen Feng's face turned ashen. Master, no need for further words, this matter is settled. Guards, take Chen Feng to his place of reflection and expel Chen Yu from the sect. The lord of Lingxiao sect waved his hand decisively. As soon as he finished speaking, several law enforcement disciples entered in response, seizing Chen Feng and dragging him away. Is this the disciple you just accepted? The gaze of the lord of Lingxiao sect fell upon Su Bei, standing behind Bai Wanner, filled with scrutiny and curiosity. A mixed spiritual root? How could my junior sister take him as a disciple? Bai Wanner perceived his thoughts and replied, this child, Su Bei, possesses a pure heart and has a past connection with me. Since he is your disciple, as his uncle, I shall not be stingy. Consider these spirit stones as a token of our meeting. With that, the lord of Lingxiao sect waved his hand, and a storage bag appeared before Su Bei. Su Bei hurriedly bowed in gratitude. Thank you for your generous gift, Uncle Master. The lord of Lingxiao sect smiled faintly. Cultivate diligently. Do not disappoint your master's expectations. Rest assured, Uncle Master, I shall strive with all my might and not bring shame to my master. Bai Wanner interjected. Su Bei, remember the Lord's words today. Do not be negligent. Su Bei nodded earnestly. Master, I shall keep it in mind. Very well, you may leave now. The lord of Lingxiao sect instructed with a wave of his hand. Bai Wanner and Su Bei bowed before slowly exiting the grand hall. The two made their way to Bai Wanner's cave dwelling. Chapter 16, Master, my chest hurts. Bai Wanner produced a healing elixir and handed it to Su Bei. Su Bei, this is a healing pill. You must take it swiftly, she said with concern. Thank you, Master. Su Bei accepted the elixir. Placing it in his mouth and feeling it dissolve, a warm force swiftly spreading throughout his body. Bai Wanner gently patted Su Bei's shoulder. Do not delay. Take it, and then focus on your recovery. Su Bei, not daring to hesitate, immediately seated himself and began to cultivate for healing. Half an hour later, Su Bei slowly opened his eyes, a hint of color returning to his face. Bai Wanner, who had been vigilantly watching over him, eagerly inquired, How do you feel? Su Bei rose and said, Master, my chest is painful. Bai Wanner furrowed her brow. reaching out her delicate hand to check Su Bei's pulse. There seems to be no issue. Su Bei pressed his hand against his chest, whispering, "Master, could you possibly rub my chest? It might alleviate the pain." Bai Wan'er widened her eyes in astonishment, utterly taken aback by her disciple's unexpected request. Is this the work of a master? Her complexion instantly flushed crimson. A mix of embarrassment and anger as she scolded, "Su Bei, what nonsense are you speaking? What kind of decorum is this?" Su Bei bit his lip, attempting to explain, "But it genuinely hurts." Bai Wan'er, fuming with indignation, retorted, "Even if you are in pain, you cannot utter such absurdities. If you continue like this, I shall no longer take care of you." Panic seized Su Bei as he pleaded, "Master, I dare not. Please do not abandon me. I truly understand my mistake." Bai Wan'er huffed lightly, "I will trust you this time, but you must behave yourself." Steadying herself, Bai Wan'er reached out again, placing her hand upon Su Bei's wrist to examine him closely. After a brief moment, she furrowed her brow and remarked, "The pulse remains steady. It should not be this painful." With a pained expression, Su Bei insisted, "Master, I am not lying. The pain is intensifying." Bai Wan'er bit her lip thoughtfully. "Then I shall first circulate my spiritual energy around your chest to see if I can uncover the root of the issue." As she spoke, she summoned her spiritual power, her right hand slowly approaching Su Bei's chest. The moment her hand made contact, his body involuntarily trembled slightly. The energy emanating from her palm flowed like gentle ripples across his chest. Su Bei could distinctly feel this energy, as if it possessed a life of its own. Cautiously exploring beneath his skin, gazing at her exquisite visage, so near, his heartbeat quickened uncontrollably. Bai Wan'er's skin resembled the delicate texture of white jade. Her eyes as clear as autumn waters, and her fluttering eyelashes resembled the wings of a butterfly, stirring his heartstrings. Her lips slightly pursed, and her finely chiseled features appeared as though sculpted by an artist under the soft glow of light. For a moment, Su Bei found himself entranced. "Why is your heart racing so?" Bai Wan'er inquired, her brow slightly furrowed, laced with curiosity and reproach. Su Bei's face turned beet red as he stammered, "Master, I do not know. Perhaps it is due to the pain." Bai Wan'er scoffed lightly, "Do not try to evade the truth. I see your intentions are not pure." Su Bei hastily shook his head, "Master, I dare not. I truly am." Bai Wan'er shot him a glare. "Enough? Do not explain further. If you continue in this manner, I shall no longer care for you." Su Bei, looking aggrieved, implored, "Master, I assure you, I harbor no ulterior motives. You must believe me." "Very well. You are not in pain at all," Bai Wan'er stated, her gaze filled with certainty. Su Bei was taken aback, exclaiming in distress, "Master, I truly am in pain. I am not deceiving you." With her arms crossed, Bai Wan'er replied coldly, "Then why, after probing with my spiritual energy for so long, do I find no abnormalities? Are you intentionally toying with me?" Sweat beaded on Su Bei's forehead as he anxiously responded, "Master, how could I dare? Perhaps this ailment is too peculiar for you to detect at once." Bai Wan'er narrowed her eyes slightly. "Should I trust you then?" Su Bei quickly stepped closer, earnestly declaring, "Master, every word I speak is the truth. If I utter even a half-lie, may I be struck down by heaven." Bai Wan'er let out a cold huff. "One must not lightly utter oaths as thunder strikes. We cultivators are most averse to making hasty vows to avoid entangling ourselves with karmic consequences." Spitting twice, Su Bei quickly replied, "Master, I do not understand these matters. I only ask that you trust me this once." Bai Wan'er shot him a disapproving glance. "When will you learn to temper your impetuous nature?" "Very well, you may return now." Su Bei was taken aback. "Master, what about my ailment?" Bai Wan'er, her patience wearing thin, replied, "I will contemplate it. You should go back and rest well." Crestfallen, Su Bei murmured, "Yes, master, I take my leave." As Bai Wan'er watched his retreating figure, she fell into deep thought. Upon returning to his cave abode, Su Bei opened the storage bag bestowed upon him by the sect leader of Ling Shao. He couldn't help but gasp in astonishment at the sight of a full 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Su Bei's eyes widened in disbelief and elation. With trembling hands, he caressed the spirit stones, feeling the rich aura emanating from them. "The sect leader is exceedingly generous. This will suffice for over 20 years of my expenditures." Without a moment's hesitation, he directly infused it into his cultivation for 25 years of double experience. He resolved to focus on refining new spells for the time being, pausing his talisman drawing. Thus, he hurried back to Bai Wan'er. "What do you want again?" Bai Wan'er frowned, regarding him with disdain. Su Bei grinned sheepishly, "Master, I wish to cultivate new spells and hope for your guidance." Bai Wan'er rolled her eyes. "With your impulsive temperament, can you truly settle down to practice?" Su Bei promptly assured her, "Master, this time I am earnest. I will not abandon my efforts halfway. Today's battle made me acutely aware of my shortcomings." Bai Wan'er's expression softened slightly. "Your realization is commendable. Here, take this token for the scripture repository." She tossed him an ancient-looking token. Su Bei eagerly caught it. His face alight with joy. "Thank you, master." Bai Wanner waved her hand. "Go on, go quickly, and do not linger here." Su Bei acknowledged her and turned, dashing toward the scripture repository. Before long, the towering silhouette of the repository stood before him. It boasted 5 levels, its eaves elegantly curved, exuding an imposing aura. The crimson door remained tightly shut, its brass rings bearing the marks of time. The entire structure, crafted from azure stone, radiated an ancient and mysterious essence. A faint mist of spiritual energy enveloped the surroundings, rendering the edifice ethereal, akin to a mystical pavilion in a celestial realm. 2 colossal azure stone lions flanked the entrance, exuding majesty and vigilance, like loyal sentinels. Chapter 17. The 5 Elements Sword Technique. Holding the token, Su Bei approached the entrance of the scripture repository. He raised the token before him, and a faint glow emanated from it. At that moment, the runes on the door flickered subtly, as if responding to the token's power. Suddenly, with a creak, the heavy door began to open slowly, a musty scent of ancient scrolls wafting forth to greet him. Su Bei took a deep breath and stepped into the scripture repository. Upon entering, he could immediately sense a rich aura permeating the air. The interior of the repository was spacious and serene, with only the faint echo of his footsteps reverberating. Tall bookshelves were meticulously arranged in rows, extending deep into the interior. As Su Bei walked along the shelves, his gaze eagerly swept over various texts. He flipped through the somewhat aged scrolls with haste. The detailed explanation of the fundamental qi refinement technique holds little relevance for me, he mused, shaking his head and continuing forward. Common misconceptions and insights on qi refinement. Thus, Su Bei navigated through the rows of bookshelves, deducing that this level was likely filled with techniques for the qi refinement stage. Reaching the staircase, he ascended to the 2nd floor. As soon as he stepped onto the floor above, an even denser aura enveloped him. Indeed, this level housed numerous techniques and spells for the foundation establishment stage. His gaze darted eagerly among the shelves, determined not to overlook any tome that might prove beneficial. The 5 Elements Sword Technique. This is precisely suitable for me, he thought, surmising that the creator of this technique must also possess a mixed elemental root. With excitement, Su Bei gently opened the pages, and the opening lines of the incantation captivated him entirely. The 5 elements promote one another. The sword's momentum is boundless. The sharpness of metal, the vitality of wood, the fluidity of water, the ferocity of fire, and the solidity of earth all embody the essence of the sword. The convergence of the 5 elements, unimpeded by one's roots, command the sword with the heart, and the qi with the spirit. Su Bei studied each word meticulously, his comprehension of the sword technique deepening with every line. He envisioned a predecessor, similarly endowed with a mixed elemental root, who, through unwavering determination and a passionate pursuit of the sword path, crafted this extraordinary 5 elements sword technique. Eager to commit this marvelous technique to memory, he continued to peruse the text, which detailed the cultivation methods and various sword forms associated with the 5 elements. Each sword form corresponded to a specific attribute of the elements, necessitating the mobilization of the corresponding inner spiritual energy to execute. Taking a deep breath, Su Bei attempted to channel his inner energy as instructed by the text. Initially, the energy flowed sluggishly through his meridians, causing him to furrow his brow as beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. However, Su Bei persevered, making repeated attempts. Finally, a thread of spiritual energy successfully navigated along the intended path, filling him with joy and prompting him to concentrate even more fervently on his cultivation. As time passed, Su Bei's mastery over the spiritual energy became increasingly adept, and the sword forms of the 5 elements sword technique played out continuously in his mind. The metal sword form, fierce and powerful. The wood sword form, vibrant and full of life. The water sword form, flexible and varied. The fire sword form, wildly intense. And the earth sword form, steady and profound. Gradually, he lost track of time. When he finally emerged from his state of cultivation, he noticed that darkness had already fallen outside. Su Bei exhaled deeply, feeling invigorated and filled with strength. He rose to his feet, stretching his somewhat stiff body, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. He sought out a suitable technique, the 5 elements escape art, and silently committed its contents to memory before departing from the scripture pavilion. Upon reaching Bai Wanner's cave, he called out, "Master, your disciple Su Bei seeks an audience." Shortly after, a gentle voice emanated from within the cave, "Come in." As Su Bei entered, he beheld Bai Wanner seated gracefully on a meditation mat, her beautiful eyes fixed upon him. "Su Bei, what brings you here?" she inquired. "Master, I have come to return your token," he replied. Bai Wanner raised an eyebrow slightly. "Oh? Have you exhausted its use so soon? Were there any gains?" A glimmer of excitement flashed in Su Bei's eyes as he responded, "Master, I was fortunate to discover a martial arts manual, the 5 Elements Escape Art, and a sword technique. The 5 Elements Sword Art, in the Scripture Pavilion. They are quite suitable for you. However, these 2 texts remain overlooked in the pavilion due to the scarcity of disciples with 5 Elements spiritual roots, Baiwaner remarked with a gentle sigh, continuing. The cultivation of 5 Elements spiritual roots is arduous and progresses slowly, hence the lack of practitioners. Yet, having chosen this path, you must exert more effort than others. Do not falter along the way. Yes, master. I understand, Su Bei replied earnestly. The path of cultivation is long and fraught with challenges. Do not let momentary setbacks lead you to despair. Strive not to be as indolent as before. Baiwaner regarded him with a soft gaze, gently raising her hand to pat his shoulder. Master, that was not laziness. You see, my cultivation has not lagged, Su Bei said, lifting his face with a playful smile. Baiwaner chided lightly. Humph, you little rascal, do not be so obstinate. Cultivation is like rowing upstream. If you do not advance, you will inevitably regress. Do not allow even the slightest negligence. Su Bei quickly composed his expression, acknowledging, your teachings are wise, master. I shall certainly remember them. After a brief moment of contemplation, he earnestly added, Master, I am acutely aware of my limited abilities. Might I delay my descent from the mountain for a while longer? Baiwaner frowned slightly, her expression turning serious as she replied, Su Bei, descending the mountain for training is an essential part of cultivation. Why do you fear it so? Su Bei hastily clasped his hands in explanation. Master, I feel my strength is still lacking. If I descend now, I fear I may encounter dangers I cannot confront, thus hindering my cultivation. I hope for your understanding, allowing me more time to focus on my training here. Considering the events of the day, Baiwaner refrained from pressing the matter. She scrutinized Su Bei for a moment before conceding. Very well, you may remain here for a while longer. Be sure to apply yourself diligently and do not grow complacent. Su Bei's face brightened with joy as he quickly bowed. Thank you, master. I shall diligently cultivate, living up to your high expectations. Life is precious, and the sect harbors dangers. How much more formidable is the outside world? This is not cowardice, but a prudent regard for one's life. Su Bei mused inwardly. He knew well that the path of cultivation was laden with obstacles. Yet his current lack of strength meant that reckless actions would only lead him to peril. Resolutely, he steadied his mind, silently devising his forthcoming training plans, aiming to maximize his potential during this period to ensure greater safety when he eventually descended the mountain. Upon returning to his abode, Su Bei commenced his practice of the 5 Elements sword technique. He seated himself steadily upon the couch, tightly closing his eyes and harmonizing his breath, allowing his mind to sink into a profound tranquility. Subsequently, he meticulously followed the essential techniques of the 5 Elements sword, gently guiding the spiritual energy within him to flow. His hands continuously shifted through various mudras, each movement precise and powerful. Chapter 18. World Distribution. As the spiritual energy coursed through him, a faint radiance began to envelop his body, shimmering with the myriad hues of the 5 Elements power. Su Bei clenched his jaw, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Yet he paid no mind, wholly immersed in his cultivation. Suddenly, the flow of energy became slightly impeded, causing the light to flicker erratically. A surge of anxiety gripped Su Bei's heart. He quickly adjusted his internal breath, striving to regain control over the impending turmoil of power. After considerable exertion, he successfully subdued the chaotic energy, restoring its steady flow. Su Bei dared not to relax even for a moment, continuing to guide the energy in a cyclic manner through his meridians, diligently refining and fortifying himself. Time slipped away unnoticed, and eventually, Su Bei slowly opened his eyes. A glimmer of fatigue evident, yet overshadowed by a sense of joy. Despite the tumultuous process, he could sense that he had made progress in mastering the 5 Elements sword technique. Rising to stretch his limbs, he prepared to take a brief respite before resuming his practice. Su Bei Realm, Early Foundation Establishment, 224-1000, Body Refinement. Early Foundation Establishment, 224-1000, Cultivation Techniques. Jade Clarity Foundation Establishment Technique. Body Refinement Technique. Spells. 5 Elements Sword Technique. Entry Level, 21,000. Skills. Talismans 3, 101, 3000. Alchemy 2, 62500. Artifact Refinement 2, 12500. Formation 1, 82100. Beast Control 1, 32100. Spirit Value 1, 10100. Outside the cave dwelling, Su Bei basked in the sunlight. The warm rays washed over him, alleviating the fatigue accumulated from days of rigorous training. He squinted contentedly, savoring this fleeting moment of peace and comfort. At the entrance of his cave, he had cultivated a grove of peach trees, which flourished under his careful nurturing. The reason for planting peach trees was simply his fondness for the fruit. Having resided in this place for nearly a year, his pace of cultivation was on par with that of ordinary disciples, though he could not compare with the prodigies. Stealing a brief respite from life's demands, he returned to the cave to begin his study of the 5 elements escape technique. With a focused demeanor, Su Bei silently circulated his inner spiritual energy in accordance with the technique's principles. His hands were in constant motion, forming seals in an attempt to connect with the elemental forces surrounding him. Initially, progress was not smooth. The mobilization of energy often deviated, resulting in intermittent responses from the spiritual aura. Nevertheless, Su Bei remained undeterred, repetitively practicing the technique and adjusting the output of his spiritual energy. As time elapsed, beads of sweat gradually adorned Su Bei's forehead, yet his gaze grew increasingly resolute. At long last, during one of his attempts, he sensed a subtle fluctuation in the surrounding earth's spiritual energy, which invigorated his spirit. Press on, do not falter, Su Bei urged himself internally, immersing himself ever deeper into his cultivation. Gradually, the faint ripple intensified, and it felt as though he could perceive the very veins of the earth's essence. With utmost caution, he guided this force, allowing his body to gradually merge with the earth element. Just as he was fully concentrated, a sudden surge of spiritual energy within him threatened to undo all his efforts. Gritting his teeth, Su Bei bore the discomfort, swiftly recalibrating the flow of his energy. After a strenuous adjustment, he finally regained control. At this moment, he could sense a delicate connection established between himself and the earth's spiritual energy, as if he could seamlessly merge with the very ground beneath him. Just a little more, only a fraction more, Su Bei fervently urged himself, continually pushing against his own limits. Finally, a flash of brilliance illuminated his path, and he successfully mastered the art of earth escape. Elated, he took a brief respite before eagerly embarking on the study of other elemental escape techniques. The water escape technique emphasizes harmony and fusion with the water's spiritual essence. Su Bei closed his eyes in meditation, envisioning himself amidst the boundless ocean, attuned to the ebb and flow of the water. Countless attempts and failures left his garments drenched in sweat, yet his eyes shone with unwavering determination. The fire escape technique demands formidable control over spiritual energy and a fervent will. As Su Bei practiced, the temperature around him soared, as though he were ensnared in a furnace. His skin turned a fiery red, yet he persevered with gritted teeth. The wood escape technique focuses on communication with the vitality of nature. Su Bei sat quietly in the peach grove, attuning himself to the pulse and vigor of the trees. The metal escape technique centers on sharpness and resilience. Su Bei relentlessly honed his spiritual energy, striving to make it as unyielding and sharp as metal. After several days of arduous cultivation, Su Bei finally grasped the fundamentals of the 5 elements escape technique. Su Bei Realm. Foundation Establishment Early Stage 2 for 141,000. Body Refinement. Foundation Establishment Early Stage 2 for 141,000. Techniques. Jade Clarity Foundation Establishment Method Body Refinement Technique Spells. 5 Elements Sword Technique Entry 221,000. 5 Elements Escape Technique Entry 2, 500, Skills, Talismans 3, 1, 213,000. Alchemy 2, 82, 500, Artifact Refining 2, 32, 500, Array Formation 2, 2, 500, Beast Mastery 1, 32, 100, Spiritual Value 1, 30, 100. Why is there such a disparity in experience points between 5 Elements Sword Technique and 5 Elements Escape Technique? Despite both being at the entry level, 5 Elements Sword Technique has nearly double the experience of 5 Elements Escape Technique. Su Bei furrowed his brow, filled with perplexity. Was it because the 5 Elements Sword Technique was more profound than the 5 Elements Escape Technique? Su Bei did not dwell on this matter excessively and continued to embrace a life of leisure. During this time, he crafted some talismans and sold a few spirit stones. With nothing much to occupy his time, he also delved into various books concerning this world. Through these readings, he gained a deeper understanding of his surroundings. It turned out that this continent was called the Kanglan continent. Vast and boundless, the Kanglan continent was far larger than one could imagine, divided into 5 regions. The eastern region, where he resided, bordered the sea and was dotted with numerous mountains, concealing many mysterious ruins and ancient caves. However, due to its proximity to the ocean, it frequently suffered from incursions by sea demons. Adjacent to it, the western region was a sprawling desert, characterized by harsh conditions and scarce resources. Yet, it was said that within the depths of the desert lay endless treasures and powerful magical artifacts, beckoning countless adventurers to seek them out. The southern region was a dense jungle, hot and humid, teeming with venomous insects and fierce beasts, yet it also nurtured countless precious herbs and unique spiritual entities. Unfortunately, this area was occupied by demon cultivators, rendering it off-limits to humans. The northern region was shrouded in ice and snow, bitterly cold. However, the purity of its icy power made it an ideal location for those practicing certain specialized techniques. At the heart of it all, the central region thrived in prosperity, serving as the core of the continent and a crucial trading hub. The Kanglan continent was home to a multitude of sects, among which the Lingxiao sect of the eastern region, the Jinsamen of the western region, the Wanyao Valley of the southern region, the Shuling Palace of the northern region, and the Jubao Pavilion of the central region stood out as the leaders. Chapter 19. Descent from the mountain. Su Bei's life had once again lost its purpose. Each day was spent either crafting talismans, basking in the sun, or reading. The entertainment options in this world were exceedingly few. Su Bei, how can you aspire to greatness with such a lack of ambition? Bai Wan'er lamented his complacency. Master, please do not be angry. Anger hastens aging. Su Bei replied with a playful grin, attempting to lighten the mood. Bai Wan'er, seeing his carefree demeanor, could hardly contain her frustration. If you continue in this frivolous manner, I shall no longer concern myself with you. Tomorrow, you shall descend the mountain to undergo training. Upon hearing that he was to be sent down the mountain, Su Bei was immediately alarmed. Master, I truly understand my mistakes this time. Please do not expel me. Bai Wan'er remained unmoved, resolutely stating, my mind is made up. You must take responsibility for your own fate. Su Bei wore a face of despair, realizing that his master was serious this time. His approach to cultivation differed from others. He believed that as long as he lived well, he would naturally break through without any bottlenecks, rendering such efforts unnecessary. Master, my cultivation will not falter. Within 20 years, I shall surely attain the golden core stage, Su Bei declared with conviction. Bai Wan'er glared at him, rebuking such arrogance. If you do not descend the mountain to broaden your horizons and expand your mindset, even if you manage to break through, it will merely be a hollow achievement, of little practical value. Master, I really, Su Bei began, but Bai Wan'er interrupted him. Tomorrow morning, you will descend the mountain. Yes, master. Su Bei lowered his head and responded softly. Bai Wan'er, observing his demeanor, felt a pang of compassion and took out a defensive spiritual artifact from her bosom, presenting it to him. This artifact may safeguard your life in critical moments. Use it wisely and do not disappoint the earnest intentions of your master. Su Bei accepted the artifact, a flicker of gratitude shimmering in his eyes as he replied, Thank you, master. I shall treasure it dearly. Given your current cultivation level, I cannot bestow upon you anything more formidable, lest it overwhelms you and leads to harm. Although this is merely a medium-grade artifact, it will assist you in facing numerous dangers. Remember, once you descend the mountain, do not act impulsively. Reflect upon matters with greater consideration, Bai Wan'er cautioned, her expression grave. Su Bei nodded solemnly, affirming, I shall engrave your teachings in my heart, master. A slight sigh escaped Bai Wan'er's lips. On this journey down the mountain, I cannot accompany you. You must rely solely on yourself. Remember, when confronted with insurmountable dangers, preserving your life is paramount. Rest assured, master, I will return safely. Su Bei declared, confidence glimmering in his gaze. With that, Bai Wan'er turned to leave, leaving Su Bei standing alone, collecting star sand, rescuing trapped comrades, exploring mysterious ruins. Su Bei's gaze flitted back and forth across the task board in the mission hall. He pondered inwardly, deliberating which task would be the safest choice. His fingers lightly tapped against his chin, brow furrowed in thought. Ultimately, his attention settled on the task of seeking out spiritual root prodigies. Seek spiritual root prodigies. The sect requires fresh blood, rewards based on the quality of the spiritual roots. Heavenly spiritual root prodigies. Reward of 1 high-grade spiritual artifact and 5,000 sect contribution points. Double spiritual root prodigies. Reward of 1 medium-grade spiritual artifact and 3,000 sect contribution points. Time for the task is unlimited. Bring the discovered prodigies back to the sect, where the quality of their spiritual roots will be assessed and corresponding rewards will be distributed. This task suited him perfectly, with no time constraints. This is the one, Su Bei resolved, taking a deep breath as he approached the steward responsible for task registration. Steward, I wish to undertake the task of seeking spiritual root prodigies. The steward looked up, an evaluative glint in his eyes. This task is no simple feat. Do you have a target in mind? Su Bei cupped his hands respectfully and replied, I shall exert myself to the utmost to fulfill it. The steward nodded slightly, retrieving the registration book as he said, Very well, please record your name and relevant information, then you may proceed. After completing the registration, Su Bei sought out Bai Wan'er to bid farewell. Master, I am reluctant to part from you, Su Bei said, playfully leaning closer and entwining his arm with Bai Wan'er's, resting his head against her shoulder. Bai Wan'er, both exasperated and amused, gently pushed him away. You rascal, always so frivolous. Instead of loosening his grip, Su Bei held on tighter, muttering, Master, let me be a little closer. Once I step out, this fortune will be lost. Bai Wanner, caught between laughter and admonishment, scolded lightly, "Enough of this nonsense. Be sure to act with caution on your journey." Su Bei reluctantly released his grip. Exiting Bai Wanner's cave, he raised his hand, and his sword soared forth, hovering before him. With a gentle leap, he alighted upon the blade, his garments fluttering elegantly. He had resolved to return home for a few days. The wind howled past his ears as he gazed down at the swiftly retreating mountains and rivers below. Guided by the spirit compass, he continuously adjusted his flight path. The light upon the compass flickered gently, illuminating the route back to his homeland. The surrounding white clouds raced by, while the scenery beneath him transformed incessantly. When his spiritual energy waned, he would pop a spirit-replenishing pill into his mouth. Thus, he journeyed day and night, and by the evening of the third day, he beheld the familiar outline of his native mountains. He quickly steadied himself, controlling the flying sword to descend slowly before his home. Pushing open the door, he found the once-inhabited room now cloaked in dust, cobwebs woven layer upon layer in the corners. The furnishings remained as they were, yet appeared particularly antiquated and desolate. He strolled through each corner, his fingers lightly brushing the familiar writing desk, stirring up a cloud of dust, while the bedding emitted a damp odor. After a moment of contemplation, he focused his mind, swiftly forming hand seals, reciting incantations softly. A pale blue light erupted from his hands, instantly enveloping the entire room. Wherever the light touched, dust was swept away, and cobwebs fell apart and vanished. Su Bei spent the night at home, and early the next morning, he went to the Chen family. Inquiring about his parents, he learned they had not returned, prompting him to leave the Chen residence. Having followed his parents in their wanderings since childhood, he had only settled in Qinjia village in recent years, but now they had vanished without a trace. He had once asked whether there were any other relatives, yet his parents remained silent or changed the subject. Standing on the hillside outside Qinjia village, he cast a glance at this fleeting sanctuary that had once provided him solace. His heart was heavy with emotion, for now, there were no ties here. And his parents were utterly untraceable. There was nothing left to yearn for. After much contemplation, Su Bei resolved to depart in search of a mortal city. The eastern region was teeming with mortals, ruled by numerous dynasties. Cultivators typically established their abodes in places rich with spiritual veins, rarely interacting with the common folk. Riding his sword, Su Bei soared through the skies, unaware of how long he had flown when a bustling mortal city appeared before him. Chapter 20. Arrival at Luoshui. The three characters Luoshui City were inscribed prominently above the city gate, their strokes robust and powerful. Each pen stroke weighted as if carved into stone. At the city gate, a throng of people bustled about, merchants balancing burdens, women with children in tow, and hurried travelers. Su Bei moved with the crowd, slowly entering the city. Shops lined the streets on either side, the sounds of haggling filling the air. Was this not reminiscent of ancient times? How did it compare to the grandeur of prosperous Chang'an? This was his first time in the city, and he gazed around with curiosity, filled with a sense of novelty for everything around him. As he ventured further, a delightful aroma of food wafted through the air, emanating from various food stalls that were steaming with warmth. However, he lamented inwardly, lacking any money. He could only swallow his saliva while eyeing the tantalizing delicacies, as his pockets were empty, leaving him unable to sample any of these culinary delights. Wandering aimlessly through the city, he suddenly stumbled upon a pawn shop. A pawn shop? I could sell something here. His eyes brightened as he rummaged through his storage bag for items of value. After some deliberation, the least valuable thing he possessed was a spirit stone. With the spirit stone in hand, he hastily entered the pawn shop. The shopkeeper cast a sidelong glance at him and asked nonchalantly, "What do you wish to pawn?" Su Bei extended the spirit stone towards him. The shopkeeper accepted it, examining it closely in his palm, then furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is this?" "A gem. Will you take it?" The shopkeeper scoffed. "A gem? In all my years at this shop, I have never seen one resembling this. Are you jesting with me? This is indeed a gem, albeit a rare one." Su Bei explained. The shopkeeper scrutinized it for a moment longer before shaking his head, stating, regardless of its rarity, "I must appraise it according to the rules of my shop. I assess it to be worth at most 10 taels of silver. Never mind, I shall not sell it." Su Bei replied, reaching for the spirit stone. However, the shopkeeper pressed the stone down firmly, saying, "Now that you are here, we can negotiate the price." Su Bei frowned and responded, "That price is far too low. It is simply unacceptable." The shopkeeper's eyes darted thoughtfully, then let us add 5 more taels. "It cannot be more than that." Su Bei shook his head again. "No, that is still vastly inferior to its true worth." The shopkeeper examined the stone repeatedly, noting its fist-sized form, smooth surface, and a luminous milky hue. Within the stone, a faint light pulsated, reminiscent of a shimmering galaxy. It was rumored that the young lady of the Wang family was willing to pay handsomely for rare stones. The shopkeeper mused that this might catch the young lady's attention. If he could leverage this opportunity to establish a connection with the Wang family, it would indeed be a tremendous chance for advancement. Delighted at this prospect, the shopkeeper remarked, "Given its quality, my offer is already quite generous. I can increase it to a flat 20 taels." Su Bei's brow furrowed tightly as he resolutely replied, "Bring it to me. I will seek elsewhere. Let us not be hasty. How about 100 taels?" The shopkeeper urged, his gaze fixated on the spirit stone in Su Bei's hand. Su Bei halted, turning around with visible dissatisfaction. 100 taels? Still far too little. The value of this gem exceeds that amount. The shopkeeper clenched his teeth and said, "Then 200 taels. That is my utmost limit." Su Bei hesitated briefly before stating, 500 taels, or I will take my leave." The shopkeeper's face showed signs of struggle, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He gazed intently at the spirit stone in Su Bei's hand, then glanced at Su Bei's resolute expression. Finally, he stamped his foot and said, "Very well. 500 taels it is. Shopkeeper, quickly bring me the silver." The shopkeeper nodded and turned to instruct the assistant to fetch the money. In a short while, the assistant returned, cradling 500 taels of silver. Su Bei accepted the silver, examined it meticulously, and upon confirming its authenticity, handed the spirit stone to the shopkeeper. "If you happen to possess more of such items, do not hesitate to seek me out. The price will certainly satisfy you," the shopkeeper said. His face beaming with a smile, his eyes narrowed to slits. Su Bei nodded slightly and replied, "I appreciate your kindness, shopkeeper. Do you know of any houses for sale?" The shopkeeper paused momentarily, then responded, "There are several pawn shops on the east side of the city that frequently have houses for sale. You might want to explore there." Su Bei graciously thanked him, pocketed the silver, and swiftly departed. The shopkeeper watched Su Bei's receding figure, muttering to himself, "This young man truly has struck gold." He then retreated into the inner room with the spirit stone. Following the shopkeeper's advice, Su Bei soon arrived at the pawn shops on the east side of the city. The bustling atmosphere was lively, with people coming and going. A shrewd and capable pawnbroker approached Su Bei as he entered, promptly greeting him, "Young master, are you in search of a house?" Su Bei nodded. "Indeed, may I inquire about the types of houses available?" The pawnbroker's eyes brightened as he enthusiastically began to describe. "Young master, we have lively houses near the bustling market, convenient for travel. There are also tranquil courtyards located in serene alleys, suitable for nurturing one's spirit. And we have grand estates with gardens and ponds, exuding a sense of prestige. Which type appeals to you?" Su Bei pondered for a moment. "Please take me to see the courtyard in the quiet alley first." The pawnbroker replied, "Certainly, this way please." Following the pawnbroker, Su Bei arrived at a small courtyard. Upon entering, he noticed that although the yard was modest, it was elegantly arranged, with several bamboo plants swaying in the corner. Su Bei felt quite satisfied and, after a round of haggling, ultimately purchased the courtyard for 120 taels of silver. Having secured a place to stay, Su Bei intended to reside there long-term. Compared to the realm of cultivation, the mortal city may well be the safest haven. Here, there were no blood-soaked storms arising from disputes over treasures and secrets among cultivators. There was no threat from rampaging beasts or mysterious traps lurking in the shadows. Instead, the streets were filled with the laughter and frolic of children, the calls of merchants peddling their wares, and the everyday chatter of neighbors. As for sect missions, he would take things as they came. If opportunities arose, he would pursue them, but if not, it mattered little. At the very least, he would not have to worry about spirit stones for the next 20 years. Day by day, Su Bei wandered through the throngs of people, watching street performers showcase their captivating skills and listening to the lively cries of vendors. Occasionally, he would pause at a small stall, fiddling with intriguing little trinkets. Thus, the days passed, and Su Bei's heart grew increasingly tranquil. The young lady, adorned in exquisite attire, was approached by a middle-aged man, who stood before her with an obsequious demeanor, bending low and his eyes brimming with flattery. He was the proprietor of a pawnshop. The young lady raised her gaze slightly, casting a cursory glance at him, her tone devoid of warmth. "And what of it? What treasures might you possess?" Chapter 21. The object of desire. Esteemed young lady, a few days ago, I chanced upon a peculiar stone, remarkable in form and exceptional in quality. I believe it would surely captivate your discerning eye. The pawnshop owner delicately produced a finely crafted sandalwood box from his bosom, trembling as he extended it towards her. Intrigued, the young lady glanced at the box and commanded, "Open it for me." The proprietor hastily complied, revealing a fist-sized stone of a milky hue, resting quietly within, emanating a faint, ethereal glow. "This stone indeed possesses an extraordinary quality. From whence did you acquire it?" The young lady's eyes flickered with surprise, for this was the spiritual stone she had been seeking. She gently reached out to touch the stone, attuning herself to the spiritual energy it harbored. Closing her eyes slightly, she began to circulate her internal energy, endeavoring to guide the essence into her meridians. As her technique unfolded, The spiritual energy from the stone gradually flowed through her fingertips and into her being. After a moment, she slowly opened her eyes, which sparkled with excitement. Do tell me, where did you obtain this? The young lady gazed at the proprietor with an urgency that seemed to penetrate his very soul. The pawnshop owner, feeling a pang of trepidation, quickly replied, Esteemed young lady, I acquired it from a young man. Her brow furrowed as she pressed on. What did this young man look like? Did he mention the origins of the stone? Wiping the sweat from his brow, the proprietor explained, he was simply dressed, yet quite handsome. He mentioned a pressing need for money and pawned this spiritual stone. As for its origins, he did not elaborate. With a scoff, the young lady retorted, You accepted it so easily? Did you not inquire further? The proprietor fell to his knees, trembling with fear. Please forgive me, esteemed young lady. In my moment of oversight, I recognized the stone's extraordinary nature and she interrupted him with impatience. Enough? Do you know where that young man has gone? He inquired about where to purchase a residence, and I directed him to the pawnshop in the eastern part of the city. He must be a traveler from afar. Very well. You may take your leave now and collect your reward from the accounts office. She gestured with her hand dismissively. The proprietor's face lit up with joy as he expressed his gratitude repeatedly. Thank you, esteemed young lady. Thank you. And he promptly exited, turning to her guards. The young lady commanded, You are to investigate discreetly around the eastern pawnshop immediately. Ensure you locate that young man. The guards bowed in acknowledgement. Yes, esteemed young lady. And swiftly departed. Who indeed was this man? If he were merely an ordinary traveler, how could he possess such a precious spiritual stone? The young lady gently caressed the stone, her gaze growing ever more profound. The man hastily sold his spiritual stones, ostensibly to purchase a residence. Was it to settle down locally? Or was there a deeper, concealed motive? Did he comprehend the immense power of these stones? Or did he merely regard them as ordinary treasures? Unbeknownst to Su Bei, he had already caught the attention of others. At this moment, he strolled leisurely down the street, humming a cheerful tune, dressed in a flowing green robe. His hair danced in the breeze, and his demeanor radiated ease and delight. He casually toyed with a newly acquired trinket, occasionally glancing at the birds soaring in the sky. His relaxed posture suggested that the entire world lay beneath his feet, allowing him to wander freely. As he ambled along, he turned into a tavern, intent on enjoying a few drinks. Upon entering, he swiftly found a window-side seat and called out boisterously, Waiter, bring me a fine jug of wine and a selection of your signature dishes. Before long, his food and drink arrived in abundance. Su Bei lifted his cup, savoring the rich aroma of the wine as it spread across his palate, a satisfied expression gracing his face. He dined with pleasure, pouring his own drinks and relishing the moment. I heard the eldest daughter of the Wang family is promised to the son of the city lord. Suddenly remarked a patron at the neighboring table. What's so surprising about that? They are well matched in social standing, another diner replied. But I heard the Wang lady is devoted to martial arts and not doing this willingly, someone whispered conspiratorially. Indeed, the city lord's son is a notorious wastrel. How could she possibly be attracted to him? Another echoed, lowering their voice in agreement. Shoo, keep your voice down. We cannot afford to attract the attention of the city lord's people, a nearby patron cautioned with a gesture for silence. The atmosphere in the tavern grew subtly tense as the patrons tacitly agreed to shift their focus, returning to their meals. Meanwhile, Su Bei paid little mind to the gossip, gently shaking his head as he continued to indulge in his exquisite food and drink. He lingered in the tavern until dusk, settled the bill, and sauntered out into the night. The streets were significantly less crowded than during the day, and the evening breeze carried a hint of chill. As he wandered onto a more bustling street, he soon spotted a brilliantly illuminated building in the distance. The words Yixiangge glimmered on the sign, while a large red lantern hung prominently at the entrance, casting a glow that illuminated the surroundings as if it were midday. Through the partially closed windows, figures could be seen moving about, with laughter and merriment spilling forth. A few elegantly dressed women stood at the entrance, holding handkerchiefs and enticingly beckoning passers-by with playful voices. Curiosity piqued, Su Bei decided he must venture inside. In his previous life, regulations had been stringent, limiting him to mere massages on the second floor of bathing centers, leaving him utterly bewildered by the notion of fast food as mentioned by the ladies. With a spark of intrigue, he swiftly entered Yixiangge. As he stepped through the doorway, a rich scent of cosmetics enveloped him. Inside the grand hall, a lively group of young women surrounded a few affluent young men, engaging in playful banter and laughter. The courtesan swayed her hips and welcomed him with a beaming smile, saying, This young master seems quite unfamiliar. Please, come inside. Su Bei surveyed his surroundings and noticed a woman on stage gracefully singing and dancing, her enchanting figure eliciting applause from the audience below. Regaining his composure, he followed the courtesan upstairs. Upon reaching a private room on the second floor, the courtesan inquired warmly, Young master, do you have a preferred lady? Su Bei shook his head, and the courtesan immediately understood, clapping her hands as a group of young women entered in succession. Each one was adorned exquisitely, dressed in vibrant attire, their gazes imbued with allure. Sube scrutinized them closely and eventually pointed to a particularly delicate-looking girl. The courtesan smiled and escorted the others away, leaving only this girl by Sube's side. She gently seated herself, poured a cup of wine for him, and sweetly said, "Young master, my name is Rower, and I am here to ease your worries." Sube lifted his cup, taking a small sip, and engaged in casual conversation with Rower. "You appear quite unfamiliar, young master," she asked playfully, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. Sube's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he replied, "As this is my first visit to your esteemed establishment. Naturally, I am a stranger here." Rower smiled softly, her eyes glimmering like rippling waters. "Then, young master, allow me to entertain you properly. I assure you, you will not want to leave." Chapter 22. Seeking pleasure. Having perused countless tales in his past life, he had encountered various techniques. Names like Tsang and Bo, and even those of Ma Do, had imparted a wealth of knowledge to him. Sube raised an eyebrow, intrigued, and remarked, "Oh, I am quite eager to witness the extent of your talents." Rower picked up the wine jug, refilling his cup as she softly said, "Do not rush, young master. Indulge in the wine and merriment first." Sube downed the wine in one gulp. For a cultivator, the drink held no intoxication. It was merely a matter of savoring the flavor. It was exquisite wine, yet he wondered if the company of this lady might surpass the richness of the drink. Rower smiled coyly, her eyes shimmering. "What do you think, young master? If you wish, I will ensure you discover the pleasures it holds." Sube raised an eyebrow and leaned closer to her ear. "Then I shall eagerly anticipate it." Rower then reclined against him, playfully pouting, "Young master, you truly make my heart flutter." Sube embraced her tightly, a wicked smile gracing his lips. "Then tonight, my lady, you must attend to me well." Rower laughed heartily. "Rest assured, young master, I will ensure your satisfaction." At that moment, the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly intimate. However, a commotion arose from the hall. Lu Xianxian was making her entrance. Sube turned to gaze out the window. In the center of the hall, a graceful woman approached the stage. Dressed in a delicate pink gauze gown, her figure was enchanting, her waist slender, reminiscent of peach blossoms blooming in spring. Her features were exquisite, with brows like distant mountains, eyes like autumn waves, and lips naturally tinted a vivid red. With cascading black hair casually pinned at the back, a few strands delicately draped over her fair neck, she exuded an enchanting allure. This woman, no less striking than any common beauty, possessed an added charm. Her captivating gaze seemed capable of ensnaring souls, and each smile and frown radiated boundless grace. Sube found himself spellbound, momentarily forgetting the presence of Rower beside him. Sensing Sube's distraction, Rower felt a pang of jealousy and playfully scolded, "My lord, is Lu Xianxian truly so mesmerizing that you are rendered speechless?" Snapped back to reality, Sube awkwardly smiled. "I merely lost my focus for a moment. Of course, you, Miss Rower, are the more beautiful one." Holding onto the mountains and rivers, a wave of exhilaration surged within him. This was life. How could it possibly compare to the drudgery of monotonous cultivation? Rower, blushing with shy delight, leaned languidly into Sube's embrace. "My lord, your words leave me at a loss." Gently wrapping his arms around her, Sube replied tenderly, "Do not overthink, Rower. You have always been enchanting, impossible to resist." Rower lifted her head, her beautiful eyes sparkling with affection, gazing deeply into Sube's. "You must not deceive me, my lord." Sube softly caressed her silky hair, assuring her, "My feelings for you are sincere, devoid of any pretense." "Then I shall trust you, my lord." Though aware it was merely the sweet nothings of a man, Rower couldn't help but smile. Suddenly, melodious strains of a guqin filled the hall, floating like a gentle whisper, imbued with endless sorrow and melancholy. The music drifted through the air, capable of awakening the deepest emotions within one's heart. At times, it ebbed and flowed, resembling weeping and lamentation, as if recounting a sorrowful story long concealed. At other moments, it soared with fervor, seemingly striving to break free from earthly shackles in pursuit of unattainable freedom. As the final notes lingered in the air, applause and cheers erupted from the audience, resonating with fervent appreciation. Meanwhile, in an elegant chamber on the second floor, a young gentleman clad in luxurious attire held a wine cup, his eyes ablaze with possessiveness. His fervent gaze fixated on the woman playing the guqin, as if she were already his prized possession. Sube, too, immersed in the enchanting melody, slowly opened his eyes at the conclusion of the piece. Such music could only exist in the heavens. How rare it is to hear it on earth. This artistry is truly unparalleled, he marveled. My lord's praise suggests that the music indeed possesses sublime beauty. Alas, Rower lacks an understanding of melodies and cannot appreciate it as you do, she replied. a hint of regret crossing her face. Do not belittle yourself, dear Rou. You have your own unique charm, Su Bei said, a mischievous smile playing at the corners of his mouth. His gaze turned playful as he teased. A delightful beauty such as yourself, even without knowledge of music, simply standing here is enough to captivate hearts. Upon hearing this, Rou's cheeks flushed crimson, and she playfully chided, how can my lord speak so lightly of me? It is truly embarrassing. However, Su Bei remained unfazed, laughing even more freely. Miss Rou, do not take offense. I speak only from the heart. At that moment, a sudden uproar erupted from downstairs. The renowned courtesan Lu Xianxian was to be wed today, setting 3 challenges to welcome her guests. This announcement instantly captivated everyone's attention. A flicker of curiosity passed through Su Bei's eyes as he turned to observe the lively scene below. Rou gently bit her lip, her expression betraying a hint of complexity. The area below was already crowded, with eager participants ready to showcase their talents. The first challenge, themed around peach blossoms, flowing water, and spring breezes, required everyone to compose a poem within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. As soon as the brothel madam's words fell, the crowd eagerly began to brainstorm. One individual, swaying his head, recited, peach blossoms red, flowing water white, spring breezes stir the heart's delight. The lines were utterly mundane, lacking any charm. Another hurriedly exclaimed, the spring breeze gently sweeps the peach blossoms down, the indifferent water drifts alone. The sentiment was shallow, prompting a mere grimace from those nearby. Yet another, face flushed with effort, finally managed to squeeze out, peach blossoms bright, spring winds laugh, rushing waters embrace the flowers. Such crude expressions elicited a chorus of laughter from the surrounding crowd, with some laughing so hard they could hardly stand, exclaiming that this was hardly poetry, but sheer nonsense. Meanwhile, in the elegant chamber on the 2nd floor, a young man in fine garments strolled gracefully to the window. He stood tall, with a face like jade, and his elongated, phoenix-like eyes radiated a hint of recklessness. He slowly recited, peach blossoms blush against the green river, flowing waters meander around the spring mountains. The spring breeze caresses the willows, stirring tangled emotions. Intoxicated by the fragrant beauty, the sentiment lingers on. Such splendid poetry, young master. The crowd erupted in waves of admiration. Is that not young Master Zhao, the lord of the city? Someone exclaimed. All eyes turned toward the source of the voice, filled with astonishment. Whispers circulated among the crowd, marveling at young Master Zhao's unexpected talent. While typically known for his dandy reputation, today he was certainly worthy of renewed respect. Could it be that a master was aiding him? In an instant, the atmosphere became extraordinarily vibrant, and young Master Zhao stood there, the center of attention. With a proud tilt of his chin and a mischievous smile gracing his lips, he unfurled his folding fan with a flourish. You flatter me, esteemed guests. I am but a humble practitioner of minor talents, unworthy of such praise. His demeanor radiated an unabashed arrogance, showcasing his pride and self-importance. Chapter 23. The poetry contest. Young Master Zhao's poem was truly exquisite. Each word shimmered with brilliance, the imagery impeccably chosen, and the rhythm perfectly balanced. Such a masterpiece indeed warranted admiration. Lu Xianxian regarded young Master Zhao with furrowed brows, her cherry lips slightly pursed. Her gaze filled with disdain, yet accompanied by a playful smile. It seemed that although young Master Zhao bore a notorious reputation, he must often wielded his family's power to act tyrannically, eliciting the ire of many who dared not voice their anger. Su Bei observed everything keenly. Upon hearing the praises, young Master Zhao's expression grew increasingly smug. He puffed out his chest and feigned modesty, saying, Miss Lu, you flatter me. I am but merely expressing my heartfelt thoughts. Lu Xianxian continued, Young Master Zhao, do not be so humble. The gentle spring breeze, the delicate peach blossoms, and the flowing waters intertwine beautifully, creating a profound atmosphere that reveals your deep literary foundation and unique aesthetic perspective. I am truly in admiration. The crowd around them echoed her sentiments, showering young Master Zhao with compliments about his poetry. At that moment, Zhao felt as if he were floating on air, reveling in the accolades. Is there anyone else with poetry? Lu Xianxian surveyed the crowd. I would like to see who can rival me. Young Master Zhao, seated in the elegant chamber on the 2nd floor, was enjoying the attentions of 2 lovely ladies, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. The other attendees, intimidated by Zhao's power, exchanged glances, none daring to respond. Some lowered their heads, unable to meet Zhao's gaze. Others sighed inwardly, harboring discontent yet refraining from voicing it. Lu Xianxian bit her lip, but ultimately chose silence. Despite her aversion to Zhao's arrogance, she was acutely aware of the Zhao family's influence in the city. Su Bei furrowed his brow, unwilling to see such a beautiful lady fall into the hands of a rogue. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward and declared, I have a poem. Instantly, all eyes turned to Su Bei, filled with curiosity, anticipation, and skepticism. Zhao glanced at Su Bei disdainfully, sneering, What masterpiece could a nameless nobody like you possess? Ignoring Zhao's mockery, Su Bei cleared his throat and recited, Bamboo blooms with a few branches of peach flowers. The spring river warms. The ducks are the first to know. The ground is covered with mugwort. The reeds just sprout. It is precisely the time when the pufferfish begins to rise. His voice resonated steadily in the air. The verses flowing like a clear spring into the hearts of the listeners. The exquisite imagery unfurled before their eyes. Beyond the verdant bamboo grove, several peach blossoms quietly blossomed. Resplendent and dripping with beauty, the spring river flowed gently, with ducks frolicking, the first to sense the warming waters. The banks were alive with mugwort and newly sprouted reeds, depicting a scene brimming with vitality. The line about the pufferfish rising evoked a delightful anticipation for the delicacies of spring. What an exquisite poem! Someone exclaimed with excitement. I never expected this young man to possess such talent. It is truly commendable, another chimed in, joining the admiration. Whispers of praise filled the air, and the atmosphere, once dominated by young Master Zhao, had now completely shifted in favor of Su Bei. Zhao's expression darkened further, his teeth clenched in anger, his eyes blazing with fury. He could hardly fathom that this insignificant figure he had underestimated could steal his limelight before the crowd. Meanwhile, Su Bei remained composed, exuding an air of tranquility as he stood there, unperturbed. At this moment, Lu Xuanyan's enchanting gaze lingered on Su Bei, her eyes reflecting a newfound admiration and an inner sense of delight. Unable to restrain herself, she praised Su Bei, exclaiming, Young master, you are truly gifted. Young Master Zhao, unable to remain seated, abruptly rose, pointing a finger at Su Bei and exclaimed angrily, You, young man, must have plagiarized. How could you possess such talent? Su Bei responded with a slight smile, maintaining his composure, Young Master Zhao, without evidence, do not slander me. The crowd expressed their discontent with young Master Zhao's unruly behavior, causing the atmosphere to grow increasingly chaotic. Lu Xianyan, with her eyes like autumn waters, fixed her gaze upon Su Bei, her lips parting slightly, her voice melodious and pleasing. Might I inquire your esteemed name, young master? Su Bei paused momentarily, then clasped his hands and replied, I am Su Bei. Lu Xianyan nodded gently, turning to face the assembly, and sweetly declared, Ladies and gentlemen, after a splendid contest, the first round is won by young Master Su Bei. Her voice echoed in the air, and all eyes converged upon Su Bei. A radiant smile adorned Lu Xuanyan's face, reminiscent of flowers blooming in spring, captivating and enchanting. She looked at Su Bei once more, a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes. Esteemed guests, the theme for the second round is love. Please compose your masterpieces within the span of an incense stick. Lu Xianyan stood gracefully on the stage, her voice as melodious as a nightingale's song. As her words fell, the audience plunged into contemplation. A portly merchant was the first to step forward, swaying as he recited. Love is like spring flowers, scattered and confused. The heart, akin to autumn leaves, falls without roots. Yearning for you, I know not where to seek. Only in dreams do I find that person. This verse, lacking rhythm and filled with clumsy diction, incited a wave of laughter among the crowd. Next, a destitute scholar emerged, reciting, Threads of affection entwine within my heart. Endless love lingers, yet remains unspoken. Day and night, I long for you, yet see you not. Tears dampen my garments, sorrowful and forlorn. This composition was utterly mundane, devoid of originality, leaving listeners unimpressed. Another young gentleman stammered, Love is like the east wind, unceasingly blowing. The heart, like willow fluff, drifts carelessly. I hope you and I grow old together, hand in hand, forever free of worries. This poem suffered from confused logic and an overabundance of imagery, hardly deserving of praise. The audience, one after another, recited their own verses. Young Master Zhao elegantly waved his folding fan, standing with an air of superiority, and confidently intoned, The sea of love is vast, my heart in disarray, waves of affection roll, my intentions in doubt. The beauty smile dances before my eyes. Yet I sigh, for my longing is hard to repay. Upon finishing, he surveyed the crowd, eager for their admiration. However, the audience exchanged glances, perplexed. Though his words were ornate, the content was hollow, and the emotional expression rigid, merely a collection of grandiloquent phrases. Someone murmured below, Is this poetry? It is flashy yet devoid of substance, lacking genuine sentiment. Yet, due to young Master Zhao's influence, none dared to openly ridicule him. As young Master Zhao observed the indifference of the crowd, his expression darkened immediately. With eyes wide open in anger, he thundered, You ignorant commoners! What do you know of poetry? This composition of mine is a masterwork, yet you fail to recognize its grandeur. Noticing the atmosphere growing increasingly tense, Lu Xianyuan hurriedly stepped forward to mediate, saying, Young Master Zhao is indeed a man of exceptional talent, and his poetry possesses its own unique merits. Let us proceed with the second round of competition. Hearing her words, Zhao's demeanor softened slightly, yet he still huffed in disdain, remarking, "At least Miss Xianyuan possesses discernment. Humph. I shall not stoop to the level of those uninformed." Chapter 24. The Guest of Honor. Young Master Su, the time draws near. Might you have composed a poem? Lu Xianyuan raised her gaze to the second floor, her eyes, like flowing water, fixed intently on Su Bei. How could one disappoint such beauty? Su Bei met her gaze with a gentle smile, and replied calmly, "Miss Xianyuan, I have indeed penned a humble piece." Upon hearing this, Lu Xuanyuan's face blossomed with a radiant smile as she urged, "Then please, young Master Su, recite it for us, so that we may all appreciate it together." If only life were as it was at first meeting, why should the autumn winds lament over painted fans? How easily hearts of old friends change. Yet it is said that old friends' hearts are fickle. When the words of Mount Li were spoken, amidst the clear night, the rain of tears fell without reproach. What of the ungrateful brocade-clad gentlemen? The wish to soar together, side by side, was once made. Su Bei slowly recited this poem, Mulan Flower, by Nailan Rongrua. Lu Xianyuan's previously radiant smile momentarily faltered, only to be replaced by admiration in her beautiful eyes. Young Master Su's poem possesses exquisite imagery and delicate emotion, truly captivating. She remarked. The crowd echoed her sentiments, praising Su Bei's talent. With humble grace, Su Bei clasped his hands together, stating, "You flatter me." It was merely a moment of inspiration. At that moment, young Master Zhao on the second floor wore an increasingly sullen expression, consumed by jealousy at Su Bei's display of brilliance. Coldly, he retorted, "Humph, it is merely a sentimental poem. What is so extraordinary about it?" Meanwhile, the other courtesans displayed a range of emotions. This piece truly encapsulated the impermanence of love in this world, evoking deep sorrow. A woman in green wiped away a tear from the corner of her eye, choking back her words. "I too have offered my heart sincerely, only to meet such a dismal fate. How tragic, how lamentable." The entire scene was steeped in a palpable sense of melancholy and longing. Many courtesans were indeed unfortunate souls. Who among them had not encountered a scoundrel? Observing their pitiful expressions, Su Bei could not help but feel a surge of compassion. If I can assist even one, I shall do so, and perhaps support their business in the future, he mused. The group of young rakes, who had previously been frolicking, fell silent. One of them frowning and muttering, "This poem stirs an unsettling feeling within." In a corner, a downcast scholar lifted his head, a glimmer of surprise in his eyes, as he couldn't help but applaud gently, murmuring to himself, "What fine verses! What fine verses!" The heartfelt and profound sentiment of this poem was undeniably rare. Lu Xianyuan praised the poem profusely. Young Master Zhao curled his lips, his eyes betraying a hint of jealousy as he remarked with a tinge of bitterness, "It is merely a display of flowery language, a mere attempt to attract attention." Lu Xianyuan cast a gentle glance at young Master Zhao and replied, "Young Master Zhao, in the realm of poetry appreciation, each holds their own perspective. However, in my view, the verses of young Master Su Bei are indeed exquisite. Thus, in this second round, the victory belongs to him." Upon hearing this, some in the crowd nodded in agreement. Lu Xianyuan continued, "Now, we shall proceed to the third round. The theme for this round is to express one's aspirations through poetry, and it must be composed within the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn." As her words fell, the attendees plunged into contemplation. Young Master Zhao lightly waved his folding fan, his gaze occasionally darting toward Su Bei, as if engaged in a silent rivalry. Beside him, Rower anxiously twisted the handkerchief in her grasp, her eyes fixed on Su Bei, seemingly offering him silent encouragement. The atmosphere grew so hushed that only the faint crackling of the burning incense could be heard. Before long, a young scholar clad in blue rose first, cupping his hands in greeting and declaring, "I have completed my poem." He cleared his throat and recited, with aspirations soaring to the azure skies, "My heart remains restless. May I wield my pen to inscribe great ambitions, not seeking old sorrows in this world." Following him, another young gentleman in white stood forth, proclaiming, "My poem is as follows. With grand ambitions reaching for the heavens, I set my sights toward distant horizons. I yearn to astonish the world with my talents, willing to devote my years to the pursuit of elegance." The audience nodded in praise, and the atmosphere grew increasingly fervent. Observing this, young Master Zhao, unwilling to be outdone, rose and recited, with lofty aspirations encompassing vast horizons, "I regard wealth and fame as trifles. Dare I contend with the heavens for the sun and moon? Why fear obscurity in this world?" At this moment, Su Bei remained seated at the table, calmly sipping his wine. As time slipped away, murmurs began to circulate among the crowd. Some whispered, "Could it be that Su Bei has run out of inspiration, unable to compose anything?" Others responded, Perhaps he is in the midst of crafting a masterpiece. As the incense dwindled, just when everyone thought Su Bei would concede, he slowly set down his cup, stood up, and with a slight smile, confidently declared, "My poem is complete." Instantly, the crowd fell silent, their gazes converging on Su Bei. In the celestial realm of white jade capital, 12 towers and 5 cities rise. Celestial beings caress my crown, bestowing upon me eternal life. Misled by worldly pleasures, I find myself entangled in chaotic emotions. My aspirations rest upon the azure clouds, yearning to traverse the 9 heavens. As Su Bei's voice faded, the venue was enveloped in silence. Moments later, a wave of astonishment erupted. His poem was magnificent, imbued with lofty aspirations, truly extraordinary. An elder could not help but applaud in admiration. Lu Xinyan gazed at Su Bei, her intrigue deepening. The poem he had recited not only exhibited remarkable literary flair, but also emanated an ethereal quality, as if it transcended the realm of mere mortals. Particularly captivating was his air of confidence and composure, coupled with a subtle aura of mystery that led Lu Xinyan to ponder if he might indeed be a legendary immortal teacher. In this competition, Su Bei had triumphed through 3 rounds, showcasing unparalleled talent, and rightfully claimed total victory. The matron, swaying her ample figure, proclaimed loudly, "Master Su truly brings glory to our establishment. Congratulations to Master Su on becoming the esteemed guest of Lu Xianxian." A murmur of astonishment swept through the crowd, eliciting feelings of envy, jealousy, and a quiet lament among those who felt inferior. Young Master Zhao's face turned ashen. He furiously flicked his sleeve and huffed. "It is merely a stroke of luck." Meanwhile, Su Bei maintained a composed demeanor, offering a slight bow to the matron and the onlookers, saying, "Thank you all for your kind words." Lu Xianxian gazed at him with affection. Observing this, the matron's smile grew even more radiant. "Ah, truly a match made in heaven. Master Su, do accompany Miss Xianxian." Turning to the young lady rower, she added, "My apologies for today. I shall tend to your business another time." Su Bei cast an apologetic glance at rower. Her smile faltered momentarily before returning to its original brightness. With a forced smile, she replied, "Master Su, you are too kind. Just hearing your words brings me contentment." She lowered her head, lightly fidgeting with the hem of her attire, her fingers trembling slightly, concealing a fleeting glimmer of disappointment in her eyes. Su Bei, observing her demeanor, felt a pang of sympathy and took a small step forward, saying, "Do not dwell on it, Miss Rower. Today's events were truly unforeseen." Rower lifted her head, managing a strained smile. "I am genuinely happy for you, Master Su, to have caught the favor of the courtesan." With that, she gave a slight bow and turned to leave. Her steps hurried, her slender figure appearing somewhat forlorn. Chapter 25. An interruption under the envious gazes of the crowd. Su Bei entered Lu Xuanxuan's boudoir. The room was elegantly adorned, with a subtle fragrance wafting through the air. Lu Xianxian gracefully approached the table and poured a cup of tea for Su Bei. "Master Su, please enjoy this tea." She extended her delicate, fair hand, presenting the cup to him. Su Bei accepted the cup with gratitude. "Master Su, your poetry earlier was truly breathtaking. I wonder how you came by such inspiration." Lu Xianxian leaned forward slightly, her beautiful eyes intently fixed upon Su Bei. Before such a beauty, he would not dare to mention plagiarism. Taking a gentle sip of tea, Su Bei replied slowly, "It is merely a reflection born from life's experiences." "Surely, you must have endured profound events to gain such deep insights," Lu Xianxian murmured softly, her gaze unwavering, eager to uncover the tales hidden within his eyes. Su Bei set down the teacup, his gaze drifting toward the window, adopting an air of sagacity as he mused. "Life is unpredictable. The comings and goings of people are natural. The more one experiences, the deeper the understanding. It has always been said that women of the world admire talented men. He could not feign modesty if he wished to win her favor." Lu Xianxian gently approached Su Bei's side, her voice imbued with a hint of melancholy. "Your words evoke deep feelings within me, Master Su. In this world filled with troubles, I truly do not know how to find respite." Su Bei turned his gaze to the enchanting Lu Xianxian, who stood so close that one couldn't help but wish to soothe her troubles. "Do not worry, my dear," he thought. "For those who look towards the light shall surely find peace." Lu Xuanxuan's beautiful eyes shimmered with emotion as she slightly tilted her head and said, "I wish for your constant companionship, dear sir, to guide me through the murky waters of uncertainty." Upon hearing this, Su Bei's heart stirred. He beheld her breathtaking visage, which left one breathless. Under the moonlight, her fair skin glowed with a soft radiance. Beneath her elegantly arched brows, her bright eyes twinkled like the stars, and her luscious crimson lips formed an irresistible and exquisite portrait. For a moment, Su Bei found himself entranced, and the atmosphere in the room grew subtly intimate. Clearing his throat, he broke the delicate tension, feigning modesty as he replied, "Fair Lu Xianxian, you overstate my worth. I nearly lost my composure in the presence of such beauty. He silently rejoiced in his timely restraint, inwardly lamenting the astonishing allure of this woman. Lu Xianxian lowered her gaze, a blush adorning her cheeks as she softly implored, "Please do not dismiss my words, for I genuinely feel this way." Given her earnestness, he decided to abandon pretense. After all, what was the purpose of visiting a brothel if not to seek enjoyment? Suddenly, a young girl's voice called from outside, "Miss Xianxian. Trouble is afoot." Lu Xianxian furrowed her brow and apologized to Su Bei. "What is the matter?" she inquired. The maid, panting heavily, replied, "Young Master Zhao is outside, throwing a fit and threatening to trouble Su Bei." Lu Xuanxuan's expression changed, and she turned to Su Bei, concern etching her features. While Su Bei maintained a calm demeanor, his spirits dampened. This young man had dared to disrupt his pleasant encounter. Internally vexed, he stated, "It matters not. I shall confront him." Lu Xianxian quickly grasped his arm and urged, "But young Master Zhao is unreasonable. You should escape through the back door." Su Bei gently freed himself from her grasp, reassured by her evident concern as he comforted her. "Fear not, dear lady, for I am well capable of handling this." With that, he strode confidently toward the door. Lu Xianxian, feeling anxious, followed closely behind him. Upon reaching the entrance of Yishang Pavilion, they found young Master Zhao standing there, flanked by a group of guards, exuding an imposing presence. Pointing at Su Bei, Zhao roared, "You arrogant wretch! How dare you compete with me for Miss Xianxian?" Su Bei, already incensed, now wore a sullen expression as he coldly regarded young Master Zhao and retorted, "If you lack the skill, how can you dare to speak of competition?" Zhao's fury escalated, resembling a porcupine with its quills raised. "You insolent fool! Today I shall teach you a lesson." Su Bei scoffed softly, a glimmer of disdain flashing in his eyes. "A mere insect dares to provoke me." At that moment, Lu Xianxian, who had been standing quietly behind Su Bei, stepped forward. Her voice was gentle, tinged with a plea as she said, "Young Master Zhao, I beseech you, show mercy and spare Su Bei." Young Master Zhao cast a sidelong glance at Lu Xianxian. His voice filled with fury as he exclaimed, "Lu Xianxian, how dare you plead for this wretch on my behalf? What merit does he possess?" Lu Xianxian bit her lip lightly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Young Master Zhao, Su Bei did not intend to offend you. I implore you to show mercy." Zhao snorted derisively, crossing his arms defiantly. "He humiliated me before everyone. How can I let this pass so easily?" Stepping forward, Lu Xianxian bit her lip harder, her hands clasped in front of her as she bowed slightly. "Young Master Zhao, you have always been magnanimous. Please grant me this favor. If you spare Su Bei, I shall forever remember your kindness." "Very well. If you wish for me to spare him, you must return to my residence with me tonight." Zhao replied with a sly smile that betrayed his ulterior motives. Su Bei, observing Lu Xuanxuan's delicate figure, felt a turmoil of emotions. It is said that performers are heartless. Yet this woman dared to stand against tyranny to plead for him. "Your schemes will surely be in vain. I, Su Bei, am not one to cower before the likes of you." He drew Lu Xianxian behind him, casting a cold glare at Zhao. Lu Xianxian clutched the hem of his garment, feeling his reassurance as he turned to her, offering a comforting glance. "Fear not, Xianxian, I am here." Yet Zhao dismissed their exchange with a scoff, taunting, "Humph, such arrogance. Do you truly think you can challenge me? The gulf between us cannot be bridged by mere numbers." With arms crossed, Su Bei smirked coldly, his gaze piercing like a sword aimed directly at Zhao. "Do you truly believe that your band of useless sycophants can threaten me?" Zhao's eyes widened in fury as he shouted, "Impudent! You fool! How dare you utter such reckless words? The truth is evident. If you doubt it, feel free to test me, but do not regret it later." Su Bei raised his chin slightly, unafraid of the throngs of mortals surrounding him. Zhao trembled with rage. "Very well, you audacious fool. Today you shall learn of my prowess." With that, he gestured, and his guards surged forward. Yet Su Bei remained composed, darting through the crowd like a specter. Each strike he delivered was accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, rendering the guards powerless against him, their ranks crumbling in disarray. Lu Xianxian watched anxiously from the sidelines, her hands clenched tightly. "Do you truly think these pathetic minions can contend with me?" Su Bei shouted as he fought. Zhao's face darkened as he witnessed his men falling one after another. Chapter 26. The inexorable approach. Su Bei's gaze was fierce as he locked onto Zhao, advancing step by step, exuding a formidable aura that seemed to solidify the very air around them. Zhao instinctively took several steps back, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Yet he feigned calmness and stammered, "Don't act recklessly." Su Bei smirked coldly, "You have disturbed my affairs. Where has that arrogance gone?" Young Master Zhao trembled as he spoke. "Su Bei, if you dare to harm me, my father will not let you off easily." Su Bei threw his head back in laughter, for he had no fear of an ordinary man. "Do you think invoking your father will intimidate me? Even if the King of Heaven were to come today, he couldn't save you." Young Master Zhao's legs buckled, nearly collapsing to the ground as he pleaded, Su Bei. Let's talk this over. Let's talk this over. Now you know fear? It's too late. Su Bei's gaze was piercing as he advanced once more. Just then, Lu Xianxian hurried over, grasping Su Bei's sleeve and imploring, My lord, do not act impulsively. His father is the city lord, and if you kill him, it will surely bring great trouble. Su Bei turned to look at Lu Xianxian, but halted his advance due to her intervention. Seeing this, young Master Zhao seized the opportunity, exclaiming, Yes, yes, Lady Xianxian is right. Su Bei, spare me today, and we shall erase our grievances. Su Bei snorted coldly, Erase our grievances? Today, I will sever your arm, so you remember this lesson. If you dare to act recklessly again, I will take your life. As soon as the words left his mouth, Su Bei moved like lightning, his blade striking down. Young Master Zhao let out a horrifying scream, clutching his arm in agony as he writhed on the ground. Su Bei looked down at him with icy disdain and commanded, Scram. Do not let me see you again. Young Master Zhao crawled away in a panic, shouting, Su Bei, you will pay for this. The guards who had previously fallen were now struggling to follow him, limping and glancing back at Su Bei in terror, fearful that he might change his mind and pursue them. Their former arrogance was nowhere to be seen, replaced by a frantic and disheveled appearance. Su Bei and Lu Xianxian returned to the chamber. My lord, Lu Xianxian said, her face etched with concern as she bit her lip, having offended young Master Zhao. We are likely to face endless troubles in the future. What shall we do? Fear not. If he dares to come again, I shall ensure he does not return. Su Bei replied, his eyes narrowing slightly, revealing a fierce determination. But, my lord, young Master Zhao's father is the city lord, wielding immense power. How can we possibly contend with him? Lu Xianxian gazed anxiously at Su Bei, her exquisite face now shadowed with worry, her brows knitted in distress, evoking sympathy. Do not be alarmed, Lady Xianxian. Even if he holds great power, what is that to me? I fear nothing. Su Bei gently took Lu Xuanxuan's delicate hand, playing with it in his grasp. Lu Xuanxuan's hand trembled slightly, a blush rising to her cheeks, yet she did not withdraw. She allowed him to hold it. My lord, while I appreciate your bravery, the city lord is ruthless, and we may be caught off guard. I have heard that a celestial master is stationed there. Celestial master? Su Bei inquired, a hint of confusion crossing his features. Could there truly be cultivators in the city? Why meddle in mortal affairs instead of focusing on their own cultivation? It is said that this celestial master possesses immense power, and even the city lord regards him with great respect, having offended young Master Zhao. If that immortal teacher were to take action, the thought alone caused Lu Xuanxuan's complexion to pale, her voice trembling as she spoke. Young master, it seems we are in grave danger. Observing the fear etched on Lu Xianxian's face, a surge of protectiveness welled up within Su Bei, who reassured her, saying, Do not fear, Xianxian. Where there is a will, there is a way. I refuse to believe that this immortal can cover the heavens with one hand. Young master, we should leave this place quickly, Lu Xianxian urged, her expression one of urgency. If I depart, what will you do? Su Bei gazed at Lu Xianxian. For while he felt unafraid, she remained oblivious to the true peril. Lu Xianxian forced a semblance of calm, managing a faint smile. Young master, do not worry. I am but a woman of the world. Do not belittle yourself in such a manner. In my eyes, you have always been more than that. In my heart, you are pure and virtuous, surpassing countless women in this world. Su Bei placed his hands gently on Lu Xuanxuan's shoulders. Her delicate form appeared so small beneath his broad palms, as if she might vanish with the slightest grip. Young master, what merit do I possess to receive such esteem from you? Lu Xianxian trembled, having long believed that hope had abandoned her in the mire of this world. Yet, Su Bei's words illuminated a glimmer of light amidst the darkness. Unable to bear the sight of a woman in tears, Su Bei swiftly embraced Lu Xianxian, whispering softly, Xianxian, as long as I am here, I shall not allow you to sink further. Lu Xianxian buried her face in Su Bei's chest, sobbing, Young master, I have never dared to harbor such extravagant hopes. Xianxian, this is not a mere hope, it is my promise to you. Young master. Lu Xuanxuan's voice was thick with emotion, her hands clutching Su Bei's garment tightly, her body trembling slightly. Tears, like crystal droplets, rolled down her fair cheeks, falling upon Su Bei's chest, as if the restrained emotions within her heart had burst forth at that moment. She tilted her head slightly, wanting to express something. Yet her overwhelming feelings rendered her speechless. Still, her gaze remained locked upon Su Bei, filled with tender affection. Su Bei, gazing upon the endearing Lu Xianxian before him, felt a swell of tenderness rise within him like a tidal wave. His breath quickened, and his eyes burned with fervent desire. Slowly, he lowered his head, gently kissing away the tears from Lu Xuanxuan's cheek, and his trembling lips finally found their way to her luscious mouth. The room was enveloped in a springtime ambience, the air thick with an intimate atmosphere. The red drapery swayed gently, and a sensual fragrance saturated every corner. Lu Xuanxuan's face bloomed like a peach blossom, her breath quickening, her disheveled attire accentuating her alluring charm. Her eyes, half closed, and her slightly parted lips occasionally released intoxicating murmurs. Su Bei found himself unable to restrain his impulses, his actions growing increasingly fervent as he poured forth the passionate love that surged within him without reservation. The flickering candlelight illuminated their entranced expressions, intensifying the atmosphere of springtime romance that enveloped the room, weaving a tapestry of endless enchantment. Just as Su Bei sought to advance further, an unexpected surge of power suddenly rebounded him. How could you bear such a restriction? Su Bei grimaced, clutching his injury, his pallid face fixed on Lu Xianxian with a perplexed expression. Lu Xianxian, in a state of panic, sat up abruptly, her hands tightly clutching the bedding as she wept inconsolably. My lord, I truly do not know. I have never intended to conceal anything. Xianxian, do not cry. I harbor no blame towards you, Su Bei said, enduring the pain as he gently wiped away the tears from the corners of Lu Xuanxuan's eyes. Chapter 27. The melodious flute and entwined affections. My lord, what is a restriction? Lu Xianxian lay in Su Bei's embrace, her delicate hands softly caressing his injury. It feels like hitting a steel plate. Su Bei inhaled deeply, finding some relief from the pain through her tender touch. A restriction is a formidable magical seal, typically employed to limit certain actions or to safeguard something of great significance. Xianxian, think carefully. Have you encountered any extraordinary individuals or events? My lord, I truly cannot recall. My life has been tumultuous since childhood, and I have never experienced anything so bizarre. Lu Xianxian furrowed her brow, lost in contemplation. Su Bei surmised that the one who cast the restriction possessed considerable prowess. With his current foundational cultivation, he was utterly powerless. His expression grew grave as he murmured, to cast such a restriction, one must possess profound cultivation, at least at the golden core stage. Could it be that you are also an immortal master? Lu Xianxian inquired with wide, curious eyes, gazing at Su Bei. Immortal master? I am merely a cultivator, Su Bei replied, shaking his head with a hint of self-mockery. Lu Xianxian seemed to grasp only partially, her head tilting slightly as she asked, then, my lord, are all cultivators formidable? Su Bei sighed softly. Xianxian, the path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. Whether one is formidable depends on their cultivation realm. Someone like me, upon encountering this restriction, can only stare helplessly. A sense of disappointment washed over Su Bei. Just as he was on the brink of success, he was dealt a crushing blow. It felt akin to nearing the summit of a mountain, only to slip and plummet downwards. His fervent hopes were abruptly dashed, leaving his heart crushed by an overwhelming sense of defeat and frustration. My lord, do not be disheartened, even if it is impossible at this moment. My heart will always remain with you, Lu Xianxian said, her cheeks flushed upon witnessing Su Bei's expression. Slowly, she leaned down. Su Bei tenderly caressed Lu Xuanxuan's flowing hair, his expression infused with excitement. This was indeed the feeling he sought, ineffable and to be understood only through shared experience. Suddenly, a melody emanated from a flute, its notes wafting through the air like a gentle breeze rustling through a bamboo grove, or the soft murmurs of a flowing stream. The sound was enchanting, shattering the tranquility of the room and stirring the hearts of both individuals. After a prolonged moment, the flute song ceased. Su Bei and Lu Xianxian appeared to awaken from a beautiful dream, exchanging glances that revealed a lingering sense of unfulfilled longing. Lu Xianxian parted her crimson lips, as if about to speak, yet hesitated. Su Bei furrowed his brow in contemplation. This sound seems to carry profound meaning, yet eludes understanding. In the Lord's manor of Luoshui City. Father, you must avenge me. Young Master Zhao's voice trembled with an abundance of hatred. He pressed his hand against his severed arm, his face as pale as parchment, beads of sweat cascading from his forehead, his eyes filled with anguish. The city lord, Zhao Lingfeng, looked upon his son's pitiful state, his heart aching, his eyes reddening, and his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. He thundered, Son, who has inflicted such harm upon you? Young Master Zhao gritted his teeth and replied, Father, I do not know the origins of that scoundrel, only that he goes by the name Su Bei. Su Bei? Regardless of who he is, he dares to harm my son. I shall make him wish he were never born. Zhao Lingfeng's brows furrowed deeply, his gaze emanating a chilling intent to kill. Father, his skills are exceedingly strange. Ordinary men are no match for him. In the blink of an eye, all the guards fell. Young Master Zhao spoke with a quivering voice, still haunted by the encounter. Oh, does this imply he is also a celestial master? Zhao Lingfeng's expression grew increasingly grave. Young Master Zhao trembled as he said, I cannot say for certain, but his methods are beyond those possessed by common warriors. Regardless, whoever dares to injure the son of Zhao Lingfeng shall pay dearly. There is no need for haste. Once the celestial master emerges from his retreat, I shall seek retribution. Zhao Lingfeng's eyes gleamed with ferocity, his tone icy. Young Master Zhao, filled with resentment, declared, Father, I await your vengeance. You should focus on your recovery. Do not trouble yourself with anything else. Zhao Lingfeng patted his son's shoulder, signaling him to rest and recuperate. Why is there yet another celestial master in the city? Zhao Lingfeng paced back and forth in the room. The next day, Su Bei stirred slightly, feeling the softness of Lu Xianxian in his embrace. A smile inadvertently gracing his lips. Though he had not achieved complete release, he found himself thoroughly satisfied. Su Bei gently opened his eyes, gazing at Lu Xuanxuan's peaceful sleeping face. Unable to resist, he reached out, softly caressing her cheek, as if touching an exceedingly rare treasure. Lu Xianxian seemed to sense Su Bei's gentle touch. Her eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. With a hint of morning haze still in her gaze, she met Su Bei's tender stare, and a blush instantly colored her cheeks. Young master, you are awake. Lu Xianxian spoke softly, a trace of shyness in her voice. Would her conduct from the previous night cause the young master to think less of her? Su Bei smiled gently and replied, Indeed. Seeing you beside me allows me to sleep so soundly. Lu Xianxian lowered her gaze and softly said, To be in the company of the young master brings me immense joy. Su Bei embraced Lu Xianxian, speaking with deep affection, Xianxian, I plan to redeem you. From now on, you shall belong solely to me. Lu Xianxian shuddered slightly, tears shimmering in her eyes. Young master, I shall serve you faithfully, never depart from you. Su Bei went to the hall and summoned the madam, stating his intention to redeem Lu Xianxian. The madam cast him a sidelong glance and remarked in a peculiar tone, Oh, young master, Lu Xianxian is our courtesan of the highest rank. If you wish to redeem her, you must demonstrate sufficient sincerity. Su Bei's expression remained calm as he directly inquired, Name your price. The brothel keeper extended a hand, displaying 5 fingers, 10,000 taels, not a single coin less. Very well. Grant me half a day, he replied. Subsequently, Su Bei made his way to Lu Xuanxuan's chamber. Xianxian, here are attack charms and defense charms. They can be torn apart in times of danger. Su Bei's demeanor was earnest as he handed several charms to Lu Xianxian. My lord, you are truly kind to me. Lu Xianxian said, accepting the charms and burying her face in Su Bei's embrace. Gently stroking her hair, Su Bei said, Wait for me for half a day. I will gather the silver. Lu Xianxian quickly grasped Su Bei's sleeve, her voice urgent, My lord, I have 5,000 taels of silver here. It should suffice to buy my freedom. Su Bei shook his head. It is insufficient. That wretched brothel keeper is asking for an exorbitant sum of 10,000 taels. That despicable brothel keeper is insatiably greedy. She has oppressed me daily, and now she complicates my redemption. Upon hearing this, Lu Xuanxuan's delicate face flushed crimson. Her beautiful eyes brimming with indignation, her body trembling with rage as she clenched her teeth. Fear not. It is merely a matter of gold and silver. Su Bei gently reassured, grasping Lu Xuanxuan's hand. My lord, I am troubled by your concern. Lu Xianxian looked up at Su Bei, her anger gradually giving way to gratitude. Chapter 28. The first encounter with Wang Shiyun. Miss. A maid from the Wang family hurriedly rushed in, her expression frantic and beads of sweat dotting her forehead. The eldest daughter of the Wang family was admiring the flowers in the garden when she heard the maid's urgent call. Furrowing her brow, she turned around and admonished. What is the matter that you are so alarmed? Gasping for breath, the maid stammered, Miss. I have just received news that young Master Zhao clashed with a man named Su Bei at the Yishang Pavilion over the courtesan Lu Xianxian. And young Master Zhao has had his arm broken by Su Bei. That Zhao Hao spends his days cavorting in those establishments. He deserves such a fate. The eldest daughter of the Wang family maintained a placid expression. She had never favored Zhao Hao and would not have been betrothed to him had it not been for her father's position as the city lord. But who is this Su Bei? The eldest daughter inquired, her brow furrowing. Miss, we have not yet uncovered much. However, from scattered rumors, it appears that he is not a local, the maid replied, shaking her head. Is there any news from the city lordess' residence? The eldest daughter fixed her gaze intently on the maid. The maid pursed her lips, pondering for a moment before responding. As of now, there has been no information from the city lordess' residence. However, given young Master Zhao's injury, it is likely that the city lordess' residence will not let this matter rest. The eldest daughter of the Wang family let out a light snort, her delicate brows knitting together. Zhao Hao usually acts recklessly. The city lordess' residence has indulged him, and it is time he faced some consequences. After exiting the Yishang Pavilion, Su Bei returned to the pawnshop, where he had previously sold spirit stones. He retrieved 20 spirit stones from his storage pouch, wrapping them in his clothing. As soon as Su Bei entered, the pawnshop owner's gaze fell upon him, and upon recognizing him, he swiftly came forward to greet him. Ah, young sir, you have returned. The pawnbroker wore a disingenuous smile, eager to please. Su Bei nodded slightly, choosing not to engage in idle chatter, and directly approached the counter, placing the spirit stones he had wrapped in cloth before him. Upon seeing this, the pawnbroker's eyes ignited with fervor as he rubbed his hands together, eagerly inquiring, "What exquisite treasures do you bring this time? Is it the same peculiar stones as before?" "This time, there are quite a few, 20 pieces." As Su Bei spoke, he began to slowly unwrap the bundle. The pawnbroker's gaze was fixed intently on the stones as they gradually came into view, his breath quickening. He murmured, 20 pieces. How intriguing. Will you not sell them? Su Bei raised an eyebrow, a hint of displeasure flickering in his eyes as he regarded the pawnbroker closely. The pawnbroker hastily waved his hands. A broad smile plastered on his face, and urgently explained, "Oh, young sir, how could I ever refuse? Of course, I shall take them. However, with such a significant number, I must report this to my superiors." Remembering the generous reward bestowed upon him by the young lady from the Wang family last time, the pawnbroker felt a surge of delight. She had been searching for this individual, and if he reported to her, he would undoubtedly receive another handsome reward. Calculating in his mind, yet maintaining a facade of calm, the pawnbroker continued to smile at Su Bei, saying, "Please, do not rush. Allow me to prepare some tea for you while we wait." After brewing the tea, he summoned an assistant and whispered urgently in his ear, "Hurry to the Wang residence and inform the young lady that the items she seeks are here. Be swift." The assistant understood the urgency and dashed out of the pawnshop. Although Su Bei overheard the exchange, he paid it no mind. With an air of nonchalance, Su Bei lifted the teacup, gently blowing away the steam before taking a leisurely sip, seemingly unfazed by the pawnbroker's discreet maneuvers. "From which region do you hail, young sir?" The pawnbroker ventured cautiously, his gaze fixed on Su Bei, eager to glean some insight from his expression. Su Bei set the cup down, a slight smile gracing his lips as he replied, "I am a wanderer of the four seas." The pawnbroker was taken aback, but quickly masked his surprise with another smile. "Your words are quite poetic. May I inquire as to the origin of these stones?" He wore a look of ingratiation, hoping to extract more information. Su Bei cast a sidelong glance at the pawnbroker and replied languidly, "Merely a fortunate acquisition." The pawnbroker's eyes darted with determination as he pressed further. "Might I ask where such a fortunate acquisition occurred?" Su Bei's brow furrowed slightly, revealing a hint of impatience as he coldly responded, "That is not for me to disclose." "I have overstepped." The pawnbroker quickly bowed his head in apology, his smile becoming somewhat strained, while inwardly he mused, "This young man is quite tight-lipped." After a brief interlude, a woman entered the pawnshop, flanked by several guards. She wore a delicate blue gown that flowed gracefully around her, her figure enchanting. With striking features, arched brows, and eyes as clear as autumn waters, she entered the establishment, her gaze swiftly locking onto Su Bei. She softly inquired, "I have heard you possess peculiar stones for sale?" Su Bei's expression was indifferent as he cast a fleeting glance at her, withholding his opinion. Although the woman possessed striking beauty, he had only just quelled the flames of his anger the previous day. He was not the type to be easily swayed by the presence of a woman. Moreover, he discerned that she was a cultivator, albeit at a low level, merely at the second stage of chi refinement. It appeared that her acquisition of spirit stones was solely for the purpose of cultivation. Noticing his aloofness, the woman gracefully approached the counter and inquired once more, "Might I ask where this peculiar stone originates?" Her voice was soft, laced with a hint of earnestness. "That is not for disclosure," Su Bei replied, his brow slightly furrowed and his tone cool. "Such private matters should not be pried into." The woman seemed unfazed by his cold demeanor and calmly continued, "Sir, I assure you, I harbor no ill intentions. My curiosity about this extraordinary stone simply compels me to ask." Su Bei snorted softly, retorting, "Is curiosity sufficient reason to inquire into another's privacy?" Taken aback, she quickly clarified, "Please do not misunderstand, sir. I merely find this stone to be truly remarkable and presumed its origins to be equally extraordinary, hence my inquiries." "Very well. Do you wish to purchase these 20 stones or not?" Su Bei interjected bluntly. "Yes, indeed," the woman replied eagerly, nodding vigorously. She then summoned her maid, Xiao Chui. "Fetch 200,000 taels in silver notes for the gentleman." Xiao Chui complied, and soon presented the silver notes to Su Bei with both hands. "My lady, this is excessive. Previously, I acquired each stone for merely 500 taels," Su Bei remarked, frowning as he returned the excess notes to her. The woman smiled gently and declined, "Sir, this is merely a token of my goodwill. Consider it a gesture of friendship." Su Bei hesitated before saying, "This cannot be. One should not accept rewards without merit." He was not a man driven by greed, yet the value of the spirit stones was subjective and lacked a standard for comparison. Stepping closer, the woman insisted, "Please do not refuse. This item is of great significance to me. Should you come across more in the future, I hope you will think of me first." Seeing her resolute demeanor, Su Bei acquiesced, "Then I thank you, my lady." Chapter 29. Lu Xuanchuan's redemption. May I inquire your name, sir? The woman asked, her lips parted slightly, her beautiful eyes fixed upon Su Bei. He clasped his fist in salute. I am Su Bei. She nodded gently, her voice softening. Su Gongzi, my surname is Wang, and my given name is Shiyun. Su Bei? Is he the same individual who injured Zhao Hao? Wang Shiyun pondered to herself, though her expression remained composed, adorned with an elegant smile as she continued, Su Gongzi. That is a lovely name. Su Bei's expression remained unchanged as he replied coolly. Poetry melds the colors of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Rhythm colors the rivers and a solitary boat. Your name is equally enchanting, my lady. A flicker of surprise crossed Wang Shiyun's eyes, followed by a smile. Su Gongzi. You are quite articulate. I admire your eloquence. Su Bei shook his head slightly. You flatter me, my lady. You do not seem to be from Luoshui, Wang Shiyun observed. Her gaze inquisitive. Su Bei's demeanor was serene as he responded. You possess keen insight, for I am indeed not a person of Luoshui. Wang Shiyun, filled with curiosity, inquired. From whence does the young sir hail? And what brings you to Luoshui? Su Bei, after a moment's contemplation, replied, I am but a wanderer, and my arrival at Luoshui is merely a serendipitous occurrence. Should you wish to sell any exquisite stones in the future, you may seek me out at the Wang residence. Wang Shiyun's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed at Su Bei. He gave a slight bow, responding, I am grateful for your kind intentions, my lady. With a gentle smile, Wang Shiyun said, Then, young Sir Su, we shall part ways here. With that, she turned gracefully, accompanied by her maid and guards, her figure swaying elegantly as her skirts billowed. Su Bei then departed the pawnshop, making his way to Yixiang Pavilion. Upon his arrival, he strode directly into the hall, tossing a silver note onto the table before the matron. This is the silver note. I have come to redeem someone. The matron's eyes brightened as she eagerly picked up the note, scrutinizing it with care. Once assured of its authenticity, a forced smile spread across her face. To produce such a sum of 10,000 taels in such a brief span, one must not be of ordinary standing. It was no wonder he dared to provoke the city lord's residence. Although Yixiang Pavilion had no fear of the city lord's authority, they were reluctant to offend anyone lightly. Indeed, the young sir is true to his word. Xian shall enjoy a life of comfort by your side. As she spoke, the matron turned to retrieve a yellow document from an intricately carved wooden box. Shaking the contract of sale in her hand, her smile grew increasingly obsequious. Young sir, this is the contract for Miss Xian. I present it to you now. From this moment forth, she shall have no further ties to Yixiang Pavilion. The matron extended the contract towards Su Bei, who accepted it, and, having confirmed its accuracy, turned to fetch Lu Xian. At that moment, Lu Xian had already packed her belongings and was anxiously awaiting Su Bei in her room, clad in a simple yet elegant dress. With a jade hairpin adorning her modest hairstyle, she appeared all the more enchanting. Beside her lay a small bundle containing her few possessions, her hands clasped tightly together. Her heart raced with unease. Each passing moment felt like an eternity of torment as she paced the room, glancing frequently at the door, murmuring to herself, Young Sir Su, you must come. Unbeknownst to her, beads of perspiration had formed on her forehead as she bit her lip, desperately suppressing her anxiety. If Su Bei did not arrive, she could scarcely fathom what her future held, whether she would be forced to continue living in this Yixiang Pavilion, merely going through the motions. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside, causing Lu Xian to tremble. She held her breath, her eyes fixed intently on the door that was about to open. With a creak, the door swung open, and Su Bei's tall silhouette appeared in the doorway. Instantly, joy illuminated Lu Xuanchuan's eyes, and the weight on her heart was lifted. Young sir, she could not help but exclaim, her voice tinged with a slight tremor. Su Bei quickly stepped into the room, his gaze softening as he looked at her. Xian, I have come to take you away. Lu Xian nodded, grasping her bundle, and followed Su Bei out. Meanwhile, other courtesans in the corridor peeked out, filled with envy. When shall I also be graced with such fortune, to encounter a person who sincerely cares for me and redeems my plight? A beautiful yet sorrowful maiden leans against the doorframe, her gaze fixated on the receding figures of Su Bei and Lu Xian. How fortunate Lu Xian is to escape this sea of suffering. Another woman, her face marred by jealousy, crosses her arms and pouts, unaware of where Lu Xuanchuan's fortune originates. Upon exiting the Yixiang Pavilion, Lu Xian closely follows Su Bei, her heart a tumult of excitement and trepidation. Along their path, she occasionally steals glances at Su Bei's back, her mind brimming with visions of a hopeful future. The duo arrives at Su Bei's courtyard. Though modest in size, it exudes tranquility and serenity. As Lu Xian steps through the gate, she notices several verdant bamboo stalks swaying gently in the breeze, producing a soft rustling sound. The ground is adorned with tender green moss, resembling a plush emerald carpet. In front of the house lies a small flower bed, blooming with an array of unknown blossoms. Vibrant and fragrant. A look of delight dances in Lu Xianxian's eyes as she softly exclaims, Master Su, this courtyard is truly exquisite. Su Bei smiles and replies, if you like it, then it is good. Henceforth, this will be your home as well. A warm wave of emotion washes over Lu Xianxian. Who has ever cared for her feelings before? She follows Su Bei into the house, which is simply yet elegantly furnished, each table and chair meticulously arranged. A landscape painting hangs by the window, bestowing an air of refinement upon the room. Su Bei gestures towards the cabinet beside the bed, saying, Xianxian, you may place your belongings here. Lu Xianxian blushes and responds, thank you, master. Su Bei approaches the bed, gently smoothing out the wrinkles in the bedding, and adds, this bed is quite comfortable. You should rest well tonight. Lu Xianxian nods, her gaze shyly avoiding Su Bei's, her hands nervously twisting the hem of her garment. Noticing her unease, Su Bei speaks kindly, Xianxian, do not feel constrained. Consider this place your own home. Lu Xianxian raises her eyes to meet his, gratitude shimmering within them. Master, your immense kindness is something I shall never forget. Su Bei chuckles softly. Having redeemed you, I shall ensure your well-being. There is no need for such formality. As Lu Xianxian looks around, noticing the absence of others, she inquires, Master, why is there no one here to attend to you? Su Bei replies with a slight smile, I have never favored having too many attendants. Simplicity and ease are preferable. Lu Xianxian pauses, then adds, but master, with so many matters to manage, surely it must be quite inconvenient? Su Bei shakes his head gently, accustomed to it, and finding joy in handling matters personally. Lu Xianxian contemplates this, then asserts, Master, this seems rather arduous. From now on, I shall take care of your daily needs. Su Bei responds with a carefree smile. Now that you are here, this courtyard feels much livelier. In chapter 30, Su Bei leisurely reclines in the courtyard, basking in the sunlight, appearing utterly languid. Lu Xianxian swiftly began to tidy the items within the room, meticulously arranging the bedding, smoothing out every crease, folding the quilt with sharp precision, and placing the pillows with utmost care. Subsequently, she turned to the table, categorizing and organizing the objects with an eye for order. Books were gathered on one side, while the tea set was neatly positioned on the other. Gradually, beads of perspiration formed on her forehead, glistening as they traced down her fair cheeks. Oblivious to her own discomfort, she remained wholly absorbed in her tasks. After a considerable time, Lu Xianxian finally paused, exhaling softly, and used her sleeve to wipe away the perspiration from her face. She stood quietly at the door, her gaze resting on Su Bei, who basked in the sunlight in the courtyard. After an indeterminate period, Su Bei seemed to sense her presence, slowly opening his eyes to meet her gaze. Lu Xuanxuan's face flushed with a sudden warmth, and she hurriedly averted her eyes. Su Bei smiled gently, beckoning her with a wave of his hand, saying, Xianxian, come and take a rest. Lu Xianxian softly acknowledged, approaching Su Bei's side, her head bowed in modesty. Su Bei patted the adjacent lounge chair, kindly inviting, come, let us rest together. Lu Xianxian hesitated for a moment, her cheeks flushed, yet she gently turned and lay on the opposite side of the lounge chair. A slight distance remained between them, and Lu Xianxian felt a tension in her body, discomfort by the brightness of the day. Sensing her unease, Su Bei gently wrapped his arm around her waist. What is there to fear? Such a beautiful day, relax, he encouraged. The warmth of his hand caused Lu Xianxian to stiffen, her face instantly adorned with a rosy hue, her heart racing uncontrollably. Was he not too hasty? How embarrassing to be in the courtyard under the sun. Lu Xianxian lowered her head, not resisting, her body unconsciously leaning closer to Su Bei. Observing her acquiescence, a smile graced Su Bei's lips as he softly urged, let us take a moment to rest. Lu Xianxian responded with a gentle hum, her voice barely audible. At that moment, her heart fluttered like a startled fawn, as Su Bei's large hand strummed the chords of her emotions. A gentle breeze wafted by, bringing a touch of coolness, and the two lay quietly in the lounge chairs, savoring this rare tranquility. Xianxian, I am yet to learn of your origins. What circumstances led you to wander into a brothel? Su Bei inquired, his curiosity piqued regarding the situation that could compel someone to such a fate. Upon hearing his question, Lu Xuanxuan's expression dimmed, her pearly teeth biting her lip as she gathered her thoughts for a long while. Finally, her voice trembled as she spoke. I have never known my mother, and my father, a scholar, passed away due to illness. After my father's departure, my uncle's family took possession of our home and heartlessly sold me into a brothel. How could your uncle's family be so cruel? Have you suffered there? Su Bei expressed his indignation on Lu Xuanxuan's behalf. Tears glistened in Lu Xuanxuan's eyes as she sorrowfully replied, My lord, in such places, who is free from suffering? Each day, I am forced to learn songs and dances, and any sign of disobedience invites punishment. Su Bei gently lifted his hand. tenderly wiping away the tears from Lu Xuanxuan's eyes, softly murmuring, Xian, do not be sad any longer. Those hardships are now behind us. From this moment forward, I shall protect you, ensuring that you endure no more grievances. He embraced Lu Xian, softly patting her back, as if soothing a frightened child. Nestled in Su Bei's arms, Lu Xian felt a warmth she had never experienced before, her sobs gradually subsiding. Once Lu Xian had calmed down, Su Bei retrieved a fist-sized orb from his storage pouch. Here, hold this, he instructed. Lu Xian obediently grasped the orb, her eyes glimmering with curiosity. Su Bei fixed his gaze intently upon the orb, his expression focused. Moments passed, yet the orb remained still, as if in slumber, devoid of any response. How could it be completely unresponsive? Could it be that Xian lacks a spirit root? That seems improbable. Who would impose restrictions on an ordinary person? He scrutinized Lu Xian once more, reaffirming her lack of reaction, and let out a resigned sigh. Young master, what is this? Lu Xian inquired, her eyes wide with confusion. Su Bei sighed softly, explaining, this is a spirit testing orb, capable of determining whether you possess a spirit root and its attributes. I did not expect it to show no response at all. Lu Xian nodded, her expression tinged with disappointment. So that's how it is. Could it be that I truly lack a spirit root? Su Bei reassured her, perhaps there is some error. Do not worry too much. Would an ordinary person truly be subjected to restrictions? In a moment, I shall teach you some techniques to try. The two of them entered the room, where Su Bei instructed Lu Xian to sit cross-legged on the bed. Xian, I will now teach you the fundamental qi refinement technique. You must calm your mind and grasp it carefully. With that, Su Bei began to recite the incantation of the qi refinement technique clearly, word by word. Lu Xian focused intently, her gaze fixed on Su Bei's lips, fearful of missing a single word. Concentrate the qi in your dantian, free your mind of distractions, and draw the celestial spirit energy into your being. As Su Bei recited the incantation, he placed his hand gently upon Lu Xuanxuan's shoulder, guiding her to adjust her breathing and posture. Following Su Bei's instructions, Lu Xian closed her eyes and endeavored to sense the surrounding spirit energy. Su Bei quietly observed her every movement, occasionally offering guidance. Relax, do not force the pursuit. Allow the spirit energy to naturally draw near you. A look of surprise flickered across her face as she exclaimed excitedly, Young master, I can feel it. There are wisps of cool energy converging towards me. A glimmer of astonishment and joy sparkled in Su Bei's eyes as he praised, Xian, you possess remarkable talent. You have sensed the spirit energy so swiftly. Maintain this focus and attempt to guide it into your meridians. Lu Xian nodded earnestly, concentrating on the gradually clarifying spirit energy, carefully coaxing it to flow gently within her body. Su Bei watched her anxiously, prepared to intervene should she deviate from the path. As time passed, Lu Xian gradually mastered the rhythm of guiding the spiritual energy, which flowed increasingly smoothly through her meridians. Young master, I feel an abundance of strength coursing through me. She exclaimed, Xian, this is merely the beginning. You must continue to cultivate diligently and solidify your foundation, he replied. He was not surprised by Lu Xuanxuan's talent. After all, who would bother to manipulate an ordinary person? Lu Xian nodded earnestly. Rest assured, young master, I shall not disappoint. This is a fasting pill. It will keep you from hunger for 3 days. You may rely on it during your cultivation, Su Bei said, producing a small jade vial from his storage pouch and pouring out a smooth pill to hand to Lu Xian. Chapter 31. Zhao Hao's intentions. Lu Xian accepted the fasting pill, examining it with curiosity as it emitted a faint, pleasant aroma. Without hesitation, she placed the pill in her mouth, and a refreshing sensation spread instantly, sliding down her throat. Young master, this fasting pill is truly remarkable, she marveled, feeling warmth in her abdomen, completely devoid of hunger. Su Bei smiled gently. At times during cultivation, it may be inconvenient to seek food. This fasting pill can alleviate such urgent needs. Focus on your practice, and feel free to ask me any questions you may have. Lu Xian nodded obediently. Thank you, young master. That night, the two embraced. Young master, may I play a tune for you? Lu Xian looked up at Su Bei, her voice delicate as a whisper in the night breeze. Su Bei nodded with a smile, his gaze filled with anticipation. Lu Xian gracefully rose, retrieving a purple bamboo flute. The flute glimmered with a warm sheen, its end adorned with a tuft of black tassels. She brought the flute to her lips, and with a gentle parting of her mouth, melodious notes cascaded forth. The initial tones were like a gentle breeze rustling through willow branches, soft and soothing. Then they transformed into the sound of a clear mountain spring, crisp and delightful. At times, they resembled a chorus of birds, lively and spirited. Su Bei closed his eyes, immersing himself in the enchanting melody, an expression of rapture unconsciously gracing his features. As the night deepened, Moonlight bathed the two in its silvery glow, with only Lu Xianxian gently swaying. When the piece concluded, she rose from the bed to rinse her mouth, feeling parched and fatigued. Su Bei opened his eyes, still bearing traces of enchantment. Xianxian, this melody ought to exist only in the heavens. How often can one hear it in this world? Lu Xianxian smiled shyly, replying, Young master, you flatter me. It is my fortune to have pleased you. With that, she gracefully returned to the bedside, lying down, slightly breathless. Beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. Su Bei tenderly wiped away the sweat, speaking softly, You must be exhausted. Lu Xianxian gently shook her head. To play for you is no burden. It is I who has caused you trouble. It matters not. Your flute's melody is the most exquisite comfort to me in this world, Su Bei said, pulling Lu Xianxian tightly into his embrace, his chin resting softly atop her head. Hearing you say such, Xianxian feels a great joy in her heart. Lu Xianxian, her cheeks flushed, lay nestled in Su Bei's embrace, her eyes gently closed. Her long lashes fluttered delicately, reminiscent of a startled butterfly. Unconsciously, her hands wrapped around Su Bei's waist. The moonlight streamed through the window, casting a silvery veil over the two of them. In just 2 short days, Lu Xianxian had exhibited an astonishing talent for cultivation. Absorbed in her practice, she remained undistracted. And with her exceptional innate abilities, she successfully broke through to the first level of qi refinement. A faint aura of spiritual energy enveloped her. And as she opened her eyes, a flicker of brilliance sparkled within them, transforming her demeanor into one that was refreshingly ethereal. The delicate features that once defined her now bore an added layer of determination and confidence, akin to a blossoming celestial flower, exuding irresistible charm. Su Bei, observing her, couldn't help but exclaim, Xianxian, your speed of cultivation is truly remarkable. With such talent, you are destined for greatness. Lu Xianxian smiled softly and replied, This is all thanks to your diligent guidance, my lord. With your modest abilities, you may yet come to rely on me in the future. Su Bei chuckled wryly and shook his head, acknowledging that without external aid, it would be a feat for him to establish a foundation in this lifetime. Lu Xianxian playfully admonished, My lord, do not speak so ill of yourself. In my heart, you are unmatched. Warmth enveloped Su Bei as he gently caressed Lu Xianxian's silken tresses and said, The path of immortality is long and arduous. You must strive doubly hard and not squander this exceptional gift. Lu Xianxian nodded earnestly. Rest assured, my lord, I understand. You focus on your training at home. I shall take a stroll outside, as I find it rather dull here. I've set up formations around the courtyard. It would be difficult for ordinary people to intrude. With that, Su Bei turned to leave. Lu Xianxian called after him, My lord, do take care. Su Bei waved his hand, his figure gradually fading into the distance. Lu Xianxian drew her gaze back, inhaled deeply, and returned to her room to continue her training. Outside the courtyard, Su Bei wandered aimlessly along the bustling streets. Sunlight gleaming on the cobblestones as vendors called out their wares and pedestrians bustled about, creating a lively atmosphere. At that moment, several guards from the city lord's mansion were patrolling the street. One of them inadvertently caught sight of Su Bei, his eyes widening in recognition as he urgently tugged at his companion's sleeve, whispering, Look, isn't that Su Bei, the one who severed young master Zhao Hao's arm? Meanwhile, Zhao Hao lay on a couch, his complexion pale, his severed arm wrapped in thick bandages. Upon hearing the guard's report, he bolted upright, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. He approached the study of city Lord Zhao Lingfeng, disregarding the need for an announcement as he burst through the door. Zhao Lingfeng, seated at his desk attending to affairs, was startled by the sudden intrusion. Father, I seek vengeance. That Su Bei has reappeared. Zhao Hao cried out, his distorted visage and bloodshot eyes making him appear as a frenzied beast. Zhao Lingfeng gazed upon his son, who was consumed by agony and madness, a tumult of sorrow and fury swirling within him. He abruptly rose to his feet and declared, Howard, do not despair. Your father shall surely seek justice for you. Arriving at the residence of the immortal master, Zhao Lingfeng requested the attendant to convey his message. Before long, they were ushered into the inner chamber. The immortal master sat cross-legged upon a mat, surrounded by a faint aura of ethereal energy. Upon encountering the master, Zhao Lingfeng clasped his hands in salute and spoke, Master, my son has been grievously harmed by vile individuals. I implore your assistance. The master slightly opened his eyes, surveying Zhao Hao's injuries, and let out a soft grunt. Who dares to be so audacious? Zhao Hao interjected, A scoundrel named Su Bei, master. You must aid me in avenging this wrong, ensuring he suffers a fate worse than death. The master pondered briefly before responding. Rest assured, Lord of the city, I am aware of this matter, and I shall indeed restore justice for your son. Zhao Lingfeng hastily expressed his gratitude. Thank you, master, for your noble assistance. Should you exact vengeance for my son, I shall spare no effort in fulfilling any future request you may have. With the master on their side, that wretch would be no more than an insignificant insect. Zhao Hao thought malevolently, relishing the imagined sight of Su Bei begging for mercy under the master's formidable power and envisioning how he would humiliate Su Bei to avenge his severed limb. With each consideration, a glint of cruelty and exhilaration flickered in Zhao Hao's eyes, as he yearned to see Su Bei and make him taste the bitterness of suffering. And that Lu Xianxian, that wretched girl, how dare she reject me? Chapter 32. Whatever the immortal master, let him be destroyed. There is no time to waste. Let us set forth to find Su Bei. With that, the master waved his sleeve and exited the chamber. Zhao Lingfeng and his son hastily followed. The entourage marched out of the city lord's manor, heading towards the direction where Su Bei had last been seen. Meanwhile, Su Bei was leisurely strolling through the streets, his gaze casually sweeping over the various stalls, showing little interest in the myriad of goods. As he walked, he paused at a stand selling candied hawthorn, purchasing 2 skewers, and discreetly stashing one in his storage pouch when no one was watching. He then bit into a piece of candied fruit, the sweet and sour flavor instantly spreading across his palate. This taste certainly lifted his spirits, Su Bei murmured to himself. Just as he was about to continue on his way, he suddenly sensed the approaching aura of a cultivator from a distance. Frowning, Su Bei thought, this presence does not bode well. He halted, gazing towards the source of the energy. Before long, the group came into view. Father, immortal master. This is the one, Su Bei. Zhao Hao's face twisted with malice, his desire to consume Su Bei alive palpable. His remaining hand clenched into a fist, knuckles widening, veins bulging on his forehead, and his eyes blazed with fury as he fixated on Su Bei, as if ready to pounce and tear him apart at any moment. Humph! You wretch! Are you the one who harmed my son? Today marks your end. Zhao Lingfeng glared furiously, his voice resonating like a thunderous bell, echoing through the street. The pedestrians, upon realizing it was the lord's entourage, had already made their swift exit. Oh, what can you do to me? Su Bei retorted fearlessly, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. Zhao Lingfeng, incensed by Su Bei's demeanor, bellowed, arrogant wretch, seize him. The guards behind him, receiving the command, drew their weapons and charged toward Su Bei. With a cold snort, Su Bei unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, emanating a formidable aura that met the advancing guards head-on. In an instant, he flickered like a specter, weaving through the guards with uncanny agility. Each strike he delivered was accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, sending the guards reeling and crying out in distress. Witnessing this, Zhao Lingfeng's expression darkened further. He turned to the immortal master and implored, Master, I beseech you to assist. The immortal master nodded slightly, stepping forward, and a tremendous pressure enveloped Su Bei instantly. Yet, Su Bei remained undaunted, his gaze sharp, spine straight, as his spiritual energy blazed like fire, countering the pressure released by the immortal master. Boy, today you shall find it impossible to escape, the immortal master declared coldly, forming hand seals as a beam of light shot toward Su Bei. Unfazed, Su Bei sidestepped the attack, swiftly conjuring a spiritual energy shield before him. The subsequent assault from the immortal master struck the shield, creating ripples, yet Su Bei stood firm, unyielding. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, each evenly matched. As Su Bei grew emboldened, he shouted, You think you can subdue me? The immortal master's expression grew serious, taken aback by Su Bei's tenacity. With a cold snort, he formed hand seals once more, chanting incantations, and in an instant, countless ice shards coalesced before him, shooting towards Su Bei like a torrential downpour. Su Bei's gaze sharpened, his figure darting rapidly to evade the majority of the ice shards, though a few grazed him, leaving his garments tattered. It was crucial to note that the immortal master was merely at the initial stage of foundation building, while Su Bei was equally at this stage, yet with a more solid foundation. Su Bei formed hand seals, chanting incantations. Suddenly, a beam of cold light shot forth from his storage pouch, his flying sword, Qingfeng. As the Qingfeng sword emerged, the air around its blade hummed with a resonant energy. Su Bei continuously infused spiritual energy into the sword, shouting, Go! The flying sword transformed into a streak of light, hurtling toward the immortal master. In response, the immortal master hastily cast a defensive spell, forming a crystalline ice shield before him. A resounding crash echoed as the flying sword collided with the shield, sending a flurry of ice shards and sword energy scattering. The immortal master staggered back a few steps, his complexion growing pallid. Seizing the opportunity, Su Bei skillfully maneuvered the flying sword, executing the 5 elements sword technique. The Qingfeng sword blazed with brilliance, now bursting into raging flames, surging toward the immortal master, then morphing into tumultuous waves, battering his defenses. The immortal master, fatigued from the relentless onslaught, began to reveal vulnerabilities. In the northern regions of Jiangsu, Su Bei seized the opportune moment, channeling all his spiritual energy into his flying sword, which he thrust fiercely towards the chest of the celestial master. With a sickening sound, the master spat forth a mouthful of blood. His eyes filled with resentment and despair as he slowly collapsed. Su Bei recalled the flying sword, wiped the sweat from his brow, and turned his gaze towards the Zhao family's father and son, who were now paralyzed with fear upon the ground. It is your time to depart. Su Bei's voice was icy, devoid of any compassion. The Zhao father and son could not even utter a plea for mercy, helplessly watching as Su Bei raised the flying sword. In a flash, their heads fell to the ground. Once the adversaries were dealt with, Su Bei took a deep breath, glanced at the celestial master's corpse, searched for a storage bag on him, and then turned to leave this place of turmoil. Upon returning to the small courtyard, Lu Xianxian, having heard the commotion, halted her cultivation and, noticing his tattered clothing, hurriedly inquired, "Young master, what happened?" Su Bei, looking fatigued, waved his hand dismissively. "I encountered Zhao Hao." Lu Xianxian gasped. "Zhao Hao? After you severed his arm, he surely will not take this lightly." Su Bei snorted coldly. "Not just him. There is also his father, Zhao Lingfeng, along with a celestial master in the early stages of foundation establishment." Lu Xuanxuan's complexion turned pale. "Then you?" Su Bei's lips curled into a confident smile. "Do not worry, they have all been dealt with." Lu Xuanxuan's eyes widened in disbelief. "How is that possible?" Su Bei nonchalantly replied, "Though the celestial master had some skills, I am no pushover. After a fierce battle, I emerged victorious." Lu Xianxian, still shaken, patted her chest. "It is fortunate that you are unharmed. The Zhao father and son have long bullied others with their power. Your removal of them serves to protect the common folk." "This is the storage bag I retrieved from the celestial master," Su Bei stated as he produced it. He then emptied its contents onto the ground. There were merely a few hundred spirit stones, some books, and not a single magical artifact. The tomes were of little worth, save for one dual cultivation technique that was passably interesting. Truly impoverished, Su Bei remarked with a grimace. "Yet, this is still considerable, several hundred spirit stones," Lu Xianxian countered. Su Bei shot her a look of disdain. "Xianxian, your standards are exceedingly low. What use is this meager collection? The storage bag is yours. Simply channel your spiritual energy to open it." "Thank you, young master," Lu Xianxian exclaimed joyfully as she carefully accepted the storage bag, inputting her spiritual energy to unlock it. As she examined the contents, she said, "Even if there is not much, it is still a significant gain for me." Su Bei huffed. "You are easily satisfied. Stay by my side, and you shall not lack for benefits." Lu Xianxian beamed sweetly. "Then I shall rely on you, young master." Chapter 33. Unrest among various factions. What? The city lord is dead? The celestial master has also perished? Wang Huaishan seemed struck by a thunderbolt, suddenly leaping from his chair, his eyes wide as saucers. How can this be possible? His voice trembled, and his clenched fists made a rattling sound. Who possesses such formidable power? Could it be from above? After painstakingly establishing a connection with the Lord's mansion through a marriage alliance with the Lord's son, such a calamity has unexpectedly arisen. Wang Huaishan paced back and forth in the room, his hands shaking, filled with shock and uncertainty. Beads of sweat continually emerged on his forehead, and his complexion darkened ominously. If this is indeed the doing of those above, it seems the Wang family may not escape unscathed. But if not, who else could wield such capability? At that moment, hurried footsteps sounded from outside, and the steward rushed in. "Master, chaos reigns outside. Various factions are stirring restlessly." Wang Huaishan furrowed his brows and halted. "Do not rush. Send someone to investigate thoroughly. We must ascertain the truth of this matter." The steward nodded in agreement. "Yes, master. I shall make arrangements immediately." Wang Huaishan gazed out the window, his mind swirling with thoughts, pondering what kind of tempest this upheaval would draw the Wang family into. Meanwhile, Wang Shiyun sat in her chamber, lost in thought before the mirror, when her maid hurried in, panting. "Miss, something terrible has happened. The Lord and the Immortal Master are dead." Wang Shiyun was initially taken aback, but then a smile of uncontainable delight spread across her face, her eyes sparkling with joy. "Really? Haha, splendid. Now I need not marry that Zhao Hao." She sprang to her feet, twirling around the room like a jubilant butterfly. "Miss, please lower your voice. We mustn't let the master hear," the maid nervously cautioned. Wang Shiyun dismissed her concern with a laugh. "What if he does? I have long wished to avoid that debauched air. It is as if heaven has opened its eyes." Just then, a servant sent by Wang Huaishan arrived with a message. "Miss, the master requests your presence." The smile on Wang Shiyun's face vanished instantly, and she pondered, "Is father calling for me regarding Zhao Hao?" She adjusted her attire and followed the servant to meet Wang Huaishan. As they walked, Wang Shiyun's heart fluttered with anxiety, her mind racing with speculations about her father's intentions. Upon reaching the study, she gently knocked on the door, "Father, your daughter has arrived." "Come in," Wang Huaishan's voice called from within. Wang Shiyun entered to find her father seated at the desk, his expression grave. "Father, what do you wish to discuss with me?" she asked cautiously. Wang Huaishan looked up at her and slowly replied, "Shiyun, with the Lord and the immortal master now deceased, our family situation has become exceedingly precarious. The previous alliance with the Lord's mansion may also bring us trouble." Wang Shiyun bit her lip. "Father, what shall we do?" Wang Huaishan pondered for a moment. "For now, we must observe the unfolding situation before devising a plan. During this time, you must avoid public appearances to prevent unnecessary complications." Wang Shiyun nodded in agreement. "I understand. Father, I shall leave all matters to your discretion." Just then, a series of urgent knocks echoed from the door. "Come in," Wang Huaishan instructed. The steward entered the room, his expression tense as he spoke. "My lord, we have just received news that a man named Su Bei has killed the city lord and the celestial master, according to the city lord's guards." Wang Shiyun exclaimed. "Su Bei?" Both Wang Huaishan and the steward turned to her in surprise, with Wang Huaishan quickly inquiring, "Shiyun, do you know this person?" Wang Shiyun nodded slightly, her expression complex as she replied, "Father, I have crossed paths with Su Bei before. On that occasion, he was at a pawn shop selling rare stones, which I purchased. I heard he had a dispute with Zhao Hao at Yixiang Pavilion, severing one of Zhao Hao's arms." Wang Huaishan's brow furrowed, his expression grave as he remarked, "Is that so? It seems Su Bei is quite a formidable character. Zhao Hao is the city lord's son. For him to act so boldly, he must have some backing." The steward concurred, adding, "My lord, Su Bei's audacity, combined with the murder of the city lord and celestial master, marks him as an exceedingly dangerous individual." Wang Shiyun continued, "When I met him, I did not perceive him as a nefarious villain. He could have sold that rare stone for a higher price. Yet he did not haggle and accepted my offer, suggesting he is not driven by greed." Wang Huaishan stroked his chin thoughtfully, saying, "If that is the case, Su Bei is indeed an enigma. Regardless, his actions against the city lord and celestial master will undoubtedly attract the attention of various factions. We, the Wang family, must proceed with caution." Wang Shiyun nodded gently. "Father, I understand. I only wonder what Su Bei's next move will be." The steward advised, "Miss, given the uncertainty of the situation, it would be prudent for us to observe for now." Wang Huaishan gestured dismissively. "Very well, Shiyun. You may return to your room for the time being. I shall inform you of any new developments." Wang Shiyun bowed respectfully. "Yes, father, I take my leave." Upon returning to her chamber, she found her mind restless. Sitting by the window, she reminisced about her encounter with Su Bei, her heart brimming with curiosity. Surely, he must be a celestial master. Otherwise, how could he possess such an abundance of spirit stones? And how could he slay the celestial master of the city lord's estate? Wang Shiyun's gaze gradually grew resolute. If she could become his disciple and embark on the path of immortality, she would be liberated from the shackles of this mundane world. After Su Bei's slaying of the city lord and his son, chaos and panic engulfed the entire city. The prominent families, which had coexisted peacefully under the city lord's authority, were now stirring restlessly. The Li family was the first to gather their strongest members, securing their gates and enhancing their defenses, while discreetly sending people to investigate the condition of the city lord's estate, hoping to gain the greatest advantage from this upheaval. The Wang family, typically close to the city lord's estate, was now in a state of frantic disarray. Wang Huaishan convened the clan members to discuss strategies, fearing that the fall of the city lord's estate might implicate them and worrying that other families might seize the opportunity to suppress them. Meanwhile, the usually discreet Sun family observed the situation from the shadows, outwardly calm, but secretly plotting within their ranks, preparing to emerge when the time was right. Various smaller factions were also calculating their own interests amidst the turmoil. Amidst the chaos, some seek to expand their influence, while others, apprehensive of being swept into the turmoil, choose to retreat from the limelight. The magnates of the merchant guilds can no longer remain idle. They fear that the city's unrest will adversely affect their businesses. Consequently, they unite in an effort to stabilize the situation while simultaneously searching for new alliances. On the streets, the populace is rife with anxiety, uncertain of what fate awaits them. Some dread the rise of more brutal forces that would render life even more arduous, while others hope that a new order might usher in fairness and tranquility. The entire city seems shrouded in a pall of gloom, with various factions cautiously seeking their paths amidst the shifting winds of change. Yet, Su Bei continues to lead a leisurely life, seemingly unperturbed by the external tumult. Chapter 34. Wang Shiyun requests an audience with the Sun family. In a clandestine chamber, the patriarch of the Sun clan, Sun Hong, confers with several trusted confidants to devise a strategy. The flickering candlelight casts shadows around the room as Sun Hong's expression darkens. He lightly taps his fingers on the table, contemplating the rare opportunity before them. However, He cautions against the reckless impulsiveness exhibited by the Li and Zhao families. A single misstep could lead to total ruin. Patriarch, I believe we should adopt a strategy of yielding to overcome the strong. The Li family is domineering, and the Wang family is duplicitous, yet neither enjoys the people's favor. Interjects Sun Fu, stepping forward respectfully. Indeed, Sun Hong replies, pacing the room with fervor, gesturing animatedly. We must reassure and placate the populace to win their hearts. They must understand that if the Sun family assumes governance, they will usher in a period of stability and peace. On the other hand, we need to dispatch someone to the capital to navigate the political waters. At this point, Sun Hong halts, recognizing that without establishing crucial connections within the bureaucratic realm, even if they attain the position of city lord, it would be unsustainable. You speak wisely, Patriarch. Who shall we send to the capital? This selection must be made with great care, Sun Fu remarks, instinctively tugging at his beard. After a moment of contemplation, Sun Hong replies, let us send Sun Ming. He is intelligent and eloquent, possessing some connections in the capital, making him suitable for this significant task. The other confidants nod in agreement, affirming, the Patriarch is astute. Sun Ming shall not fail in his mission. Sun Hong raises his hand, his demeanor turning serious. This matter concerns the rise and fall of our clan. We must ensure that there are no mistakes. Before Sun Ming departs, he must be thoroughly prepared. Sun Fu responds with a bow, rest assured, Patriarch. We shall assist Sun Ming in his preparations to ensure he fulfills his duty. Sun Hong's gaze sweeps over the assembled individuals, his tone grave. Remember, this must remain absolutely confidential. Not a whisper should escape, lest other families catch wind and complications arise. Taking a deep breath, he concludes, very well. You may all leave to make your preparations. I hope this endeavor elevates the Sun family to great heights. In unison, they acknowledge his words and exit the chamber, each engrossed in their respective tasks. Miss, the master forbids you from going out. The anxious maid, Xiao Chui, blocks Wang Shiyun as she attempts to step outside. Wang Shiyun frowns slightly, playfully retorting, Xiao Chui, step aside quickly, do not impede me. Xiao Cui wore an expression of distress, her hands outstretched, resolutely blocking the doorway. Miss, the city is in chaos, she implored. I cannot defy the master's orders. Please do not put me in this difficult position. Wang Shiyun, arms akimbo, retorted with indignation. And what of the chaos? I am not afraid. Xiao Cui hastily clarified. Miss, the master is simply concerned for your safety. There may be dangers lurking outside. Wang Shiyun cast Xiao Cui a disdainful glance and insisted, I will be cautious myself. If you do not step aside, I shall become quite upset. Tears welled in Xiao Cui's eyes, her voice quivering with emotion. Miss, you must heed the master's words. What would I tell him if anything were to happen to you? Seeing Xiao Cui's pitiful demeanor, Wang Shiyun's tone softened slightly. Xiao Cui, rest assured, I shall be fine. I will only be gone for a brief moment. Xiao Cui bit her lip tightly, still refusing to yield. Miss, this is not permissible. The master has explicitly instructed that you must not go out. Determined by Xiao Cui's resolute stance, Wang Shiyun steeled herself and, seizing a moment of inattention, struck Xiao Cui at the nape of her neck. With a muted groan, Xiao Cui slumped softly to the ground. Wang Shiyun gently laid her aside and hurriedly exited the room, making her way towards the outer grounds. The streets remained somewhat tumultuous as Wang Shiyun cautiously navigated through several alleys, glancing about anxiously. Her steps hurried, the hem of her dress swaying gently with her pace. At last, she arrived at Su Bei's residence. Having inquired about his whereabouts days prior, she stood before the door, inhaling deeply to steady her rapid breaths, and lightly rapped on the door knocker. Who is it? Came the clear voice of Lu Xianxian from within. Miss, I am Wang Shiyun, here to seek an audience with Master Su Bei, she replied promptly. A moment of silence ensued, before Lu Xianxian responded, please wait. Master, there is a young lady named Wang Shiyun at the door requesting to see you. Lu Xianxian announced as she entered the room where Su Bei was engrossed in a book. Su Bei furrowed his brow, puzzled. Wang Shiyun, what could she want? Do you know her, master? Lu Xianxian inquired, her curiosity piqued. We have met once, Su Bei replied, gently setting down his book, his expression somewhat complex. Lu Xuanchuan's curiosity intensified, prompting her to ask, what was that encounter like? Pray tell me. The silver for your redemption was procured from her. On that day, I exchanged some spirit stones with her for a sum of money, Su Bei explained slowly. Lu Xianxian blinked, intrigued. What sort of person is Wang Shiyun? Was the transaction smooth? Su Bei pondered for a moment before responding. Wang Shiyun appears to be quite forthright, and the transaction went well. Yet, I am uncertain of her purpose for visiting today. Lu Xianxian frowned with concern. Could it be that there is an issue with the spirit stones? Has she changed her mind? Su Bei gently shook his head. That is unlikely. Let us invite her in and discuss it further. Lu Xianxian nodded and swiftly made her way to the door. In a short while, she returned with Wang Shiyun in tow. Wang Shiyun approached Su Bei. a hint of apology gracing her features, and with a slight bow, she spoke, "Young Master Su, I hope you will forgive my abrupt visit." Su Bei returned her gesture with a bow of his own, responding, "Miss Wang, you are too courteous. Might I inquire the purpose of your visit today? Are you aware of the current state of affairs in the city?" Wang Shiyan asked, her brow furrowing. "Since you took the lives of the city lord and his son, along with the immortal master, the city has been rife with turmoil, and various factions are poised to act. Oh, and what concern is that of mine?" Su Bei crossed his arms, his expression indifferent, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. "Are you not afraid that the court will send someone to investigate this matter?" Wang Shiyun's eyes reflected her worry. Unmoved, Su Bei cast her a sidelong glance and replied, "What of an investigation? I have a clear conscience. Are you aware that the state's national master possesses formidable powers, rumored to be among the celestial beings?" Wang Shiyun stated, her demeanor grave. Su Bei scoffed lightly, his demeanor nonchalant as he replied, "And what of it? I am curious to see what he can do to me. Are you perhaps a practitioner of the immortal arts?" Wang Shiyun's beautiful eyes sparkled as she fixed her gaze upon him intently. Taken aback for a moment, Su Bei met her fervent gaze and, after a brief silence, replied, "What if I am? What if I am not? Do you know why I have sought to acquire spirit stones?" Wang Shiyun's eyes fluttered briefly, and upon noticing Su Bei's silence, she began to recount, "In my childhood, I stumbled upon a miscellaneous record that detailed the uses and forms of spirit stones, and it contained numerous accounts related to the realm of immortality. Since then, I have harbored a yearning for the immortal path. Yet, it is regrettable that the record was merely a collection of odds and ends, lacking any mention of cultivation techniques." Chapter 35. On the verge of breaking down to dream of cultivating immortality based solely on a miscellaneous record is indeed Navi. This woman must be indulging in fanciful thoughts. Talent aside, wealth, companions, methods, and resources are all indispensable. Your words are misguided, young master. Though it is but a miscellaneous record, it has illuminated the possibilities of cultivation for me, Wang Shiyun replied, feeling quite aggrieved. These are the only resources accessible to me. Young lady, the path of immortality cannot be traversed solely with fervent desires. That miscellaneous record is but a glimpse, insufficient to sustain your dreams of cultivation, Su Bei advised. If I were to lack an attribute panel, I might achieve little in this lifetime, she implored. I earnestly request you to accept me as your disciple. Suddenly, Wang Shiyun knelt, her eyes pleading as she gazed up at Su Bei. Taken aback, Su Bei hastily exclaimed, "Quickly, rise. I am not capable of taking disciples." Being merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment, he felt unqualified to accept a disciple. "You possess great power and can surely guide me. I am wholly devoted to the path and beseech you to grant me this opportunity." The man before her was her sole hope. Wang Shiyun's eyes glistened with tears as she clutched the hem of Su Bei's robe tightly. Su Bei frowned and replied, "My own cultivation is still shallow. How could I possibly teach you? If you refuse to accept me, I shall remain kneeling." Wang Shiyun leaned forward slightly, continuing her entreaty. "Do you understand how many resources are required for the path of immortality?" Su Bei let out a weary sigh, reaching out with the intention of helping Wang Shiyun, yet hesitated with uncertainty. Observing Su Bei's reluctance, Wang Shiyun hastily declared, "No matter the cost, I am willing to exert every effort to attain it. Just based on you, setting aside the various rare spiritual materials, even the treasures that assist in cultivation are of a value beyond your imagination." Su Bei endeavored to dissuade Wang Shiyun, revealing the challenges involved. Wang Shiyun lightly bit her lip, rising to draw closer to Su Bei. She had heard of Su Bei's rivalry with Zhao Hao over the courtesan, and presumed he must be a man captivated by beauty. "Young master, my heart is wholly devoted to you. Should you accept me as your disciple, I shall remain by your side, serving you tea, warming your bed, and arranging your blankets." As she spoke, Wang Shiyun gracefully loosened her robe, revealing a hint of her fragrant shoulder, her voice sultry and laced with allure. Su Bei, captivated by Wang Shiyun's boldness, felt a surge of heat within him. He had never encountered such a daring woman and found himself at a loss for how to respond, his gaze inadvertently drawn to her delicate figure. The sight stirred his heart, causing it to race uncontrollably. Swiftly, Su Bei shook his head, attempting to dispel the distracting thoughts swirling in his mind. "Miss, please refrain from such actions." Yet, Wang Shiyun appeared oblivious to his plea, inching closer, her breath fragrant as she whispered, "Young master, could you truly bear to reject me? I have already stated that my cultivation is insufficient. I cannot teach you." Though Su Bei uttered these words, his eyes remained unblinking. Wang Shiyun's hand lightly rested on Su Bei's chest, the gentle touch sending a shiver through him. "Young master, if you acquiesce to my request, I shall devote myself entirely to serving you." Her sultry gaze sparkled with an endless allure. "Miss, please maintain your dignity. Are you attempting to test me with this? To agree too readily would make me appear overly easy." Su Bei felt akin to a monk ensnared by a seductive demon, a scenario he found oddly appealing. Observing his feigned innocence, a smug smile crept onto Wang Shiyun's lips. Young master, do you truly believe your heart isn't scathed? Is there not a flicker of desire for me? Her voice was a soft melody, tantalizingly plucking at the strings of Su Bei's heart. Just as Su Bei was on the verge of surrender, a clear voice interjected, "Humph, how shameless." It was Lu Xianxian. She strode forward, pointing an elegant finger at Wang Shiyun. "You, how can you be so devoid of shame?" Wang Shiyun shot a sidelong glance at Lu Xianxian, snorting disdainfully. "And you are who to the young master?" "I am his acquaintance, unable to bear witness to your brazen display." Lu Xianxian stood tall, her form not lesser than Wang Shiyun's. "Humph, merely a servant dares to shout in front of me." Wang Shiyun let out a scornful huff, her gaze filled with derision as she appraised Lu Xianxian. Surely, this must be the courtesan of Yixiang Pavilion. On that day, did Su Bei sell spirit stones merely to redeem her? You, woman, should not presume that a modicum of beauty grants you the liberty to ensnare a gentleman at will. Lu Xianxian glared fiercely at Wang Shiyun. Yet, Wang Shiyun, unperturbed, adjusted her sleeves and retorted, "If you possess the ability, command the gentleman to expel me." Lu Xianxian turned, looking aggrievedly at Su Bei, exclaiming, "Gentlemen, behold her arrogant demeanor." Enough of this noise. Su Bei found himself caught in the middle. Wang Shiyun playfully protested, "Gentlemen, you must not show favoritism towards her." Lu Xianxian, unwilling to concede, replied, "Gentlemen, it is evidently her fault." Observing the ongoing altercation between the two women, Su Bei could no longer contain himself and raised his voice, "Silence! What manner of ruckus is this? Gentlemen, you must stand by Shiyun. Her behavior is utterly rude. Gentlemen, I am devoted to you. She is shameless, and you cannot indulge her." Su Bei rubbed his temples and replied, "Enough, quiet down." The two women were driving him to distraction, and he had gained nothing but trouble. He chose to disregard them and reclined on a chaise in the courtyard. If one cannot confront, one can at least evade. Upon seeing Su Bei retreat, both women huffed in unison, ceasing their quarrel. Noticing the gentleman's displeasure, Lu Xianxian returned to her room to cultivate. However, Wang Shiyun was not willing to relent. She gracefully approached the chaise and leaned down, saying, "Gentlemen, do not ignore me so, my heart is heavy with sorrow." Su Bei lay still on the chaise, seemingly asleep. Observing this, Wang Shiyun moved behind him, kneading his shoulders, her tone becoming increasingly tender. "Gentlemen, I realize I have troubled you earlier. Please grant me your forgiveness this once." Su Bei stiffened but did not halt her ministrations. Merely whispering, "Please return." Wang Shiyun persisted, her hands stilling, her voice tinged with a sob. "Gentlemen, are you truly so heartless as to cast me away? I genuinely recognize my error." Su Bei's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of helplessness in his tone. "Do not make a fuss. Gentlemen, the reason I yearn for the path of cultivation is to escape the control of others." Wang Shiyun's eyes brimmed with sorrow as she gently recounted her past. "I have a cousin, 10 years my senior. When I was still young, she was forced to marry the second son of the Li family, a notorious libertine skilled in vice. After her marriage, her life became unbearably harsh. I once clandestinely visited her and found her haggard, her eyes devoid of spirit, utterly lacking her former grace. From that moment on, I vowed to strengthen myself, so as not to be at the mercy of others." As she spoke, her eyes reddened, and her voice quivered slightly. Chapter 36. Ultimately, resolve is weak. Enough, enough. Su Bei retrieved a book from his storage bag and offered it to her. He truly wished to cease hearing her lamentations. There are many suffering souls in the world. There are so many women in brothels, and he cannot assist them all. Wang Shiyun gently accepted the book and delicately opened it, revealing a plethora of intricate characters and patterns inscribed upon its pages. "What is this?" she inquired, glancing quizzically at Su Bei. "It is the Foundation Qi Cultivation Manual," Su Bei replied calmly. "Though it is not an advanced technique, it should prove beneficial for you as you embark on your journey into the realm of immortality." A glimmer of surprise flickered in Wang Shiyun's eyes. "Young master, how can you bear to part with such a precious item for me?" Su Bei shook his head slightly. "It is of no use to me anymore. Take it and practice diligently." Wang Shiyun clasped the book tightly, solemnly declaring, "Your kindness shall be etched in my heart, young master. I will repay you in the future." She found it hard to believe that, after having attempted to charm him moments ago without success, he would so casually bestow upon her a cultivation technique. "Do not be so polite. Here, take this to test your spiritual root," Su Bei said, producing a spirit testing orb. Wang Shiyun took the orb and, following Su Bei's instructions, placed her hand upon it. A dazzling azure light suddenly burst forth from the orb. "A wood-type celestial root?" Su Bei's eyes widened. Is a celestial root so commonplace? To encounter one so easily? He reflected on how his own mixed elemental roots were exceedingly rare. Observing Su Bei's complex expression, Wang Shiyun cautiously asked, young master. Is this celestial root truly impressive? Coming back to his senses, Su Bei managed a bittersweet smile. You, my dear girl, are truly unaware of your good fortune. A celestial root is a rarity found only among the most extraordinary talents in cultivation, allowing one to cultivate at an unparalleled speed. Wang Shiyun blinked, seemingly still grasping the significance of her celestial root. Then, young master, if I possess this celestial root, will I quickly become powerful? Su Bei sighed. In theory, yes. But the path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. You must dedicate yourself and not grow complacent. Would you be willing to take me on as your disciple? Wang Shiyun stepped forward, slightly bowing, drawing closer to Su Bei, who reclined in his chair. She yearned for his guidance, believing that having a master would help her avoid many pitfalls. Besides, her aptitude was commendable. There was no reason Su Bei should overlook her. Su Bei found himself momentarily lost in thought as he gazed at the nearby mountains, the delicate fragrance emanating from Wang Shiyun enveloping his senses. He inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure. Miss, do not draw so near. Humph, this young master truly possesses restraint. I refuse to believe he will remain indifferent to my advances. Wang Shiyun mused, seemingly unfazed. She leaned further forward, her voice increasingly soft and alluring. Please, young master, grant my request. Stop. If you continue like this, I shall not hold back. Do you truly think I am as unassuming as Lu Xianghui? Su Bei noted Wang Shiyun's unabashed persistence and, in a moment of mischief, reached out to pinch her gently. Young master, she gasped, her untouched form trembling, a rosy hue blooming across her cheeks as she quickly stood upright. What? Continue. If you dare. With such skills, do you think you can tempt me? Su Bei observed her with a playful glint in his eye. Wang Shiyun felt a flutter of anxiety deep within her as she was met with Su Bei's penetrating gaze. Lowering her head slightly, her hands instinctively fidgeted with the hem of her garment. After a brief pause, it seemed she mustered her courage. Raising her eyes to meet Su Bei's and softly spoke, My lord, Shiyun's eagerness to seek guidance may have led to some impropriety. I humbly request your forgiveness. Su Bei rose from his seat, leaning closer to her face, so near that he could touch her delicate, porcelain-like skin with the slightest inclination of his head. What happened to your earlier bravery? His breath caressed Wang Shiyun's skin, causing her cheeks to flush crimson like a ripe apple. Her eyes darted nervously, her long lashes fluttering like startled butterflies. Her breath quickened and became erratic, the rise and fall of her chest betraying her inner turmoil. Gripping the edge of her garment tightly, she stammered, My lord. Shiyun seeing her flustered state, Su Bei's lips curled into a slight smirk, tinged with mockery as he remarked, Humph, with such little courage, you wish to become my disciple? However, upon hearing his words, an unexpected surge of bravery coursed through Wang Shiyun. She suddenly stood on her tiptoes, wrapping her arms around Su Bei's neck and pressed her lips against his. Su Bei's eyes widened in astonishment, utterly unprepared for such audacity from her. He anticipated her to be so bold. After a brief moment of shock, Su Bei began to guide her, his hands gently encircling her waist. Wang Shiyun felt her mind go blank, her heart racing. She had never imagined herself capable of such impulsiveness, yet at that moment, all her reservations faded away. As Su Bei led her, a tingling sensation coursed through her body, as if she were ensconced in a dream. His hands seemed to possess an enchanting power, and she felt herself growing softer, nearly collapsing into his embrace. Time slipped away unnoticed until they finally parted. Wang Shiyun's cheeks were flushed, her gaze clouded, not daring to meet Su Bei's eyes. He cleared his throat, shattering the awkward silence. You, my dear girl, are quite bold. Biting her lip tightly, Wang Shiyun murmured, My lord, Shiyun merely wishes to take you as her mentor. Su Bei raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips as he regarded her. Take you as a disciple? Is that how one seeks a mentor? Her head drooped even lower, her voice barely a whisper. My lord, it was an impulsive moment. I hope you will not hold it against me. Su Bei folded his arms, circling her as he mused. Humph, and if I choose not to take you as my disciple, what then? Wang Shiyun's eyes reddened, looking at him with a pitiful expression, tears glistening as they threatened to spill, resembling a wounded fawn. All right, Su Bei sighed, unable to withstand such a sight. Shaking his head helplessly, he rubbed his temples and sighed. It is not that I refuse you. My own cultivation is still shallow, and I have many unresolved issues myself. I fear I may not be able to guide you well. However, if you have any questions regarding your training, feel free to come and ask me. Wang Shiyun, with tears glistening in her eyes, gazed at Su Bei and tremulously uttered, Young master, I am unafraid. Even if your cultivation is limited, I have made my choice. In her heart, he was the guiding light illuminating her path. Su Bei, his brows furrowed in concern, replied helplessly, You little girl, why are you so stubborn? I am still searching for my own way. How can I possibly guide you? Wang Shiyun gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and said earnestly, "Young master, I seek nothing more than to be by your side and receive your guidance, which would be more than enough. Once you successfully establish your foundation, I shall take you back to the sect. I have just descended the mountain from the sect and will not return for the time being." Chapter 37. Wang Shiyun embarks on the path of cultivation. Young master, I will spare no effort to establish my foundation as soon as possible, living up to your expectations. Upon hearing Su Bei's promise, the tension in Wang Shiyun's face relaxed and joy filled her heart. "Young master, allow me to massage you." She gracefully moved to stand behind Su Bei, resting his head against her chest, her hands gently kneading, careful not to cause him discomfort. Su Bei reclined in the chair as if enveloped in clouds. This tender moment was truly intoxicating. Were it to remain so, it would not be an unwelcome happiness. "Shiyun, you are thoughtful." Upon hearing these words, Wang Shiyun's hands paused momentarily, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. "Young master, this is what I ought to do." Reflecting on her actions today, she felt a wave of shyness wash over her. As the daughter of the Wang family, she had never engaged in such intimate acts. Until now, she had lived in luxury, held in the palms of others. Fortunately, with Su Bei's promise, all her efforts were not in vain. Lu Xianxian had been unable to calm her mind since entering her room to cultivate. Will the young master not be with her? This thought incessantly flashed through her mind, heightening her anxiety. Afraid of displeasing Su Bei, she dared not interrupt him, feeling unable to provide him with the happiness he desired. The more she pondered, the more bitterness filled her heart. After enduring the torment for some time, she finally rose to leave her room when she heard the silence outside. However, the scene that greeted her eyes caused her heart to seize. Is this my role being usurped? Lu Xianxian panicked. Without a second thought, she hurried to Su Bei, squatting down to gently lift one of his legs and resting it on her thigh, beginning to knead it. She shot a fierce glare at Wang Shiyun, brimming with animosity. Wang Shiyun, sensing Lu Xuanxuan's gaze, paid her no mind, continuing to massage Su Bei's head while leaning in closer. "You sly vixen," Lu Xianxian cursed inwardly. "Why doesn't Xianxian go cultivate?" Su Bei suddenly inquired. "Young master, I am worried that you are too fatigued, so I am here to help you relax," Lu Xianxian replied. A hint of grievance in her voice. This little girl must have misunderstood, Su Bei thought. Su Bei slightly opened his eyes, gazing at Lu Xianxian. "Xianxian, do not overthink. Focus on your cultivation instead." Yet, Xianxian found it difficult to calm her restless mind. Lu Xianxian lowered her head, her hands continuing their movements. Wang Shiyun interjected, "Indeed. Younger sister Xianxian, you should return to your training. I shall attend to the young master." "Is it not because you fear inadequately serving the young master?" Lu Xianxian lifted her head, a hint of displeasure reflected in her eyes as she looked at Wang Shiyun. Wang Shiyun maintained a gentle smile. "Sister, do not misunderstand. I merely wish for you to concentrate on your cultivation and not linger here." Lu Xianxian scoffed lightly. "Your eagerness makes me suspect your intentions. Enough, enough. Let us cease this quarrel and dedicate ourselves to our training. Shiyun, you should join us as well." Su Bei moved his leg away from Lu Xuanxuan's grasp, rising to walk towards the inner room. Lu Xianxian pouted, while Wang Shiyun bit her lip, both hastening to follow in Su Bei's footsteps. Upon entering the room, Lu Xianxian spoke first. "Young master, I truly did not mean to argue with her." Wang Shiyun, unwilling to be outdone, quickly added, "Young master." Shiyun merely wished to advise her. Su Bei shook his head in exasperation. "Enough, do not speak further. The essence of the matter is to cultivate diligently." Hearing this, Lu Xianxian lowered her head and softly replied, "Young master, then I shall commence my training." With that, she turned and entered the inner room, leaving only Su Bei and Wang Shiyun. "I see you have reached the second level of qi refinement. What techniques are you practicing?" Su Bei inquired, looking at Wang Shiyun. Wang Shiyun pressed her lips together, cautiously lifting her gaze to meet his, her voice barely above a whisper. "Young master, Shiyun has not practiced any techniques. I am merely relying on an incomplete internal cultivation method, attempting to decipher it on my own." Su Bei's eyes widened slightly in surprise. To have come this far solely with an incomplete method is no small feat. A bitter smile crossed Wang Shiyun's face. "Young master, my aptitude is lacking. Any meager progress I have made is entirely due to my indomitable spirit." Su Bei nodded slightly, his expression growing more serious. "Such determination is indeed rare. Has this incomplete method posed any dangers for you?" Wang Shiyun shook her head gently. "Not as of yet. However, the cultivation process is quite arduous, and progress is slow." "Extend your hand," Su Bei instructed. Wang Shiyun complied, extending her right hand, a hint of anxiety in her gaze. Su Bei placed his fingers on her wrist, closing his eyes to meticulously examine the flow of spiritual energy within her. After a brief moment, Su Bei withdrew his hand, speaking slowly. "This incomplete method has caused a disruption in the flow of your spiritual energy. If this persists, it will undoubtedly lead to calamity." Wang Shiyun's face paled. Then, young master, do you possess a solution? Su Bei pondered for a moment. I will first help you regulate your spiritual energy. Then you may cultivate according to the foundational qi refinement technique. Wang Shiyun hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, young master. Shiyun will heed your guidance. Without further ado, Su Bei focused his energy, gently placing his hands on Wang Shiyun's back. Wang Shiyun felt a warm and powerful force gradually entering her body, guiding the chaotic spiritual energy back into order. After a considerable time, Su Bei withdrew his hand, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Now, I shall teach you the foundational qi cultivation technique, but you must not rush, he advised. Wang Shiyun promptly handed him a handkerchief, saying, You must be weary, my lord. I shall diligently remember your teachings. Taking the handkerchief, Su Bei gently wiped his brow and instructed, Sit down and calm your mind. Channel your energy according to my instructions. Wang Shiyun obediently sat and closed her eyes. Su Bei began to impart the verses and key points of the foundational qi cultivation technique, one by one. Wang Shiyun listened intently, striving to guide the spiritual energy within her as per Su Bei's guidance. After a while, Su Bei inquired, What sensations do you perceive? Wang Shiyun slowly opened her eyes, her expression brimming with delight. My lord, I feel as though the spiritual energy within me has been directed and is beginning to flow in an orderly manner, with a gentle warmth coursing through my meridians. Su Bei's face lit up with satisfaction. Excellent. Continue to circulate your energy according to this technique to solidify your progress. Wang Shiyun nodded in agreement, closing her eyes once more to focus on her practice. A faint aura of spiritual light began to envelop her, and her breath became increasingly steady and prolonged. Su Bei observed her quietly, recognizing her extraordinary talent as a natural spirit root. Given time, she would surely achieve greatness. After a considerable period, Wang Shiyun gradually concluded her practice, opening her eyes and radiating vitality. She rose and bowed to Su Bei, expressing her gratitude. Thank you for your guidance, my lord. I feel my cultivation has made significant progress. Su Bei smiled and replied, You possess remarkable talent and diligence. You are destined to achieve success on your path to immortality. Your praise is undeserved, my lord. My achievements today are entirely due to your careful instruction. I shall strive unceasingly to live up to your expectations, Wang Shiyun responded. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, her eyes shimmering like autumn waters. With her hands clasped before her, she slightly bowed, her voice melodious like a songbird. Your kindness, my lord, shall forever be etched in my heart. I will follow your commands without hesitation. Su Bei waved his hand dismissively. You flatter me. Simply concentrate on your cultivation. Wang Shiyun's face blossomed into a radiant smile. Thank you, my lord. I shall not disappoint your hopes. Time is of the essence. You should return now, he advised. Wang Shiyun inclined her body slightly, saying, I take my leave, my lord. Please rest well. Afterward, she gracefully departed, her movements akin to a flower swaying in the wind. Light and enchanting, Su Bei gazed at her retreating figure, letting out a gentle sigh before turning back into the house. With guidance received, Wang Shiyun felt hopeful about her path to immortality. Her spirits lifted like clouds parting to reveal the sun, her steps lighter than before. Upon returning home, she crossed the threshold and found Wang Huaishan seated in the middle of the hall, his face contorted with anger. Wang Huaishan slammed his hand on the table, rising to his feet as he bellowed. You reckless girl, how can you be so thoughtless as to run off like that? The city is in such disarray. Do you have any idea how perilous it is? Wang Shiyun was taken aback by the sudden reprimand, her steps faltering, the smile on her face vanishing in an instant. She stammered, Father, I was merely going out for a stroll. Wang Huaishan furrowed his brow, his eyes wide with anger. A stroll? The streets are fraught with fear and lawlessness, and you, a young lady, what would become of you should any misfortune befall you? It is far better for you to stay at home. In a few days, I shall arrange a marriage for you. Father, I do not wish to marry. Wang Shiyun bit her lip, defiantly raising her head to meet Wang Huaishan's gaze. I have no interest in such matters. Wang Huaishan trembled with rage. You ungrateful girl. Marriage is a significant affair, dictated by parental authority and the matchmaking of others. You cannot simply dismiss it. Tears welled in Wang Shiyun's eyes. Father, I do not wish to marry so young. I yearn to live the life I desire. Wang Huaishan, unable to contain his fury, retorted, The life you desire? What do you understand? A girl should marry early, manage her home, and raise children. This is the rightful path. You shall not set foot outside this house again. With tears streaming down her face, Wang Shiyun cast a desperate glance at her father before turning and fleeing to her room. Slamming the door behind her with a resounding thud, she collapsed onto her bed, burying her head in the pillow, and wept uncontrollably. After a long while, she finally quieted. Cultivation. Only by becoming powerful can one seize control of their own destiny. Taking a deep breath, Wang Shiyun sought to calm the tumult within her and attempted to enter a state of cultivation. Initially, her mind was still troubled by the earlier quarrel, making it difficult to concentrate. But the thought of her father insisting on her marriage steeled her resolve, and she forced herself to cast aside distractions. As time passed, Wang Shiyun gradually immersed herself in her practice, an ethereal aura emanating from her. Could it be that the young master has taken a liking to Wang Shiyun? After she departed, Lu Xianxian halted her cultivation, gazing at Su Bei with a melancholic expression. Su Bei, slightly taken aback, chuckled softly. Xianxian, what are you saying? Do not indulge in such fanciful thoughts. Lu Xianxian bit her lip, retorting, I am not being fanciful. From the moment she arrived, she has been vying for the young master's attention. Is he not moved? Su Bei shook his head helplessly. I merely noted her commendable talent and paid her a bit more attention. Lu Xianxian huffed coldly. I do not believe you. The young master is certainly enchanted by her. She is not nearly as captivating as I am. As Su Bei spoke, he gently drew Lu Xianxian into his embrace. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she tilted her head slightly to meet his tender gaze. Su Bei's eyes seemed to burn with fervor, quickening her heartbeat. Lu Xianxian let out a soft sigh, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. Su Bei's frustrations of the day began to dissipate under Lu Xuanxuan's gentle comfort. Alas, what marred the perfection was their inability to engage fully. Several days passed without sight of Wang Shiyun. Since the day she left, she had not returned to Su Bei. One day, a cavalry arrived swiftly at Luoshui City. As the procession approached the city of Luoshui, the citizens at the city gates were awestruck by its imposing presence. Pausing to watch in anticipation, the commanding leader, exuding authority, was flanked by a regiment of knights and infantry arranged in perfect order, while several horse-drawn carriages moved steadily in the center. The entourage finally halted before the lord's mansion, where the knights swiftly dismounted and took their positions on either side. The carriage doors slowly opened, revealing a dignified envoy who descended gracefully. Clad in official robes and holding a golden edict, his demeanor was solemn. Ascending the platform, the envoy unfurled the edict and proclaimed in a resonant voice. The edict states, Luoshui City is a vital stronghold of our dynasty. Henceforth, Sun Hong is appointed as the lord of Luoshui City, with the expectation that he will fulfill his duties diligently, ensure peace in the region, and bring prosperity to the people. Thus decreed. With reverence, Sun Hong stepped forward to receive the edict, exclaiming, I, Sun Hong, shall not betray the trust of the sovereign. Dedicating myself wholeheartedly. An elderly man, stroking his beard with concern, remarked, now the head of the Sun family has become the city lord. I wonder if this is for better or worse. How much good can come of it? The affairs of the officialdom are fraught with peril, a middle-aged man replied, frowning in agreement. The head of the Sun family has a commendable reputation. Perhaps he can bring us some hope, suggested a young scholar, fanning himself. Let us hope so, interjected a worried woman holding her child. Do not speak carelessly. Be wary of attracting misfortune upon yourselves. We shall wait and see, cautioned an elderly man, appearing quite prudent. In that moment, the citizens engaged in lively discourse, filling the street with a cacophony of opinions. Turning to the populace, Sun Hong raised his hand to signal for silence. I am deeply grateful for the trust bestowed upon me by the sovereign and for your support. I, Sun Hong, shall spare no effort in safeguarding the tranquility and prosperity of Luoshui City. As his words echoed, the citizens gradually quieted, their attention once again riveted on him. Sun Hong continued, I understand your concerns, but I implore you to trust in my integrity. I vow to be upright and selfless, dedicated solely to the welfare of the people, and I shall not engage in favoritism or corruption. After Sun Hong concluded, the envoy, who had been standing by, interjected, Lord Sun, the sovereign has high hopes for you. I hope you will not disappoint. This appointment carries significant responsibility, and you must devote yourself fully. Should any misstep occur, the sovereign's wrath will be beyond anyone's capacity to bear. With a respectful gesture, Sun Hong replied, Rest assured, esteemed envoy. I comprehend the gravity of the matter and shall endeavor with utmost diligence to fulfill my mission honorably. The envoy scrutinized Sun Hong for a moment before responding. That is excellent to hear. I shall report truthfully to the sovereign. I trust you will conduct yourself accordingly. With that, the envoy turned and ascended the carriage, preparing to return to the court. At that moment, Sun Hong stepped forward, blocking the envoy's path. He glanced around to ensure no one was watching and swiftly produced a brocade box from his robes, placing it in the envoy's hands. Lowering his voice, he said, My lord, this is a modest token of my esteem. I hope for your continued support. The envoy feigned reluctance, saying, Lord Sun, this may not be proper. Sun Hong quickly insisted, My lord, please accept this. It is merely a small gesture from me and will not cause you any embarrassment. With a faint nod, she swiftly concealed the brocade box within her sleeve, her face once again adopting a stern expression. Lord Sun, this shall not be a repeated occurrence. Do take heed, she remarked, before turning her back and ascending into the carriage, departing with a flourish. Sun Hong watched the retreating silhouette of the carriage, a quiet sigh of relief escaping him. Chapter 39. Wang Shiyun flees from marriage. Little did he expect to have the position of lord seized by Sun Hong. Wang Huaishan sat in his chair, his countenance dark and displeased. My family has managed operations in Luoshui City for so many years. This lordship rightfully belongs to me, he exclaimed, slamming his hand onto the table with such force that the teacups rattled precariously. Master, please, do not let your anger affect your health, the steward hastily advised. Wang Huaishan widened his eyes and bellowed, not be angry? How can I possibly refrain from it? That Sun Hong fellow must have employed some underhanded means. The steward cautiously interjected, Master, do not be hasty. Sun Hong has just ascended to lordship. He may not be able to secure his position firmly. Let us devise a strategy gradually. Surely we can find a way to counter him, he continued to counsel. Wang Huaishan let out a cold snort. Plan gradually? I can afford to wait, but the Wang family cannot. He will undoubtedly take action against us. Even if he intends to act, he must first solidify his own standing. No, this period provides us an opportunity to strategize, the steward urged. Wang Huaishan stood, pacing back and forth. No, we cannot simply wait idly. Suddenly halting. A glimmer of calculation flashed in his eyes. Now that Sun Hong has just taken the position, his authority remains tenuous. If our Wang family could forge a union with the Sun family by betrothing Shiyun to Master Sun Ming, we could become kin. Then, we could slowly devise our methods to reclaim the lordship. With this thought, the lines on Wang Huaishan's forehead eased slightly. Yes, that shall be the course of action. Quickly summon Shiyun. Before long, Wang Shiyun entered the room, performing her greeting. Father, what is the matter that you called for me? Wang Huaishan gazed at his daughter, slowly articulating, Shiyun, your father has a matter of great consequence regarding our family's fortunes to discuss with you. I intend to betroth you to Master Sun Ming of the Sun family. Upon hearing this, Wang Shiyun's expression shifted immediately. Father, I refuse. Sun Ming is over a decade my senior, and he already has a legitimate wife. Are you compelling me to become a concubine? Wang Huaishan's countenance darkened. Do not be foolish. This concerns the future of our family. Your whims cannot dictate this matter. Tears welled in Wang Shiyun's eyes. Father, must my happiness be sacrificed for the sake of the family? Wang Huaishan's tone softened slightly. Shiyun, if this can restore our family's strength, such a sacrifice is warranted. Besides, marrying into the Sun family may not preclude happiness. Biting her lip, Wang Shiyun felt a deep reluctance, yet she recognized the difficulty in altering her father's decision, allowing silent tears to fall. Very well, you may return to your chamber, Wang Huaishan gestured, dismissing Wang Shiyun. Wang Shiyun, filled with a sense of injustice, turned away with tears glistening in her eyes. Wang Huaishan observed his daughter's retreating figure, although a pang of sympathy tugged at his heart. The weight of familial interests swiftly overshadowed it. The following day, Wang Huaishan meticulously prepared an array of valuable gifts and made his way to the city lord's residence. Upon his arrival, Sun Hong personally emerged to greet him. With a beaming smile, Wang Huaishan clasped his hands and exclaimed, Congratulations, Lord Sun. What a blessing for Luoshui City to have you as its lord. Sun Hong, smiling in return, replied, You flatter me, Brother Wang. Please, step inside. Once in the sitting room, the two took their places according to their respective statuses. Wang Huaishan cleared his throat and began, Lord Sun, I have come today not only to extend my congratulations, but also to discuss a matter of mutual interest. Sun Hong raised an eyebrow and encouraged, Please, speak freely. Wang Huaishan stroked his beard thoughtfully and continued, My youngest daughter, Shiyun, is gentle and virtuous, possessing both wisdom and grace. I have heard that your son, Master Sun Ming, is not only handsome but also talented. I wish to betroth my daughter to him and seek your thoughts on this proposal. After a moment of contemplation, Sun Hong readily agreed, recognizing the advantages this union would bring to the Sun family. How could I refuse such a gracious offer from Brother Wang? Please, summon Ming Er. Before long, Sun Ming entered the sitting room and saluted. Father, I was summoned. What is the matter? Sun Hong gestured towards Wang Huaishan and stated, Ming Er. Brother Wang wishes to betroth his daughter, Shiyun, to you. What are your thoughts? Initially taken aback, Sun Ming glanced at Wang Huaishan and replied with a respectful bow. I will abide by father's arrangements. Sun Hong laughed heartily. This is splendid. Thus, the engagement is settled. Brother Wang, let us prepare accordingly. Wang Huaishan beamed in agreement. Indeed, indeed. The two parties then discussed the details of the wedding before Wang Huaishan departed from the Sun residence in high spirits. Meanwhile, the maid Xiao Zui hurriedly sought out Wang Shiyun to relay the news of the engagement. Upon hearing it, Wang Shiyun's complexion turned an ashen hue. Xiao Zui anxiously implored, Miss, what shall we do? Regaining her composure, Wang Shiyun feigned calmness. Xiao Cui, I am fine. You may leave now. Xiao Cui, puzzled by her mistress's demeanor, hesitated but ultimately bowed and retreated. That evening, Wang Huaishan entered Wang Shiyun's room. Shiyun, father understands that you may find it difficult to accept this engagement at first. But all I do is for the sake of our family. The Sun family holds significant standing in Luoshui City, and an alliance with them would yield numerous benefits for us. Wang Shiyun bit her lip tightly, lowering her gaze, and nodded in feigned agreement. Wang Huaishan continued. Once you are wed, you must adhere to the duties of a wife, serving your in-laws and husband diligently, and avoid any semblance of willfulness. Wang Shiyun softly replied with an affirmative sound. Satisfied with her response, Wang Huaishan nodded approvingly. Very well, rest early and prepare for your forthcoming marriage. With that, he turned and left the room. Wang Shiyun watched her father depart, tears slowly streaming down her cheeks. Those tears traced a path down her fair complexion, leaving darkened spots upon her attire. Why must a child of the family sacrifice her own happiness? By what right is my life dictated in such a manner? No, I shall resist. I must seek the freedom that belongs to me. Wang Shiyun thought of Su Bei, for he alone might offer her protection. When the night deepened into silence, she gently approached the window, listening intently to the sounds outside. Once assured of the stillness beyond, she quietly pushed the window open and leapt out. Focusing her energy, she gathered her spirit at her feet, moving soundlessly as she walked. As she passed through the garden, a cacophony of footsteps echoed nearby. Swiftly, she concealed herself within the crevices of a rockery, stifling her breath until the footsteps faded into the distance, allowing her to continue on her way. Reaching the edge of the backyard wall, Wang Shiyun summoned the energy within her body, ascending a nearby tree with the grace of a swallow. Cautiously, she navigated along the branches to the top of the wall, closed her eyes, inhaled deeply, and, utilizing her energy to cushion her fall, leapt down, though she stumbled slightly upon landing. Her foundation in the second tier of Qi cultivation enabled her to quickly regain her balance. Wang Shiyun dared not squander a moment, bending low and utilizing the cover of darkness to hasten towards Su Bei's courtyard. Along the way, she carefully avoided the main thoroughfares that might harbor patrolling soldiers, opting instead for the narrow alleyways, running unceasingly towards Su Bei's residence. Chapter 40. Disturbing Dreams. Young Master. Su Bei, lost in the enchanting melodies of Lu Xuanxuan's flute, was abruptly interrupted by the sudden call. The intrusion was unwelcome. With a hint of displeasure, he donned his clothing, waved his hand to dismantle the formation, and watched as the courtyard gate swung open. Wang Shiyun rushed inside, her hair disheveled. Please, young master, take me in, she implored, her voice urgent as she knelt before him. Su Bei, taken aback, hastened to support her. Shiyun, what has transpired? Wang Shiyun bit her lip, her chest heaving with emotion as she recounted. My family intends to betroth me to another. Unwilling to accept, I have fled. Fear not. You shall stay here from now on. No one can take you away, Su Bei reassured her, offering a sense of solace. Upon hearing his words, Wang Shiyun felt a sense of calm wash over her. Xianxian, please show her to her room, Su Bei instructed. Lu Xianxian nodded slightly, addressing Wang Shiyun. Please, follow me. Although she was not pleased with the disruption to her life with Su Bei, she felt compelled to comply with his directive. Wang Shiyun cast a grateful glance at Su Bei before following Lu Xianxian, sensing the latter's cool demeanor. The two moved in silence, the atmosphere somewhat oppressive. At last, Lu Xianxian halted before a door. This will suffice. You may rest here for now. Wang Shiyun offered a soft expression of thanks and stepped inside, gently closing the door behind her. Lu Xianyan stood outside the door, letting out a soft hum before turning to leave. Xianyan, why are you not happy? Su Bei inquired, noticing her sullen expression upon her return. Xianyan hesitated. With her gaze lowered, tinged with a hint of grievance, she replied, I dare not. Stepping closer, Su Bei gently lifted her chin, urging her to meet his gaze. Do not speak like that. I know it is because of Wang Shiyun. Xianyan averted her eyes, saying, Young master, I merely feel that Wang Shiyun's sudden appearance has disturbed our tranquility. Su Bei embraced Lu Xianyan tenderly, whispering, Xianyan, I am aware of your discontent. But Wang Shiyun finds herself in dire straits. How could I disregard her plight? Lu Xianyan struggled slightly within his embrace, thinking, surely, the young master is captivated by her beauty. Su Bei furrowed his brow. Xianyan, do not speak such nonsense. Am I truly a man so easily swayed? With reddened eyes, Lu Xianyan questioned, then why does the young master seem so concerned for her? He tightened his hold on her, speaking softly, Xianyan, you are the first woman I have ever cherished. My feelings for her are solely rooted in sympathy. Leaning into Su Bei's embrace, she confessed, I fear that you may forget the old for the new. How could that be? Su Bei gently stroked her hair. Xianyan, do not let your thoughts wander. Slightly tilting her head, she looked into his eyes, insisting, The young master must always remember what was said today. Su Bei solemnly nodded, I promise. At last, a smile graced Lu Xuanyan's face. Then I shall trust you this time. Captivated by her radiant smile, Su Bei could not help but lean down. And Lu Xuanyan eagerly reciprocated. The atmosphere in the room seemed to grow warmer. Meanwhile, in the next room, Wang Shiyun was about to seek out Su Bei. Upon reaching the doorway, she overheard the sounds within, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment, leaving her frozen in place. After a moment, biting her lip, Wang Shiyun hurriedly turned away, her heart racing. The echoes of what she had just heard flooded her mind, stirring a complex mix of emotions, one that was difficult to articulate as either envy or sorrow. Lying in bed, Wang Shiyun found it difficult to sleep, tossing and turning, her mind replaying the intimate scenes of Su Bei and Lu Xuanyan. It was not until dawn approached that exhaustion finally claimed her. The next day, Wang Shiyun awoke with bloodshot eyes. She rose to tidy herself, still appearing somewhat dazed. Young master. After freshening up, she went to see Su Bei. Shiyun, did you not rest well last night? Su Bei asked with concern, observing her weary demeanor. Wang Shiyun lowered her head slightly, replying softly, thank you for your concern. Young master, it is merely some worries that have troubled my sleep. Su Bei frowned. Is it family matters that weigh upon you? Do not fret. No one can force you. Raising her head, gratitude flickered in her eyes as she bowed respectfully, saying, young master's kindness is beyond what I can repay. Do not be so formal. For now, stay here and find peace, Su Bei urged, quickly moving to assist her. At that moment, Wang Shiyun's stomach suddenly growled, the sound echoing distinctly in the tranquil atmosphere. Her face instantly flushed crimson, and she awkwardly covered her belly, lowering her head to avoid looking at Su Bei. Initially taken aback, Su Bei soon could not help but chuckle, remarking, it seems you are indeed hungry, with nothing to eat at home. Here, take this bigodan. One will keep you satiated for 3 days. He produced a small jade vial from his robe and extended it towards Wang Shiyun. Embarrassed, she accepted the bigodan, murmuring, I apologize for the embarrassment, my lord. Su Bei replied gently, there is nothing to be ashamed of, please take it. Wang Shiyun nodded lightly, opened the vial, and poured the bigodan into her mouth. As soon as it touched her tongue, it transformed into a warm current, swiftly descending her throat. This warmth instantly spread throughout her limbs and body, nourishing every meridian and cell with its gentle and soothing power. Wang Shiyun felt all her fatigue dissipate, the weakness born from hunger vanishing entirely. My lord, how marvelous! She exclaimed in awe. Su Bei smiled at her, saying, the effects of the bigodan are indeed remarkable. Just as Wang Shiyun was about to say more, a commotion arose outside. Su Bei stepped into the courtyard and opened the door with a wave of his hand. There stood a group of people, at the forefront of whom was Wang Shiyun's father, Wang Huaishan. Young Master Su, Wang Huaishan greeted respectfully with cupped hands. This man had the power to slay even a city lord. He was not someone to be trifled with. May I inquire who you are? Su Bei inquired, his demeanor indifferent as he appraised Wang Huaishan. Wang Huaishan hastily introduced himself. I am Wang Huaishan, head of the Wang family from Luoshui. I presume I have come here concerning Shiyun. Su Bei raised an eyebrow slightly, saying, so you are the head of the Wang family. May I ask why you have gathered your people here today? Wang Huaishan's face displayed a hint of embarrassment. Young Master Su, may I ask if my daughter, Wang Shiyun, is in your residence? Su Bei crossed his arms, his tone cool as he replied, what if she is here? What if she is not? Wang Huaishan quickly bowed, saying, please, do not take offense, young Master Su. My daughter has not returned home, and as her father, I am genuinely concerned. A few days ago, she mentioned meeting you, so I came to inquire. At that moment, Wang Shiyun emerged from the room, her tone resolute as she declared, Father, I am already young Master Su's person, I shall not leave. Chapter 41. The anger of Wang Huaishan. Shiyun, what nonsense are you speaking? This is no jest. Wang Huaishan's eyes widened in disbelief. Wang Shiyun bit her lip, asserting, Father, I am not speaking frivolously. I have made my decision. I wish to follow young Master Su for the rest of my life. Su Bei was taken aback, his gaze towards Wang Shiyun now layered with complexity. Wang Huaishan's face turned ashen with rage. You ungrateful daughter, you are bringing disgrace upon the Wang family. Hearing her father's reprimand, Wang Shiyun trembled, tears welling in her eyes, and then, with a heavy thud, she knelt on the ground, her knees striking the floor with a dull sound. She knelt on the ground, her hands pressed down, and spoke softly, Father, I am an unfilial daughter, yet my choices remain unchanged. Wang Huaishan trembled with rage, his breath coming in heavy gasps, his chest heaving violently as he pointed an accusatory finger at Wang Shiyun, exclaiming, you truly drive your father to the brink of despair. Since Shiyun refuses to return with you, then please leave, Su Bei interjected, arms crossed, his demeanor indifferent as he slightly tilted his head. Wang Huaishan glared fiercely at Su Bei, stepping forward, veins bulging on his forehead. Young Master Su, do not overstep your bounds. My Wang family is not to be trifled with. Oh, and what can your Wang family do to me? Su Bei stood tall, tilting his head back slightly. His gaze icy as he met Wang Huaishan's eyes, displaying no fear, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his lips. Wang Huaishan's breath quickened further, his chest rising and falling dramatically as he clenched his fists, daring not to utter another word. Wang Shiyun, sensing the escalating tension between the two, hurriedly stepped in between them, pleading, "Father, young master, please cease your quarrel." Her face was streaked with tears, her voice choked with emotion, as tears cascaded down from her swollen eyes, soaking her clothing. Wang Huaishan shot a fierce glare at Wang Shiyun, declaring, "This calamity is all you're doing. You ungrateful girl." Wang Shiyun shuddered, her lips trembling as she replied, "Father, I understand my mistakes. All I desire is to serve young master. Alas, the misfortunes of our family." Wang Huaishan lamented with a deep sigh. With a final, scornful glance at both Wang Shiyun and Su Bei, he waved his hand and bellowed, "Leave." The attendants of the Wang family hastily followed suit, a tide of bodies rushing away. Wang Huaishan led the way, his subordinates keeping their heads bowed in silence, afraid to breathe, closely trailing behind their enraged master, wary of provoking his wrath. Wang Shiyun watched her father depart, tears flowing freely like a river breaking its banks, her shoulders trembling. Su Bei, noticing her distress, supported her gently, patting her back softly, and spoke in a soothing tone. "Shiyun, do not be overly sorrowful." Leaning against Su Bei, she sobbed, "Young master, I am sorry for causing you trouble." Su Bei shook his head slightly, taking her hand in his. "Come, let us go inside." Wang Shiyun obediently followed him, her steps unsteady. Su Bei carefully shielded her as they entered the room together. Inside, he urged Wang Shiyun to sit, while he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression grave as he proclaimed, "Shiyun, you must understand. A mortal's life is but a few fleeting decades, swiftly passing away. The path of cultivation is a struggle against the heavens and an endeavor to defy time." Wang Shiyun, with tear-filled eyes, listened attentively. Su Bei continued, "To cultivate, one must sever the ties of the mundane world. The pursuits of fame, fortune, love, and hatred are but ephemeral wisps. If you harbor these sentiments, you shall be burdened, hindering your progress in cultivation." Biting her lip, Wang Shiyun inquired, "Young master, what of the affection I hold for my family?" Su Bei turned to face her, stating, "It is not a matter of forsaking familial bonds, but rather of understanding moderation. Do not allow your affection to become an obsession that disturbs your tranquility." Wang Shiyun nodded with a hint of understanding, saying, "My lord, Shiyun comprehends." Su Bei solemnly remarked, "Shiyun, the path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. Only with resolute determination can one achieve greatness." Wang Shiyun inhaled deeply, a glimmer of resolve flashing in her eyes. "My lord, I shall not disappoint your expectations. Even if the road ahead is arduous, I will not waver." At the Wang residence, Wang Huaishan stormed in with fury. As he crossed the threshold, a thunderous crash resounded. The door was kicked down, startling the servants who trembled in fear. His once rosy complexion had turned crimson, the veins on his forehead bulging like enraged worms. "Unfilial daughter! Unfilial daughter!" he bellowed. Wang Huaishan paced back and forth in the hall, each step seemingly intent on shattering the floor beneath him. The steward cautiously approached, saying, "Master, please calm down. Your health is of utmost importance." Wang Huaishan shot a fierce glare at the steward. "Calm down. How can I calm down when Su Bei disregards my Wang family?" With that, he swept his sleeve, sending the tea set crashing to the ground, the sound of shattered porcelain echoing through the hall, leaving chaos in its wake. "What audacity from Su Bei!" Wang Huaishan panted, collapsing into a chair, his chest heaving violently, rage burning in his eyes, refusing to subside. "Prepare the carriage. We are going to the city lord's mansion," he roared, his voice powerful enough to rattle the roof. The steward, sensing the urgency, quickly replied, "Yes, master. I shall make the arrangements at once." Before long, the carriage was ready. With a darkened expression, Wang Huaishan strode into the carriage, which rolled swiftly toward the city lord's mansion. Upon arrival, Wang Huaishan took a deep breath, steeling himself, and exited the carriage. The guards at the entrance, recognizing him, quickly bowed respectfully and ushered him inside. Following the servant who guided him, he entered the reception hall, where Sun Hong sat at the head of the table, wearing a smile. Yet, Wang Huaishan perceived an underlying significance in that smile. "Brother Wang, what brings you here today?" Sun Hong inquired first. Wang Huaishan clasped his hands, forcing a semblance of a smile, and replied, "City Lord's son, to be candid, I have come regarding the marriage between my daughter and your son." Sun Hong's expression shifted. "Oh, has there been a change in the marriage?" "Unbeknownst to you, that Su Bei, driven by desire, has abducted my daughter," Wang Huaishan declared, his face a mask of indignation. "Su Bei? The one who killed the former city lord?" Sun Hong's demeanor became serious. He had heard whispers of this Su Bei, renowned for slaying not only the city lord and his son, but also vanquishing immortal masters. Sun Hong's expression darkened, and a tinge of apprehension flickered in his gaze. He had previously reported this matter to the dynasty. But the number of immortal masters in the court was alarmingly scarce. Wang Huaishan nodded emphatically, gritting his teeth. Indeed, it is this villain. His audacity knows no bounds. Sun Hong furrowed his brows, pacing the hall before finally speaking. This Su Bei possesses extraordinary strength and a ruthless heart. This matter will not be easily resolved. Chapter 42. The need for spirit stones in raising a woman lord of the city. Do you intend to allow that villain to act with impunity? The purity of my daughter and the reputation of the Wang family are at stake. Wang Huaishan exclaimed, stepping forward as if to confront Sun Hong directly. Sun Hong halted, casting a hesitant glance at Wang Huaishan. Brother Wang, do not be hasty. Let us set aside the matter of our family's union for now. Allow me to contemplate a solution regarding Su Bei. Upon hearing this, Wang Huaishan's fury intensified. Lord, what is your intention? Do you mean to abandon the Wang family? My daughter is enduring such calamity, yet you are merely preoccupied with dissolving the engagement? Sun Hong's expression turned awkward. Brother Wang, you misunderstand my intention. It is simply that the current situation is intricate. Su Bei wields formidable power. If we do not act with caution, it could spell disaster for both our families. The court has not dispatched any celestial masters to assist us. How are we to contend with him? Is there truly no one from the court? Wang Huaishan asked, his eyes wide with disbelief. Sun Hong shook his head helplessly. Brother, the court is presently occupied with numerous chaotic affairs. They have no energy to concern themselves with our remote region. Wang Huaishan's countenance turned pale. What shall we do? Are we truly helpless against Su Bei? Sun Hong furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before responding. At present, there is no immediate solution. Do you know Su Bei's whereabouts? Wang Huaishan hesitated, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. After a moment of internal struggle, he divulged Su Bei's residence to Sun Hong. A glimmer of insight sparkled in Sun Hong's eyes as he nodded thoughtfully. Wang Huaishan clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Lord of the city, I shall take my leave. I trust you will take great care regarding my daughter's plight. Rest assured, Brother Wang, I shall do my utmost, Sun Hong replied promptly. Once Wang Huaishan departed, Sun Hong returned to his study, burdened with thoughts. He promptly summoned Sun Fu and Sun Ming to discuss the matter concerning Su Bei. Before long, Sun Fu and Sun Ming arrived in haste. Sun Hong sat behind his desk, gently tapping his fingers on the surface, and addressed them directly. What are your thoughts on this, Su Bei? Sun Fu slightly bowed and spoke first. Master, this matter requires careful consideration. Su Bei's audacity to act thus indicates he is no ordinary adversary. Indeed, Father, Sun Ming concurred, his face etched with seriousness. Su Bei is not someone to provoke lightly. However, I believe we might consider extending a gesture of goodwill towards him. Sun Hong rose, hands clasped behind his back, and regarded Sun Ming with a penetrating gaze. A gesture of goodwill? Do you possess a specific plan? Having heard of Su Bei's competition with Zheng Zhaohao for the courtesan's favor, he must surely have an affinity for beauty. Perhaps we could send him a few enchanting maidens, suggested Sun Ming, his eyes fixed on Sun Hong, awaiting his father's verdict. Sun Hong furrowed his brow, a hint of hesitation crossing his features. Sending maidens? Is this approach not overly simplistic? What if it provokes his ire? Sun Ming quickly interjected. Father, in my humble opinion, a man who delights in beauty is likely to be swayed by it. Even if he remains unmoved, he would not be incensed by our gesture. Moreover, we may also use this opportunity to demonstrate our sincerity in seeking an alliance. Sun Hong paced back and forth, contemplating for a moment before stating, very well, select a few women of exceptional beauty and keen intellect, but be cautious not to overreach. Sun Ming's face lit up with joy. Reassured by his father's words, he vowed to manage this task with utmost diligence. In the courtyard of Su Bei, the two women were immersed in their cultivation, while Su Bei focused intently on drawing talismans. With the increased energy consumption of the two, his supply of spirit stones was rapidly dwindling. The two women possessed extraordinary talent, leading to swift depletion of resources. Shaking his head to dispel his concerns, he continued to concentrate on the intricate drawings, hoping to bridge the gap. Su Bei held his breath, his brush dancing across the talisman paper like a wandering dragon. As mysterious patterns gradually emerged, beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, but he paid them no mind, wholly absorbed in the complexity of his task. After an indeterminate period, he finally completed a stack of talismans, exhaling deeply as his body trembled slightly from exhaustion. The two women had long ceased their cultivation, standing quietly to the side, reluctant to disturb him. Noticing his pause, Lu Xianxian hurried forward, softly urging, "My lord, please take a rest. Do not wear yourself out." Wang Shiyun hastily brought a reclining chair closer, her face filled with concern as she said, "My lord, lie down and take your time to recuperate. Seeing their anxious expressions warmed Su Bei's heart, and he smiled reassuringly. I am not so fragile, merely drained of spiritual energy from excessive exertion. Lu Xianxian gently supported his arm, assisting him in reclining on the chair. Wang Shiyun promptly fetched a cup of tea, offering it to his lips. My lord, please have a sip to soothe your throat. With a contented expression, Su Bei accepted the cup and took a delicate sip, relishing the fragrant tea's exquisite flavor. With such thoughtful care from you both, I am truly delighted. The two women beamed with joy at his words. What have you drawn, my lord? Wang Shiyun inquired. Her big, expressive eyes filled with curiosity as she leaned closer. Su Bei smiled at her inquisitiveness and replied, these are talismans, capable of assisting others in critical moments. Wang Shiyun tilted her head slightly, her eyes widening further. Talismans? What makes them so extraordinary, my lord? Lu Xianxian leaned in as well, echoing her curiosity. Yes, my lord. Do enlighten us. Setting down his teacup, Su Bei patiently began to explain, these talismans can gather spiritual energy, provide protection, and even launch attacks, each serving distinct purposes. The two women listened intently, with Wang Shiyun unable to contain her astonishment. How marvelous. It must have taken a considerable amount of energy for you to create these. My lord. Su Bei nodded gently. Indeed, crafting talismans requires not only energy but also intense focus. A moment's distraction can lead to failure. As he spoke, he retrieved the talismans he had created for their protection and taught them how to use them. This one is a defensive talisman in times of danger. Simply infuse it with spiritual energy, and it will automatically form a shield. This one is an offensive talisman. Once thrown, reciting the incantation will unleash its power. Su Bei continued to explain patiently. Wang Shiyun and Lu Xianxian listened attentively, nodding occasionally. Wang Shiyun picked up a talisman, examining it closely. Young master, this talisman is remarkably powerful. We shall cherish it dearly. Lu Xianxian, with a serious expression, added, rest assured, young master, we will not misuse it. Su Bei smiled at them, remarking, with these talismans, you have a measure of protection while venturing outside. He then presented Wang Shiyun with a storage pouch, gently saying, Shiyun, this contains some elixirs and spirit stones for emergencies. The talismans can also be stored inside, activated by infusing it with spiritual energy. Thank you, young master. Your thoughtfulness will be etched in my heart. Wang Shiyun replied joyfully as she accepted the storage pouch, holding it tightly with both hands. Eager to experiment with this intriguing pouch, she focused her mind and gradually infused it with a strand of spiritual energy. Instantly, she felt her consciousness entering a mysterious space, filled with spirit stones and various jars. Curious to try again, she picked up a nearby talisman and concentrated, once more channeling spiritual energy into the pouch. This time, she was fully attuned to the connection between her energy and the storage pouch, attempting to enclose the talisman within. The talisman shimmered faintly before transforming into a streak of light, smoothly entering the pouch's space. How wondrous! Wang Shiyun exclaimed in awe, observing her delight. Su Bei's lips curled into a slight smile as he remarked, this storage pouch is merely a commonplace item in the realm of cultivation. In the future, you shall encounter even more extraordinary treasures and abilities. Lu Xianxian, feeling a twinge of jealousy, couldn't help but feel a pang of envy despite having received her own storage pouch from Su Bei earlier. Noticing her slight discontent, Su Bei playfully flicked her forehead, saying, do not be so petty, my dear. When you come across even greater treasures, you will not be overlooked. Rubbing her forehead, Lu Xianxian pouted, young master, you only know how to appease me. Indeed, sister Xianxian, Wang Shiyun chimed in, we must both strive diligently alongside young master. There will undoubtedly be more opportunities and treasures in store for us. Just a few days ago, you were calling me sister. Why the sudden change? Lu Xianxian teased, her eyes glinting with mischief as she regarded Wang Shiyun. Recalling the events of the previous night, a hint of fluster crossed Wang Shiyun's face. Quickly regaining her composure, she smiled brightly. I simply thought addressing you as sister feels more affectionate, enhancing our bond. Lu Xianxian crossed her arms, huffing, do not try to sweet-talk me. I am not so easily fooled. Wang Shiyun promptly grabbed Lu Xuanxuan's arm, shaking it playfully. Sister, please don't be angry. It was my fault. I shall always call you sister from now on, all right? Lu Xuanxuan's expression softened slightly. That is more like it. At that moment, Su Bei cleared his throat lightly, chuckling. All right. You too, cease your antics. We must continue our training. Enhancing our strength is of utmost importance. Future opportunities and treasures will not present themselves without effort. Upon hearing this, the two young women nodded obediently. Su Bei continued, emphasizing the importance of mutual support and collective progress, urging them not to quarrel over trivial matters. Wang Shiyun and Lu Xianyan responded in unison, affirming, yes, young master, we shall remember. Su Bei nodded in satisfaction. Very well, now go and cultivate. I have recuperated and will continue to draw talismans. Why are you so busy today, young master? What is the purpose of creating so many talismans? Lu Xinyan asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. Do you think spirit stones simply fall from the sky? I draw more talismans to provide for both of you. Su Bei replied with a hint of annoyance, shooting her a sidelong glance. Is it really that exhausting? Wouldn't lying down be more comfortable? However, to attain a higher level of enjoyment, one must make sacrifices. Hearing this, warmth surged within Lu Xinyan and Wang Shiyun. Lu Xinyan instinctively bit her lip, her hands clasped tightly in front of her. Rest assured, young master, we will cultivate diligently and support you in the future. Wang Shiyun chimed in, indeed, young master. We will not let your efforts be in vain. With a gentle smile and soft gaze, Su Bei waved his hand, saying, enough talk. Hurry along to your cultivation. Lu Xinyan and Wang Shiyun complied and turned to return to their room. Once inside, Lu Xinyan and Wang Shiyun sat facing each other. Lu Xinyan spoke first, Sister Shiyun. We must not bicker like we did before, lest we cause young master distress. Wang Shiyun nodded in agreement. What you say is true, Sister Xinyan. We ought to work together to serve young master well. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Xinyan suggested, how about tonight? I will attend to young master. Wang Shiyun's face flushed at the thought. She had never experienced such a thing before. Twisting the hem of her garment, she averted her gaze, timidly saying, Sister, I am clumsy and fear I may not serve young master well. Lu Xinyan sighed gently, Sister, you are unaware that I am bound by a restriction which prevents me from fully satisfying young master. Wang Shiyun's expression turned to one of shock as she asked urgently, Sister, what is this restriction? Is there a way to lift it? Lu Xuanyan's expression darkened as she shook her head. I do not know how this restriction came to be. Young master said he cannot break it. From now on, it will be up to you to care for him. Wang Shiyun took Lu Xuanyan's hand in comfort. Do not worry too much, sister. Focus on your cultivation. Perhaps there will be a change in the future. Lu Xinyan looked at her gratefully. With your words, sister, I feel somewhat reassured. After a moment of silence, Wang Shiyun broke the stillness, speaking softly, Sister, could we delay this for a bit? I am not yet prepared. Lu Xinyan was momentarily taken aback, but then understood, patting Wang Shiyun's hand. Do not fear, sister. I will not rush you. We will speak of it when you feel the time is right. Unbeknownst to Su Bei, who remained absorbed in his task of drawing talismans, the two young women were deep in thought. Lu Xinxian and Wang Shiyun engaged in soft conversation within the confines of their chamber, their whispers scarcely disturbing him. For several consecutive days, Su Bei had been engrossed in the art of talisman crafting, his pace quickening until he exhausted his materials. He slowly set down the brush. Massaging his brow, fatigue etched across his countenance. Observing his weariness, the two women hastened to his side. Lu Xinxian gently remarked, My lord, the materials have been completely depleted. It is time for you to take a rest. Wang Shiyun concurred, Indeed, my lord, it pains us to see you so burdened. Such efforts were but a drop in the bucket. It was evident that a more sustainable solution must be sought for the future. Su Bei could only manage a wry smile and shake his head. Wealth, companions, techniques, and land, each plays a crucial role. Financial resources are paramount. Without sufficient spirit stones, the path of cultivation becomes arduous. Throughout this extensive journey of ascendance, each breakthrough in realms demands a substantial expenditure of resources. Presently, he bore the weight of 3 cultivators. Although the two women were at a nascent stage of development and required few spirit stones for the time being, it was clear that as time progressed, their innate talents would lead to rapid advancement, resulting in an exponential increase in their needs for spirit stones. Moreover, Su Bei was acutely aware that he could not afford to grow complacent due to their current minimal demands. He must prepare for the future, as his own consumption would inevitably reach astronomical proportions. Chapter 44. The twin sister blossoms on a day resplendent with gentle breezes and warm sunlight. Su Bei found solitude in the small courtyard. May I inquire if Master Su Bei is present? I, Sun Hong, have come to pay a visit. Suddenly, a voice belonging to a middle-aged man resonated from outside. Sun Hong. Su Bei slowly opened his eyes. At that moment, Wang Shiyun, having heard the commotion, entered the courtyard. My lord, this Sun Hong is the newly appointed city lord, she softly informed him. What brings him here? Su Bei inquired, a look of perplexity crossing his face as he pondered. Could it be regarding my affairs? My father once contemplated betrothing me to his son, Wang Shiyun. Her expression clouded with concern, instinctively lowered her gaze. Fear not, Su Bei reassured her. I shall ensure your dignity remains intact. Let us first discern his intentions. Rising, he adjusted his attire and declared, Go and open the door. Wang Shiyun complied and proceeded to unlock the courtyard gate. There stood Sun Hong, beaming broadly, flanked by several attendants and a pair of enchanting twin sisters. Sun Hong, having never met Wang Shiyun, directed his full attention to Su Bei, clasping his hands in greeting. Master Su, I have long admired your reputation. Today, I come to make your acquaintance. Su Bei returned the gesture, stating, Lord Sun, you are too kind. May I inquire what brings you here? Sun Hong laughed heartily and replied, Master Su, as the newly appointed city lord, I have heard much of your esteemed name and have come today to forge a friendship. These two young ladies are a modest gift I have brought. I hope you will accept them. With a subtle gesture, he signaled the twin sisters, who gracefully stepped forward and offered a slight bow. The sisters resembled exquisite water lilies, radiant and captivating. One donned a delicate pink gown, its flowing fabric reminiscent of peach blossoms in full bloom, vibrant and alluring, with eyes that sparkled with a hint of charm. Another was clad in a delicate green gown, fresh and elegant, reminiscent of the lotus leaves of early summer, imparting an air of refinement and grace. Although their features were identical, they evoked two distinctly different sensations. We have met the esteemed gentleman, the sisters chimed in unison. One voice bright and melodious like the song of a warbler, while the other was gentle and soft, akin to a spring breeze caressing willows. It was delightful, a doubling of joy. Su Bei could not help but inwardly sigh, maintaining a serene demeanor as he softly responded, Ladies, you honor me. He then turned to Sun Hong and remarked, City Lord Sun, this gift is far too lavish. I am unworthy to accept it. Sun Hong, wearing a beaming smile, replied, Young Master Su, look at these remarkable sisters. One is lively and spirited, while the other is gentle and serene, truly a rare sight. Su Bei cleared his throat and said, City Lord Sun, my heart is set on cultivation. I truly cannot bear such goodwill. Young Master Su, this is a sincere gesture from me. Sun Hong, undeterred by Su Bei's refusal, continued to flatter, please do not decline. These sisters are among the finest beauties in my city, sought after by many. I understand your dedication to cultivation, but with their companionship, you may find some solace. At this moment, the lady in the pink dress playfully protested, Indeed, esteemed gentlemen, I would gladly play the zither for you, adding a touch of joy to your cultivation life. The lady in green echoed, Sir, we sincerely wish to serve you. Standing beside Su Bei, Wang Shiyun furrowed her brows, lightly biting her lower lip. She gently tugged at Su Bei's sleeve and whispered, Esteemed gentlemen. Su Bei slightly turned his head, offering her a reassuring glance before addressing Sun Hong with cupped hands. City Lord Sun, I appreciate your kindness. Please take the beauties back. Sun Hong sighed in resignation, saying, Very well, young Master Su. If you are so resolute, I shall not press further. He waved his hand, signaling his attendants to escort the sisters away. The lady in pink wore a look of disappointment and pouted. Is the gentleman truly so heartless? The lady in green lowered her head silently, turning away with the others. Should you have any future needs, please inform me, Sun Hong said, having come to court favor with Su Bei and finding himself at a loss when his overtures were declined. Thank you, City Lord Sun, Su Bei replied. As one should not strike a smiling face, neither did Su Bei wish to respond coldly. Seeing Su Bei's tone soften, Sun Hong managed a strained smile and said, Young Master Su, I shall take my leave for now. We shall converse again another day. Su Bei nodded slightly. Safe travels, City Lord Sunday. Wang Shiyun watched Sun Hong and his entourage depart and quietly remarked to Su Bei, Esteemed gentlemen. This overture from Sun Hong suggests he is at a loss in dealing with you, resorting to such tactics. Su Bei nodded slightly. Indeed, after all, I did kill the previous city lord. Wang Shiyun continued, Perhaps the court is too preoccupied to attend to matters here. Otherwise, Sun Hong would not adopt such a demeanor. Fear not, for the young master is not one to be underestimated. They cannot harm me, especially with my sect backing me. A mere secular court holds little significance. Su Bei wore a proud expression, confidence radiating from him. His master, who had reached the transformation stage, was his trump card. In the secular realm, and even within the cultivation world, he was considered an elite. Wang Shiyun, however, remained apprehensive, cautioning, Young master, while your words ring true, it is wise to navigate cautiously. Never let your guard down. Su Bei gently patted her shoulder, offering reassurance. Shiyun, fret not. I am well aware. Even should unforeseen circumstances arise, I shall handle them with ease. Upon returning to the city lord's manor, Sun Hong wore a grim expression. My lord, this Su Bei is so ungrateful. Should we devise another plan? Sun Fu inquired cautiously. What plan? To him, mortals are but insignificant creatures, Sun Hong replied, his brow furrowed. A flicker of ruthlessness in his eyes. No matter how many there were, they would be as futile as striking a stone with an egg before him. As long as he remained in Luoshui City, he would always pose a threat. Sun Fu concurred, You speak wisely, my lord. Shall we then consider targeting those around him? For instance, that Wang Shiyun. Sun Hong pondered for a moment before waving his hand dismissively. That would be unwise. It could provoke Su Bei. For now, we must refrain from hasty actions. Continuing to petition the court seems prudent. Given the gravity of this situation, the dynasty will not remain indifferent. Sun Fu responded, indeed, my lord. However, this back and forth may consume considerable time. Sun Hong snorted coldly. We have time to spare. I refuse to believe that the experts dispatched by the court cannot handle him. Sun Fu hesitated before speaking. My lord, what if the court? Sun Hong abruptly interrupted. There is no what if. I refuse to believe Su Bei can remain unscathed. He has committed a grave crime by slaying the former city lord. The court will not turn a blind eye. Sun Fu quickly bowed his head. My lord, please do not be angered. It was my folly to speak out. Sun Hong took a deep breath, calming his emotions. I shall write a memorial. You will dispatch someone to the capital. Sun Fu promptly replied, yes, my lord. I shall ensure it is arranged properly and delivered with utmost speed. Chapter 45. Master of Lan Yu for over 10 consecutive days. The two young women were engrossed in their cultivation, making remarkable progress under Su Bei's guidance. Particularly, Lu Xianxian, who advanced from having no cultivation to the 6th layer of qi refinement in just over 20 days, exhibited astonishing talent, her aptitude seemingly surpassing that of the heavenly spirit root. Wang Shiyun also made significant strides, albeit not as prodigious as Lu Xianxian. She progressed from the 2nd layer of qi refinement to the 5th. Consequently, the consumption of spirit stones gradually increased, rising from just a few stones daily to over 10. The spiritual energy in the secular realm is far inferior to that of the sects, being thin and mixed. Within the sect, the energy is dense and pure, allowing cultivators to easily extract the necessary vitality. However, in this place, spirit stones became a crucial support for cultivation. As Su Bei observed the dwindling spirit stones, his brow furrowed. Although Lu Xianxian and Wang Shiyun were advancing swiftly, such consumption was not a sustainable path. He wished to escort the two women back to their sect. Yet a sense of trepidation lingered within him. The distance to the sect was formidable, and with his only foundational cultivation, he was incapable of safeguarding them. It would take him several days to reach their destination, and the added burden of two novice cultivators, fragile and inexperienced, could easily lead them into peril. Su Bei paced back and forth within the confines of the room, lost in contemplation. The gentle breeze wafting through the window could not quell the turmoil swirling in his heart. He was acutely aware of the remarkable talents of the two women. If they could cultivate within the sect, their futures would undoubtedly be boundless. Yet, the dangers that lay ahead rendered him indecisive. What course of action should he take? Su Bei sighed deeply. In the capital of the Lan Yu dynasty, within a resplendent palace adorned in gold and jade, fragrant incense spiraled gracefully into the air. As a woman of unparalleled beauty sat upon the dragon throne, her elegant brows arched like the crescent moon, and her eyes sparkled like stars, exuding both authority and allure with every glance. Her raven hair was intricately styled, embellished with golden hairpins and jade ornaments, further emphasizing her noble stature. Dressed in a magnificent phoenix robe, threads of golden embroidery shimmered under the sunlight. Her delicate fingers rested lightly upon the armrest of the throne, their joints distinct and her skin as fair as jade. She perused the report from Luoshui City, her brows knitting tighter with each line, a flicker of indignation flashing in her eyes. How audacious Su Bei was, killing the city lord and remaining so brazen. She parted her crimson lips, her voice cold and authoritative. Then, raising her head, she addressed the eunuch beside her, commanding, quickly summon the national master. Before long, a woman clad in simple robes entered the palace, guided by the eunuch. This national master possessed a striking visage and an ethereal presence, akin to a lily blooming in a secluded valley, pure and captivating. What business brings me here, Wani? The national master inquired as she approached the empress. Qingqing, please examine the matter concerning Luoshui City. Su Bei's audacity is alarming. How should we address this? Luo Wan-yi handed over the report, her hand unconsciously tapping upon the armrest of her chair. Chu Qingqing took the report, scrutinizing its contents. After a moment, she furrowed her brow and stated, Wan-yi, the one capable of slaying the cultivators stationed in Luoshui City must be at least a foundational level or higher. As she spoke, her finger lightly traced several key points on the report. It seems I must implore you to take action once more. Luo Wan-yi regarded Chu Qingqing with earnest eyes. Taking a small step forward, Chu Qingqing paused for a moment, then solemnly nodded, assuring, rest easy, Wan-yi. This is but a trifling matter. You have just returned. It pains me to impose upon you. Luo Wan-yi sighed softly, a hint of guilt etched upon her face. Chu Qingqing quickly replied, Wan-yi, you overstate the matter. Given our bond, there is no talk of hardship. As she spoke, she waved her hand gently, her face blossoming with a warm smile. Luo Wan-yi's expression softened as she remarked, Qingqing, I owe you much. Let us not dwell on such things. You must also devote time to your cultivation. Strength is paramount. As for the affairs of the dynasty, perhaps it would be best to consider abdication. Chu Qingqing's demeanor grew serious as she fixed her unwavering gaze upon Luo Wani. I desire that as well. However, my younger brother is still too young. He requires a few more years. Luo Wani wore an expression of helplessness. Her innate talent was commendable. Years ago, Chu Qingqing had assessed her spiritual roots and taught her the methods of cultivation with meticulous guidance. However, she had been preoccupied with state affairs, and it took her a decade to reach the foundation establishment stage, thereby squandering her exceptional potential. Chu Qingqing could not help but sigh. Wani, if only you could dedicate more time to your cultivation, your achievements would be far beyond this. Luo Wani smiled bitterly and shook her head, saying, Qingqing, as the ruler of a nation, how could I neglect the welfare of countless subjects? Truly, it is a burden on you. Chu Qingqing let out a soft sigh. These past years have relied heavily on your assistance. Otherwise, I would not have been able to maintain the stability of such a vast country. A glimmer of tears welled up in Luo Wani's eyes. After the passing of her father, when her brother was merely a year old, she found herself utterly alone and powerless. Had it not been for Chu Qingqing's brave intervention, the court would have descended into chaos. Chu Qingqing comforted her. Wani, do not dwell on those arduous days. Have we not persevered through them? Luo Wani nodded slightly, her tears receding, replaced by newfound resolve. Indeed, I am grateful to have you by my side. Chu Qingqing waved her hand. Wani, I must now set forth to Luoshui. Luo Wani cautioned, Qingqing, travel safely. Upon exiting the palace, Chu Qingqing raised her right hand, and a flash of cold light appeared, manifesting a spiritual sword. She gracefully stepped onto the sword, her garments billowing in the wind. With both hands forming a seal and murmuring incantations, the sword erupted into a dazzling brilliance. With a light command, rise. The sword soared into the sky, resembling a shooting star as it streaked across the heavens. Amidst the blue sky and white clouds, Chu Qingqing's figure gradually receded from Luo Wani's view until she vanished entirely. In half a day's time, Chu Qingqing arrived at Luoshui City. A beam of light sweeping across the sky as she descended like a meteor into the courtyard of the city lord's mansion. The powerful gust of wind stirred the fallen leaves, causing a commotion within the estate. Who dares to intrude upon the city lord's residence? A burly guard shouted, his face a mask of vigilance as he fixated his gaze on Chu Qingqing. Other guards swiftly converged, surrounding her with tension palpable in the air. Hearing the disturbance, Sun Hong, who was attending to affairs in his study, furrowed his brow and quickly stepped outside. He beheld a woman of striking grace and an ethereal presence standing in the courtyard. It was Chu Qingqing. Everyone, stand down. Do not be disrespectful, Sun Hong commanded as he approached briskly. At his words, the guards relaxed slightly, yet still gripped their weapons tightly, casting wary glances at Chu Qingqing. May I inquire who this young lady is? Sun Hong asked, directing his question towards her. National Master of Lanhua, Chu Qingqing, she replied, her voice cool and composed as she slightly raised her gaze. Upon hearing her name, Sun Hong's expression shifted to one of astonishment, which quickly transformed into respect as he clasped his hands. Ah, it is an honor to meet the esteemed National Master. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. He continued, please, National Master, allow me to escort you inside for a more detailed discussion. Chapter 46. The threat of the golden core stage as night fell. The silvery moonlight cascaded over the courtyard. Inside, Su Bei lay on his bed, his eyes slightly closed, yet sleep eluded him. Lu Xianxian was still immersed in her cultivation, leaving him in a state of idle boredom. Just then, Wang Shiyun gently pushed open the door and entered. She was adorned in a delicate pink gauze dress, her figure graceful, with cascading black hair flowing down her back. The fabric swayed softly with her movements, subtly outlining her enchanting curves. A hint of shyness and nervousness graced her face, causing her fair skin to blush faintly, reminiscent of a ripe apple, eliciting an irresistible urge to take a bite. Her eyes sparkled like autumn waters, yet she dared not meet Su Bei's gaze directly, stealing only furtive glances before quickly lowering her lashes. Wang Shiyun bit her lower lip lightly, her hands unconsciously twisting the fabric of her skirt. As she approached the bedside, she paused momentarily, taking a deep breath as if summoning her courage. What brings you here? Su Bei sat up slightly, gazing at the radiant beauty before him. His pupils dilated ever so slightly, his throat involuntarily bobbing, and his breath quickened. Such a captivating woman, with brows like distant mountains, eyes glimmering with autumn's allure, and lips naturally tinted red. How could anyone remain unmoved by such exquisite beauty? Su Bei's gaze wandered from Wang Shiyun's water-like eyes to her elegantly sculpted nose, ultimately resting upon her luscious red lips, momentarily entranced. I feared you might feel lonely, Wang Shiyun replied, her cheeks flushed, her voice barely above a whisper. How embarrassing, she added, her modesty ignited by his fervent gaze. Sister Xianxian's attire is rather. Wang Shiyun blushed even deeper under his intense scrutiny, bowing her head slightly. You enchantress, you've completely unsettled my heart, Su Bei declared, his eyes ablaze, as he pulled Wang Shiyun into his embrace. Do you not like it, young master? She teased, placing her delicate hands gently against his chest. Her slender fingers curled slightly, as if both welcoming and resisting. She tilted her head slightly, her eyes dancing with playful allure, her long lashes fluttering like butterfly wings. Seeing her affectionate yet mischievous demeanor, Su Bei couldn't help but chuckle, like, how could I not? Yet, you little enchantress are truly beguiling. At this proximity, his warm breath brushed against her skin, quickening her heartbeat further. Upon hearing this, Wang Shiyun beamed with a smile as radiant as blossoms, saying, then hold me tightly, young master, and do not let go of Shiyun. With that, she leaned closer into Su Bei's embrace, her soft form pressing against him, as if yearning to merge into one. At last, he felt the anticipation of a complete union. Su Bei's heart raced with excitement, for Lu Xianxian had always left him with an insatiable longing, and despite myriad techniques, he found no avenue to express it. His hands began to restlessly caress the fabric of her clothing, and his breathing grew increasingly labored. Wang Shiyun was rendered blushingly flustered by his fervor, her heart fluttering uncontrollably. Unable to suppress her playful reprimand, she said, my lord, do not be so eager. At that moment, Su Bei had already succumbed to the atmosphere, and as Wang Shiyun trembled, she attempted to push him away, yet found herself devoid of strength. However, fate had other plans. A sudden, chilling light descended upon the courtyard. The room was instantly enveloped by an overwhelming aura, rendering both Su Bei and Wang Shiyun immobile under its weight. In an instant, Chu Qingqing, like a specter, burst through the door. Are you Su Bei? Her voice was cold as frost, her gaze scrutinizing. The sight before her made her blush with embarrassment. The two were disheveled. She suppressed her indignation, her countenance growing even more frigid. Wang Shiyun's face turned ashen as she hurriedly used the quilt to shield her body. Su Bei, however, clandestinely summoned his spiritual energy to resist the pressure, realizing it was directed at him. Clenching his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, blood trickling from his mouth, he struggled to ask, might I inquire who you are? You have slain the lord of Luoshui City. Today marks your demise. Chu Qingqing emanated a chilling murderous intent. No. Wang Shiyun, disregarding her modesty, quickly positioned herself in front of Su Bei. At that moment, Lu Xianxian rushed in from another room, witnessing Su Bei's plight, and immediately knelt before Chu Qingqing, pleading, Immortal, my lord is not a villain. Please do not harm him. Chu Qingqing glared at Lu Xianxian, reprimanding, you foolish girl. Hold your tongue. He has murdered the lord. His crime is unforgivable. Lu Xianxian repeatedly bowed her head, drawing blood from her forehead, crying out, Immortal. There is a reason behind this. Unmoved, Chu Qingqing's spiritual sword flickered ominously, poised to strike. Might you truly seek death? Su Bei's body trembled slightly, yet he stealthily retrieved the talisman given by his master. He glared fiercely at Chu Qingqing, his eyes ablaze with fury, his teeth grinding audibly. The sight of his woman pleading on her knees stirred something within him as a man. Noticing the fire in Su Bei's gaze, Chu Qingqing felt a sudden chill. Her attention drawn to the talisman in his hand, a flicker of trepidation igniting within her. A talisman? How could a mere foundation establishment cultivator possess such a treasure? Chu Qingqing exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Su Bei scoffed, gritting his teeth as he replied, Humph, that is of no concern to you. Even if you are but a golden core cultivator, I would not fear a nascent soul. At his words, Chu Qingqing's expression darkened, her voice rising in anger. What audacity! Do you think a single talisman grants you such arrogance? Standing tall despite his disheveled appearance, Su Bei maintained his defiance. Arrogance? Should you dare to make a reckless move today, you shall experience the true power of this talisman. As Chu Qingqing sensed the dissipating pressure, he hastily summoned the defensive spirit artifact bestowed upon him by his master. It was an ancient silver shield, adorned with mysterious and intricate runes that shimmered with a soft blue light. The shield rotated slowly around him, emanating a gentle halo that enveloped him securely. Su Bei's taut nerves relaxed slightly, yet he drew forth the Qingfeng sword, his gaze still fixed intently on Chu Qingqing, unwilling to show even the slightest hint of complacency. How did you come to possess the spirit guardian shield and the Qingfeng sword? Chu Qingqing exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. The moment Su Bei had summoned the spirit guardian shield, it had struck her as familiar, and now he brandished the Qingfeng sword as well. Her eyes brimmed with disbelief. And considering Su Bei's disregard for even the Yuanying, a sense of unease crept over her. Could it be related to her master? Her body trembled slightly as she stepped closer to Su Bei, her voice sharp with excitement. Speak quickly. Where did you acquire them? Observing Chu Qingqing's fervent demeanor, Su Bei speculated about the origins of these two artifacts. Could they have been obtained through violence and theft? This matter does not concern you, does it? Su Bei retorted coldly. Chu Qingqing, incensed by Su Bei's obstinacy, extended her hand sharply, unleashing a surge of formidable spiritual power. Lu Xianxian felt an irresistible force rushing towards her, and before she knew it, she found herself in Chu Qingqing's grasp. Chu Qingqing tightened her grip around Lu Xuanxuan's throat, calling out to Su Bei, "If you do not speak, I cannot guarantee her safety. Let us see whether your talisman harms me first, or she meets her end." Su Bei's expression darkened instantaneously, his eyes blazing with rage as he thundered, "If you dare harm a single hair on her head, I shall ensure you meet a fate worse than death." With a cold laugh, Chu Qingqing replied, "Then you better start talking." "Fine." Su Bei gritted his teeth, forcing out the words. Chu Qingqing eased her grip slightly, urging, "Speak." Taking a deep breath to suppress his fury, Su Bei began, "The spirit guardian shield and the Qingfeng sword were given to me by my master. I do not know from where she acquired them." "Your master? Who is your master?" "Huh. My master is a transcendent being of the transformation stage. Should you dare to harm Xianxian in the slightest, I will ensure your utter annihilation." Su Bei sought to warn Chu Qingqing against any rash actions. Transformation stage? Chu Qingqing's complexion turned ashen, her body trembling involuntarily. She muttered to herself, "Could it be that my master has fallen to one of the transformation stage? It is impossible. My master is too formidable for that." Her gaze became vacant, as if her very soul had been siphoned away, tears welling in her eyes. "If my master has truly perished, I will make the disciple of this murderer pay with her life." Chu Qingqing bit her lip until it bled, her fists clenched tightly, nails digging deep into her palms. After a moment's pause, Chu Qingqing composed herself, her gaze sharp as she directed it towards Su Bei, demanding, "Which sect do you belong to? Who is your master?" Su Bei snorted coldly, "Even if I tell you, what will you do?" Chu Qingqing's expression darkened ominously, as if she could unleash a torrent of wrath. Taking a step forward, her aura surged explosively. She declared fiercely, "If you refuse to speak, I shall kill her right now, and we will be locked in a battle to the death. Even if your master is the venerable transformation god, I, Chu Qingqing, am unafraid. If it comes to it, we shall perish together." At that moment, Chu Qingqing's beautiful eyes blazed with fury, her resolute expression leaving no doubt that she would follow through on her threat. Su Bei was momentarily taken aback by her fierce demeanor. He feared for Lu Xuanxuan's safety. He hastily replied, "I am a disciple of Lingxiao sect, and my master is by Wanner." Upon hearing this, Chu Qingqing froze, her anger and determination abruptly crystallizing into disbelief. She widened her eyes, gazing incredulously at Su Bei, her lips trembling slightly. "What did you say? Your master is by Wanner?" Her mind was in disarray, filled with questions. By Wanner was indeed her master, yet she had never heard of such a disciple. When did her master break through to the transformation god stage? Chu Qingqing had not returned to the sect for several years, having been aiding Luo Wani in the mundane world during that time. "You are my junior brother? When did my master take you in? How was I unaware of this?" Chu Qingqing scrutinized Su Bei closely, attempting to discern any clues from his expression. And her grip on Lu Xuanxuan's hand gradually loosened. Su Bei opened his mouth, after a lengthy pause stammering, "Are you my second senior sister?" "My senior sister mentioned you." Hearing Su Bei reference her senior sister, Chu Qingqing finally relaxed her guard. She released her hold on Lu Xianxian, who quickly rushed to Su Bei's side. "Young master," Lu Xuanxuan's voice trembled as she clutched the sleeve of Su Bei's robe, her eyes still reflecting fear. Su Bei gently patted Lu Xuanxuan's hand in a gesture of comfort, then turned to Chu Qingqing, saying, "Senior sister, I am indeed by Wanner's disciple. My senior sister is Mu Yunxi, but I have never met my second senior sister." Chu Qingqing nodded slightly, a hint of apology surfacing on her face. "Junior brother, I apologize for my earlier offense. I hope you do not take it to heart." Su Bei quickly replied, "I understand your caution, senior sister." Chu Qingqing's eyes swept over Su Bei and the two others, inquiring, "May I ask why you are here?" "Senior sister, the situation is as follows. I have just broken through to the foundation establishment stage, and my master sent me down the mountain to gain experience," Su Bei explained. "That being said, Zhao Lingfeng truly deserves his fate. Daring to strike at my junior brother, he is not wronged in his demise," Chu Qingqing said with indignation. After their exchange, the atmosphere gradually softened. "Senior sister, I have a request of you, and I hope you will grant it." Su Bei's tone shifted, becoming earnest. For he had a favor to ask. "Junior brother, speak freely. As long as it is within my capabilities, I shall not decline," Chu Qingqing replied. Perhaps out of guilt for earlier actions against her junior, Chu Qingqing responded without hesitation. Observing her, Su Bei took a deep breath, turned to look at Lu Xianxian and Wang Shiyun, and then spoke. "Their innate talents are remarkably high. My junior intends to take them back to the sect. But his strength is insufficient for such a long journey, and he fears unforeseen circumstances. Therefore, he wishes to request sister to escort them." Chu Qingqing nodded, her gaze shifting among the three of them. After a moment of contemplation, She replied, "Do not worry, junior brother. Sister will take on this task and ensure their safety." Upon hearing this, Su Bei hurriedly clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, sister. Your kindness will be remembered by your junior brother for all time." Lu Xianxian and Wang Shiyun stepped forward, gracefully bowing in unison. "Thank you, Sister Chu. There is no need for such formalities." Chu Qingqing waved her hand dismissively. To her, this was a trifling matter, and it coincided with her own desire to return to the sect after many years and visit her master. "Xianxian, please take sister to rest. We shall set off early tomorrow," Su Bei instructed. Lu Xianxian responded affirmatively. "Yes, young master." "Sister Chu, please follow me." Chu Qingqing nodded slightly. Before departing, she turned back to Su Bei, her expression serious as she advised, "Junior brother, I must remind you of something. If you wish for their future cultivation path to be long and prosperous, you must not harm their bodies, for it will affect their foundation." Su Bei was momentarily taken aback, and his face flushed slightly as he clasped his hands in acknowledgement. "Thank you for your guidance, sister. I understand." Only then did Chu Qingqing feel at ease to follow Lu Xianxian. "Fortunately, sister has come today. If she had delayed even a day longer." Su Bei glanced at Wang Shiyun with a sense of relief. Though he was somewhat lecherous, he would not ruin Wang Shiyun's foundation. "Shiyun will not blame the young master." Wang Shiyun said softly, her head bowed, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Su Bei sighed and declared, "But I cannot indulge myself and let you down. I must exercise restraint." "Young master, Shiyun can also be like Sister Xianxian," she suggested. Chapter 48. The swallow returns to the nest. Su Bei stretched his arms beneath the necks of the two women, loosening his muscles. A hint of languor adorned his face. And as he stretched, he let out a comfortable hum. The two girls playfully glared at him, gently twisting their bodies but unconsciously leaning closer to him. A mischievous smile crept onto Su Bei's lips as he lightly pinched Wang Shiyun's cheek, eliciting a soft gasp from her. "Young master, you only know how to bully me." She pouted, her delicate hands playfully thumping against his chest, lacking any real force. Seeing this, Su Bei smiled even more broadly, pulling her tightly into his embrace and teasing, "Oh dear, this is not bullying. It is simply that my affection for you is insatiable." Wang Shiyun, upon hearing this, buried her face in his chest, her cheeks burning, her hands instinctively wrapping around his waist. Has the young master forgotten the old in favor of the new? Lu Xianxian observed from the side, a playful smile dancing on her lips as she watched the two. Su Bei released Wang Shiyun and playfully pulled Lu Xianxian into his arms as well, laughing heartily. "How could I neglect you? I cherish both of you equally." Wang Shiyun extricated herself from Su Bei's embrace, her cheeks flushed as she remarked, "Young master knows how to make one smile." Lu Xianxian, nestled against Su Bei, playfully chimed in, "You must keep your promises, young master. Otherwise, I shall not be pleased." "All right, rise now. We wouldn't want senior sister to grow impatient," she added. Su Bei playfully patted their backsides. "We still have someone at home." Upon hearing this, Wang Shiyun and Lu Xianxian hastily adjusted their attire. As the trio stepped into the courtyard, they discovered Chu Qingqing already reclined on a lounge chair, awaiting their arrival. Upon noticing their approach, she scrutinized them and let out a soft huff. "Junior brother, do not become enamored with the fairer sex at the expense of your cultivation." A hint of embarrassment crossed Su Bei's face as he quickly replied, "Senior sister, your admonition is well noted. I shall keep it close to my heart." Wang Shiyun and Lu Xianxian, upon hearing this, felt their faces warm and remained silent, gazing downward. Chu Qingqing rose, arms crossed over her chest, and continued, "The path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. One must not neglect the way for fleeting pleasures." Her gaze was piercing, fixed intently on Su Bei. "Your talent is lacking. If you do not focus on your training, future accomplishments may elude you. Do not disappoint Master S expectations." Feeling the weight of her gaze, Su Bei's heart quivered, and he quickly bowed his head in acknowledgement. "Senior sister's teachings will be etched in my heart. I vow to toil diligently in my cultivation, leaving no room for negligence." Wang Shiyun and Lu Xianxian stood by, scarcely daring to breathe, their eyes wide with trepidation. Chu Qingqing let out a cold hum. "I hope you can uphold your words. Let us depart." With that, she summoned her flying sword, which gleamed with ethereal light, hovering steadily in the air. With a gentle flick of her sleeve, a soft force drew Lu Xianxian and Wang Shiyun onto the sword. Su Bei, not wishing to linger, promptly summoned his own flying sword and stepped onto its surface. Casting a glance at Su Bei, Chu Qingqing said nothing further, guiding the flying sword into a streak of light that soared into the distance. Wang Shiyun's eyes widened, her hands gripping the hem of Chu Qingqing's garment tightly as she gazed at the swiftly passing scenery below. Unable to contain herself, she exclaimed, "Wow, this is incredibly fast." Lu Xianxian appeared somewhat apprehensive, her legs trembling slightly as she stammered, I feel a bit scared." Chu Qingqing slowed her speed slightly, soothingly assuring her, Fear not. Relax. All will be well. Meanwhile, Su Bei closely followed, secretly quickening his pace, not wishing to lag too far behind. The journey was remarkably smooth, devoid of any danger. Thus, after 3 days of uninterrupted flight, they finally arrived at Lingxiao sect. Chu Qingqing had intentionally slowed her pace. Had it not been for Su Bei, she would have arrived much earlier. The four of them reached Yuxiao Peak, standing before the entrance of Baiwaner's cave dwelling. Lu Xianxian and Wang Shiyun eagerly surveyed their surroundings with curiosity, while Chu Qingqing stood quietly by. Su Bei called out toward the cave, "Master, your disciple Su Bei seeks an audience." Suddenly, the cave's entrance shimmered with a soft blue light, the glow rippling like water, mysterious runes flickering within. As the radiant light gradually subsided, Baiwaner's voice emanated from within the cave, inviting them in. Upon hearing this, Su Bei took the lead, stepping forward, followed closely by Lu Xianxian and Wang Shiyun, while Chu Qingqing also entered the cave with a graceful stride. Upon their arrival, they beheld Baiwaner standing elegantly, clad in a flowing moon-white robe, resembling a celestial being from a painting. "Master, I have missed you dearly. These past days have been exceedingly arduous for me, and I nearly could not see you again," Su Bei exclaimed, rushing towards Baiwaner and enveloping her in a tight embrace, burying his head in her bosom. His arms clung tightly, his face nuzzling against her. "Su Bei, do not be so childish." Baiwaner gently placed her hands on his back, as if to soothe him. Lu Xianxian and Wang Shiyun exchanged amused glances at the sight, while Chu Qingqing looked on with envy, having never witnessed her master in such a tender moment. Typically, Baiwaner maintained a strict demeanor towards her, rarely revealing such warmth. Observing her master, who was both tightly embraced by Su Bei and yet indulgently affectionate, stirred a complex mix of emotions within Chu Qingqing: envy, melancholy, and an indescribable yearning. "All right, release me now." Baiwaner felt Su Bei's hands slowly descend, a hint of embarrassment rising within her, prompting her to call for his release. Reluctantly, Su Bei loosened his embrace, a trace of regret etched upon his face. "So close. Just a moment more, master." Chu Qingqing approached Baiwaner, slightly bowing in respect. Her eyes glistened, and her lips trembled as she spoke. "Master, your disciple has returned." "Just returning is good. You must have suffered greatly during these years away," Baiwaner remarked, gazing intently at Chu Qingqing, filled with sentiment. Chu Qingqing shook her head, her voice catching in her throat. "It was not suffering, merely an overwhelming longing for you, master." At that moment, Su Bei, Lu Xianxian, and Wang Shiyun quietly observed the exchange, refraining from interrupting. Baiwaner gently raised her hand, soothingly stroking Chu Qingqing's hair. "Silly child, I have been concerned for you as well." After reminiscing for a while, Baiwaner finally turned her attention to Lu Xianxian and Wang Shiyun. "Who are these two?" Baiwaner inquired, perplexed. "Master, these are the talents I have found for the sect. Both possess exceptional abilities," Su Bei quickly interjected, anxious that Chu Qingqing might divulge too much. Baiwaner scrutinized Lu Xianxian and Wang Shiyun with keen interest. Her spiritual awareness lingered at their meridians and dantians. Innate Tao bodies? A surge of astonishment coursed through her, as a glimmer of disbelief flickered in her beautiful eyes. Upon further examination, she discovered that this aura of Tao body was concealed beneath a layer of restriction. Such extraordinary talent, yet bound by this restriction. Who could be responsible for this? Though Baiwaner was taken aback, she dismissed it from her mind. After all, a mere restriction of the nascent soul stage was something she could easily dismantle. "Do you two wish to take me as your master?" Baiwaner inquired, casting her gaze once more upon Wang Shiyun and Lu Xianxian. The two exchanged glances, then promptly knelt and bowed their heads. "We, your disciples, are willing to pay our respects to our master." Baiwaner nodded in satisfaction, her sleeve waving gently. "Rise. From this day forth, you shall be my disciples. You must dedicate yourselves to rigorous training and not squander the talents you possess." The two rose, standing respectfully to one side. "Qingqing, please lead them to a cave abode, while Su Bei remains here." Chu Qingqing responded, "Yes, master." She then led Lu Xianxian and Wang Shiyun away. At this moment, only Su Bei and Baiwaner remained in the cave. "Su Bei, where did you encounter Lu Xianxian?" Baiwaner asked, her surprise evident at the thought of someone with such exceptional potential crossing paths with Su Bei. This was a talent that countless sects vied to claim. "In a brothel," Su Bei replied, an unnatural expression crossing his face as he cautiously observed Baiwaner's reaction. "That is not something to be proud of. What were you doing there?" Baiwaner's eyes ignited with fury as she seized Su Bei's ear. "You just descended the mountain and went to such a place?" Su Bei winced at the pain, instinctively grasping the delicate hand that held his ear. A warm, exquisite sensation flooded through him, momentarily distracting him from the discomfort. Baiwaner felt an unusual sensation welling up within her, reminiscent of the feeling when Su Bei had administered her medicine. "Let go. How dare you resist?" Baiwaner chided. Su Bei quickly released her hand, allowing her to continue gripping his ear, too intimidated to offer any further resistance. Master, please be gentle. I understand my mistake. I was merely passing through. I did not intend to go there. Bai Wanner ignored his explanation, her voice rising in anger. Passing through? Do you take me for a child of 3? Explain yourself clearly. Master, I truly only went in to have a look and happened upon this fine talent. Su Bei protested, his expression one of grievance. Humph, I will spare you this time. But should it happen again, I will not be so lenient. Bai Wanner's ire diminished somewhat upon noticing that Lu Xianxian remained untouched. Rubbing his reddened ear, Su Bei occasionally cast furtive glances at Bai Wanner, seemingly assessing her response. Suddenly, Bai Wanner spoke. Do you know that Lu Xianxian possesses the innate Dao body? The innate Dao body? The protagonist's physique? Su Bei's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Bai Wanner. The innate Dao body is an exceptionally rare constitution, allowing its bearer to naturally align with the Dao, facilitating rapid cultivation and boundless potential. Such a physique is exceedingly uncommon, and once known, it would undoubtedly incite frenzied competition among various factions, Bai Wanner remarked gravely. As Su Bei listened to Bai Wanner's explanation, his mind raced with thoughts. It was no wonder that a restriction had been imposed. It was to conceal this extraordinary constitution. Master, can you lift the restriction? He inquired. The restriction was not set out of malice. Its purpose was merely to assist Lu Xianxian in hiding her innate Dao body, preventing her from falling prey to those with ulterior motives, without hindering her cultivation. A sense of regret washed over Su Bei as he absorbed Bai Wanner's words. But if the restriction remains, how can I? Bai Wanner, observing Su Bei's expression, furrowed her brow slightly. What are you thinking? Why such a reaction? It's nothing. Su Bei quickly masked his emotions. He could not allow his master to perceive anything amiss. Bai Wanner regarded him with a look of skepticism, clearly unconvinced by his response. Is it truly nothing? Do not conceal anything from me. Indeed, it is nothing, master. I learned a technique while at the base of the mountain. Shall I assist you in relaxing? Su Bei deftly shifted the topic, his gaze inadvertently lingering on Bai Wanner's ample form. Surely, a massage would be quite pleasant for such a figure. You mischievous little rascal, what are you scheming now? Bai Wanner narrowed her eyes, a smile playing at her lips. Master, please have a seat here. Su Bei guided her to a stone bench, where she gracefully settled. Standing behind Bai Wanner, Su Bei took a deep breath to steady himself. He gently placed his hands on her shoulders once more, clearly sensing her body tense momentarily. Would this provoke her anger? Yet, soon Bai Wanner relaxed again, prompting a sigh of relief from him. With utmost care, he adjusted his pressure. As he applied a slight force, he felt the resilient elasticity beneath his palms. Bai Wanner softly closed her eyes, a faint smile gracing her lips. As Su Bei's hands moved, her body instinctively relaxed, her previously taut muscles gradually unwinding. Su Bei, captivated by Bai Wanner's enchanting demeanor, felt his heart race. His gaze occasionally strayed to her neck and collarbone, conjuring images that were decidedly inappropriate. The subtle fragrance emanating from her body lingered in Su Bei's senses, stirring his emotions. Struggling to restrain his rising feelings, his hands inadvertently pressed with greater intensity, as though he sought to release the tumult within. His gaze grew increasingly fervent, those forbidden images replaying relentlessly in his mind, his breath becoming slightly ragged. Abruptly halting his movements, he crouched down and encircled her waist, resting his chin gently against her neck. In an instant, Bai Wanner's body stiffened, her eyes widening in disbelief at his audacious boldness. Anger surged within her, yet a twinge of bewilderment accompanied it. Su Bei, let go. Bai Wanner's voice turned frosty. Master, allow me to embrace you for a moment. Su Bei paid no heed, wishing to ascertain Bai Wanner's limits. His breath brushed past her ear, sending a shiver through her. That sensation, akin to a delicate thread, entwined within her heart, awakening emotions long untouched. Memories of administering medicine flooded her mind, the intimacy of those moments electrifying her very being. Bai Wanner felt her cheeks warm, uncertain of how to confront this audacious disciple before her. Noticing her continued silence and lack of resistance, Su Bei grew bolder, tightening his embrace slightly. Chapter 50. This rebellious disciple, Bai Wanner's heart in turmoil. Su Bei, release me. As he tightened his grip around her waist, Bai Wanner could no longer restrain herself. Calling out, this boy was becoming increasingly audacious. His hands roamed freely, instilling a sense of unease within her, a sensation she had never experienced before. Yet, Su Bei seemed oblivious, maintaining his firm hold. Master, permit me to hold you like this for just a little longer. He understood well that with Bai Wanner's prowess, any attempt to resist would be futile. Su Bei, do not act recklessly. Bai Wanner admonished softly. However, Su Bei continued unabated, seemingly impervious to her words. She chastised herself for having indulged him, her care inadvertently leading to his inappropriate desires. Su Bei was enveloped in deep affection. How intoxicating, he mused, inhaling the faint fragrance of Bai Wanner's neck, surrendering to its allure. Unable to resist, he let his lips graze her skin. Bai Wanner stiffened in shock, never anticipating such boldness from him. After all, she was his master. Master? How dare he? Her face flushed crimson. Here she was, a formidable cultivator at the transformation stage, utterly at a loss for how to respond. Consumed by desire, Su Bei's heart was solely filled with an insatiable longing for Bai Wanner. He slowly leaned in, his face drawing near hers, their skin brushing against one another like delicate silk. Su Bei reveled in this softness, his mind a whirlpool of confusion. This boy dares to treat me so lightly, yet why do I feel no anger? Bai Wanner's heart was a tangle of emotions, her senses dulled by Su Bei's presence. She too began to succumb to this intoxicating feeling. Just as Su Bei leaned in closer to her cheek, their lips nearly touching, an explosion of awareness jolted through Bai Wanner. In an instant, a surge of formidable spiritual power erupted from her, sending Su Bei hurtling away. Su Bei, you rebellious disciple! Bai Wanner exclaimed with a delicate voice, her complexion flushed with a blend of embarrassment and anger. Su Bei fell heavily to the ground, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Master, your disciple only seeks to draw closer to you. He realized his folly. He should not have acted so hastily. Struggling to rise, Su Bei's strength failed him, and he slumped back down. Observing Su Bei's disheveled state, Bai Wanner felt a pang of compassion. Had she not also been drawn to him? Your rudeness leaves no trace of the master-disciple bond. Her once piercing gaze began to shift, growing more complex. Master, Su Bei weakly called out. You reckless boy, you truly aim to drive me to my end. Bai Wanner bit her lip, hesitating for a moment before slowly crouching down to assist him. Master, your disciple acknowledges her mistakes. I simply could not restrain my emotions. Su Bei leaned softly into Bai Wanner's embrace, feeling a sense of contentment wash over him. This moment was worth it. Su Bei, rise at once. Bai Wanner admonished, her tone playful yet firm. Yet, Su Bei seemed oblivious to her words, wrapping his arms around her waist, murmuring, Master, I have no desire to rise. I merely wish to hold you like this. Bai Wanner, both embarrassed and enraged, felt her cheeks burn. You reckless fool, do you truly think I will not discipline you? Master, Su Bei gazed at her with a look of grievance. If you continue to be so unaware of your limits, do not blame me for my lack of mercy. Bai Wanner took a deep breath, striving to regain her composure, but the blush on her exquisite face remained. Reluctantly, Su Bei detached himself from her embrace, lowering his head like a child caught in wrongdoing. Master, I shall not dare again. I hope you remember what has been said today and do not repeat your mistakes. Bai Wanner scoffed lightly, then retrieved a fragrant pill from her storage ring, offering it to Su Bei. As he felt her delicate fingers brush against his lips, he inexplicably leaned in to gently lick them. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. Bai Wanner recoiled as if burned. Su Bei, you are utterly audacious. This time, she was genuinely upset. Her repeated acts of leniency had only emboldened this rebellious disciple. From this day forth, you shall be confined for a year to reflect upon your transgressions. Should you remain unrepentant after a year, do not expect to acknowledge me as your master. Master, I truly understand my mistakes. I implore you for another chance. Panic gripped Su Bei as the reality of a year's confinement sank in. How could he endure such a fate? His complexion paled instantly, cold sweat beading on his forehead. The opportunities one have extended to you are numerous. This time, I shall show no leniency, Bai Wanner declared, turning away without a glance, her sleeves sweeping as a surge of spiritual energy transformed into a rope, dragging Su Bei toward his secluded abode. Subsequently, she gestured once more, casting a barrier to securely seal the cave. This wayward disciple. Bai Wanner felt a tempest of emotions stirring within her. The shock Su Bei had imparted today was profoundly unsettling, causing her usually tranquil heart to ripple with unrest. With a long sigh, she sent a sound transmission to Lu Xianxian and Wang Shiyun. Confined within the cave, Su Bei sat slumped on the ground like a withered eggplant. Dejected. Why must Master be so harsh? I have done nothing wrong, have I? Is such an uproar necessary? How am I to endure this year? Su Bei sighed heavily, collapsing onto the stone bed. Wang Shiyun and Lu Xianxian arrived at the cave, their hearts tightening at the sight of Bai Wanner's troubled expression. Master, what has transpired? Wang Shiyun was the first to inquire, her eyes filled with concern. That Su Bei has neglected his cultivation, his thoughts wandering astray. I have punished him with a year's confinement for reflection. Bai Wanner replied sternly. Master, the young man has merely lost his way for a moment. I beseech you to be lenient. Lu Xianxian implored earnestly upon hearing this. Indeed, Master, a year of confinement is excessively long. What if it adversely affects his progress in cultivation? That would be a pity. Wang Shiyun added quickly. Do not plead on his behalf. If he indulges himself in such a manner, how can he hope to achieve greatness without strict repercussions? This is for his own good, to compel him to reflect on his missteps and devote himself to rigorous training. Bai Waner maintained her resolute stance, offering no room for negotiation. The mere mention of Su Bei ignited her ire. This rascal shows no regard for her as a teacher. Wang Shiyun and Lu Xianxian exchanged glances. Disappointment evident on their faces, yet they dared not press further. Alas, the young man suffers. But enough of him. I have come to guide your cultivation. The path of cultivation requires steadfastness and diligence, never impatience. Chapter 51. Bai Waner goes to the East Sea Shiyun. You possess what attributes spiritual roots. Thus, during your training, you must not overly rely on your innate talent, but instead cultivate diligence and perseverance. Today, I shall impart to you a set of wood spirit techniques for you to comprehend deeply. As she spoke, Bai Waner extended her right index finger, gently touching Wang Shiyun's forehead. Instantly, a torrent of vast and pure information surged into Wang Shiyun's mind. She felt her consciousness inundated with a multitude of complex runes and operational pathways. She concentrated intently, striving not to let her focus waver for an instant. Bai Waner withdrew her finger and spoke softly. This set of wood spirit techniques is exceptionally compatible with your spiritual roots. However, the path of cultivation is never devoid of challenges. You must overcome the hardships on your own. Rest assured, Master, I shall diligently cultivate and not disappoint your expectations. Wang Shiyun nodded earnestly. Go and cultivate diligently. Should you encounter any uncertainties, do not hesitate to seek my counsel. Wang Shiyun respectfully bowed deeply to Bai Waner and declared, Master, your disciple takes her leave. With that, she turned to depart. Xian, your innate talent is rare in this world. Here, take this Tai Xian Jing to cultivate. This profound technique will harmonize beautifully with your constitution. As she spoke, Bai Waner similarly transmitted the teachings to Lu Xianxian. Lu Xianxian felt her mind inundated with a torrent of arcane and esoteric knowledge, leaving her momentarily overwhelmed. Xianxian, this technique is intricate. You must approach it with patience and not rush. Bai Waner observed the pained expression on Lu Xianxian's face and gently advised. Lu Xianxian clenched her teeth, striving to steady her thoughts, and replied, Master, your disciple understands and will practice with caution. Bai Waner lightly patted Lu Xianxian's shoulder, offering words of encouragement. I believe you will achieve great things. For several consecutive days, both women devoted themselves to rigorous cultivation. Bai Waner would occasionally visit to assess their progress, and upon witnessing their diligence, she felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Master, please release me. Every day, Su Bei implored Bai Waner through a communication talisman. Though her heart wavered upon hearing his pleas, she could not overlook Su Bei's transgressions and steeled herself. Without imposing some discipline, he would only become more insistent. Humph. Su Bei, you shall remain there to reflect on your misdeeds. Do not delude yourself into thinking I will release you so soon, Bai Waner resolutely responded. Seeing his entreaties were in vain, Su Bei relinquished his hopes. Yet, the days dragged on, excruciatingly dull, with only the cold stone walls and an endless solitude for company. He paced within the confines of his small cell, his heart heavy with frustration. In his despair, he settled for the next best option, requesting Bai Waner to provide him with materials to draw talismans and forge artifacts to pass the time. Bai Waner acquiesced to his request. Before long, the materials were delivered to Su Bei's dwelling. Master, your unfilial disciple comes to bid farewell. After a few days at the sect, Chu Qingqing could no longer endure the wait. She was needed by Luo Wani. Qingqing, your master understands your feelings. Take care on your journey. Master, I will miss you dearly, but the situation with Fengyi is urgent, and I cannot remain idle, Chu Qingqing said, her eyes reddening, her voice trembling. Bai Waner gently patted her shoulder and spoke softly. I know you are loyal and compassionate. Go now, and do not worry about me. Chu Qingqing bit her lip, forcing a smile. Master, take care of yourself. In a few years, I will come back to serve you well. After saying this, she turned and could no longer contain her tears, which streamed down her cheeks. Suppressing her sorrow, she summoned her spirit sword and took to the skies. With Chu Qingqing gone and Mu Yunxi absent as well, Bai Waner had little to occupy her time, so she devoted herself to guiding the remaining two in their cultivation. At her level of mastery, mere arduous practice would no longer suffice for advancement. On this day, a summons arrived from the leader of the Lingxiao sect. Upon receiving the summons, Bai Waner hastily made her way to the summit. Uncertain of her senior brother's intentions behind this call, she slightly inclined her body in greeting and inquired with a hint of perplexity. The master of Lingxiao's sect wore a grave expression, his gaze penetrating the distant horizon. Junior sister, there have been unusual movements among the shape-shifting demonic beasts in the EC recently. If left unchecked, it could lead to a significant calamity. Shape-shifting demonic beasts? A jolt coursed through Bai Waner's heart, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment. She was acutely aware of the terror that these creatures embodied. akin to the human realm's transformation stage. Beasts of this caliber possessed formidable power and intelligence. Should they spiral out of control, the consequences would be dire. Her expression turned solemn as she stepped forward urgently, asking, "Senior brother, how shall we respond?" With a slight sigh, the master of Lingxiao sect replied, "In our sect, our ancestor remains in seclusion. Only you and I have attained the transformation stage. I shall remain to safeguard the sect, leaving the matter in your capable hands. Rest assured, senior brother, I shall spare no effort to uncover the cause of the disturbances among the East Sea demonic beasts and handle the situation appropriately," Bai Wanner assured him. After returning from the summit and bidding farewell to her companions, she arrived at Su Bei's cave dwelling, but ultimately refrained from unsealing the barrier. With a soft sigh, she murmured to herself, "Su Bei, I shall lift your restrictions upon my return, lest you languish in idleness and hinder your cultivation." With that, she made no further delay and set off swiftly toward the East Sea. Traveling at full speed, Bai Wanner finally reached the shores of the East Sea 2 days later. The sea roiled with tumultuous waves, fierce winds howled, and dark clouds loomed overhead. Cautiously, she extended her spiritual sense to seek traces of the demonic beasts. Given the vastness of the East Sea, only lower-tier sea creatures were seen roaming the periphery, without a hint of the shape-shifting beast's presence. Bai Wanner pushed her spiritual sense deeper into the abyss. The sea breeze carried a briny scent, tousling her hair. Days passed without a single discovery, leaving Bai Wanner increasingly fatigued. Each night, she would meditate on a rocky outcrop to recuperate some of her spiritual energy. Yet, with the dawn of each new day, she unhesitatingly plunged her spiritual sense into the boundless ocean, leaving no corner unexplored. As time trickled by, Bai Wanner remained vigilant in the East Sea. Meanwhile, Su Bei, confined within his cave, grew increasingly restless. He had attempted to contact Bai Wanner multiple times through messaging talismans, yet received no response. The barrier she had erected was beyond his current capabilities to breach. He could only imagine the sensation of being trapped in a confined space, each moment stretching infinitely. Unlike other cultivators, who could immerse themselves in meditation for days, Su Bei felt his patience wearing thin. "Xian, Shiyun, how I long for you both." Su Bei mused, reminiscing about the days spent in Luo Shui City, surrounded by beautiful companions, living a carefree life. However, now confined in this dark and desolate place. Not to mention the absence of beautiful beings, there is not even a soul to converse with. Chapter 52. The Use of the Teleportation Talisman. What is this? Bai Wanner was taken aback. She had never encountered such a beast. The creature was elongated, resembling a colossal python, yet it possessed several additional claws. Its scales shimmered with a silvery luminescence, distinctly different from ordinary serpents. The antlers atop its head were particularly peculiar, appearing as two translucent crystals. A wave of trepidation surged within Bai Wanner as she attempted to sense the beast's power with her spiritual awareness. However, she found its aura elusive and unfathomable. The beast seemed to have also sensed her presence, slowly opening its eyes, which burned like two orbs of azure flame. At the moment its eyes opened, the surrounding seawater appeared to freeze, a chilling wave rushing towards Bai Wanner. With a fierce gaze, she brandished the luminous artifact in her grasp. She initiated the attack, exclaiming with fervor as she unleashed a brilliant sword chi that shot forth like lightning towards the beast. As the sword chi sliced through the water, it parted the sea, creating a profound chasm. The massive creature twisted abruptly, its silvery scales radiating a dazzling light, effortlessly deflecting the sword chi. Then, it opened its gaping maw, unleashing a beam of blue light that surged towards Bai Wanner. She swiftly dodged the oncoming attack, her hands forming rapid seals to summon a defensive barrier. The light collided with the barrier, producing a deafening roar. The sea trembled violently, countless bubbles erupting to the surface. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Wanner retaliated, her artifact glowing fiercely as powerful spells rained down upon the beast like meteors. The beast roared in fury, its enormous tail whipping through the water, creating towering waves. It navigated through the surging waters, skillfully evading Bai Wanner's assaults while retaliating with potent energy waves. Undeterred, Bai Wanner moved like a flash of lightning, engaging in a fierce chase with the beast amidst the tumultuous waves. Each clash released immense force, stirring the surrounding waters as if they were boiling. With her hands pressed together, a mysterious rune glimmered in her palms as she shouted, "Abominable creature, meet your end." The rune's brilliance collided violently with the advancing beast. With a resounding explosion, the light blazed, and the powerful shockwave sent tumultuous waves crashing around them. However, in this fierce encounter, Bai Wanner ultimately found herself at a disadvantage. The beast's formidable strength struck her fiercely. A sharp pain pierced her chest, propelling her backward like a kite severed from its string. Blood erupted from her mouth, staining the seawater crimson. In a swift motion, she retrieved a pill and swallowed it, temporarily suppressing her injuries. She was acutely aware that in this moment, she was no match for the beast. Prolonging the confrontation would likely jeopardize her very life. Baiwaner dared not hesitate for a moment. With a swift motion of her delicate hand, she summoned her flying sword. She stepped onto the blade, channeling her spiritual energy into it fervently, causing the sword to radiate with brilliant light. The scenery around her rapidly receded, transforming into a blur of light and shadow. Yet, the menacing presence of the beast pursued her relentlessly, drawing ever closer. Baiwaner's heart raced, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead. She intensified her output of spiritual energy, increasing the sword's speed further. At last, she spotted a small island and, with a resolute heart, directed her sword in a dive towards it. As her feet touched the ground, Baiwaner hardly had time to catch her breath before hastily retrieving a bell-shaped magical artifact from her storage pouch. This artifact emanated an ancient aura, intricately engraved with profound patterns. With trembling hands, she fervently infused it with her spiritual energy. As the energy flowed in, the bell-shaped artifact expanded rapidly, hovering above her head and casting a pale blue light that enveloped her entirely. At that moment, the beast in the sky swooped down, crashing against the shimmering barrier with a resounding thud. Baiwaner's complexion turned pale as she struggled to maintain her output of spiritual energy. Her reserves were depleting at an alarming rate, and she could see the barrier on the verge of shattering. Anxious and desperate, she frantically fished out pills from her storage pouch, swallowing them hastily. The pills dissolved instantly, flowing through her like warm currents, replenishing her nearly exhausted energy. The beast appeared to tire as it circled in the air, its eyes locked onto Baiwaner, panting heavily, its brilliance dimming slightly. Seizing the opportunity, she took a moment to steady her breath. The standoff persisted for several days, with the beast remaining close, its massive form sprawled on the ground, gaze unwavering, occasionally emitting a deep, resonant growl. Baiwaner remained on high alert, her eyes never straying from the creature. After days without sleep or rest, her complexion had turned as pale as parchment. Suddenly, a burst of light flickered beside Baiwaner, and Su Bei's figure materialized out of thin air. "What brings you here? Shouldn't you be reflecting on your actions? How can you be so impatient?" Baiwaner exclaimed, startled, then scolded him. Given her precarious situation, survival was already a challenge. "Master, I simply could not endure remaining in that confinement any longer, so I used the teleportation talisman you provided," Su Bei mumbled, lowering his head. Baiwaner felt a surge of anger rise within her. "You reckless fool. I am struggling to protect myself, and here you are, seeking trouble." Only then did Su Bei raise his head to survey the surroundings. A dragon? His voice was filled with astonishment. For the beast before them was none other than a legendary dragon. "What dragon?" Baiwaner retorted, exasperated. Was this boy truly so stunned that he was spouting nonsense? Su Bei trembled as he extended his finger toward the distant beast, his legs quaking uncontrollably. The sight of the colossal creature instilled a profound fear within him. Alas, this was the legendary being. At that moment, the great dragon lay with its eyes closed, resting on the ground, its massive form rising and falling gently with each breath. "Is that the beast?" Baiwaner remarked, having never encountered such a creature, nor found any mention of it in the records of foreign entities. "Master, what shall we do now?" Su Bei gulped, panic evident as he clutched at Baiwaner's sleeve. The strength of this beast was unfathomable, and any rash action on their part would surely lead to their demise. Yet, remaining in this stalemate was no solution. Baiwaner spoke while maintaining her watchful gaze upon the beast. With no hope of defeating it, and now having Su Bei as a companion, the challenge of retreating unscathed became all the more daunting. If the creature remained, would they not be trapped here for eternity? Baiwaner fell silent. Sometimes, a lifetime can be fleeting. Now you understand fear? After a considerable pause, Baiwaner lifted her head, poking Su Bei's forehead gently with her finger, and spoke slowly. Chapter 53. Su Bei's Confession. "Master, how could I have anticipated such a fate? I have been trying to reach you for days without a response. It has been unbearable." Su Bei looked at Baiwaner with a pitiful gaze. The confinement he had endured was driving him to madness. "You impulsive boy, given the distance from the sect, how could any message be received?" Baiwaner replied with a hint of irritation. Time slipped away silently, yet the beast remained steadfastly on the ground, showing no intention of departing. Baiwaner appeared increasingly frail. The prolonged effort of channeling spiritual energy into her artifact rendered her face even paler, beads of sweat dotting her forehead. Su Bei, filled with concern, gazed at her. "Master, are you all right?" He feared they might not survive this ordeal, lamenting his failure to unlock the barrier before venturing out, which had led them to this predicament. Baiwaner's voice was laced with deep self-reproach. If it weren't for her, Su Bei would not have resorted to using the teleportation talisman. "Master, please do not say such things. It is my honor to endure hardship alongside you," Su Bei hastily reassured her. "Alas, in this situation, I too do not know how much longer I can hold on." Baiwana replied, her expression weary, her voice barely above a whisper after expending a vast amount of spiritual energy. Sube quickly supported her, gripping her arms tightly. Master, do not speak like that. We will surely transform this peril into safety. His voice quivered, with tears welling in his eyes. Feeling the slight tremor in Baiwana's arms, he was overcome with compassion. Baiwana lifted her gaze to Sube, her eyes reflecting a complex tapestry of emotions, nostalgia and guilt intertwined. Sube gently drew her closer, allowing her to rest against him. He now harbors deep resentment. Despising his own lack of strength, he can only watch helplessly as Baiwana exhausts her last reserves. Baiwana is momentarily taken aback, yet she does not resist. Her body is incredibly frail at this moment. Sube holds Baiwana tightly, feeling the warmth emanating from her. If we can escape this calamity, Master shall surely compensate you well. Baiwana's voice is as faint as a whisper, the prolonged strain making recovery arduous. Sube rests his chin gently atop Baiwana's head, nuzzling her softly. Master, I seek no recompense, only your safety. That alone would bring me great contentment. A wave of warmth washes over Baiwana, and she slightly raises her hand, yearning to touch Sube's face, but ultimately, her strength falters, and her hand falls. Sube, I never imagined that in this life and death moment, you would be by my side. Master, you have always held the utmost importance in my heart. Sube buries his head in Baiwana's silky hair, his voice thick with emotion. He has lived more than one life, and in reflection, it seems worthwhile. Baiwana gazes at Sube before her, feeling a surge of emotion. Sube, with his head bowed, fixes his gaze intently on Baiwana, his eyes brimming with unspoken words. In this critical juncture, it feels as though time itself has come to a standstill. Sube leans in slightly closer, causing Baiwana's heartbeat to quicken involuntarily. This rebellious disciple, even at such a moment, still indulges in these futile thoughts. Baiwana strives to steady her heartbeat, attempting to regain her composure. She shoots Sube a fierce glare, her eyes reflecting both reproach and a hint of barely perceptible shyness. Enough, enough. Let me indulge him just this once. Baiwana slowly closes her eyes. Sube gazes at Baiwana's pale face, drained of spiritual energy, his heart aching for her. Her lips, tinged with pallor, still exude an irresistible allure. He gradually lowers his head, his eyes filled with profound affection. Observing Baiwana's softly closing eyes, her long lashes flutter slightly, tugging at the strings of his heart. He wishes to leave no regrets. From the moment he first laid eyes on her, he was captivated. Back then, she was in a state of unconsciousness, and upon awakening, she had become his master. Sube gently captures Baiwana's colorless lips with his own, feeling their icy touch. He strives to warm that chill with his own heat. Baiwana senses Sube's deep affection. She slightly opens her eyes to look at Sube, revealing a trace of subtle tenderness. Sube is shaken by the warmth of her gaze, his own eyes burning with intensity, as though he wishes to envelop her completely in his fervent love. He gently releases Baiwana's lips, his fingers tenderly caressing her cheek, each movement exquisitely gentle. Master, Sube's voice is slightly hoarse, tinged with unmistakable emotion. In this environment, he harbors no excessive desires, only an overwhelming tide of love. Baiwana gently turned her head away, unable to meet Sube's gaze. Sube extended his hands softly, lifting Baiwana's body with care. Startled for a moment, she had yet to react when Sube tenderly placed her upon his lap. His arms enveloped her securely, and as she nestled against him, the rhythmic thumping of his heart gradually calmed the turmoil within her, prompting her to gently close her eyes. Master, do you know? Sube spoke softly. From the moment I first laid eyes upon you, you have taken residence in my heart. Even in your unconscious state, you emanated a unique allure that drew me irresistibly closer. When you awoke and became my mentor, I felt both elation and trepidation. Each time I behold you, my heart races uncontrollably, yearning to draw nearer. Sube's fingers delicately traced through Baiwana's hair as he continued, Master, every smile and frown of yours is etched deeply in my mind, yet you remain so unattainable, leaving me unable to govern my emotions. Baiwana listened in silence, her heart stirred with ripples of complex feelings. She shifted slightly, but did not break free from Sube's embrace. A myriad of emotions flickered in her gaze, surprise, gratitude, and a subtle shyness. Sube, why must you burden yourself so? She murmured, her voice tinged with resignation, aware that she would always be his mentor. Yet, Sube tightened his hold, declaring, Master, I harbor no regrets. In this moment, I merely wish for you to know my true feelings. I love you, and this love is unwavering until death. Baiwana remained silent, absorbing his heartfelt declarations. Her mind swirled with countless thoughts, his passionate words flowing through her heart like a warm stream. Nestled in Sube's embrace, she felt his warmth and heartbeat. a sensation she had never experienced before gradually enveloping her. With her eyes slightly closed, her long eyelashes fluttered gently. A soft blush graced her exquisite features. The cause unknown, whether from shyness or from being moved. Unconsciously, her hands rested lightly upon Su Bei's arms encircling her, a subtle gesture that seemed to speak volumes. Chapter 54. Ao Linger, are you two quite finished? Just as the pair were lost in their intimate moment, a crisp yet irritated voice suddenly rang out. Both Su Bei and Bai Waner jolted in surprise, turning their heads swiftly. To their astonishment, the colossal dragon transformed into a little girl amidst flickering lights. Dressed in shimmering silver attire, she radiated a gentle glow, her skirt flowing gracefully with her movements, resembling a stream of silver water. Adorable horns adorned her head, petite and exquisite, akin to finely crafted jade sculptures. Humph, you two are simply unbelievable. Do you not realize the time? As if I do not exist? Her cherubic face was flushed with annoyance, hands placed firmly on her hips, an adorable sight indeed. Su Bei awkwardly scratched his head, uncertain of how to respond, while Bai Waner blushed. The two were enveloped in embarrassment, momentarily forgetting the peril posed by the dragon. Little sister, we mean no offense. How about you let us go? Su Bei ventured, his tone laced with a hint of appeasement. The dragon, now transformed into a young girl, exuded less intimidation. Who told her to strike me first? The girl pouted, pointing her small finger at Bai Waner, a look of grievance upon her face. I'm truly sorry, little sister. I didn't mean to hit you. It was just an impulsive moment. Bai Waner gently consoled the girl. Don't call me little sister. I am over 1,000 years old. The girl huffed, her brow furrowed in displeasure. She crossed her arms and lifted her chin slightly, attempting to project an air of authority, yet her cherubic face and petite stature only rendered her more endearing. Bai Waner paused, then managed a sheepish smile. Then how should I address you? The girl tilted her head in thought. My name is Ao Linger. You may call me Linger. Su Bei interjected. Linger, look. My master has already apologized. Please don't stay angry. We have important matters to attend to. The girl regarded them silently for a moment before replying. You must agree to one condition before I forgive you. What condition? Speak. Su Bei and Bai Waner asked in unison. The girl's eyes sparkled with mischief as a sly smile crept across her face. You must play with me for a few days, otherwise I want to let you go. Relieved, Su Bei and Bai Waner promptly nodded in agreement, understanding that their priority was to placate Ao Linger for the time being. I will take you home now, she declared, transforming back into her dragon form, her massive body instantly filling the space around them. The silver scales glimmered in the sunlight, and her adorable horns appeared even more imposing. With a slight movement of her colossal frame, her sharp claws darted out, deftly grasping Su Bei and Bai Waner. In a whirlwind of wind, they were whisked away from their original location. Ao Linger descended upon a small island, halting before a cave. She shifted back into her human form and pointed at the cave entrance. Here we are, this is my home. The entrance was surrounded by jagged rocks and cascading vines. With a smile, Ao Linger stepped forward, gently parting the hanging vines as she entered the cave first. Su Bei and Bai Waner exchanged glances and cautiously followed behind. Upon entering the cave, a refreshing breeze greeted them. The interior was not dim. Instead, it radiated a soft glow, illuminating everything around them. Countless crystal-like stalactites hung from the ceiling, while the ground was carpeted with fine white sand. Ao Linger skipped ahead, beckoning Su Bei and Bai Waner to continue deeper into the cave. This way, come along, she cheerfully called. On one side of the cave, an array of extraordinary treasures was displayed, gems radiating with a kaleidoscope of colors and uniquely crafted weapons. Su Bei could not help but exclaim, wow, so many treasures. Bai Waner's eyes widened in disbelief. Among these lay numerous heavenly materials and earthly treasures that even those in the transformation stage would covet. Ao Linger, beaming with pride, declared, these are all my collections, aren't they splendid? Just as Su Bei reached out to examine a gem, Ao Linger swatted his hand away. Do not touch. These are all my precious possessions, she admonished, her brow furrowed in vigilance, her hands protectively shielding the treasures. Su Bei, embarrassed, retracted his hand with a sheepish smile. Are you the only one here? He queried, surveying the surroundings. Indeed, but now I have your company, Ao Linger replied sweetly, her face lighting up with a smile, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Yet, Su Bei's expression turned slightly troubled as he hesitated, and said, I fear we cannot stay with you for long. No way. At his words, Ao Linger's smile vanished, and she glared at Su Bei with a fierce yet somewhat endearing look. She had finally found someone to keep her company and was reluctant to let them leave so soon. Miss Linger, we truly have urgent matters to attend to and cannot linger, Bai Waner interjected softly, stepping forward. I do not care. I have waited here for an eternity for someone to arrive, and now you wish to leave so abruptly. That is simply unacceptable. Ao Linger pouted, her cheeks puffed in indignation. hands on her hips as she shouted. Humph. If you dare to leave, I will show you the might of Ao Ling. Do not think I am merely speaking. I have plenty of ways to make you stay. All right, we shall not leave. Seeing Ao Linger becoming somewhat enraged, Su Bei quickly soothed her. This is someone even my master struggles to contend with. Just surviving this encounter is a stroke of luck. Bai Wanner chimed in. Indeed, Miss Linger, we shall stay. Now that's more like it. Ao Linger nodded in satisfaction. Linger, my master is severely weakened due to depleted spiritual energy. Might she be allowed to recuperate first? Su Bei expressed concern for Bai Wanner, whose pale complexion still lacked color. Very well, let her recuperate, but we must not tarry, Ao Linger replied, pouting slightly. As she retrieved a fruit from her possession and handed it to Bai Wanner. Take this. I consumed it when I was injured, and it aided my recovery swiftly. The fruit was perfectly round, exhibiting a peculiar light lavender hue, its skin glimmering with an ethereal radiance. It was evident that it was no ordinary item. Thank you, Miss Linger. Bai Wanner raised her hand to accept the fruit, expressing her gratitude with a faint smile that barely illuminated her pale face. She glanced at Su Bei before turning to sit aside, gently biting into the fruit and closing her eyes to begin her recuperation. As the fruit entered her mouth, Bai Wanner was immediately enveloped in a sweet sensation, followed by a gentle surge of warmth coursing through her body. Her previously numb form, due to the depletion of spiritual energy, now resembled parched earth rejoicing in the long-awaited rain, greedily absorbing this newfound vitality. Chapter 55, The Soul Contract. For several consecutive days, Bai Wanner immersed herself in tranquil recuperation. Utilizing the fruit along with her own cultivation, her complexion improved day by day. Su Bei spent each day in the company of Ao Linger. Although Ao Linger possessed a high level of cultivation, she remained but a child among the dragon clan. Gradually, Su Bei came to understand her circumstances. She had lived alone on this small island since she became self-aware. Compassion welled up within him for the little girl. How had she endured a millennium in solitude? After just a few days of confinement, Su Bei found himself unable to bear it. To amuse her, he took Ao Linger to frolic along the shore, her melodic laughter dancing in the sea breeze. Inside a cave, Su Bei regaled Ao Linger with tales of the wondrous world beyond, captivating her completely. At times, he would share stories and jokes from his past life, eliciting peals of laughter from her. Here, try this, Su Bei said, as he fortuitously discovered a candied hawthorn in his storage pouch. This had been intended for Lu Xinxian back in Luoshui City, but he had forgotten amidst other matters. Fortunately, time stood still within the pouch, preserving its freshness. What is this? Ao Linger inquired, her curious eyes wide and her head tilted in wonder. She was intrigued by the item Su Bei had produced. With a smile, Su Bei explained, this is called candied hawthorn. It has a sweet coating on the outside and a tangy sweetness within. It is absolutely delicious. Taking the candied hawthorn, Ao Linger cautiously took a bite, her eyes immediately lighting up with delight. Wow, this is truly delicious, she exclaimed, her face beaming with satisfaction as she savored the treat, oblivious to the sugary residue at the corners of her mouth. Observing her adorable demeanor, Su Bei couldn't help but chuckle, saying, slow down. With her mouth full, Ao Linger mumbled, it's so good. I've never tasted anything so delightful. Once she finished the candied hawthorn, Ao Linger licked her lips, her expression filled with anticipation as she gazed at Su Bei. Is there more? Just this one, which I bought during my time in the mundane world, Su Bei replied, shaking his head. Instantly, the light in Ao Linger's eyes dimmed, her previously upturned lips drooping in disappointment, her face a canvas of despair. She lowered her gaze, softly uttering an "oh," her voice tinged with unmistakable sorrow, her spirit appearing deflated. She clutched the bamboo stick tightly, seeming to still relish the exquisite taste of the candied hawthorn. Seeing Ao Linger's crestfallen expression, an idea struck Su Bei. Linger, do not be so disheartened. In the future, we will take you to the mortal realm, where a plethora of delicacies awaits, and candied hawthorn will be in abundance, ensuring you indulge to your heart's content. Really? Ao Linger's face brightened instantly. The sparkle returned to her eyes, dispelling the earlier sense of despondency. The emotions of a child are indeed capricious. However, you must heed your brother's words, Su Bei said earnestly as he gazed at Ao Linger. With a nod reminiscent of a chick pecking at grain, Ao Linger replied, I will be obedient. You must not deceive me, brother. Su Bei's eyes glimmered as he seized the moment, proposing, Ling, to ensure that I can always be by your side, shall we establish a soul contract? This way, I will never abandon you, and will certainly take you to savor all the delicious foods. Ao Linger blinked in confusion and inquired, what is a soul contract? Su Bei quickly elucidated, it is a very special agreement. Once signed, we will be spiritually connected. No matter the circumstances, I will always be able to find you and lead you to delightful feasts and fun experiences. After a moment's hesitation, thinking of the countless delicacies, Ao Linger bit her lip and consented, Very well. As long as I can enjoy the tasty treats with you, I will sign. Su Bei felt a surge of joy in his heart and immediately cast a spell, guiding Ao Linger to complete the soul contract. He composed himself, swiftly forming intricate hand seals while reciting incantations. A mysterious light began to rise slowly from his palm, gradually coalescing into a radiant circular array adorned with peculiar runes. Linger, relax your mind and do not resist, Su Bei murmured softly. Ao Linger obediently nodded and closed her eyes. Su Bei directed the light to gently penetrate Ao Linger's forehead. In an instant, her body trembled slightly, and a faintly glowing, elusive symbol emerged on her forehead. As the light gradually receded, the symbol faded from view, signaling the completion of the soul contract. Su Bei exhaled deeply, a satisfied smile gracing his face. All right, Linger, from this moment onward, we are inseparably linked. When Ao Linger opened her eyes, she sensed a wondrous connection that brought her closer to Su Bei. Brother, why do I perceive a familiar essence within your soul? She asked, gazing at him with curiosity. What kind of sensation? Su Bei felt a pang of anxiety, yet maintained an air of nonchalance. Ao Linger furrowed her brow. Pondering deeply, it feels akin to kinship, a resonance from the depths of our souls, though I cannot articulate the precise reason. Her gaze remained fixed on Su Bei, searching for answers in his expression. Kinship? Su Bei was puzzled as well. Could it be a legacy of dragons? He dismissed the thought, attributing it perhaps to the soul contract. It might be due to the soul contract, Su Bei explained. Ao Linger tilted her head, contemplating, seemingly finding this explanation somewhat plausible. Su Bei chuckled. Linger, do not overthink it. Regardless, we have now formed a contract, and we shall be together from here on out. With the soul contract in place, Su Bei felt a certain obligation towards Ao Linger. Certainly, this constraint is not an absolute control, and Su Bei does not aim to exert dominion over Ao Linger. As night approaches, Su Bei and Ao Linger enter the cave. Bai Wanner remains in meditation, her complexion returning to normal, her tender face flushed with a rosy hue. Linger, allow me to recount a tale, Su Bei proposes. Absolutely yes. Linger responds eagerly, her bright eyes fixed upon Su Bei with anticipation. Su Bei slowly settles down, tilting his head slightly as he reminisces about the ancient legend. It is said that at the dawn of creation, numerous divine beasts were born into the world. Among them were the ancestral dragon, the primordial phoenix, and the initial Qilin. Brother, is the ancestral dragon part of our dragon lineage? Ao Linger inquires, leaning closer to Su Bei, her chin resting in her hands, her gaze unwavering. Su Bei, gazing at the inquisitive Linger, affectionately ruffles her hair. Indeed, Linger, the ancestral dragon is the most formidable existence of our kind. Born from mysterious forces at the beginning of time, it seemed capable of commanding the very heavens and earth upon its emergence. Linger's eyes widen in excitement, sparkling with curiosity as she leans forward eagerly, asking, what incredible powers does the ancestral dragon possess? Su Bei squints slightly, as if conjuring the majestic form of the ancestral dragon in his mind. The ancestral dragon wields dominion over the oceans, capable of conjuring towering waves or calming the seas to a mirror-like stillness. Its scales are indestructible, and its claws can effortlessly rend mountains and earth. Its roar can shake the very foundations of heaven and earth. Enthralled, Linger clutches the hem of Su Bei's garment, murmuring, the ancestral dragon is truly magnificent. And what of the primordial phoenix and initial Qilin? Chapter 56. By Wanner's emotions, the primordial phoenix is born from raging flames, her fiery essence purifying the world's malevolence, scattering darkness wherever she goes. The initial Qilin, stepping upon auspicious light, brings forth revival and vitality wherever it treads. Linger releases her grip on Su Bei's garment, rising to her feet and excitedly waving her small fists, exclaiming, have they ever fought? Su Bei also stands, his hands clasped behind his back as he gazes into the distance. In that era, a cataclysmic war erupted among the three divine beasts over resources and territory. The battle was so fierce that it darkened the skies and shattered the mountains. Linger watches Su Bei with concern, asking, who ultimately emerged victorious? Su Bei shakes his head gently. There were no true victors in that battle. By the time the three divine beasts realized this, it was already too late. Linger's eyes widen in confusion. Why do you say it was too late, brother? The three clans bore heavy karmic burdens due to that brutal conflict. In an effort to atone for their sins, the ancestral dragon chose to subdue the northern sea's abyss, leading its descendants to inhabit the four seas peacefully. The primordial phoenix, using her own power, suppressed the immortal volcano, silently guarding the realm. As for the initial Qilin, in the final moments of its life, it made a solemn vow to the heavenly path. Wherever the Qilin appears, it shall herald auspicious omens. Ao Linger listens intently to Su Bei's narration, her eyes shimmering with a complex array of emotions. Where did you hear this story? Bai Wanner awakened from her meditation and found herself entranced by Su Bei's narration. It took her a moment to regain her composure before she spoke. Master, how is your recovery progressing? Upon noticing Bai Wanner had awakened, Su Bei's face instantly lit up with joy. He hurriedly approached her, his gaze fixed intently upon her. I heard you telling a story as I woke. Bai Wanner remarked with a slight smile, a gentle warmth flickering in her eyes. She delicately tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear and continued. This tale is quite captivating. I found myself immersed in it. Pray, share from whence it originated. I heard it from someone named Tomato, Su Bei replied, pulling Bai Wanner's hand into his own and playfully toying with it. Bai Wanner paused momentarily, a hint of shyness crossing her features. She gently withdrew her hand, feigning annoyance as she said, You are being quite silly. Her thoughts drifted back to their kiss on that fateful day, in a moment of vulnerability. She had allowed Su Bei to indulge his emotions. Now, with the crisis averted, a tumult of feelings surged within her. After all, she was still his master. Noticing Bai Wanner retract her hand, Su Bei persistently pursued it, once more entwining his fingers with hers, holding on tightly. Bai Wanner, unable to resist his charm, relented. Brother, please continue the story, Owling Air interjected, her patience wearing thin. Very well, I shall continue, Su Bei replied, still clasping Bai Wanner's hand. Though her cheeks flushed slightly, she did not pull away. That night, the three of them nestled together, Owling Air's petite frame leaning against Su Bei's side. Perhaps growing weary of the tale, she began to fidget restlessly, her little lips pouting in mild discontent. Noticing her movements, Su Bei smiled fondly and gently pinched her nose. What is it, Ling Air? Is the story unappealing? He inquired softly. Owling Air scrunched her small brows and, in a childlike voice, replied, Brother, I don't want to hear the monkey story anymore. Let's change it. Bai Wanner observed their interaction, her lips curving into a tender smile. She reached out to ruffle Owling Air's hair, saying, Be good, Ling Air. Let your brother think of a new story. Owling Air's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she looked up at Su Bei. Subsequently, he began to recount a tale about the Four Seas Dragon Kings. All right, Ling Air, let your brother rest for a while, he concluded. Though Owling Air felt a twinge of reluctance, she obediently nodded and turned to Nestle against her pile of gems, drifting into a nap. As the night deepened, silence enveloped them. Master, Su Bei gazed at Bai Wanner with an affectionate intensity. She met his fervent gaze but quickly averted her eyes, flustered. Su Bei, forget it. I am still your master. Bai Wanner's voice trembled slightly. She understood that this affection should not exist. How can you expect me to forget? Su Bei grasped Bai Wanner's hand tightly, suddenly pulling her into an embrace. Bai Wanner attempted to push him away, but upon seeing his reddened eyes, she hesitated. Feeling a twinge of compassion, her hand lingered in the air before it slowly descended. Observing the unspoken turmoil in Bai Wanner's expression, Su Bei lowered his head. It seemed she sensed his intentions, a fleeting panic crossing her gaze. In that moment of her distraction, Su Bei leaned closer. The soft sensation coursed through both their bodies like an electric shock. Bai Wanner's mind went blank. She wished to push him away, yet her body felt paralyzed, as if her cultivation was momentarily restrained. Previously, they had only tasted this connection, but now that familiar feeling washed over them once more. The heart that had lain dormant for over a century was engraved with Su Bei's name at this moment. Su Bei's fervor left Bai Wanner entranced. She abandoned all reservations, wrapping her arms around his neck in response. Gradually, this innocent gesture became insufficient for Su Bei. His hands began to wander restlessly. Bai Wanner abruptly regained her senses, a wave of panic washing over her. Su Bei, this is inappropriate. She seized his wandering hand, her delicate fingers clutching his wrist tightly. A blush creeping onto her cheeks as her breath quickened. Seeing Bai Wanner's resistance, a hint of disappointment flickered in Su Bei's eyes. Yet he understood the need for restraint. He gazed at her quietly, the disappointment slowly fading away. Su Bei, in our cultivation, we must remain free from distractions. We cannot be swayed by emotions. As teacher and disciple, we must prioritize the path above all. Bai Wanner turned her head away, unable to meet his gaze. Her voice trembling slightly. Master, must the pursuit of the Tao necessitate the forsaking of true feelings? Su Bei embraced her tightly from behind. Bai Wanner longed to break free, but feared harming him with her struggle. If this Tao requires us to cast aside all emotions, becoming heartless and desireless, then what significance does such a Tao hold? Su Bei rested his head against her back, murmuring, Master, I refuse to relinquish this feeling, even if it contradicts the Tao. Bai Wanner trembled slightly. Su Bei, you are being foolish. Su Bei held her even tighter. Master, I do not care. I only know that in this moment, my heart belongs solely to you. Bai Wanner remained silent for a long time before finally letting out a resigned sigh. Su Bei, do not be so willful. Chapter 57. The Agreement. The goal of Yuaning Master. Before you, I wish to indulge myself just this once. Su Bei gently rubbed his face against her back. Alas, I truly am at a loss with you. Bai Waner shook her head in exasperation, a hint of indulgence in her tone. Master, I vow to never let you down in this lifetime. Su Bei turned Bai Waner to face him, looking deeply into her eyes. She averted her gaze. Su Bei, the future is unpredictable. Do not make promises lightly. Master, my heart is as steadfast as a rock, and there is no possibility of change. Su Bei tightly grasped Bai Waner's shoulders. You are always so stubborn. Bai Waner sighed lightly, her gaze somewhat dazed. Master, let me hold you like this. Never depart. Su Bei pulled her into his embrace, holding her tightly. Bai Waner gently struggled for a moment, extricating herself from his grasp. Her expression serious as she said, Su Bei, if you truly care for me, do not touch me until you reach the nascent soul stage. Master, are you not making it difficult for me? Su Bei's face was filled with sorrow. The nascent soul stage? That would take over 100 years. Humph. If you lack this level of determination and perseverance, how can you speak of sincerity? Bai Waner knew Su Bei was usually lazy and of mediocre talent. Without pressure, his path in cultivation might yield little success. Master, 100 years is too long. Could we lower it to the golden core stage? Su Bei's face was a picture of despair, gazing at Bai Waner with pleading eyes. Bai Waner shot him a glare and sternly replied, the golden core stage? Do you think cultivation is a mere game? A golden core has a lifespan of only 300 years, while my transformation into divinity grants me 5,000. Do you wish for me to watch you perish? Su Bei recoiled slightly, mumbling under his breath, Master, please do not be so fierce. I merely wish to be with you sooner. Silence. Bai Waner interjected sharply, do not utter such nonsense. The priority is to focus on your cultivation. Su Bei, startled by her sharp retort, fell silent, his head bowed in submission. Observing his demeanor, Bai Waner felt both exasperated and amused, her tone softening slightly. Su Bei, this is for your own good. The path of cultivation is fraught with difficulties. Without unwavering conviction and relentless effort, it will ultimately lead to naught. If you truly wish to be with me for the long haul, you must strive for our future. Rest assured, Master, as long as I am alive, it will be difficult not to advance. Now that I have Linger, I fear nothing. Su Bei responded confidently. He then shared with Bai Waner the details of his soul contract with A.O. Linger. You rascal, Bai Waner said, playfully poking Su Bei's forehead. A hint of reproach on her face. Always so daring, without a care for the risks involved. However, now that it is settled, you must treat Linger well. Do not betray this contract. I was merely compelled. Su Bei scratched his head, a hint of helplessness crossing his face. If he had not deceived Linger into signing the soul contract, how could they have left the island? Bai Waner shot him a sidelong glance, compelled? I see you are merely greedy, wishing to elevate your power swiftly. Su Bei chuckled sheepishly. Master, you truly understand me. However, with Linger, I indeed feel much more secure. Bai Waner huffed lightly. Do not rely solely on others. Your own efforts are paramount. Su Bei nodded eagerly. Master's teachings are well taken to heart. I will remember them. The two embraced until dawn broke. Owling Air was in a deep slumber, enveloped in dreams. This was not surprising, for dragons possess an inherently long lifespan and an equally gradual growth process. For the dragonkin, sleep serves not only as a means to restore energy, but also as a crucial phase of cultivation and evolution. They refrained from disturbing Owling Air, patiently awaiting her awakening. After an indeterminate period, her eyelashes fluttered slightly, signaling the onset of consciousness. Slowly, she opened her eyes, still clouded with drowsiness, and gazed at the two embracing figures. A sweet smile gracing her lips. You've been watching over me all this while. Su Bei affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, Sleep well, we are here with you. Bai Waner gently inquired, Ling Air, have you rested well? Owling Air stretched widely, responding with a childlike innocence. Yes, I feel invigorated all over. Let us go. Brother, how about you take me to the mortal realm? Upon hearing this, her eyes sparkled with excitement, and she clapped her hands joyfully. Yes, yes. I have never been to the mortal world. Su Bei then asked, Can you retract your horns for a while? That's annoying, brother. Don't touch my horns. Owling Air retorted, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she stamped her foot. Her dragon horns were a sensitive part of her, not to be touched indiscriminately. Su Bei chuckled heartily. All right, I want to touch them. Just retract them quickly so we can venture into the mortal realm. Owling Air shot him a playful glare, then murmured an incantation, causing her horns to gradually vanish. Now we can go, she declared, hands on her hips, looking triumphantly at Su Bei. Just as she was about to take a step forward, she seemed to remember something, her expression momentarily faltering. With a light tap to her forehead, she muttered, Oh dear, I almost forgot my precious gems. With a flourish of her hand, a dazzling array of gemstones vanished, safely stowed away. After completing this task, a radiant smile returned to her face as she called out to Su Bei and Bai Waner, Let us go, let us set off. Once the trio was prepared, they officially embarked on their journey. Bai Wan Air elegantly raised her hand, summoning her resplendent flying sword. The sword, catching the wind, rapidly expanded to several zhang in size. Come aboard, Bai Wan Air commanded lightly, stepping onto the flying sword with an ethereal grace. Su Bei took Owling Air's hand, following closely behind onto the sword. Under Bai Wan Air's adept control, the flying sword transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the horizon. The wind howled in their ears as the mountains and rivers below swiftly receded. Before long, they arrived at a bustling city. Bai Wan Air chose a secluded spot to land before entering the town, having not visited the mortal realm in many years. She felt a wave of nostalgia wash over her as she beheld the vibrant scene before her. Owling Air, brimming with excitement, glanced around eagerly, captivated by everything in sight. Candied hawthorn, she exclaimed, pointing excitedly at a vendor selling the sweet treats. With her eyes fixated on the enticing skewers of candied hawthorn, she tugged at Su Bei's sleeve, exclaiming, "Brother, I wish to have one." Su Bei, with a tender smile, affectionately ruffled her hair, replying, "Of course. I shall buy them for you." The vendor, noticing their approach, enthusiastically called out, "Young master and young lady, come and try these candied hawthorns. Guaranteed to be sweet and sour." Chapter 58. Dare to part with you with a bright smile, Su Bei declared, "I shall take all your candied hawthorns. No need for change." He then produced a handful of silver coins, purchasing every last skewer. The vendor, delighted, accepted the money and handed over the entire batch, leaving with a cheerful demeanor. Owling bounced with excitement at the sight of the plentiful candied hawthorns in Su Bei's hands, her youthful exuberance shining through. Bai Wan, observing from the side, chuckled softly, "Su Bei, you truly indulge Ling without bounds." Su Bei waved his hand dismissively, "As long as Ling is happy." With that, he handed a skewer to Owling saying, "Take your time, Ling Turning to Bai Wan a playful glint in his eyes, he selected the most alluring candied hawthorn from the batch and presented it to her. "Master, do try some." Bai Wan paused, her gaze lingering on the skewer for a moment before she accepted it, her voice gentle. "Thank you, Su Bei." As she took a delicate bite, the sweet and tangy flavor spread across her palate, and a pure, youthful smile blossomed on her face, as if time had left no trace upon her. Su Bei, captivated by Bai Wan's radiance, found himself momentarily entranced. Noticing his gaze, she felt a blush creep onto her cheeks and cleared her throat. "What are you staring at?" Awakening from his reverie, Su Bei awkwardly scratched his head. "Master, you look truly beautiful like this." Bai Wan shot him a mock glare, though her smile betrayed her amusement. The trio appeared like a harmonious family, drawing envious glances from passers-by. Owling danced ahead, occasionally glancing back to make funny faces at Bai Wan and Su Bei, who watched her with affectionate smiles. Su Bei trailed behind, his gaze shifting between the two, his heart brimming with contentment. As they walked further, Su Bei spotted a stall selling hairpins, where one jade pin glimmered softly in the sunlight. Feeling inspired, he purchased the jade pin and approached Bai Wan softly saying, "Master, this hairpin would suit you perfectly." He gently tucked the jade pin into her hair. Bai Wan momentarily startled, felt a blush rise to her cheeks, her eyes sparkling with delight. Though it was a simple trinket, it held more value to her than countless treasures. She delicately raised her hand to touch the jade pin. As nightfall descended, the three continued their leisurely stroll. "Linger, how about I take you to enjoy some delicious food?" Su Bei suggested. Upon hearing this, Ao Linger's eyes sparkled with excitement as she clapped her hands and exclaimed, "Wonderful, wonderful. You are the best, brother." Su Bei took Ao Linger's hand and said, "Master, let us be on our way." They strolled along the street and soon arrived at a bustling tavern. As they entered, the clamor within enveloped them. "Esteemed guests, please come in." The waiter greeted them with enthusiasm. The trio settled into a window-side table on the second floor. "Waiter, bring forth your finest dishes," Su Bei called out once seated, though he was uncertain of the taverness offerings. Before long, an array of exquisite delicacies was presented. The first dish was the squirrel-shaped mandarin fish, its golden body resembling a squirrel's bushy tail. Next came the beggar's chicken, enveloped in earth and lotus leaves, releasing an enticing aroma as it was unveiled, steam wafting up to tantalize the senses. Following closely was the scallion braised sea cucumber, tender and gelatinous, accompanied by fragrant scallions, all enveloped in a rich sauce that embraced every morsel. The stir-fried seasonal vegetables appeared next, their vibrant green akin to emeralds, refreshing and crisp, adding a delightful contrast to the rich meat dishes. Finally, a bowl of lotus seed soup graced their table, the translucent lotus seeds peeking through the thick broth, exuding a delicate sweetness. Ao Linger's eyes widened with anticipation as she eagerly picked up her chopsticks, exclaiming, "Wow, everything looks so delicious." Bai Wan smiled gently. "No need to rush, savor each bite." Su Bei then ordered a jug of wine, pouring a glass for both Bai Waner and himself. When Ao Linger requested to taste, Su Bei let her have a sip. Immediately, her little face scrunched up. What is this? It's both spicy and bitter, she exclaimed, sticking out her tongue and fanning her mouth with her hand. Bai Waner was amused by her expression, chuckling softly. Su Bei affectionately ruffled Ao Linger's hair. All right, Ling, be a good girl and eat your meal. Pouting, Ao Linger retorted, it's not tasty. I prefer the beggar's chicken. With that, she resumed her hearty feast. Just as they were enjoying their meal, the tavern owner announced loudly, Dear guests, today we have a special event. If anyone can compose a poem on the tavern's wall and receive the approval of the crowd, your meal shall be on the house. Upon hearing this, the patrons became animated, eager to participate. Su Bei turned to Bai Waner. Master, shall we give it a try? Bai Waner smiled softly and nodded. Elated, Su Bei took her hand and led her toward the blank wall, drawing the attention of the surrounding patrons who were curious to see what verses they would craft. Su Bei picked up a brush, contemplated briefly, then began to write with fluid strokes, the characters flowing like dragons and snakes in a graceful script upon the wall. I wish to know you, dear friend. May our lives be long and unbroken. When mountains crumble and rivers run dry, when winter thunders and summer snows, only then would I dare to part from you. The onlookers fell silent for a moment, then erupted into thunderous applause. What a deeply heartfelt poem. Such exquisite characters. Truly marvelous. Bai Waner gazed at the verses inscribed on the wall, her lips pressed together in contemplation. The heartfelt lines of poetry seemed to transform into a warm torrent, surging into her heart. She lifted her gaze towards Su Bei, her eyes brimming with tenderness. Su Bei regarded her, his gaze infused with profound affection akin to the gentle sun of spring. The hotel proprietor approached with a broad smile, exclaiming, My lord, your poetry is simply exquisite. Might I inquire if you would be so kind as to inscribe your esteemed name, so that this masterpiece may be shared and appreciated by a wider audience? Su Bei nodded slightly, elegantly inscribing his name beside the verses. Upon seeing the name, the proprietor was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. Are you, perchance, the Su Bei of Luoshui City? His voice trembled with excitement. With this poem, his establishment would undoubtedly gain renown. Your work, Mulan Flower, is celebrated throughout the Lan Yu dynasty. To encounter you in person at my humble inn is truly an honor. The crowd around them erupted in whispers, their gazes towards Su Bei filled with admiration and curiosity. Su Bei humbly smiled, saying, It is but a humble piece. I am grateful for your kindness. What is this Mulan Flower? Bai Waner inquired, her eyes reflecting confusion as she looked at Su Bei. He recited the Mulan Flower he had penned in Luoshui City for her, omitting the fact that it was composed in a brothel. Chapter 59. Returned to the sect, the trio lingered in the city for several days, exploring the bustling streets, enjoying performances at the opera house, and admiring the scenery by the lake. Bai Waner observed with a gentle smile as the two frolicked. Su Bei, Ling, it is time for us to return. Just a little longer, Alinger pleaded, tugging at Bai Waner's sleeve. Su Bei chimed in, Indeed, master. It is rare to see Linger so joyful. Bai Waner shook her head lightly, stating, Our time spent here has already been considerable, and Xianxian and Shiyun are without guidance. At the mention of Lu Xianxian and Wang Shiyun, Su Bei ceased his insistence. The two had only just entered the sect and were still unfamiliar with many things. Without proper guidance, they were bound to encounter difficulties. With this thought, Su Bei let out a sigh. He patted Alinger's head and said, Linger, let us heed Master S' advice and return. There are also enjoyable activities awaiting us there. Alinger pouted, displaying reluctance, yet nodded in agreement, saying, All right then. Noticing Alinger's disappointment, Bai Waner crouched down, speaking softly, Be good, Linger. If time permits after we return, we shall come out to play again. Alinger perked up slightly, responding in her sweet voice, That's a promise. You must not deceive me. Bai Waner smiled and nodded, rising to beckon Su Bei and Alinger, Then let us depart. With a graceful flourish of her jade-like hand, a flying sword hovered in midair. Come aboard, Bai Waner commanded softly. Su Bei and Alinger swiftly leapt onto the flying sword, positioning themselves behind her. Bai Waner quietly intoned the incantation, and the sword transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the heavens. In a short while, they arrived before the cave dwelling at Yushao Peak, where they landed steadily on the spacious ground before the entrance. As soon as they landed, Lu Xianxian and Wang Shiyun rushed out from the cave. Lu Xianxian, with an anxious expression, inquired, Master, where have you been all this time? We have been exceedingly worried. Wang Shiyun, casting a surprised glance at Su Bei, exclaimed, How did you emerge from confinement? What is the matter? Do you not wish to see me, Shiyun? Su Bei replied with a smile that danced on the edge of laughter. Wang Shiyun's face flushed crimson, and she hastily waved her hands in explanation, saying, You misunderstand me. My lord, That was not my intention, merely a surprise. Lu Xianxian stifled a giggle beside her, teasingly remarking, Shiyun, your concern has led to confusion. Wang Shiyun shot an admonishing glare at Lu Xianxian, which only made Lu Xianxian laugh all the more. For reasons unknown, Bai Waner felt a pang of discomfort in her heart as she observed the camaraderie between Su Bei and the two maidens, as if countless tiny insects were gnawing at her insides, leaving her feeling uneasy. Clearing her throat, Bai Waner interjected, all right. Let us stop the antics and proceed into the cave. Only then did the group fall silent and follow Bai Waner into the cave. Once inside, Bai Waner regained her composure and asked, Xianxian, Shiyun, how has your training progressed during this time? Lu Xianxian stepped forward, slightly bowing in respect. Master, I have reached the initial stage of foundation establishment. Lu Xianxian, indeed a gifted innate talent, had astonishingly progressed from the 6th level of qi refinement to foundation establishment in just over a month. Wang Shiyun chimed in, Master, I have also attained the 10th level of qi refinement. Bai Waner nodded gently, saying, well done, but do not let pride cloud your judgment. Further diligence is essential. As soon as she finished speaking, both Lu Xianxian and Wang Shiyun responded in unison, we shall heed your teachings, Master. Bai Waner continued, Xianxian, while your progress is remarkable, the foundation is of utmost importance. Do not jeopardize it in pursuit of immediate success. Shiyun, do not be disheartened. In the path of cultivation, both opportunity and effort are indispensable. As long as you persevere, breakthroughs will be within reach. Lu Xianxian and Wang Shiyun nodded in agreement once more. At that moment, Su Bei cleared his throat and said, Sisters, allow me to introduce you to Ao Ling. Linger, greet your elder sisters. He gently patted Ao Linger's shoulder. I won't. I am over 1,000 years old. Ao Linger crossed her arms defiantly, pouting and turning her head away, clearly unwilling. What? Over 1,000 years? How is that possible? Linger looks so youthful. Lu Xuanchuan's mouth hung agape, her eyes fixed on Ao Linger, scanning her up and down. Having just transitioned from the mundane world to the realm of cultivation, she was still grappling with the nuances of this new environment. How can this be? Wang Shiyun stood frozen in disbelief, taking a long while to regain her composure. She found it utterly impossible to reconcile Ao Linger's youthful appearance with her proclamation of being over 1,000 years old. In the world of cultivation, one cannot judge age by mere appearance, Su Bei remarked as his gaze traversed the two maidens. As Lu Xianyuan heard Su Bei's words, she instinctively took 2 steps forward. Drawing closer to Ao Linger, she lightly bit her lip, hesitating for a moment before succumbing to the urge to reach out and touch Ao Linger's face, as if seeking to confirm the reality of the moment. Just as her hand was about to make contact, Ao Linger abruptly turned her head, evading Lu Xuanyuan's touch. Lu Xuanyuan's hand froze in midair, and she awkwardly smiled while slowly retracting her hand, unconsciously rubbing her fingers together. Ao Linger brushed her hair back, shot Lu Xianyuan a disdainful glance, and huffed, Don't touch me. I apologize, Linger. Lu Xuanyuan's smile instantly faltered, leaving her at a loss for words. Su Bei furrowed his brow, first glancing at the defiant Ao Linger, then turning his attention to Lu Xianyuan, clearing his throat softly. Linger, do not be so willful. Xuanyuan's curiosity is innocent. With that, Su Bei's gaze returned to Ao Linger, seriousness etched in his expression. Ao Linger pouted, turning away and muttering under her breath, Humph. I simply dislike being touched by others. Su Bei shook his head in resignation and then addressed Lu Xianyuan. Xianyuan, do not take it to heart. Linger is a dragon. At her age, she is akin to a 7- or 8-year-old child among her kind. What is a dragon? Wang Shiyun stepped forward, her eyes fixed intently on Su Bei. Dragons must be magical beasts, right? At that moment, Bai Waner spoke up, having never heard of the dragon clan before. There were no records of them in the cultivation realm, only mentioned in the stories Su Bei had recounted. I am not a magical beast. Do not compare me to those inferior creatures. Ao Linger shouted angrily, her small face flushed and hands on her hips. Linger, how can you speak like that? Su Bei's brow furrowed, his expression darkening slightly as he looked at Ao Linger with reproach. Chastened by his words, Ao Linger bit her lip, defiantly turning her head away and falling silent. Linger, please do not be upset. I am not very knowledgeable about this. Bai Waner, noticing Ao Linger's displeasure, hurried to console her. She is an existence surpassing even the transformation stage. Over the past few days, she had come to understand Ao Linger's childlike nature, knowing that only Su Bei could truly manage her. Chapter 60. Sect rewards. Our dragon clan is a race of innate deities, and upon maturity, we become celestial beings. How could mere magical beasts compare? Ao Linger proclaimed proudly, raising her chin and casting a playful sidelong glance at everyone. The group was momentarily taken aback by her declaration. Celestial beings? Isn't that akin to immortals? Bai Wanner struggled to believe that the realm she had long sought could be so easily attained by Ao Linger upon reaching adulthood. Lu Xianyuan and Wang Shiyun, feeling somewhat bewildered, simply sensed that it must be quite impressive. Su Bei, however, was not surprised. After all, she was a dragon, steeped in countless legends. Linger, when will you grow up? Su Bei affectionately ruffled Ao Linger's proud little head, to which she did not flinch away. In 8,000 years, I shall come of age, Owling Air declared, extending her hands to count on her fingers, tilting her head in contemplation. 8,000 years. That truly is a long time, Su Bei remarked, unable to suppress his astonishment. Owling Air shot him an exasperated glance. Placing her hands on her hips and stepping forward to assert, perhaps it seems lengthy to you humans, but for our dragon kin, it is but the blink of an eye. Lu Xianxian and Wang Shiyun exchanged incredulous looks. Bai Wanner, standing nearby, marveled. 8,000 years, what an unfathomable span of time. The group fell silent for a moment before Bai Wanner instructed them to withdraw. Lu Xianxian and Wang Shiyun bowed to Bai Wanner and prepared to depart. However, Su Bei remained rooted in place. Aware of his intentions, Bai Wanner said, Su Bei, you should also take your leave. Su Bei hastily clasped his hands in salute and implored, Master, I have matters of great importance to discuss. I humbly request that you allow me to stay. What is it? Speak quickly. Master, concerning the bottleneck I have encountered in my recent cultivation, I have pondered for long, yet found no resolution. I hope you can enlighten me. Su Bei gazed intently at Bai Wanner, his eyes pleading for her understanding. Bai Wanner sighed softly and conceded, Very well, you may remain. Su Bei's face lit up with joy, and he turned to Owling Air, saying, Ling Air, you should accompany the two elder sisters outside. Owling Air pouted, stamping her foot in reluctant agreement. Humph, fine then, but do be quick about it. With that, she followed Lu Xianxian and Wang Shiyun out. As Su Bei watched their departing figures, he turned back to Bai Wanner, moving closer and saying, Master, I. Bai Wanner felt a rush of embarrassment under his gaze. Hurriedly averting her eyes, Su Bei, do not act like this. Undeterred, Su Bei leaned in further, his breath becoming slightly hurried. Suddenly, he took a bold step forward, arms wide open, and enveloped Bai Wanner's waist in a tight embrace. Before she could react, he lifted her and strode toward the stone bed. Su Bei, put me down, Bai Wanner exclaimed, her face flushed, her breath quickening. Do not do this, master. Her words trailed off as she instinctively bit her lip, the blush deepening on her cheeks. Su Bei held her firmly, showing no intention of releasing her. As she lay on the stone bed, her hands clutched her garment's hem tightly. She playfully admonished, Su Bei, if you continue this way, I shall not spare you. Su Bei gazed down at her, declaring, Master, my feelings for you are as vast as the heavens. Today, I must confess my heart. Bai Wanner turned her head away, unable to meet his gaze, murmuring, Did I not say? Not until the nascent soul. Master, I fear I may not live to see that day. Su Bei gently caressed Bai Wanner's cheek, turning her face to meet his gaze. If you disobey, I shall never see you again. Bai Wanner glared at Su Bei playfully, pushing his arms away. With a sudden shove, Su Bei pushed aside, rising in a flurry, his steps unsteady. He took a few strides forward, attempting once more to grasp Bai Wanner's arm. Bai Wanner deftly sidestepped, flicking her sleeve in the process. Master, how can you bear this? Su Bei, witnessing the scene, could only remain rooted in place. Given his cultivation, if Bai Wanner was unwilling, he stood no chance of success. Su Bei, cease your entanglement. Upon finishing her words, Bai Wanner vanished in a flash, darting towards the cave entrance, leaving Su Bei gazing in disbelief. After her departure, she sped away like a streak of light towards the main peak. If I continue to indulge him, it will only lead to my own downfall, Bai Wanner thought. Her mind in turmoil, a hint of panic setting in. Taking a deep breath, she proceeded towards the grand hall. Senior brother, Wanner seeks an audience. A voice resonated from within, belonging to the leader of Ling Shao sect. Come in. Gently, Bai Wanner pushed open the hall doors and entered. Junior sister, when will you return? Was your journey smooth? The sect leader promptly rose, hurrying towards her with keen urgency. Bai Wanner recounted the events of her journey. What? The Dragon Clan? The sect leader's pupils dilated suddenly, his eyes wide with disbelief. Do you know of the Dragon Clan? Upon seeing his expression, Bai Wanner sensed he was aware of some underlying truths. Taking a deep breath, the sect leader endeavored to steady his emotions. It is said that in ancient times, when the cosmos was shrouded in chaos and all things began to emerge, the Dragon Clan was born, a powerful lineage. However, their whereabouts became a mystery over time. Bai Wanner pressed further, Senior brother, does the Dragon Clan possess any unique abilities? I cannot say for certain. The sect's records are scant, containing only fragments of information. The sect leader shook his head, his expression turning serious. Junior sister, make sure to take good care of Ao Linger. She is a significant asset to our sect. Bai Wanner nodded in agreement, responding, "Rest assured, senior brother, Wanner will exert every effort." However, Ao Linger seems to possess a childlike temperament. Only Su Bei can manage her. Su Bei is indeed endowed with profound opportunities, yet it is unfortunate that his aptitude is lacking. The sect leader sighed slightly, a trace of regret flickering across his face. It is a cruel twist of fate that such deep potential is paired with such ordinary talent. Bai Wanner, upon hearing the sect leader's words, furrowed her brow slightly. Although Su Bei's aptitude is poor, his progress is undeniably swifter than that of ordinary disciples. He has established a foundation in merely a year. The sect leader remained silent for a moment, hands clasped behind him, pacing thoughtfully, before finally halting. "Very well, if that is the case. Let us provide him with some resources and see if he can transcend the limitations of his aptitude." Saying this, the sect leader produced a storage ring and handed it to Bai Wanner. "Wanner, deliver this ring to Su Bei and convey my earnest expectations. Should he achieve a breakthrough, the sect shall not treat him unjustly." The sovereign deity, with a serious expression, handed the storage ring to Bai Wanner. She accepted it with both hands and expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, sovereign. I shall certainly convey your words." Chapter 61. Wanner, why have you not yet departed? Upon entering the cave dwelling, Bai Wanner found Su Bei reclining on her stone bed, one hand resting behind his head while the other casually lay across his chest. His gaze fixed intently upon her. "This place is so fragrant. How could I possibly leave? May I stay here from now on?" Su Bei's lips curled into a mischievous smile, his eyes glinting with playful mockery. Upon hearing this, Bai Wanner's cheeks flushed crimson as she retorted in indignation. "How dare you think so? Quickly, get up. This is my cave dwelling, and you have no right to behave so recklessly." As she spoke, she hurried forward, reaching out to pull him up. However, Su Bei swiftly rolled away, evading her grasp, and with a grin, he said, "Wanner, do not be so fierce. I shall simply assist you more in the future." "Who are you calling Wanner?" Bai Wanner exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise, her cheeks aflame. "This rascal. How could he address me in such an informal manner?" Just as she was lost in thought, Su Bei suddenly stood up and enveloped her in his arms. Taken aback, Bai Wanner stiffened. He leaned close to her ear and softly whispered, "Wanner." The warm breath brushed against her ear, causing her face to heat up and her heart to race. Such an intimate call stirred a hint of sweetness within her heart. Seeing Bai Wanner's bashful demeanor, Su Bei could not resist drawing closer. Initially startled, she soon found herself softened by the tenderness within. Enough, enough. It's not the first time, she thought, slowly closing her eyes and gently responding to him. Their breaths began to intertwine, and the air around them seemed to grow increasingly heated. Su Bei's hands firmly encircled Bai Wanner's waist as she slightly tilted her head back to meet him. After what felt like an eternity, they finally parted. "Su Bei, you must cultivate diligently," Bai Wanner said, her gaze filled with affection. Su Bei, locking eyes with her, solemnly nodded and replied, "Wanner, rest assured. I will strive to meet your expectations." "I will wait for you," Bai Wanner whispered softly. These simple 3 words contained a wealth of unspoken emotions. At that moment, Su Bei felt as though a heavy stone had settled upon his heart, making it difficult for him to breathe. He sensed the depth of Bai Wanner's feelings, which filled him with both gratitude and trepidation. Lu Xinxian, Wang Shiyun, Bai Wanner, 3 names repeatedly surfaced in his mind. He felt a flicker of fear, worried he might hurt Bai Wanner standing before him. Su Bei's gaze grew evasive, unable to bear the weight of her expectant eyes. "Wanner," Su Bei hesitated. Words caught in his throat. "Su Bei, what is troubling you?" Bai Wanner seemed to sense his unease. Taking a deep breath, Su Bei endeavored to steady himself, declaring, "Wanner, I must reach the nascent soul stage." In the gentle embrace of their shared moment, Su Bei felt a tender pressure from Bai Wanner, who held his hand reassuringly. She believed Su Bei was disheartened by the prospect of never achieving the yuaning stage. "Do not be so despondent, Su Bei. If you reach the golden core stage, I shall grant you a gift," she began, her cheeks blushing as she buried her face in his embrace. "Is that truly the case? The golden core stage? Just 20 years away." Su Bei's voice quivered with anticipation as he held Bai Wanner tightly. With a soft nod, Bai Wanner confirmed, her voice a mere whisper, "Yes, truly." Overwhelmed with joy, Su Bei lifted her into his arms and spun around in excitement. Bai Wanner, encircled by his embrace, playfully wrapped her arms around his neck. "Su Bei, do set me down. You behave like a child." Yet, he had no intention of releasing her, his smile radiant as he replied, "Wanner, I am simply too delighted. Let me hold you a while longer." With a playful shake of her head, she lightly tapped his shoulder. "Oh, you are truly incorrigible." Su Bei tightened his hold, whispering softly in her ear, "Wanner, having you by my side in this life is my greatest fortune." A rosy hue graced Bai Wanner's cheeks as she replied, "Su Bei, I wish for your unwavering constancy. Do not forsake me." "I, Su Bei, Vow here and now that I shall never betray Bai Waner, he declared. Kneeling on one knee, raising his right hand with his index and middle fingers pointed skyward. Should I break this oath? May the heavens strike me down and ensure my demise. Bai Waner quickly reached out to help him rise, softly saying, Su Bei, I believe in you. I only hope you do not forget your words today. As he stood and once more enveloped her in his arms, he assured her, rest easy, Waner. This vow is eternal and shall never be forgotten. They held each other for a long while until Bai Waner gently pushed him away, her eyes glistening with affection. Su Bei, you must strive diligently to attain the Golden Core realm. With a resolute nod, he replied, for you, Waner, I shall devote myself entirely. Bai Waner produced a storage ring from her garment, presenting it to Su Bei. This is a storage ring bestowed upon you by the sect leader, containing many resources for cultivation. Why would the leader give me a ring? Su Bei inquired, puzzled. You have been favored due to Linger, Bai Waner explained with a smile. The sect leader holds you in high regard, wishing to assist your advancement. Please, place it on me. Su Bei extended his left hand, palm up, towards her. Bai Waner playfully glared at him but grasped his hand, carefully sliding the ring onto his ring finger. Once the ring was secured, Su Bei pulled Bai Waner into his embrace again, softly asking, Waner, do you know the significance of wearing this ring? She shook her head. It is said that the ring finger of the left hand has a vein directly connected to the heart, symbolizing the deep connection between spouses when adorned on this finger. Su Bei gazed gently at Bai Waner as he explained, simultaneously lifting his left hand adorned with the ring. Upon hearing his words, a delicate blush graced Bai Waner's cheeks. Regrettably, I possess no ring to gift you, Su Bei remarked, a hint of guilt shadowing his expression. The disparity in their cultivation levels weighed heavily on him, for he had nothing worthy to present to her. This was undoubtedly a profound blow to his pride as a man, leaving his dignity somewhat compromised. Bai Waner seemed to perceive Su Bei's inner turmoil. She gently took his hand and spoke tenderly. Su Bei, do not dwell on such thoughts, with diligence in your practice. You shall prevail. Faced with Bai Waner's gentle affection, a mix of emotions surged within Su Bei. He inhaled deeply, his gaze resolute as he looked into Bai Waner's eyes and declared, Waner, I shall not let you down. One day, I will become a man worthy of standing by your side. Su Bei, I have never deemed you unworthy of me. I only hope you do not burden yourself with too much pressure, Bai Waner replied, lifting her hand to tenderly caress Su Bei's face. She then nestled her head against his chest, listening to the rhythm of his powerful heartbeat. Chapter 62. Irritation. Ultimately, Su Bei found himself ushered out. The reason was quite simple. Bai Waner disapproved of his overly familiar demeanor. It was not entirely his fault. Youth often brings forth impetuosity. At this moment, his fervor was at its peak. Standing outside the cave, he scratched his head helplessly, a bittersweet smile playing on his lips. The night breeze swept by, its coolness offering him a modicum of composure. Inside the cave, Bai Waner sat upon the stone bed, her heart in disarray. She was not truly angry, rather, her feminine modesty compelled her to act in such a manner. Su Bei lingered outside the cave for a while before deciding to return, intending to apologize once Bai Waner had cooled down. Xian, Su Bei softly called outside the cave of the two women. Moments later, the stone door creaked open, revealing Lu Xian standing at the entrance. Young master, why have you come so late? Lu Xian's voice held a trace of reproach. Why do you still call me young master? You are now my junior sister, Su Bei chuckled, reaching out to playfully poke Lu Xian's nose. She shyly evaded him, stamping her foot lightly. Humph, even as a junior sister, one must maintain decorum. Su Bei shook his head in resignation. Oh, you. Lu Xian blinked, a smile gracing her lips. Is it permissible for you to arrive so late, yet I am not allowed a hint of displeasure? Su Bei quickly offered an apologetic grin. It is my fault, my dear junior sister. Please do not be upset. As he spoke, he retrieved a candied hawthorn from his storage pouch and presented it to Lu Xian. Do you enjoy this? Thank you, young master. Lu Xian beamed as she accepted the candied hawthorn, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. She took a gentle bite, the sweet and sour flavor instantly enveloping her palate. It is truly delicious. You have gone to great lengths, young master. Su Bei's lips curved upwards. I am glad you like it. I shall bring you more in the future. Lu Xian nodded slightly. That is a promise. Upon entering the cave, Wang Shiyun continued her diligent cultivation, determined not to lag too far behind Lu Xian. Ao Linger, finding herself utterly bored, lay asleep on a stone bed. My lord. Xian misses you dearly, Lu Xian softly uttered, her cheeks flushed with a delicate hue, her beautiful eyes gazing deeply at Su Bei. Hearing her words, warmth flooded Su Bei's heart as he stepped forward, gently taking Lu Xuan's delicate hand. Xian, I miss you too. Lu Xian tilted her head slightly, her eyes shimmering like rippling water. My lord, I thought it would take a year to see you again, yet here I am today, my wish fulfilled. I could hardly bear the solitude in the cave, so I used the teleportation talisman given by my master to travel to the East Sea. To my surprise, I encountered Linger there and only returned today. Su Bei embraced Lu Xianxian, tenderly caressing her waist. Lu Xianxian, bashfully leaning against Su Bei's chest, listened to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. Su Bei lowered his head slightly, placing a gentle kiss on her forehead, causing her face to bloom with an even deeper shade of crimson. She reached out her arms, encircling Su Bei's waist, drawing herself closer into his embrace. Feeling her reliance, Su Bei tightened his hold, his chin brushing against the crown of her head. Lu Xianxian closed her eyes, a sweet smile gracing her lips. After a moment, Su Bei released one hand, gently lifting Lu Xuanxuan's chin to meet his gaze. Their eyes locked, as if 1,000 unspoken words danced between them. Xianxian, my lord feels a bit unwell, Su Bei whispered softly in her ear, followed by a gentle breath. Startled, Lu Xianxian swiftly freed herself from Su Bei's embrace, concern etching her features. My lord, what shall we do? She exclaimed, reaching out to lightly touch his forehead. Su Bei grasped her hand, a smile gracing his lips. As long as Xianxian is by my side, I shall be fine. Lu Xianxian playfully rolled her eyes at him. My lord knows how to charm. Yet, she nestled back into Su Bei's arms. My lord, they are all here, Lu Xianxian said, her cheeks reddening as she fidgeted uneasily. Su Bei tightened his embrace, unconcerned. Pay no heed to them. Lu Xianxian nibbled her lip, gently pushing against Su Bei. My lord, this is not proper. Reluctantly, Su Bei loosened his hold, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Very well, I shall yield to you. He then took Lu Xuanxuan's hand, speaking softly. Come, let us return to the cave. With that, he strode forward, leading her towards his abode. Along the way, Lu Xianxian kept her head down, occasionally glancing up at Su Bei, her heart racing like a little rabbit. Upon arriving at the cave entrance, Su Bei waved his hand to open the door, and a waft of fragrant air enveloped them. He stepped aside, allowing Lu Xianxian to enter first before following her in, the door closing slowly behind them. A night of silence ensued, accompanied only by the sound of the flute. As Su Bei exited the cave, Lu Xianxian closely trailed behind him. Su Bei radiated with a vibrant glow, a satisfied smile gracing his lips, while Lu Xianxian, with her face blooming like a peach blossom, exuded an air of bashful charm. Together, they entered Lu Xuanxuan's abode, where Ao Linger lay asleep on a nearby stone bed, drooling softly, lost in the midst of enchanting dreams. My lord, did you perhaps trouble Sister Xianxian again last night? Wang Shiyun observed Lu Xuanxuan's rosy cheeks and slightly disheveled hair, sensing the truth within. Her gaze flitted between Su Bei and Lu Xianxian, a subtle smile playing upon her lips. Stepping closer to Lu Xianxian, she murmured, Sister Xianxian, you appear like a flower caressed by the spring breeze, so vividly alluring. With that, she cast a knowing glance at Su Bei. Lu Xianxian, hearing this, shot a playful glare at Wang Shiyun. You tongue-tied girl, cease your nonsensical chatter, she retorted. Yet the blush on her face deepened, her eyes inadvertently drifting towards Su Bei, betraying a hint of shyness. Standing awkwardly to the side, Su Bei cleared his throat. Shiyun, please refrain from teasing us. Wang Shiyun, covering her mouth with a light laugh, replied, I merely spoke a few truths. She blinked at Lu Xianxian. Sister, do not deny it. It is all written upon your face. Lu Xianxian bit her lip. If you continue to chatter, I shall deal with you. With a playful gesture, she pretended to strike Wang Shiyun. Wang Shiyun giggled, swiftly dodging behind Su Bei, peeking out playfully. If sister intends to strike, let her first strike my lord. With a resigned smile, Su Bei opened his arms, enveloping Wang Shiyun in a gentle embrace. Enough of this mischief, let us all behave. Seeing this, Lu Xianxian teased, Oh, my lord has shielded her so swiftly. You must also shower affection upon our dear Shiyun. A mischievous smile crept across Su Bei's face as his gaze danced between Lu Xianxian and Wang Shiyun. I shall cherish both my lovely ladies. Come, allow me to see how enchanting you both appear today. With that, he tenderly lifted Lu Xuanxuan's chin with one hand, while the other playfully tickled Wang Shiyun's waist. How wicked you are, my lord. Wang Shiyun chided playfully, squirming in Su Bei's embrace. The exquisite form of her figure stirred a fire within him. Shiyun, please do not move about, he cautioned. Yet Wang Shiyun seemed undeterred, continuing to squirm, her voice teasing, I shall move. My lord bullies me. And yet I am not permitted to resist? Her tones, imbued with a hint of mischief, only served to captivate Su Bei further. At that moment, Lu Xianxian could no longer bear it. Her cheeks flushed as she chided. Could you two be a bit more mindful? There are others present. What? Is Sister Xianxian feeling jealous? Wang Shiyun teased, her bright eyes sparkling with delight as she looked at Lu Xianxian. Lu Xianxian rolled her eyes. You chatterbox. Just as the three engaged in their playful banter, Ao Linger, who had been peacefully slumbering on the stone bed, was startled awake by the commotion. She gazed with her sparkling, luminous eyes at the three individuals before her, her voice laced with indignation as she exclaimed, "Your raucous antics have frightened away my sweet dreams." Her delicate cheeks puffed out, evoking an irresistible urge to pinch them, while her dainty mouth pouted adorably, as if a small oil pot could be hung from it. At that moment, Su Bei stepped forward, gently lifting Ao Linger in his arms, his tone tender as he said, "Do not be upset, my dear Linger. Would you like to accompany your brother for some fun? Really? You must not deceive me, brother," she replied, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Since her arrival at Lingxiao sect the previous day, she had found herself quite bored, as everyone was preoccupied with their cultivation, leaving her without a playmate. Hearing Su Bei's promise of an outing, her eyes gleamed with joy. Su Bei playfully stroked her little nose and assured her, "Brother would never lie to you." He then asked the others to wait momentarily, delving into the storage ring bestowed upon him by the sect master with his spiritual sense. Before him lay a collection of stones, entirely translucent and radiating a gentle blue glow. Detected mid-grade spirit stones. Shall the quadruple experience be activated? Quadruple experience? Su Bei was momentarily taken aback, then collected himself, silently commanding, "Activate. Double experience currently activated. Would you like to convert?" Converted to quadruple experience. Wishing you a fruitful cultivation journey. Su Bei, speed multiplier. 4, remaining time. 1,700 days. Realm. Early foundation establishment. 8, 241,000. Body refinement. Early foundation establishment. 8, 241,000. Cultivation method. Jade Clarity Foundation Establishment Technique Body Refinement Technique Spell. 5 elements Sword Technique Entry. 6, 021,000. Skills. Talismans 3, 701, 300. Alchemy 3, 162. 300. Refining 3, 112, 300. Formation 3, 823,000. Beast Mastery 3, 323,000. Spirit Value 3, 103,000. Companion. Ao Linger, Young Dragon Clan, 1,700 days. For years and over 8 months. What was initially 20-plus years of double experience had now transformed into just over 4 years of quadruple experience. Although the speed of cultivation had increased, the experience gained was halved. The 20 years of double experience would yield over 14,000 points, while the current quadruple experience over 4 years would only provide a little over 6,000 points. A significant reduction indeed. Moreover, the expenditure of spirit stones had also doubled. It equated to 40 years of double experience in exchange for merely 4 years of quadruple experience. Su Bei felt a pang of regret. How many spirit stones would it require to sustain this? Regaining his composure, Su Bei retrieved the elixirs from the ring and distributed them to Lu Xianxian and Wang Shiyun, as he had no need for them. Additionally, he gifted each of them 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. "Sir, you are too kind to us," Lu Xianxian and Wang Shiyun chorused, their eyes shimmering with tears of gratitude. "If I do not treat you well, who else should I treat kindly?" Su Bei smiled, enveloping the two girls in a warm embrace. Lu Xianxian and Wang Shiyun gently leaned against Su Bei's broad chest. In the gentle embrace of Su Bei, he softly remarked, "Let us refrain from such distant words. All that matters is your diligent cultivation." Observing this tender exchange, Ao Linger pouted her lips and hurried over, tugging at Su Bei's garment while exclaiming, "Brother, I want some too. I adore these sparkling treasures." With a resigned smile, Su Bei gently maneuvered past Lu Xianxian and Wang Shiyun, bending down to cradle Ao Linger in his arms. Playfully tickling her tiny nose, he said, "Fear not, Linger. There is plenty for you." He then bestowed upon her several spirit stones. As a member of the Dragon Clan, Ao Ling seemed to possess an innate fondness for these glittering objects, although the spiritual energy within the stones was negligible compared to her formidable dragon lineage. Their radiant brilliance never failed to captivate her gaze. With gleeful enthusiasm, Ao Linger received the spirit stones, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. She glanced around mysteriously, and with a swift motion of her small hand, the stones vanished without a trace, their whereabouts unknown. Raising her little face, she winked at Su Bei with an air of triumph. Curiosity piqued, Su Bei inquired, "Linger, where have you hidden the spirit stones?" Bursting into a fit of giggles, Ao Linger pointed to her tummy with her chubby little finger, her voice sweet and innocent as she declared, "They're right here. Shall we head to the market?" Su Bei asked the others. Upon hearing this, Lu Xianxian responded with joy, while Wang Shiyun smiled gently, nodding in agreement, saying, "It is entirely up to you, young master." Ao Linger waved her little arms in excitement, shouting, "To the market! To the market! I'll inform my master." Su Bei set Ao Linger down, affectionately ruffling her hair before striding towards Bai Wanner's cave residence. "Master," Su Bei called softly as he stood before the entrance. Moments later, Bai Wanner's gentle voice floated from within. Come in. He stepped inside the cave, where Bai Wanner sat gracefully on a meditation cushion. Her beautiful eyes meeting his as she smiled softly. What brings you here? Su Bei quickly approached, wrapping his arms around her waist. Burying his face in the crook of her neck, he whispered, Wanner, I wish to take Linger and the others to the market. With a playful pout, Bai Wanner pushed him away slightly, chiding, acting so shamelessly, release me. Yet, Su Bei tightened his embrace, adding a touch of petulance. I want to let go. Helpless against his charm, Bai Wanner relented. You truly are incorrigible. I simply relish holding you this way. Su Bei chuckled, pressing his face closer to hers. Bai Wanner responded by wrapping her arms around his waist in return, softly saying, I find myself quite at a loss with you. The air within the cave was filled with the essence of spring. Wanna, would you care to join us? Su Bei gazed intently at Bai Wanner. I shall not accompany you, she replied, gently shaking her head with a faint smile. The sect was unlike the mundane world. As an elder, most disciples recognized her. Chapter 64. Taking the ladies to the market. Upon exiting Bai Wanner's cavern, Su Bei led the three companions to the marketplace. However, upon arrival, Ao Linger wore a dejected expression. This place was not like the worldly markets, bustling with food and entertainment. Observing Ao Linger's demeanor, Su Bei squatted down and gently inquired, Linger, what troubles you? Brother, there's nothing delicious or entertaining here. Ao Linger pouted her lips. Indeed, the marketplace for cultivators primarily served as a trading hub for items related to cultivation, such as magical artifacts, medicinal pills, and martial arts manuals, rather than the vibrant streets filled with indulgences found in the mundane world. In contrast, Lu Xianxian and Wang Shiyun, hailing from the secular realm, were filled with curiosity about the cultivator's marketplace. Lu Xianxian's eyes sparkled as she looked around, repeatedly murmuring, this cultivator's marketplace is truly extraordinary. I wonder what marvelous items it holds. Su Bei rose to his feet, affectionately ruffling Ao Linger's hair as he comforted her. Do not fret, Linger. Brother will help you find something fun. He then turned to Lu Xianxian and Wang Shiyun, smiling as he added, you too may explore. You might discover some delightful trinkets suited for you. Lu Xianxian nodded, continuing to curiously survey her surroundings, while Wang Shiyun followed closely, her eyes darting across various stalls. At that moment, they noticed a stall displaying several beginner-level cultivation manuals. Lu Xianxian picked one up, flipping through its pages before setting it down in disappointment. These won't benefit our current level much, she remarked. Wang Shiyun sighed in agreement. Indeed, let us continue browsing. Soon, they came across a stall surrounded by a crowd, piquing their curiosity. On display was a chessboard with a complicated position, where an elderly man, exuding an air of ethereal wisdom, sat stroking his beard and proclaimed, esteemed guests, whoever can solve this chess problem will be generously rewarded with a low-grade spirit artifact. Lu Xianxian and Wang Shiyun, possessing a rudimentary understanding of chess, were captivated. Lu Xianxian scrutinized the board, her mind racing to devise a solution. A man with a sharp face approached them and whispered, this chess position is straightforward. I almost solved it just now, but alas, I lack sufficient spirit stones. If not for that, the reward would have been mine. Ladies, why not give it a try? Wang Shiyun hesitated, tugging at Lu Xuanxuan's sleeve. Xianxian, perhaps we should move on. Yet, Lu Xianxian's competitive spirit was ignited. Shiyun, I think we should try. We might win. Seeing her enthusiasm, the sharp-faced man fanned the flames of her ambition, saying, Miss, this opportunity is fleeting. If you miss it, such fortune may never come again. Wang Shiyun attempted to dissuade her further, but Lu Xianxian had already addressed the elder, saying, Senior, I shall give it a try. The elder smiled faintly, gesturing for her to proceed. At that moment, a subtle smirk of satisfaction crossed his face as he remarked, Young lady, this problem is not easily solved. Sweat began to bead on Lu Xuanxuan's forehead as anxiety gripped her. Just then, the sharp-faced man leaned closer, whispering, Miss, I can offer you some guidance, but it will cost you a few spirit stones. Lu Xianyuan hesitated for a moment, gritted her teeth, and handed some spirit stones to the man. The man feigned a few gestures, but after Lu Xianyuan followed his instructions, the situation worsened. The old man laughed heartily, saying, Little girl, you are bound to lose this game. According to the rules, you must compensate for my losses. Lu Xianyuan, both furious and anxious, felt her face flush with indignation. You are deliberately setting a trap to deceive me. How can this be justified? Wang Shiyun, equally enraged, stamped her feet, exclaiming, You deceitful scoundrels are utterly shameless. Just as the two sides reached an impasse, Su Bei arrived with Ao Linger. What is happening? Su Bei furrowed his brow, scanning the crowd. Lu Xianyuan quickly explained, Young master, they have devised a scheme to trick me into playing chess, and now they claim I owe them compensation for losing. Su Bei glanced at the chessboard, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes. Drawing from his past experiences, he instantly discerned the trickery involved. A slight smirk crept onto his lips, and he remarked, "Such trivial tactics, and you dare to present them for ridicule?" The old man's expression darkened as he retorted, "You insolent brat, cease your nonsensical chatter. This chess match is fundamentally fair and just." Ignoring him, Su Bei turned to Lu Xianyuan and reassured her, "Do not worry. I am here." He then focused on the chessboard, crossing his arms and declaring, "Allow me to resolve this game on her behalf." Su Bei sat down with composure and began to move the pieces. His movements flowed seamlessly, each step seemingly simple, yet perfectly countering the traps laid out. The sharp-featured man beside them fidgeted anxiously, eager to interfere but too intimidated to speak. In no time, Su Bei had entirely seized control of the situation, and the old man's expression grew increasingly grim. Ultimately, Su Bei made a decisive move that secured his victory. However, the old man refused to acknowledge the loss. Casting a sidelong glance at Su Bei and sneering, "Humph, what if you have won? Do you think a mere foundation establishment cultivator can act arrogantly before me? You shall not claim your prize." Unfazed, Su Bei rose, fixing the old man with a piercing gaze and declaring, "You deceived others first. Now that you have lost, you wish to renege. Do you truly believe this marketplace has no rules?" A flicker of guilt crossed the old man's face, yet he stubbornly replied, "Rules? Here, I am the rule." Su Bei's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Then let us see how far your arrogance can stretch." Turning to Ao Linger, he instructed, "Ling, this old fool refuses to reason. Show him the consequences of deceit." Ao Linger giggled and stepped forward, emanating a powerful aura as she sweetly said, "Dare to bully my brother? Let me show you what it means to beg for mercy." The old man, sensing the overwhelming pressure, was taken aback. He had initially thought these were merely a group of foundation establishment juniors, but this young girl was unexpectedly formidable. However, he could not afford to retreat at this moment. Gritting his teeth, the old man summoned all his spiritual energy in an attempt to withstand Ao Linger's overwhelming presence. Ao Linger let out a light snort, gracefully waving her delicate hand, directing a beam of spiritual light straight at the elder. The elder hurriedly attempted to defend himself, but the radiant force effortlessly breached his defenses, sending him crashing to the ground. With a thud, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his face as pale as death, his eyes filled with terror and despair. "Spare me. Celestial maiden, please spare me. I shall never dare again." Ignoring his injuries, the elder quickly knelt in supplication. Ao Linger crossed her arms, feigning annoyance. "Humph. Now you fear? It is too late." The onlookers were left speechless, astonished by the extraordinary power displayed by such a small girl. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps approached from a distance, revealing a group of disciples clad in uniform attire, representatives of the sect's enforcement. The leading disciple, with a grave expression, bellowed, "Who dares to cause a disturbance here?" The elder, seeing a glimmer of hope, rushed toward the enforcement disciples. "Junior brother, save me. This little girl attacked me for no reason. You must stand up for me." Most of the enforcement disciples were at the golden course stage. The leader cast a glance at the elder's sorry state before turning to Su Bei and the others, sternly declaring, "Humph, daring to create chaos in the market. All of you will accompany me to the enforcement hall." He completely disregarded any explanations from Su Bei and the others. Su Bei frowned and asserted, "This matter clearly began with the elder's deceit. He lost and refuses to acknowledge it." The enforcement disciple scoffed, "Do not try to argue. Any discussion will be held at the enforcement hall." Lu Xianxian anxiously interjected, "You cannot treat this matter so indiscriminately." The enforcement disciple's expression darkened, "Speak no more, or your crimes will increase." Wang Shiyun, her face flushed with anger, exclaimed, "Is there no justice in this?" Yet the enforcement disciple remained unmoved, gesturing for the others. "Take them away. Linger, just subdue him. Do not take his life," Su Bei said with a solemn face. Faced with such unreasonable individuals, a single strike would suffice. Upon hearing Su Bei's words, Ao Linger's face lit up with excitement. "Rest assured, brother Su Bei." Suddenly, her aura surged forth, the formidable pressure of the transformation stage enveloping the area like a raging tide. The once aggressive enforcement disciples instantly turned ashen under this overwhelming force. They felt as though they were submerged in the depths of the ocean, suffocated by the endless waves, struggling to breathe. Standing became an arduous task. A few enforcement disciples attempted to muster their spiritual energy in resistance, yet their efforts were akin to a flickering candle in a tempest, extinguished in an instant. Their legs began to tremble, and one by one, they collapsed to the ground, beads of sweat rolling down their foreheads, their eyes brimming with fear. The deceitful old man was utterly pitiful, collapsing to the ground under the oppressive force, trembling uncontrollably and murmuring, "Spare me, spare me." Su Bei observed the scene before him and addressed Ao Linger. "Linger, that should suffice." Upon hearing this, Ao Linger let out a soft snort and gradually withdrew her pressure. The law enforcement disciples and the old man breathed a collective sigh of relief, gasping for air, yet still too intimidated to rise. Just as they were about to depart, a sharp voice rang out, "Halt! You think you can leave so easily after injuring a member of our sect?" Turning towards the source of the voice, they beheld a robust, middle-aged man descending on a flying sword, landing effortlessly in front of them. His gaze was piercing, coldly scrutinizing Su Bei and the others. The law enforcement disciples, seeing this figure, felt as if they had encountered a lifeline, collectively pleading, "Vice Hall Master, you must take a stand for us." It turned out that the newcomer was the Vice Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall, possessing formidable strength at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. "Esteemed senior, this matter has its reasons. We did not intend to provoke," Su Bei replied, his expression grave, aware of the Vice Hall Master's significant authority within the sect. He had no desire to offend him, as escalating the situation would be unwise. The Vice Hall Master snorted coldly, regardless of the reasons. "To act violently within the grounds of my sect is a blatant provocation." However, Ao Linger dismissed his words with disdain, retorting, "Humph. You think you can intimidate us? If you have the ability, then go ahead and try. You little brat, do not be so arrogant. If you do not provide an explanation today, none of you shall leave." A flicker of anger crossed the Vice Hall Master's eyes at being confronted by a mere girl. Su Bei stepped forward hastily, stating, "Vice Hall Master, this matter arose from their inability to discern right from wrong. I implore you to see clearly. We had no intention of clashing with the sect. We were merely forced into this situation." The Vice Hall Master glared at Su Bei. "Forced into it? I see you are simply audacious." He turned his ire towards the old man. "Old fool, do not presume upon my leniency. If you insist on being biased, then so be it." Su Bei, not wishing to incite trouble, was not intimidated by him. The Vice Hall Master's expression darkened further, his voice rising in anger. "You dare threaten me?" Su Bei met his gaze without fear. "This is not a threat, merely a statement of fact. I trust that the sect will uphold justice." The Vice Hall Master, furious, laughed derisively. "Justice? Today, you will learn that strength dictates everything." As he spoke, his spiritual energy surged around him, raising his hand to unleash a powerful spell directed at Su Bei. Just as the spell was about to strike Su Bei, Ao Linger swiftly interposed herself, appearing before him in the blink of an eye. The fierce spell struck her squarely, yet it was as if it had collided with an immovable object, causing no disturbance whatsoever. Linger, counter him. Su Bei, now incensed, had initially sought to reason with the Vice Hall Master, but was met with direct aggression. Upon hearing Su Bei's command, Ao Linger's delicate face hardened, and with a fierce shout, she declared, "Watch me." In an instant, her petite form radiated tremendous power, a formidable dragon aura enveloping her, as a surge of potent spiritual energy erupted from within. With swift movements, her small hands formed intricate seals, and a dazzling light coalesced within her palms. Subsequently, she hurled this radiant brilliance towards the Vice Hall Master with remarkable force. The light shot forth like a meteoric streak, racing towards him at an unfathomable speed. The Vice Hall Master's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily summoned his spiritual energy to cast a defensive spell. However, as a member of the Dragon Clan, Ao Linger possessed formidable power. With a resounding crash, the Vice Hall Master's defenses were obliterated in an instant. The overwhelming impact sent him hurtling through the air, blood gushing from his mouth, and he fell heavily to the ground, tracing a parabolic arc. At that moment, his complexion was as pale as parchment, his breath weak, and his tattered garments revealed gaping wounds, from which blood flowed freely. "Humph! Dare to lay hands on Brother Su Bei? This is your fate." Ao Linger stood with her hands on her hips, her petite figure emanating an undeniable aura of authority, casting a disdainful gaze upon the fallen Vice Hall Master. Su Bei approached, crouched down, and lightly tapped the Vice Hall Master's face, coldly remarking, "Old Bai Deng. Is it merely the nascent soul stage? How dare you strike at me? Without Ao Linger, you would likely be severely injured or even dead by now. A blow from the nascent soul stage is not something your lowly foundation establishment can withstand." The Vice Hall Master, incapacitated by his injuries, could only snarl in rage. "You brat, just wait. The sect will not let you off." After so many years, he had never endured such humiliation. Yet, the little girl's prowess was extraordinary. He had never encountered her before. Perhaps she was not a member of their sect. Su Bei glanced back at him with a cold smirk, saying, "Humph. Think as you will. Today's events are your fault." With the confrontation concluded, the group lost any desire to linger and departed, leaving the Vice Hall Master seething with resentment as he watched their retreating figures. Chapter 66. The Sect Leaders Favor Sect Leader. "Sect Leader, you must stand for me." The Vice Hall Master stumbled into the grand hall of the sect. His knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud, stretching his hands forward to grasp the floor tightly, his knuckles turning white from the exertion. "Sect Leader, I beseech you to uphold justice for me." He lifted his head, his face smeared with blood, contorted in agony and rage, veins bulging on his forehead. The sect leader, taken aback by the Vice Home Master's disheveled state, wondered who had dared to act so brazenly within the sect. Calm yourself and recount the events in detail, he urged, gasping for breath and enduring his pain. The Vice Hall Master began to narrate the incident. What? A 7 or 8-year-old girl? And a man? Could it be Su Bei? The expression of the Ling Shao sect leader darkened. If it truly were Su Bei, why would he provoke the law enforcement hall without cause? What hidden truths lay beneath this incident? The sect leader immediately sent a message to Bai Wanner. Junior sister, come to the grand hall at once. Before long, Bai Yinner entered the hall, and her gaze fell upon the slumped figure of the Vice Hall Master. The Deputy Hall Master appeared disheveled, with bruises marring his face and dried blood staining his cheeks. His once splendid attire was now tattered, besmirched with dust and blood. A wave of shock coursed through Bai Wanner as she gazed at him in astonishment. Instinctively, she turned her eyes towards the sect leader, her gaze imbued with inquiry. The sect leader furrowed his brow slightly and intoned solemnly, Junior sister, you have arrived. Look at the Deputy Hall Master. Do you comprehend what has transpired? Bai Wanner shook her head and replied softly, Sect leader, I have just arrived and am unaware of the situation. The sect leader sighed and continued. The Deputy Hall Master claims that he was injured by a 7 or 8-year-old girl. I trust you can surmise who it might be. Could he be referring to Ling? Bai Wanner's brow furrowed slightly as her beautiful eyes turned toward the sect leader. At that moment, she had already come to a realization. However, given that Ao Linger was under the restraint of Su Bei, it was unlikely she would harm anyone without cause. After a moment's contemplation, Bai Wanner stated, Sect leader, based on my understanding of them, this matter likely harbors deeper implications. The sect leader's expression grew grave as he nodded, saying, I share your suspicion. You must swiftly uncover the truth. Bai Wanner clasped her hands in acknowledgement. Yes, sect leader, I shall attend to it immediately. With that, she turned and departed in haste. Bai Wanner soon located Su Bei, who had just returned from the market with 3 others. Ao Linger was skipping joyfully beside him, her face radiating innocence, while the other 2 appeared relaxed. Su Bei, did you have any altercations with anyone? Bai Wanner inquired, her expression serious as she fixed her gaze on him. Su Bei recounted the events with indignation. What? He dared to strike you? Are you injured? Bai Wanner scrutinized Su Bei with concern, aware that the Deputy Hall Master was a cultivator at the nascent soul stage. With the 3 others present, she refrained from displaying her worry too overtly. Fortunately, with Linger by his side, it was unlikely he would cause any trouble. Su Bei downplayed the incident, not wanting to distress Bai Wanner further. Subsequently, Bai Wanner led Su Bei and Ao Linger to the grand hall of the sect. Along the way, Ao Linger curiously peered about, fascinated by everything around her. Upon entering the grand hall, Bai Wanner's gaze immediately fixed upon the Deputy Hall Master. Without uttering a word, she waved her sleeve, unleashing a powerful surge of spiritual energy that surged towards him. The force was akin to a tempest, sweeping forward with devastating might. The Deputy Hall Master had not yet reacted when he was struck head-on by this overwhelming power. With a thunderous crash, he was sent hurtling back like a kite severed from its string, crashing violently against the stone pillar of the hall. Bai Wanner, you. The Deputy Hall Master's eyes widened in fury, but before he could finish his sentence, a mouthful of blood spewed forth. He struggled to rise, but the pain from his injuries rendered his movements laborious. Junior sister, what is the meaning of this? The sect leader of Ling Shao sect stared at Bai Wanner with a grave expression. Bai Wanner let out a cold snort and exclaimed angrily, Master, this Vice Hall Master is excessively overbearing and has acted against Su Bei. How can I tolerate this? The Master appeared momentarily taken aback, his gaze sweeping towards Su Bei as he spoke in a solemn tone. What exactly transpired? Stepping forward, Su Bei clasped his hands together and replied, Master, this Vice Hall Master indiscriminately attacked me. Were it not for Linger, I might have faced dire consequences. At this moment, the Vice Hall Master finally regained his composure and retorted loudly, Master, they are slandering me. It is clearly Su Bei who has committed an act of rebellion. The Master furrowed his brow, scanning the individuals present before commanding, Silence. Speak one at a time. Vice Hall Master, you may begin. The Vice Hall Master wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and hastily stated, Master, Su Bei injured my law enforcement disciple. I intended to bring him back to the law enforcement hall for punishment, yet he dared to resist and openly rebel. The Master's expression darkened as he turned his gaze towards Su Bei, asking, Su Bei, is what the Vice Hall Master claims true? Standing tall, Su Bei declared, Master, this is a blatant slander. It was that law enforcement disciple who abused his power. I merely acted in self-defense. How could I passively submit when the Vice Hall Master sought to apprehend me without knowing the circumstances? Indeed, he attempted to strike my brother, prompting my retaliation, Alinger added. Her cheeks flushed with indignation, her tiny fists clenched tightly. The master glanced at Alinger, his expression softening slightly. This young girl was indeed a mysterious presence. Even with his cultivation, he found her difficult to fathom. Linger, please elaborate on the matter. Alinger blinked her large eyes and, with a huff, replied. That bad person surrounded my brother with a group of people and intended to strike first. Naturally, I could not allow them to bully him. The vice hall master glared furiously and shouted, You little girl, do not spout nonsense. Unfazed, Alinger shot back, You are the one speaking nonsense. You are a big bad guy. Enough. You should relinquish your position as vice hall master and go face your punishment, the master said coldly, his demeanor devoid of any warmth. The situation was clearly the fault of the vice hall master. The right and wrong were evident. To offend Alinger for his sake was utterly foolish. The vice hall master trembled, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he hastily knelt and pleaded, Master, spare me. I realize my mistake and beg for another chance. The master remained unmoved, letting out a cold snort. Humph. I have already given you an opportunity, which you squandered. Do not speak further, leave at once. The vice hall master's face turned ashen, and he awkwardly rose, stumbling out of the great hall. The master then turned to Alinger, forcing a gentle smile as he said, Linger, I apologize for the grievances you have endured. It is my failure as the master. He then personally offered her a precious spirit jade, hoping it would serve as an apology and that she would not take offense. Alinger glanced at the spirit jade handed to her, her eyes instantly sparkling with delight. The spirit jade, translucent and resplendent, emanated a gentle glow, captivating in its beauty. With delight, she reached out to accept the jade, smiling as she exclaimed, This spirit jade is truly exquisite. I shall not be modest. The sect leader, relieved to see A.O. Linger accept the jade, quickly responded, I am glad you like it, Miss Linger, as she played with the spirit jade in her hands. A smile graced her face as she remarked, In light of this spirit jade, I shall overlook the matter this time. Observing A.O. Linger's joyful demeanor, Bywater couldn't help but chuckle. Seizing the moment, the sect leader added, Should Miss Linger have any needs within the sect in the future, do not hesitate to speak. A.O. Linger nodded enthusiastically, bouncing with delight, absolutely. Subsequently, the three took their leave of the sect leader and departed from the grand hall. Upon returning to Yuxiao Peak, Su Bei suggested A.O. Linger visit Lu Xianxian, while he followed Bywater into the cave dwelling. Bywater approached the stone table, taking a teapot, and gently poured the clear spirit spring water into it. Next, she delicately picked up a pinch of fragrant spirit tea from a jade box beside her and added it to the pot. Then, she gracefully raised her finger, casting a spell, and a wisp of pale blue spirit flame ignited at the bottom of the pot. As the spirit spring water began to boil under the heat of the flame, the spirit tea unfurled and danced within. Shortly thereafter, steam wafted from the spout, and the aroma of tea filled the air. Bywater smiled softly, inviting, Su Bei, come, savor this tea. Su Bei lifted the teacup, taking a gentle sip, his face lighting up with delight as he praised, The tea brewed by the master's own hand is truly delightful. It is rich and mellow, with a lingering sweetness that dances upon the palate. Bywater gently shook her head, feigning annoyance. Su Bei, do not call me master any longer. However, Su Bei suddenly stepped forward, wrapping his arms around Bywater and grinning mischievously as he said, Water, do you not find the term master rather exhilarating? Bywater instantly flushed crimson, playfully admonishing, Su Bei, do not put me in an awkward position. She attempted to break free but found his embrace only tightening. Drawing his face closer, he whispered in her ear, Master. Bywater shuddered slightly, her heart racing. Su Bei, if you continue like this, I shall ignore you. Flustered and anxious, her voice carried hints of irritation. Water, I was wrong. Do not be angry, Su Bei quickly soothed, noticing her embarrassment. Bywater shot him a playful glare, turning her head away and choosing to ignore him, though the blush on her cheeks had yet to fade. Water, I truly recognize my mistake. Please forgive me this once. I promise I shall never act so frivolously again. Su Bei gazed at Bywater imploringly. She remained silent, yet her slightly trembling eyelashes revealed the turmoil within her heart. He gently kissed her, his voice filled with feigned sorrow. Water, if you do not speak soon, I shall surely perish from anxiety. Bywater could no longer contain her laughter, exclaiming, Look at your foolish face. For now, I shall spare you. I knew you were kind-hearted, Water, and would not truly be angry with me, he replied. Enough with your banter. Should there be a next time, I shall not be so lenient, she lightly huffed, feigning annoyance. Su Bei nodded vigorously, I dare not. There will absolutely be no next time. Observing his anxious demeanor, Bywater couldn't help but smile. All right for now. I shall trust you. Su Bei grinned. Water, shall we continue to enjoy our tea? Bywater shot him a glance. The tea is nearly cold. What is there to savor? Then let me brew you a fresh pot, Su Bei said, moving to take action. Bywater quickly stopped him. Enough, enough. There's no need to fuss. I lack the inclination to taste tea at this moment. Scratching his head, Su Bei asked, "Then, Wanner, what shall we do next? We cannot simply stand here." After a moment of contemplation, Bai Wanner suggested, "How about a stroll outside?" Su Bei's eyes lit up. "That sounds wonderful. It feels stifling to linger in this cave for too long." Thus, the two of them walked side by side out of the cave, the gentle mountain breeze caressing them, bringing with it a refreshing essence. "Wanner, look at the peach orchard I have planted," Su Bei said, pointing to a nearby grove, pride shining in his eyes. This was the orchard he had sown last year upon his arrival, nurturing it with great care using spiritual planting techniques. He infused his internal spiritual energy into each peach pit, fostering their robust growth. Now, these snow peach trees had flourished into a bountiful orchard, their branches laden with ripe fruit as autumn set in. "What a unique autumn scene in this peach grove," Bai Wanner exclaimed in admiration. "These snow peaches are the fruits of my diligent care," Su Bei smiled. In an instant, he leaped gracefully onto a peach tree like a nimble swallow, expertly plucking a large, lustrous snow peach. Upon landing, he gestured a spell, summoning a stream of crystal-clear water that encircled the peach, cleansing it thoroughly. With a smile, he presented the washed snow peach to Bai Wanner, saying, "Wanner, do try it." Bai Wanner accepted the peach, its surface glistening with a translucent sheen, pinkish white, and alluring. She took a delicate bite, and the sweet juice instantly burst forth in her mouth. "How sweet!" she exclaimed, her face blossoming into a radiant smile. Su Bei gazed at her, his eyes filled with tenderness. At that moment, a gust of autumn wind swept by, lifting Bai Wanner's hair. Unable to resist, he reached out to tuck a strand behind her ear. Bai Wanner was momentarily taken aback, a faint blush rising to her cheeks, yet she did not shy away. "Wanner, you are truly beautiful," Su Bei said, unable to hold back his admiration. Bai Wanner playfully retorted, "You are just sweet-talking." Su Bei looked at her, his gaze growing ever softer. "I speak only from the heart. Wanner, in my eyes, you have always been this beautiful." Bai Wanner's head lowered slightly, her voice barely above a whisper. "If you continue to speak this way, I may truly ignore you." Su Bei took a step closer, gazing intently at her. "Wanner, I wish to behold you like this for all eternity." Bai Wanner felt her heart race, lifting her gaze to meet Su Bei's fervent eyes. In that moment, the world around them seemed to fall silent, with only their breaths and heartbeats intertwining in the stillness. Su Bei's throat bobbed slightly as he slowly raised his hand, seemingly yearning to caress Bai Wanner's face. Her eyes widened gently, yet she did not shy away. His fingers glided along her cheek, as if he were tenderly touching the most precious treasure in existence. Bai Wanner found herself entranced by Su Bei's affectionate demeanor. His hand gradually moved to the back of her ear, delicately tucking a stray lock of hair behind it. Chapter 68. Sweet words ultimately bear no fruit. Bai Wanner instinctively tilted her head, mirroring Su Bei's motion, her lips curving upward involuntarily. With his other hand, Su Bei gently encircled her waist, pulling her closer to him. Bai Wanner's hands rested upon his chest, her fingers unconsciously clutching his garment. Su Bei leaned down slightly, their noses almost touching. "Brother, what are you two doing?" A clear voice shattered the intimate ambience. It was Ao Linger, who had rushed over. Bai Wanner, startled as if struck by electricity, quickly released her hold and stepped back, her face instantly flushed, her gaze darting elsewhere in a flurry. Su Bei, equally embarrassed, cleared his throat a couple of times and replied, "Linger, it's nothing. Would you like some peaches? I'll pick some for you." Upon hearing about the peaches, Ao Linger's eyes brightened. "I want some. Hurry, brother." With a resigned smile, Su Bei leaped up into the tree, selecting a ripe peach and handing it to Ao Ling. She accepted the peach, wiped it on her clothes, and took a big bite. "Wow, it's so sweet." Bai Wanner finally managed to calm her racing heart. And watching Ao Linger's adorable demeanor, she couldn't help but smile. Su Bei descended from the tree and said to Bai Wanner, "Wanner, you should have one too." She gently shook her head. "You too enjoy it." With her mouth full of peach, Ao Linger mumbled, "Sister Wanner, just eat it. The peaches brother picked are really delicious." After a moment of hesitation, Bai Wanner ultimately accepted the peach Su Bei offered. "Would you like some canned peaches?" Su Bei suddenly recalled the canned goods from his past life. Bai Wanner paused, intrigued. "Canned peaches? What are those?" Su Bei smiled as he explained. "I developed them previously by canning snow peaches. The flavor is quite unique." Ao Linger's eyes sparkled at the thought. "Brother, I want to eat them." Su Bei affectionately ruffled Ao Linger's hair. "All right, wait for me for 2 days." Pouting, Ao Linger protested, "Brother, why do we have to wait 2 days? I want to eat them now." Su Bei patiently clarified, "The canned peaches need to be stored in containers, and I must first make some." Ao Linger blinked her big eyes in confusion. "Make containers? Is that difficult, brother?" Su Bei smiled gently at her, acknowledging the challenge ahead, yet assured her that he would complete it promptly. Bai Wanner softly encouraged, "Linger, do not fret. Trust that Su Bei will accomplish it swiftly." Ao Linger obediently nodded. "All right then, brother, do hurry. Go on and play for now. I will ask Sister Wanner to assist, Su Bei replied. As Ao Linger departed, she chirped. I'll go play now, but do call for me when it's ready. Turning to Bai Wanner, Su Bei said, Wanner, I must trouble you this time. With a soft smile. Bai Wanner replied, It is no trouble at all. I am delighted to be of assistance. Then let us commence our preparations, she suggested. Returning to the cave, Su Bei outlined the general requirements to Bai Wanner. Steadying herself, Bai Wanner took a deep breath and slowly raised her right hand, whereupon a brilliant flame of spirit fire erupted from her palm. She placed the spirit jade essence on the ground before her, swiftly executing a series of hand seals. The spirit fire shot forth, enveloping the jade essence in a radiant embrace. Under the intense heat of the spirit fire, the jade essence gradually softened, melting into a pool of pearlescent liquid. As time passed, the liquid began to solidify into a bottle shape. Bai Wanner's expression grew serious as she danced her hands again, releasing strands of spiritual energy from her fingertips, weaving them into a complex spatial array in the air. The array shimmered with an ethereal blue light, slowly descending toward the nascent jade bottle and merging with it. Bai Wanner remained vigilant, continuously channeling her spiritual energy to stabilize the array. With the array's enhancement, the spatial bottle underwent subtle transformations, its glow fluctuating in intensity. With a determined exhalation, Bai Wanner extinguished the spirit fire, revealing a delicate jade bottle before her. Letting out a sigh of relief, she took a brief respite before hastily commencing the next creation. After crafting several bottles, Bai Wanner finally paused her work. Su Bei, these spatial jade bottles are now complete. Here they are, she said, presenting them to him. Thank you for your hard work, Wanner, Su Bei replied, accepting the bottles and storing them in his spatial ring. He then gestured for Bai Wanner to sit on a nearby stone bench while he approached the table, pouring a cup of spirit tea and offering it to her. Bai Wanner accepted the tea and took a gentle sip. Su Bei moved behind her, placing his hands lightly on her shoulders and kneading them with a tender touch. Bai Wanner closed her eyes momentarily, tilting her head back slightly. After a brief pause, she grasped Su Bei's hand and turned to face him, playfully chiding, Do not be so reckless. It is all your fault, he whispered, leaning closer. Bai Wanner tilted her head in confusion, asking, What is my fault? For being too beautiful, making it impossible for me to resist, Su Bei replied, caressing her cheek. A blush graced Bai Wanner's face as she bit her lip, attempting to evade his hand, yet seemingly reluctant to part, playfully retorting, You only know how to make me happy. Every word I speak comes from the depths of my heart. Wanner, your beauty is unparalleled. Su Bei's hands remained steady as he gently embraced Bai Wanner. She struggled slightly, yet ultimately yielded, resting against his chest. Listening to the rhythmic thump of his strong heartbeat, murmuring softly, Then you must never waver in your affections. Wanner will forever be my greatest love, Su Bei declared, tightening his hold, resting his chin atop her head with a solemn promise. Bai Wanner raised her gaze to meet Su Bei's, saying, Su Bei, I hope you can keep your word. He lowered his head, placing a tender kiss upon her forehead, responding gently, Rest assured, Wanner, I shall not disappoint you. Ultimately, Su Bei's sweet words could not sway her resolve. Bai Wanner held on to her own principles. Unlike Lu Xianxian or Wang Shiyun, she gently pushed Su Bei away, stating, Su Bei, now is not the right time. A flicker of disappointment crossed his face, but he quickly regained his smile, saying, Wanner, I was too hasty. I shall respect your wishes. Sensing Su Bei's emotions, Bai Wanner bit her lip and whispered, Su Bei, do not overthink. I just. Her words trailed off as she lowered her head. She feared that deep emotional ties might disrupt his tranquility and hinder his path to cultivation. Su Bei reached out, delicately lifting her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze, and said, Wanner, I am willing to wait. Trust me, I will strive diligently and not let you down. Chapter 69. Should I call you Bei or husband? Su Bei harvested all the snow peaches from the peach grove. Most were turned into preserves, sealed for several days before being placed in a jade jar. Wanner, these are the preserves I made. Please give them a taste. He presented the jade jar to Bai Wanner. She accepted it and carefully retrieved a crystal-clear jade bowl, gently pouring some of the preserved snow peaches and juice into it. With her delicate fingers clasping the jade bowl, she inhaled the enticing aroma and remarked, Just the fragrance alone is intoxicating. Bai Wanner scooped a piece of peach flesh with a jade spoon and placed it in her cherry-red mouth, savoring it. The tender, juicy peach flesh melted instantly, filling her palate with a delightful sweetness. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with joy as she exclaimed, Su Bei, the taste of this preserve is simply exquisite, sweet yet not cloying, bursting with fruity fragrance. Su Bei smiled upon hearing her praise and replied, As long as you enjoy it, I shall make more for you in the future. Bai Wanner nodded gently, responding softly, Then I shall rely on you. Su Bei grasped her hand, saying, For you, I would willingly do anything. You should have a taste as well, she playfully chided, lifting the jade spoon to offer him a succulent piece of peach. Su Bei's gaze burned with intensity, a mischievous smile playing at the corners of his lips as he said, "I would prefer you to feed me with your mouth." Bai Wanner's face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple as she playfully glared at Su Bei. In the end, she acquiesced to his wishes. Bai Wanner gently bit her lower lip, slowly savoring the peach flesh in her mouth, leaning slightly closer to Su Bei. She delicately passed the peach morsel to him. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to stand still, rendering everything around them inconsequential. After feeding him, Bai Wanner bashfully turned her head away, unable to meet Su Bei's gaze. Yet, Su Bei embraced her tightly, whispering, "Wanner, you are truly wonderful." Bai Wanner buried her face in Su Bei's chest, her voice as faint as a whisper. "Only you would be mischievous. I will return the favor." As he spoke, Su Bei picked up a piece of peach flesh with a jade spoon, placed it in his mouth, and leaned in closer to Bai Wanner. She playfully tried to evade him, but Su Bei held her firmly. Ultimately, she gently closed her eyes, accepting his offering in return. The two indulged in their sweet intimacy for a while. "Su Bei," Bai Wanner called softly. "Call me Bei," he replied. Su Bei tenderly brushed aside the stray locks of hair from her forehead. "That name sounds quite peculiar." Bai Wanner tilted her head slightly, covering her mouth with one hand, unable to suppress her laughter. "What about calling you husband?" Su Bei fixed his gaze intently on her. Instantly, Bai Wanner's face flushed crimson, and she lowered her eyes, shyly saying, "Oh dear, you are becoming increasingly ridiculous. Just say it once," he urged, resting his chin gently on her head, tightening his embrace with a hint of playfulness. Bai Wanner bit her lip, her cheeks aflame, yet she remained silent, burying her face deeper. Su Bei gently lifted her chin, coaxing, "Wanner, just one call, please?" Bai Wanner turned her head away, pouting, "I want tea, it's too embarrassing." Pretending to be disappointed, Su Bei sighed, "Alas. It seems I am not fortunate enough to hear Wanner call me that." Bai Wanner, seeing his demeanor, felt a twinge of guilt. After a moment of hesitation, she opened her mouth to speak, but shyly closed it again. Noticing this, a glimmer of mischief sparkled in Su Bei's eyes as he said deliberately, "Very well. If you want to call me, I understand that Wanner does not think highly of me." Bai Wanner, hearing this, became flustered and quickly retorted, "That is not true." Seizing the opportunity, Su Bei insisted, "Then call me, and prove it." Bai Wanner lightly bit her lip, took a deep breath, and finally whispered, "Husband." Upon hearing this, a radiant smile illuminated Su Bei's face as he embraced Bai Wanner tightly, exclaiming, "Wanner, your call has enchanted my heart." Nestled in Su Bei's embrace, Bai Wanner teased, "Are you satisfied now, my dear?" he replied. Bai Wanner looked up, surprised and puzzled. Su Bei gazed at her with tenderness, smiling, "I shall call you my dear, and you should respond accordingly." Bai Wanner, blushing, playfully retorted, "Such suddenness startled me." Su Bei gently stroked her nose, saying, "From now on, I will call you this every day, for a lifetime." Bai Wanner lowered her head, yet her lips betrayed a smile as she softly replied, "Then you must not grow weary of it." Su Bei took her hand and placed it upon his chest, solemnly declaring, "I shall never grow weary. You shall forever be my beloved." Bai Wanner slightly lifted her gaze, her expression turning serious as she replied, "Su Bei, you must not squander your time. You must strive diligently in your cultivation, for only then can you establish your place in this world." Observing her earnest demeanor, Su Bei tightened his grip on her hand and vowed, "Wanner, rest assured, I comprehend your concerns. I shall cultivate with unwavering diligence, so as not to disappoint your expectations." Bai Wanner furrowed her delicate brows and continued, "Su Bei, you are often too carefree. Time flies like an arrow, and you must not be so negligent. Only through perseverance can one hope to enhance their prowess." With a serious expression, Su Bei responded, "Wanner, have no fear, I have my own path. Within 5 years, I shall achieve the golden core." Bai Wanner sighed softly, saying, "Su Bei, it is not that I doubt you, but the path of immortality is fraught with challenges. Lacking exceptional talent and often acting on whims, how can you hope to attain the golden core in just 5 years? Wanner, talent is not the sole factor. I have my own means. Just wait and see. I am looking forward to you marrying me," Su Bei declared, stepping closer and firmly grasping her shoulders. Bai Wanner forcefully shrugged off his hands, turning away and stamping her foot as she murmured, "Humph, if you fail to achieve it in 5 years, let us see if I will still pay you any mind." "Wanner, how could I bear to disappoint you? I shall not let you down," Su Bei quickly interjected, moving to stand in front of her and grasping the hem of her garment. Bai Wanner turned her head away, saying, "Then let your actions speak. Do not merely speak without practice." "How could that be? I, Su Bei, am a man of my word. If I do not reach the golden core within 5 years." Before he could finish, Bai Wanner suddenly turned back, raising her delicate hand to cover his mouth, scolding, "You must not utter such ominous words." Su Bei gazed at her lovely face, filled with tenderness, momentarily entranced. Bai Waner lowered her hand and averted her gaze, softly stating, I only wish for your well-being. Do not utter reckless words in a bid to prove yourself. Su Bei held her hand, solemnly assuring her, Waner, you need not worry. I shall not let you down. My husband, you must strive diligently. Bai Waner awaits you. She whispered near his ear, her breath fragrant as orchids. Su Bei's heart trembled as he gently cradled her face, bestowing a heartfelt kiss upon her forehead. Chapter 70. Silkworm Threads. Bai Waner entered seclusion. Gazing at the tightly closed stone door, Su Bei felt a pang of disappointment. He lingered before the door for a long while, ultimately sighing deeply before turning to leave. Inside the cave, Bai Waner sat cross-legged but did not immediately enter a state of cultivation. Her heart was restless. The path of immortality is long, and romantic attachments can indeed become burdens. This seclusion was meant to allow Su Bei to concentrate solely on his breakthrough. Bai Waner gently bit her red lip, silently thinking, Su Bei, I understand your feelings for me, but if this affection becomes an obstacle, how can we reach the end together? I must steel my heart and ensure you devote yourself entirely to your cultivation. I only hope you can comprehend my intentions and not waste this precious time. Upon reaching this thought, Bai Waner closed her eyes, striving to calm her tumultuous heart. Yet, her mind was inundated with memories of her interactions with Su Bei, each moment flooding her consciousness like a relentless tide. Furrowing her brow and biting her lip, she endeavored to dispel these images. Gradually, her breathing steadied, and a serene aura enveloped her, allowing her to transcend into a tranquil state of meditation. Lu Xianxian and Wang Shiyun were also engrossed in their own cultivation. The vast expanse of Yuxiao Peak was left with only Su Bei and Ao Ling'er idling about. On this day, Su Bei took Ao Ling'er to the market. Senior brother, how much do these spirit tree seeds cost? Su Bei squatted down, examining a packet of spirit tree seeds closely. The seeds were plump and radiant, exuding a faint aura of spiritual energy. The vendor, a middle-aged man sporting a goat-like beard, glanced at Su Bei and leisurely replied, 100 low-grade spirit stones per packet. Junior brother, these are premium spirit tree seeds. He continued, these spirit fruits hold little significance in the realm of cultivation. Their spiritual essence is rather sparse. They are merely visually appealing and have a sweet taste, often regarded by female cultivators as delightful trifles. Su Bei frowned. Senior brother, these spirit fruits are not particularly useful. Your price is rather unjustifiable. The vendor chuckled. Junior brother, one cannot dismiss their worth so lightly. When the spirit tree blossoms, it is a sight to behold, offering immense aesthetic value. Su Bei shook his head. Even with such ornamental value, it does not warrant 100 low-grade spirit stones per packet. The vendor stroked his beard. Then, what price do you propose? Su Bei held up 3 fingers. 30 low-grade spirit stones per packet. I shall take 3. The vendor's eyes widened. Junior brother, your bargaining is rather ruthless. 80 low-grade spirit stones per packet is the lowest I can offer. Su Bei turned to leave. Then I shall seek elsewhere. The vendor hastily grabbed his arm. Do not go. 60 low-grade spirit stones per packet. Truly cannot go lower. 50 low-grade spirit stones per packet. I shall purchase them if you agree, otherwise, I will take my leave. Although Su Bei was not in want of spirit stones, he also did not wish to be taken advantage of. The vendor gritted his teeth. Fine, it's a deal. He begrudgingly parted with 150 spirit stones. The spirit tree seeds were actually something the vendor had stumbled upon in a valley. He had merely thought the seeds peculiar and decided to keep them, hoping for a stroke of luck in the market, not anticipating he would encounter a buyer like Su Bei. Internally gleeful, the vendor feigned a look of loss, muttering, alas. Today has been quite the loss. Su Bei paid the spirit stones and took the 3 packets of spirit tree seeds. Just as he was about to depart, his gaze was drawn to a silken object emanating a soft glow in the corner of the stall. Curiously, he picked it up and inquired, Vendor, what is this? The vendor glanced over and replied, This is spirit silkworm silk, an excellent material for crafting defensive artifacts. Su Bei's eyes sparkled with interest as he gently caressed the delicately soft silk. How many spirit stones for this? The stallkeeper extended 3 fingers, indicating 300 low-grade spirit stones. Su Bei furrowed his brow, shaking his head while gesturing, expressing that it was too expensive and inquiring if a discount could be arranged. The stallkeeper shook his head, stating that this was already the lowest price, as the spirit silkworm silk was exceedingly rare. Su Bei rolled his eyes, spreading his hands in exasperation, declaring that 250 was simply unacceptable, but 220 would suffice. If not, he would truly walk away. Upon uttering this, he feigned to leave. The stallkeeper hesitated for a moment before grabbing Su Bei's arm, relenting. All right, 220 it is. I am truly taking a loss here. Do you have more? Su Bei inquired. The stallkeeper, shaking his head in resignation, replied, I have none left. This is all the spirit silkworm silk I possess. If you desire more, I can procure it for you. Very well then. Su Bei retrieved 220 low-grade spirit stones from his storage bag and handed them to the stallkeeper. After receiving the spirit silkworm silk, he meticulously examined it. It better not be a defective product, he muttered, gently tugging at the silk to gauge its resilience. The stallkeeper quickly waved his hands, reassuring, "Rest assured, my young friend. It is of the finest quality." With a dismissive huff, Su Bei carefully stored the silk in his storage ring and returned to Yuxiao Peak with A.O. Ling. "Linger, how about I plant some spirit fruits for you?" Su Bei said with a smile, his gaze softening as it fell upon A.O. Linger. Her face lit up with joy as she clapped her hands, exclaiming, "Yes, yes. Linger loves spirit fruits." Su Bei affectionately ruffled her hair, promising that he would ensure to grow large and sweet spirit fruits for her. Upon returning to Yuxiao Peak, Su Bei wasted no time. He searched for a spot rich in spiritual energy and, bending down, gently buried the spirit tree seeds into the soil. A.O. Linger watched with wide eyes, her curiosity piqued, and she occasionally asked questions. "Brother, when will the spirit fruits grow?" "Do not fret, Linger. As long as we tend to them with care, they will grow swiftly," Su Bei patiently replied while continuing his task. A.O. Linger nodded obediently, declaring that she too wanted to help care for the spirit fruits. She squatted down, attempting to mimic Su Bei's actions as she played with the surrounding soil. Su Bei, observing her adorable demeanor, chuckled. "All right, Linger is truly understanding." After some time, the two of them had successfully planted all 3 bags of seeds and returned to their cave dwelling. Within the cave, there was a stone chamber specially arranged for A.O. Linger, decorated to be warm and comfortable. The walls were adorned with various sparkling spirit crystals that emitted a gentle glow, and the bed was covered with soft beast pelts. As A.O. Linger bounded into the stone chamber, she gleefully leaped onto the bed and rolled over. "Linger, you can play by yourself. Brother has matters to attend to." A.O. Linger sat up, nodding obediently. "All right, brother, you go ahead." Su Bei turned and exited the stone chamber. Entering his own cultivation room, he took out the spirit silkworm silk, holding it delicately in his hand, marveling at its incredibly soft and smooth texture. Bringing it close to his nose, he took a gentle whiff, as if catching a faint, ethereal fragrance of spiritual energy. If Wanner were to don stockings crafted from this ethereal silkworm silk, they would undoubtedly possess an exquisite smoothness, thought Su Bei, a warm blush creeping across his cheeks. Chapter 71. Seeking dies. After considerable contemplation, drawing upon his previous life as a mechanical repair technician, Su Bei finally devised a preliminary concept. He resolved to harness the power of spiritual energy alongside intricate mechanical structures to actualize the weaving of stockings. The core of this mechanism was a spiritual energy storage device, fashioned from spirit crystals. From his storage ring, Su Bei procured a piece of fine iron as a base and crafted several components. He erected a pillar from the fine iron on the base, affixing a horizontally rotating beam atop it. One end of the beam secured a spindle support for the bobbin containing the silkworm silk, allowing for free rotation to ensure a smooth output of the silk. The opposite end of the beam connected to a tension regulation device, which, through a series of springs and pulleys, could precisely control the tension of the silkworm silk, maintaining a consistent flow during the weaving process. At the forefront of the base lay a section akin to a sewing machine head. Here, a row of delicate hooks was installed, linked via connecting rods to a cam driven by spiritual energy. When spiritual energy infused the cam, it propelled the hooks in rapid vertical motion, facilitating the weaving of the silkworm silk. Beneath the hooks was a weaving platform composed of special materials, adorned with tiny grooves and holes to guide the silk's trajectory and secure the shape of the weave. To enhance the elasticity and fit of the stockings, a pair of retractable support frames was affixed to either side of the weaving platform. These supports could be adjusted to predetermined dimensions and shapes, ensuring the stockings maintained the appropriate width and length during the weaving process. Finally, at the terminus of the mechanism, an automatic winding device awaited. Once the stockings were woven, this device would neatly roll them up, preventing creases and tangling. After numerous adjustments and experiments, Su Bei ultimately succeeded in crafting a pair of nearly flawless stockings. At last, he exclaimed with excitement, lifting the stockings and meticulously examining each detail. He gently caressed the silk, savoring its smooth texture, envisioning the captivating sight of Wanner adorned in them. With fervor, Su Bei utilized the entirety of the silkworm silk, producing over 10 pairs. However, they all bore a singular hue of pure white. Observing the immaculate white stockings, Su Bei furrowed his brow slightly, pondering their apparent monotony. He had never been fond of white. In his youth, he favored black, and as he matured, he developed a particular fondness for nude shades. Yet now, confronted by this assemblage of uniformly white stockings, he could not help but sigh repeatedly. In the ensuing days, Su Bei visited the scripture pavilion to peruse various texts. His efforts were not in vain, as he uncovered references to a creature known as the snow spirit fox. Its blood was a delicate pink, exuding a faintly alluring aura. If properly processed, it may indeed be possible to concoct a dye that closely resembles the hue of flesh. The snow spirit fox thrives in the northern region, a realm perpetually blanketed by thick snow, an expanse of ice and desolation. Subei resolved to first explore the marketplace to see if any such materials were available. After inquiring at several stalls, he received nothing but negative responses. Yet, undeterred, Subei continued his arduous search through the marketplace alongside Ao Ling. "Good sir, do you have any snow spirit fox blood for sale?" Subei inquired upon reaching Lingjin Pavilion. If it were not to be found here, he would have no choice but to venture to the northern region. The proprietor of Lingjin Pavilion, upon hearing Subei's question, exhibited a fleeting glimmer of interest in his eyes before responding slowly. "Indeed, there is a small vial available." Upon hearing this, Subei eagerly urged, "Please, show it to me." The proprietor hesitated momentarily, then turned to retrieve an exquisite sandalwood box from behind the counter. He gently opened the box to reveal a delicate jade vial containing the very blood of the snow spirit fox. This rare essence could only be procured from the northern region, and while it wasn't deemed precious, few sought it out. As he spoke, the proprietor absent-mindedly stroked his chin. "How much do you intend to sell this vial for?" Subei promptly asked, recognizing it as an essential ingredient for his culinary endeavors. The proprietor squinted, extending 3 fingers as he slowly declared, 300 mid-grade spirit stones, not a single one less." He then crossed his arms defiantly. "Could we perhaps negotiate the price?" Subei gasped in disbelief. That amounted to 3,000 low-grade spirit stones, a sum far exceeding his expectations. The proprietor resolutely shook his head. "This is the price. Take it or leave it. I went to great lengths to acquire this blood," he remarked, shifting the sandalwood box closer to himself. "Sir, I possess an item. I wonder if you might be interested?" Subei said, retrieving a pair of black and white stockings from his storage pouch. The proprietor furrowed his brow, approaching with a look of puzzlement as he examined the peculiar items. "What are these? In all my years in this business, I have never encountered such oddities. These are indeed treasures." Subei chuckled, lightly shaking the stockings in his hands. "Do not underestimate them. When worn, they make a woman's legs appear longer and more alluring. And the material is exquisite, with a silky touch." He elaborated with great enthusiasm. "I find these items quite strange," the proprietor replied. Skepticism etched on his face as he reached out to feel the stockings. "If you doubt me, perhaps we could have a maid try them on." The proprietor furrowed his brow in contemplation before calling out to the back of the shop, "Xiao Chui, come here for a moment." Shortly thereafter, a maid hurried over, timidly asking, "Sir, what do you need?" The proprietor gestured towards the stockings in Subei's hands and instructed, "Try these on." The maid, taken aback, hesitated before accepting the stockings. Subei guided her on how to wear them, and blushing, she scurried into the inner room. After a while, the maid emerged. Her cheeks flushed. She lowered her head, her hands fidgeting with the hem of her dress, the black silk encasing her legs subtly visible beneath the fabric, rendering them particularly long and alluring. The boss's eyes sparkled with interest as he approached, scrutinizing her closely, unable to suppress his admiration. This effect is quite unexpected. Upon witnessing this, Subei felt a surge of joy and seized the moment to assert, "Boss, don't you think these stockings are quite remarkable? Surely, you must believe it now." "Indeed, truly remarkable," the boss replied, reaching out to touch the black silk, a satisfied smile gracing his features. This stirred a flicker of excitement within his usually calm demeanor. "How much are you planning to sell them for?" the boss inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Subei. Elated, Subei extended 2 fingers, stating, "Boss, how about 200 mid-grade spirit stones?" The boss frowned slightly, shaking his head. "That's too expensive. I can offer 50. But look at the craftsmanship. Each strand is meticulously woven. It must have required considerable effort," Subei argued, presenting the stockings before the boss, gently teasing the silk threads to highlight their intricate details. Chapter 72. Selling stockings. The boss leaned in for a closer examination, a glimmer of surprise crossing his eyes. This is indeed extraordinary. Such craftsmanship is rare." It was his first encounter with such precise weaving techniques, undoubtedly requiring substantial effort. Seizing the opportunity, Subei pressed on, "So, boss, 200 mid-grade spirit stones is truly a fair price. Just think, such an exquisite item would create quite a stir in the market. Your profits would exceed this amount. Do you have more?" the boss asked, his gaze fixed sharply on Subei. Seeing the boss's interest, Subei felt a surge of confidence and quickly responded, "I have some more in stock, and if the price is right, I can acquire even more later." "How about 100 mid-grade spirit stones?" the boss squinted as he proposed. Subei immediately shook his head. "Boss, that price is far too low. The stockings are so exquisite, and the intricate production process alone costs more than that. Just consider the spirit silk and the defensive array inscribed upon it." The boss crossed his arms, then propose a price. Su Bei extended 2 fingers, asserting that this was already a very fair price and could not be reduced further. The boss furrowed his brows. 200 is too high. I cannot agree to that. Su Bei wore a troubled expression. Boss, it truly cannot be lower. 180. That is my final offer. 100, the boss replied with a tone of finality. Su Bei's face reflected a struggle as he hesitated for a considerable time before finally stomping his foot in resignation. Fine, 100 it is. The corners of the boss's mouth lifted slightly. All right, then quickly bring me the remaining stockings. Understood, Su Bei conceded, retrieving 8 additional pairs of stockings. 4 black and 4 white, from his storage ring. The boss accepted the stockings and handed Su Bei the blood of the snow spirit fox, along with 700 mid-grade spirit stones. Boss, I have other colors available. You can place custom orders if needed. Su Bei remarked as he received the spirit stones and the snow spirit fox blood with a smile. The boss's eyes brightened. Oh, other colors? That would indeed be splendid. Su Bei hurriedly introduced. Indeed, we have red, purple, green, an array of colors at your disposal. Just let me know in advance, and I can procure them for you. However, the price will certainly exceed 100. The proprietor nodded. Very well. Should there be a need, I shall seek you out. Boss, please also fetch me some spiritual silkworm silk, Su Bei promptly added. How much do you require? The proprietor inquired, studying Su Bei closely. What is the price? Su Bei countered with a question of his own. 20 medium-grade spiritual stones per tael. 1 tael can yield approximately 5 items, the proprietor replied. The profit is indeed substantial. Then I shall take 10 or 8 jeans, Su Bei declared with a flourish. The proprietor widened his eyes in disbelief. 10 or 8 jeans. Are you jesting? I do not possess such stock. Su Bei pouted. Then how much do you have? After a moment of contemplation, the proprietor responded. I can muster no more than 5 jeans. Su Bei frowned slightly. Very well, 5 jeans it shall be. The proprietor acknowledged with a nod, raising his right hand. A glimmer emanated from the storage ring upon his finger. Carefully, he extracted a black cloth bag from the ring, placing the bag upon the counter. He untied the string at its opening, peered inside to confirm its contents, and said to Su Bei, this is 5 jeans of spiritual silkworm silk. Take a look. After receiving the silk and settling the payment, Su Bei departed. Meanwhile, Ao Linger had been waiting with growing impatience. Brother, you have finally emerged, she exclaimed, stamping her foot in playful reproach. Su Bei smiled apologetically. It was merely that I acquired some fine goods, hence the delay. Please do not be upset. Upon returning to Yuxiao Peak, Su Bei immersed himself in the creation of silk stockings. Initially considering an open-crotch design, he ultimately decided against it, recognizing the potential detriment to future sales. After all, if no one tore them, who would purchase new ones? After more than 10 consecutive days, Su Bei finally exhausted the spiritual silkworm silk in his possession, 260 strands. This amounted to over 26,000 medium-grade spiritual stones. However, the demand within the sect was ultimately limited. Once saturation was reached, sales would likely stagnate. Furthermore, for ordinary disciples, 100 medium-grade spiritual stones represented a considerable sum, a price difficult for them to bear. Su Bei then prepared to concoct some dyes, pondering how to achieve the perfect flesh tone. Pure pink from the blood of a snow spirit fox was insufficient. Additional colors were necessary as well. He carefully poured a small vial of pale yellow spiritual bee flower pollen liquid into a jade bowl containing the pink blood. Next, he took a slender jade pestle and gently stirred, watching as the pink and pale yellow began to melt. Subsequently, he added a few drops of milky white spiritual essence grass juice. The liquid in the jade bowl transformed into an increasingly intricate hue, as the 3 colors intertwined and permeated one another. Gradually, the colors stabilized, resembling the delicate tone of fresh skin. With steady hands, he lifted the jade bowl and approached the dye vat set aside. In a deliberate and cautious manner, Su Bei slowed his movements, tilting the jade bowl with utmost care as he poured the dye into the vat, ensuring not a single drop splashed. Subsequently, he introduced clear water, allowing it to mingle with the dye, and gently stirred the mixture with a wooden stick, observing the changes in concentration and hue. Once he was satisfied with the results, he paused, ready to commence dyeing the stockings. With a tender touch, Su Bei picked up a pair of pristine white stockings, submerging them slowly into the vat, occasionally stirring them to achieve an even coloration. After retrieving the stockings from the dye bath, he summoned his internal spiritual energy, which coalesced in his palm into a warm current. He placed the dyed stockings within this ethereal flow, witnessing the moisture evaporate rapidly until they were completely dry. Perfection. Su Bei gazed contentedly at the successfully dyed stockings in his hands, their flesh tone beautifully even and natural. He then repeated the process, dyeing and drying another batch. Once he had completed this task, he eagerly tucked several pairs of stockings away and hurried out of the cave, heading straight for the location of Lu Xianxian and Wang Shiyuan. At that moment, Lu Xianxian was immersed in tranquil meditation within the cave. Young master, what brings you here in such haste? Wang Shiyun inquired softly, her gaze falling on the items nestled in Su Bei's arms. I have a delightful surprise for you. Su Bei replied as he followed Wang Shiyun into the cave, pulling her towards her stone chamber. What is this? Wang Shiyun asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. With a mysterious smile, Su Bei waved the stockings before her eyes. Behold my newly crafted treasure. Just look at the color and texture. I assure you will adore it. Wang Shiyun, her curiosity piqued, accepted the stockings and gently caressed them, asking in bewilderment, what is this for? Leaning closer to her ear, Su Bei whispered a detailed explanation. Young master, you truly devised such a peculiar item, Wang Shiyun remarked, her cheeks flushed as she shot a playful glare at him. At that moment, Lu Xianxian completed her meditation and approached Wang Shiyun, noticing the two in close conversation. What are you two discussing that seems so lively? She inquired with curiosity. Wang Shiyun quickly concealed the stockings behind her, her expression betraying a hint of flustered urgency. It's nothing, really. Lu Xianxian raised an eyebrow, skepticism evident in her demeanor. What could we possibly hide from one another? Seeing this, Su Bei chuckled and produced another stocking, presenting it to Lu Xianxian. Xianxian, take a look at this. Lu Xianxian accepted the stocking, examining it closely, her curiosity growing. What is this? It seems quite novel. With a grin, Su Bei began to elucidate the stocking's purpose and uniqueness to Lu Xianxian, who felt her face warm with embarrassment. Why don't you both try them on? I'd like to see how they look, Wang Shiyun suggested, exchanging a hesitant glance with Lu Xianxian. Yet, under Su Bei's eager gaze, both blushed as they complied. With Wang Shiyun delicately loosening her garments, her movements gentle and graceful, Lu Xianxian slightly turned her body, her cheeks flushed like the evening glow at dusk. Before long, the two had donned their stockings, which accentuated their long, alluring legs even further. Su Bei gazed, entranced, unable to refrain from exclaiming, truly, you are as beautiful as a celestial being. Wang Shiyun playfully nudged Su Bei's shoulder, reproaching him gently. You are such a bashful gentleman. This outfit seems a bit mismatched. I shall find someone to make us some short skirts another day. Upon hearing Su Bei's words, both Wang Shiyun and Lu Xianxian wore puzzled expressions, for they had never heard of short skirts and had always worn long dresses. Wang Shiyun was the first to inquire. Sir, what is this short skirt you speak of? We have never encountered such a thing. Lu Xianxian quickly followed suit, asking, yes, indeed, sir, please enlighten us. With a smile, Su Bei began to describe the style and characteristics of short skirts. These skirts, he explained, are considerably shorter than the long dresses you typically wear, revealing just above the knees, which serves to elongate the legs and allows for greater ease of movement. As he spoke, he gestured animatedly. Wang Shiyun furrowed her brow slightly, expressing her concern. Would such attire not be rather daring? Su Bei waved his hand dismissively, saying, what harm is there? You need only wear them in my presence. Wang Shiyun playfully reproached. Sir, you always speak such improper words. Lu Xianxian's face flushed even more as she softly remarked. Oh dear, you two continue your conversation. I just remembered I have some cultivation techniques yet to complete, so I must take my leave. Shiyun, do keeps her company. With that, she hurriedly turned and ran off, leaving Wang Shiyun and Su Bei standing together. That girl, Su Bei chuckled helplessly. Sir, Wang Shiyun softly called, her cheeks still adorned with a lingering blush. Su Bei turned to her and asked, what is it? Wang Shiyun lowered her gaze, murmuring, it's nothing, really. I just find it a bit awkward that Sister Lu left so abruptly. What is there to be shy about? Su Bei stepped closer, narrowing the distance between them. Wang Shiyun instinctively took a small step back, her blush deepening. What is this? Are you afraid of me? Su Bei pressed on, inching closer. Since Wang Shiyun arrived at Ling Xiao sect, they had not been this close for quite some time, and her current attire made her appear even more bashful and flustered. Observing her shy demeanor, Su Bei's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he teased. My dear, today you cannot escape from my grasp. Wang Shiyun shot him a playful glare, protesting. Sir, do not speak such nonsense. I am a respectable young lady. Su Bei chuckled. And what of it? What I desire, I shall certainly obtain. Wang Shiyun pretended to be frightened, stepping back with a quivering voice. Sir, I beg you, spare me. Suddenly, Su Bei seized her wrist, drawing her into his embrace, assuring her, submit to me, and you shall enjoy the finest pleasures. Wang Shiyun struggled, exclaiming, help, someone is forcibly taking a maiden. However, Su Bei laughed even more heartily. Call all you want. No one will come to your rescue. Just then, Lu Xianxian burst in, shouting, in broad daylight. How dare you forcibly seize a maiden? This heroine shall not stand idly by. She glared fiercely at Su Bei, though her expression had a certain charm. Su Bei was first taken aback, then chuckled. Oh, where does this heroine come from, daring to disrupt my affairs? Lu Xianxian furrowed her brows and sternly declared, "Release this young lady at once, or do not blame this heroine for her ruthless blade." Wang Shiyun, seeing a glimmer of hope, cried out, "Heroine, save me." Su Bei relinquished his grip on Wang Shiyun and, crossing his arms, regarded Lu Xianxian with keen interest, saying, "Humph. Do you think you can meddle in matters that do not concern you? I fear nothing." Lu Xianxian pointed at Su Bei, asserting, "I have decided to intervene in this matter." At this moment, Su Bei burst into laughter, saying, "Then, heroine, let us spar and see your true abilities." With that, he opened his arms in a mock embrace. "You villain, prepare to meet your doom," Lu Xianxian exclaimed, leaping into Su Bei's arms. He held her tightly, teasing, "Such impressive skills you possess, heroine." Lu Xianxian retorted playfully, "Umph, are you afraid now?" As she wiggled slightly in his embrace, Su Bei feigned terror, exclaiming, "Spare me." "Dear heroine," Lu Xianxian called out to Wang Shiyun, "It's too late to beg for mercy now. Come quickly." Wang Shiyun understood immediately and hurried over. As their eyes met, a tacit understanding blossomed between them. Lu Xianxian pressed down on Su Bei's shoulder while Wang Shiyun firmly grasped his legs. Before Su Bei could react, the two women had together pushed him onto the stone bed. "What are you plotting against me?" Su Bei shouted. Lu Xianxian snorted, "You brought this upon yourself. Today, you shall receive a proper lesson." Wang Shiyun chimed in with a smile. "Indeed, let us see if you dare to misbehave again." "Heroine, spare me," Su Bei pleaded as Wang Shiyun deftly mounted him, declaring, "Humph, let us see how you escape this time." Lu Xianxian did not back down. Playfully placing her small foot on Su Bei's chest, applying a gentle pressure while teasing, "This is what you get for your earlier arrogance. Oh, esteemed ladies, have mercy. I shall never misbehave again," Su Bei begged, taking a deep breath. Lu Xuanxuan's petite foot danced playfully on his chest, her toes slightly curled, pressing gently against him. Chapter 74. A dilemma. Wang Shiyun couldn't help but laugh at Su Bei's predicament. She rose from him, and Lu Xianxian withdrew her foot. Sitting upright, Su Bei lightly patted his chest, mumbling, "Is that all there is to it? What more do you desire, young master?" Lu Xianxian gazed at him with her sparkling eyes, filled with affection. Meanwhile, she slowly lifted one delicate foot clad in flesh-colored stockings, the sheer fabric as gossamer as a cicada's wing, exquisitely accentuating her slender toes and graceful arch. That exquisite foot gently rested upon Su Bei's shoulder. She slightly bent her knee, applying a gentle pressure that brought her soul into closer contact with his shoulder. "You little enchantress," Su Bei mused, his gaze fixated on that alluring foot. His Adam's apple bobbed, and his hands instinctively tightened around Lu Xuanyan's ankle. Lu Xianyan pouted slightly. "Young master, you're hurting me." "Xianyan, you are truly tempting my very life," Su Bei exclaimed, as if awakening from a dream, releasing his grip, yet unable to resist tenderly caressing the skin encased in silk. Lu Xianyan giggled, teasing, "So? Does the young master like me or not?" "Indeed, I am quite fond of you, but if you continue like this, I fear I may lose control. Young master, you should seek out Shiyun. I must go meditate," she said, leaping off the stone bed and running away. Turning to Wang Shiyun, Su Bei noticed her watching him with a playful expression. "Shiyun, I shall rely upon you," he implored. Wang Shiyun smiled coyly, retorting, "Oh, why do you depend on me? Just moments ago, you were quite enamored with Xianyan." Su Bei quickly leaned closer to Wang Shiyun, flattering her. "That is different. In my heart, it is you who is most dear. Are you not afraid Xianyan might overhear?" Wang Shiyun fluttered her eyelashes, her gaze a teasing entanglement that ensnared Su Bei's heart. He paused, then replied, "What is there to fear? I speak only the truth. That little vixen has inflamed my passions and then run away. Does the young master wish for Shiyun to soothe your flames?" Wang Shiyun's voice was as smooth as silk, her slender fingers tracing lightly across Su Bei's chest, sending a shiver through him as if she were charged with electricity. Her lips curled into an enchanting smile, her waist swaying with an irresistible allure. "Do you take me for a fool?" Su Bei grasped Wang Shiyun's mischievous hand. Yet, she laughed lightly, freeing herself and leaning close to whisper sweetly in his ear. "What can you do to me, young master?" Su Bei felt a rush of exhilaration, disregarding all caution, and abruptly drew Wang Shiyun into his embrace. She wrapped her arms around his neck in response. For a moment, the atmosphere in the room was laden with a seductive tension. "Young master," she said softly, "Shiyun has not yet established her foundation." At that moment, she lay languidly in Su Bei's arms, her complexion flushed, eyes dreamy. Strands of her hair fell messily over her shoulders, rising and falling with her breath. Wang Shiyun gently shifted, resembling a lazy kitten, her hands limply resting on Su Bei's chest. "It is all Shiyun's fault for being too enchanting," Su Bei murmured, placing a gentle kiss upon her forehead. Wang Shiyun buried her head in Su Bei's chest, saying, "Young master, you must await the success of my foundation building. You must strive hard. I cannot wait any longer. The delicate woman before him had cheeks as rosy as ripe cherries. Her slender waist pressed against Su Bei's arm. Her legs gracefully bent and her knees gently nudging his side. The stockings she had once worn were mysteriously absent, revealing her fair and tender skin, smooth and lustrous like mutton fat jade. Her dainty toes were exquisite, resembling pink pearls, their nails meticulously trimmed, emanating a subtle rosy gleam. At that moment, her toes curled slightly, exuding a charming innocence, their tips blushing faintly as if tinged by shyness, a subtle transformation that stirred the heart and rendered one unable to resist. Wang Shiyun lifted her head, pouting her luscious lips, playfully declaring, "Young master, Shiyun desires a kiss." "Ah, Shiyun, of late, you have been complaining of bad breath." "Perhaps it is best not to," Su Bei replied, a hint of awkwardness prompting him to gently press his hand against her approaching face, attempting to deter her advance. "Are you repulsed by me? This is all you're doing," Wang Shiyun retorted, disregarding his obstruction, resolutely leaning in for a kiss, only to be evaded by Su Bei. "Do you truly find me so distasteful?" she exclaimed, her large, watery eyes gazing at him with a pitiful expression. "How could I ever find you distasteful?" Su Bei hastily embraced her, seeking to soothe her feelings. "Will you kiss me or not?" Wang Shiyun tugged at his clothing, resembling a child demanding sweets. "Shiyun, please do not tease," Su Bei sighed with a wry smile. How could he even bring himself to kiss her? "Humph, after you have your fill, you ignore me." She pouted, rising to leave. "That girl." Su Bei shook his head as he watched her retreating figure. Shortly after, he exited the stone chamber to find Wang Shiyun seated at a stone table, chatting animatedly with Lu Xinxian, both adorned with smiles. "What are you discussing so joyously?" Su Bei approached and sat between the two women. Wang Shiyun shot him a playful glance, retorting, "Humph, I shan't tell you." Lu Xinxian stifled a giggle, "Young master. Shiyun is just lamenting how you refused her a kiss." "Do not heed Shiyun's nonsense," Su Bei interjected, feeling the heat of embarrassment. It was not that he did not wish to kiss her, but rather that he found it somewhat off-putting. Lu Xinxian blinked, smiling as she said, "Young master. Your rejection must have saddened her greatly. Xinxian, you too join in this mischief. Beware, or I shall take you to task." Su Bei feigned a fierce glare at Lu Xinxian. Yet, she remained undaunted, puffing out her chest, which rose and fell slightly, and laughed heartily. "Come on, young master." Seeing her audacious demeanor, Su Bei stood, pretending to reach for her. This girl truly believed she could act without restraint. Did she think he was easily trifled with? Lu Xinxian flitted away like a lively butterfly, darting around the stone table while playfully exclaiming, "Young master, you can't catch me." Her agile form, enhanced by her foundation establishment cultivation, made her movements as swift as lightning. Wang Shiyun, observing the playful antics of the two, couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Little girl, just wait until I catch you and shower you with affection," Su Bei declared, channeling his inner spiritual energy, and with a gust of wind at his feet, he pursued Lu Xinxian. Although Lu Xinxian possessed foundation establishment prowess, she lacked combat techniques and agility training. In the face of Su Bei's pursuit, she panicked, dodging left and right, relying solely on instinct to flee. At this moment, Lu Xuanxuan's delicate face flushed crimson, beads of perspiration forming on her forehead. Her skirt flailed chaotically with her frantic movements, rendering her rather disheveled. "Young master, please stop chasing," she cried out repeatedly. Yet, Su Bei showed no signs of relenting. His speed only increased as he closed in on her. Just then, Lu Xinxian stumbled over a stone stool, her body lurching forward. In that critical moment, Su Bei swiftly caught her in his arms. Lu Xinxian, still in shock, gasped for breath, her large, watery eyes gazing up at Su Bei with a pitiful expression. Unable to contain his amusement at her predicament, Su Bei chuckled, "Look who's being mischievous now. Are you scared yet?" Lu Xinxian pouted, grumbling, "You only know how to bully me, young master." At that moment, Wang Shiyun approached, lightly laughing. "All right, enough of the antics." Su Bei then released Lu Xinxian, who stood blushing at the side, adjusting her disordered attire. With a serious expression, Su Bei addressed Lu Xinxian, "Xinxian, while you may possess foundation establishment cultivation, your spells are lacking, and your agility is insufficient. Once master returns from seclusion, you should seek out some techniques." Lu Xinxian, who cultivated rapidly, was now merely a vessel of potential without the means to harness it. Pouting defiantly, she replied, "But young master, I cultivate quickly. That is quite remarkable." Su Bei shook his head in resignation. "What does speed matter if you cannot utilize your cultivation? In the face of a formidable foe, you would still find yourself in peril. Just like earlier, had I not intervened, could you have evaded my pursuit?" Lowering her head, Lu Xinxian murmured, "But that is only because you are so skilled, young master. I am merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment, and my talent pales in comparison to yours." Su Bei couldn't help but smile ruefully. The two women were bound to catch up with him soon. Do not underestimate yourself, young master, in Shiyun's heart. You are the most formidable, Wang Shiyun interjected, noticing Su Bei's self-deprecating demeanor as she stepped forward to offer her encouragement. Her ascent on the path to immortality was entirely due to Su Bei's guidance, and his place in her heart was unshakable. Moreover, her affections were irrevocably tied to him. Indeed, young master, you will always be our young master. Regardless of what the future holds, we shall remain steadfast by your side. Lu Xinyan silently observed Su Bei, her gaze unwaveringly resolute. Apart from the final step, she had already devoted herself to him. I am acutely aware of my own capabilities. You possess exceptional talents. Do not squander such gifts. Observing the two affectionate women before him, Su Bei felt a stirring in his heart. He could distinctly sense their reliance on him. How could I betray the sincerity of these two dear girls? Gently, Su Bei extended his arms, enveloping Wang Shiyun and Lu Xinyan in a tender embrace. They nestled obediently against him. From now on, you shall be my support. Su Bei had no desire to rely on others, yet his strength did not permit it. With Bai Wanner in the transformation stage and Ao Linger, who needed no introduction, he recognized them as his greatest assets. The two women before him would soon surpass him. A wave of helplessness washed over Su Bei. His cultivation was beyond his control, not merely a matter of effort. Wang Shiyun pressed her ear to Su Bei's chest, listening to his heartbeat, and softly spoke, "My lord, regardless of circumstances, we will never hold you in disdain." Lu Xinyan wrapped her arms around his waist, tilting her head to declare, "My lord, Xinyan will always be by your side. Whatever you ask of me, I shall do." With such heartfelt words, Su Bei felt a deep sense of contentment. He then recalled Chen Yu Rou, the girl he had sincerely cherished for 3 years. His gaze grew complex. Noticing Su Bei's change in demeanor, Wang Shiyun gently inquired, "My lord, what troubles you?" With a long sigh, Su Bei replied, "I was reminded of an old friend. Who could it be to so profoundly stir your heart?" Lu Xinyan blinked her large eyes, curiously gazing at Su Bei. It is best left unspoken. Not wishing to elaborate in front of them, Su Bei waved his hand and said, "These are merely old tales, better left unsaid. Let us focus on how to enhance our cultivation." Seeing Su Bei's reluctance to discuss further, Wang Shiyun and Lu Xinyan discreetly refrained from pressing the issue. "You need only to concentrate on your training. Should you require spirit stones, inform me." Su Bei then shared the matter of the 100 mid-grade spirit stones required for a pair of stockings. Wang Shiyun gasped in astonishment. Such an exorbitant price? Did you not just have 100 mid-grade spirit stones torn apart? With a chuckle, Su Bei replied, "These are consumables, if not torn. Who would I sell them to later? You always have such peculiar ideas." Wang Shiyun recalled the moment Su Bei had torn the stockings, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Come, I shall give each of you a few. There is plenty to go around." With that, Su Bei retrieved several pairs of stockings from his storage ring and distributed them to Wang Shiyun and Lu Xinyan. Wang Shiyun accepted the stockings, exclaiming, "My lord, how is their apparent black? Will they look good when worn?" Lu Xinyan curiously fiddled with the black stockings in her hands, pondering. These black stockings seem rather strange. Wang Shiyun observed Lu Xuanxuan's conflicted expression from the side and gently suggested, "Xinxian, why not try it on first? If it looks good, I shall give it a go as well." Lu Xinxian, with a furrowed brow, hesitated momentarily before responding, "Very well, I shall give it a try. However, if it does not suit me, you must not mock me." Su Bei chuckled heartily. "Fear not, it will undoubtedly look splendid." Before the two, Lu Xinxian cautiously began to don the stockings. After all, they were worth 100 mid-grade spirit stones, she mused internally. The black stockings accentuated Lu Xuanxuan's legs, rendering them even longer and straighter, exuding a unique allure. Unable to contain her admiration, Wang Shiyun exclaimed, "Xinxian, you look truly beautiful. Your wearing of these stockings reveals their charm perfectly." Su Bei nodded in agreement. Indeed. Upon hearing Su Bei's praise, Lu Xuanxuan's face blossomed into a radiant smile. She twirled playfully and teased, "Really? Then I shall wear them more often in the future." Su Bei promptly interjected, "That will not do. You may only wear them in my presence." Lu Xinxian, momentarily stunned, blushed and retorted, "Young master, you are truly domineering." "Indeed I am. What of it? I shall not lose in the eyes of others," Su Bei quipped, raising an eyebrow while fixating on her slender legs. "Of course, as long as it pleases you." "Young master," Lu Xinxian lightly raised her delicate arm, her fingers gently resting on her thigh, gradually extending her leg forward. The calf, clad in black stockings, inched closer to Su Bei. "Xinxian, your petite and exquisite feet are simply irresistible." Su Bei grasped her foot, his fingers caressing it gently. Lu Xinxian let out a playful protest, attempting to withdraw but feeling powerless to escape. "Young master, please let go." Yet, Su Bei seemed unfazed, his grip unwavering as he slowly remarked, "But you offered it up willingly." Young master, please release me. Standing like this is uncomfortable, Lu Xianxian pleaded softly, her body swaying slightly as if struggling to maintain her balance. Observing this, Su Bei finally loosened his hold. Lu Xianxian hurriedly stepped back, rubbing her reddened ankle. Casting a reproachful glance at Su Bei, young master is truly excessive. Su Bei, unperturbed, took a step forward. Little Xianxian, do not be upset. If you become ill-tempered, it would cause me great distress. Lu Xianxian turned her head away. Why would I want your concern? You just bully me. Indeed, young master shows no tenderness. Bullying my dear Xianxian. Wang Shiyun chimed in disapprovingly from the side. Oh, I seem to have neglected my dear Shiyun. Su Bei replied with a teasing smile, his eyes glinting with mischief. After a brief bout of playful banter, Su Bei departed, and the two women commenced their cultivation. Bai Wanner continued to remain in seclusion during these days. On this particular day, Su Bei returned to Lingjin Pavilion with A.O. Linger. Boss, how are the stockings selling? Upon entering, Su Bei was greeted by the sight of a puppet elegantly adorned in a slightly tailored long gown, which artfully revealed its shapely legs clad in black stockings. An arresting sight indeed. The proprietor, wearing a broad smile, approached him eagerly, exclaiming, Young Master Su, you have finally arrived. These stockings are selling like hotcakes. Thanks to the puppet's display, many customers have been clamoring to purchase them, and numerous pre-orders are waiting just for you. As Su Bei drew closer to the puppet, he examined it thoughtfully, nodding in approval. A splendid idea, indeed. Little A.O. Ling with her wide, curious eyes, scrutinized the puppet and remarked, what an unsightly outfit. She simply could not fathom why anyone would don such apparel. Ling this is attire for adults. You will understand when you grow up, he explained gently. Frowning, A.O. Ling stamped her tiny foot in protest. I'm not a child anymore. I just think it looks terrible. Su Bei affectionately patted her head. You're right. Ling the outfit is indeed unappealing. Her eyes sparkled with delight at his agreement. You think so too, brother? I thought I was the only one who disliked it. With a smile, Su Bei reassured her. How could I deceive you? However, despite its lack of charm, some individuals still find it appealing. Pouting, A.O. Ling retorted. Those who like it must have poor taste. At that moment, the proprietor appeared somewhat embarrassed and interjected. These stockings do possess their unique charm. Su Bei waved dismissively. Do not take offense, my dear sir. Children often speak without restraint. The proprietor chuckled awkwardly. Not at all, not at all. Nevertheless, the sales of these stockings have indeed been quite impressive. Young Master Su, what do you have in mind next? With a flourish, Su Bei produced 100 pairs of black stockings and 100 pairs of white stockings from his storage ring. Behold, I have brought you the latest stock. The proprietor's eyes widened in astonishment. Oh my. Young Master Su, you are truly remarkable. With such an abundance of stockings, our business shall flourish. He had not anticipated such a generous offering, which amounted to a staggering 20,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Though not greedy, he felt a twinge of apprehension, recalling the unsettling rumors he had recently heard. It was said that the vice master of the law enforcement hall had been bested by this very foundation-building disciple, resulting in the loss of his position. This young man seemed to have an influential background. He was someone not to be trifled with. Oh, and I have a few pairs in flesh tone as well. I wonder if you would find them to your liking, Su Bei added, producing a pair from his storage ring and handing it to the proprietor. The proprietor eagerly accepted, his gaze fixated on the flesh-toned stockings, murmuring, I like them. I truly do. The color, the texture, marvelous. Young Master Su, you are indeed my benefactor. That is splendid to hear. Now, regarding the price. Su Bei inquired. The proprietor nodded in understanding. Young Master Su, rest assured, the price is negotiable, and you shall not be at a loss. 200 mid-grade spirit stones. Su Bei signaled with 2 fingers. Young Master Su, might this price be a tad excessive? Upon hearing this, the owner's smile instantly faltered, and he inwardly muttered. This lad is indeed rather bold with his pricing. Excessive? Just behold the hue. It is derived from the blood of the snow spirit fox, imbued with a subtle allure. Su Bei waved the stockings before the owner's eyes. The proprietor leaned in for a closer examination, harboring a mixture of skepticism and intrigue. Not long ago, Su Bei had procured a vial of snow spirit fox blood from him, and now it all made sense. 150, how does that sound? The owner cautiously ventured, his gaze fixed intently upon Su Bei, pondering, could this young man be attempting to deceive me? Yet, should it genuinely be dyed with snow spirit fox blood, it certainly possesses a certain appeal. Su Bei pursed his lips and replied, Good sir, your bargaining stance is rather ruthless. It is 200 mid-grade spirit stones, and not a single coin less. As he spoke, he began to retract the stockings. The owner hastily intervened. No, 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 young Master Su, let us negotiate further. He was anxious, realizing that should he sell to another, his future business prospects would be jeopardized. Ultimately, the proprietor relented and agreed to a sum of 28,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Su Bei accepted the pouch filled with spirit stones, a satisfied smile gracing his face. 28,000 mid-grade spirit stones. This is 4 times the experience accumulated over more than 7 years. The owner, however, was visibly pained, silently lamenting, "This is quite the financial hemorrhage. I hope these stockings will allow me to recoup my losses swiftly." Nevertheless, he feigned a cheerful demeanor, saying, "Young Master Su, do not forget me when you come across fine goods in the future. Rest assured, all my future wares will be entrusted to you." Su Bei replied with a pat on his chest. Upon hearing his assurance, the owner's face brightened, and he retrieved a communication talisman from his storage ring. Presenting it to Su Bei, "Young Master Su, take this talisman. Should the shop run low on stock, I will inform you." Su Bei accepted the talisman and tucked it away in his storage ring with a smile, saying, "Very well, my good sir. With me around, your business shall surely flourish." The owner's smile became more genuine at this, relying on young Master Su indeed. After bidding farewell to the owner, Su Bei departed with Ao Ling. Upon returning to their residence, he distributed the spirit stones to the 2 women, granting each 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones for their cultivation needs. "Thank you, young master." The 2 women were deeply touched upon receiving the spirit stones. "No need for such formality with me. Simply focus on your cultivation," Su Bei encouraged. Gazing at the radiant smiles of the 2 women with a grand gesture, Wang Shiyun lightly bit her lip, her eyes sparkling. The young master's kindness would forever be etched in her heart. Lu Xianxian nodded earnestly. "Young master, Xianxian will strive diligently as well." Chapter 77. Departure to the northern domain. In recent days, Su Bei found his existence to be rather aimless, idly wandering about outside his cave dwelling. One day, a message from the market owner arrived. "Young Master Su, the meat strands are nearly sold out." "So soon?" Su Bei was momentarily taken aback, but soon a look of delight spread across his face, inwardly reflecting, "I did not anticipate such fervor in business. It seems I must hasten to prepare new stock." However, he soon found himself in a predicament, as there was no blood of the snow spirit fox to be had. Was he to embark on a journey to the northern region? Su Bei hesitated, having heard tales of its frigid climate. As a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage, he wondered if he could withstand such cold. "Linger, do you enjoy playing in the snow?" he inquired, glancing at Ao Linger beside him, tilting her head in contemplation. Ao Linger replied cheerfully, "Brother Su, I have never played in the snow, so I don't know if I would like it." Su Bei gently ruffled her hair, murmuring to himself, "To venture to the northern region, to go or not to go. Brother, are we going out? That sounds great." "I'm so bored," Ao Linger exclaimed, tugging at the hem of Su Bei's garment with excitement. Su Bei smiled wryly and shook his head. "Linger, the northern region isn't a place for amusement. They say it's unbearably cold." With a blink of her eyes, Ao Linger nonchalantly declared, "Brother, I'm not afraid of the cold. Let us go." After much deliberation, Su Bei ultimately resolved to make the trip. With Linger by his side, he felt a sense of safety and reassurance. Generally, ancestors of the transformation stage seldom ventured out unless faced with extraordinary opportunities, and those of even higher realms were, but legendary beings, rarely seen. Su Bei made another visit to the market, purchasing some spirit silks. This time, the Lingxian pavilion had an ample supply of spirit silks, and he did not hesitate to procure a significant quantity, considering the numerous enthusiasts for meat silk. It was no surprise that the supply had dwindled within just a few days, leaving only a few black silks and an abundance of white silks. Before setting off, he replenished the stock at the Lingxian pavilion, uncertain of when he would return from this journey. Bai Waner had yet to emerge from her retreat, and Su Bei had received no response to his messages. "Xian, Shiyun," Su Bei said solemnly, gazing at the 2 women before him. "I am about to depart for the northern region, and I know not when I shall return. You must continue to cultivate diligently and take care of yourselves, avoiding unnecessary outings." Lu Xianxian's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she bit her lip, saying, "Young master, you must return safely." Wang Shiyun nodded gently. Her eyes filled with reluctance. "Do not worry, we will await your return. Rest assured, with Linger beside me, no ordinary person can harm me." Su Bei replied with a faint smile, offering the 2 women a reassuring glance. With all matters settled, Su Bei and Ao Linger set forth on their journey to the northern region. "Linger, shall we rest for a while?" Su Bei's voice carried a hint of fatigue. As a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage, his spiritual energy was not particularly profound, and prolonged sword flight had taken a considerable toll on him. He had aspired to be a dragon knight, but Linger adamantly refused to let him ride. With no other option, he gritted his teeth and persevered. "Brother, let us descend," Ao Linger quickly suggested upon noticing Su Bei's pale complexion. Su Bei directed the flying sword to descend swiftly towards the ground. The moment they landed, his legs buckled, and he nearly collapsed. "Oh dear, I am utterly exhausted," Su Bei gasped, sinking to the ground and taking deep breaths. "Brother, you are truly weak," Ao Linger teased. Ling Er gazed at him with her sparkling, large eyes. Su Bei sighed helplessly. Ling Er, I am merely at the foundation establishment stage. It is quite commendable that I have persevered thus far. Ling Er scrunched her nose. Then you must hurry and grow stronger. Otherwise, it will always be so exhausting. Su Bei rolled his eyes at her. You little rascal, do you think I do not wish to become stronger? It is not something that can be achieved overnight. With that, Su Bei disregarded Ling Er, sitting cross-legged on the ground, closing his eyes, and forming hand seals to circulate his cultivation method and replenish his spiritual energy. The surrounding spiritual essence seemed to be drawn towards him, gradually converging to form an elusive vortex. After a considerable time, Su Bei's breathing grew steadier. His complexion gradually returned to normal, and the tightly furrowed brows relaxed. After a while longer, Su Bei slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. He stood up, stretched his limbs, and felt that his spiritual energy had recovered to about 70 or 80%. Ling Er bounced over. Brother Su, are you all better now? Just as Su Bei was about to nod, he noticed Ling Er cheerfully waving a plump rabbit in front of him. Brother Su, look. I caught a rabbit. The rabbit thrashed its legs in her grasp, attempting to escape. Su Bei chuckled helplessly. You little girl, you are quite adept at catching rabbits. Ling Er proudly lifted her chin. Of course, I am impressive. Brother Su, look how adorable it is. Su Bei glanced at the rabbit and replied with a smile. It is indeed cute, but once roasted, it will taste even better. Really? Ling Er blinked her large eyes, looking at him with anticipation. Su Bei confidently nodded. It must be true. When have I ever deceived you? With that, Su Bei began to prepare the rabbit, setting up a fire pit and skillfully cooking it. Before long, the rabbit meat sizzled, releasing an enticing aroma. Ling Er, take a whiff of this delightful scent. Isn't it irresistible? Su Bei beamed at Ling Er. She inhaled deeply. Brother, I feel like I'm about to drool. At last, the rabbit meat was ready. Su Bei handed Ling Er a piece. Give it a taste. She took a bite, her eyes sparkling. Wow, brother, this is truly delicious. Su Bei laughed heartily. See? I did not mislead you. In no time, the two had devoured the rabbit entirely. Brother, let us catch more rabbits to roast and eat in the future, Ling Er said with a grin. Su Bei nodded. All right, as long as Ling Er wants to eat. I will gladly roast for you. Su Bei glanced at the sky and then turned to Ling Er. Ling Er, let us rest here for the night. Ling Er obediently nodded. I will listen to you, brother. Su Bei led Ling Er to a mountaintop, retrieving a tent made of animal skin from his storage ring. He skillfully set up the tent, securing it to the ground, and then laid down several soft animal skins inside. This was something he had specifically arranged before his journey. Ling Er, come in and take a look. Su Bei smiled as he waved at Ao Linger. She entered the tent, curiously surveying her surroundings. Brother, this little nest is quite nice, she exclaimed. With a proud expression, Su Bei replied, Indeed. I had it specially made before our journey, just so we could rest comfortably. He then retrieved 2 pillows from his storage ring and placed them on the animal skin. Come, Linger, let us have a good night's sleep here tonight. Ao Linger joyfully flopped onto the animal skin and rolled around, declaring, Brother is so wonderful. Chapter 78. The Golden Core Stage Female Bandit. Early the next morning, Su Bei opened his eyes to find Ao Linger clinging to him like an octopus. Her arms and legs were wrapped around him, and her little face rubbed against his chest. With a helpless smile, he gently nudged her. Linger, it's time to wake up. Ao Linger mumbled sleepily, tightening her grip instead of relenting. No, let us sleep a little longer. Su Bei couldn't help but chuckle at the lazy little creature. The sun is already up, and we still have a journey ahead. After considerable effort, he managed to pry her limbs away, sitting up in the process. Reluctantly, Ao Linger opened her eyes, still half asleep. Gazing at Su Bei, Brother, I haven't had enough sleep yet. He playfully pinched her nose, urging, Get up quickly, tidy up, and prepare to set off. Pouting, Ao Linger gradually climbed up, looking adorably disheveled, embodying the essence of innocence. Dragons were naturally prone to sleepiness. Their lengthy lifespans made slumber a favored pastime, as well as a form of cultivation. Su Bei folded the tent and neatly stowed it away in his storage ring. Turning to Ao Linger, who was still in a daze, he said with a smile, Linger, are you ready to depart? Rubbing her eyes, she nodded in response. With a flick of his wrist and a murmured incantation, a glimmer of cold light appeared, and a flying sword materialized beneath him. He lightly leaped onto the sword, calling out, Linger, come. Once Ao Linger was aboard, Su Bei propelled the sword forward, transforming it into a streak of light racing towards the horizon. As they soared, he turned to her and said, Linger, try to use your spiritual sense to detect if there are any markets along the way. After a moment of concentration, Ao Linger replied, Brother, there are only a few mortal cities within 1,000 miles. Furrowing his brow, Su Bei suggested, Then let us continue onward. Perhaps we will find something further afield. Days passed as they traveled, enduring the elements along the way. Fatigue began to etch itself on Su Bei's face, and Ao Linger's initial excitement had waned. This was far from the delightful adventure she had envisioned. The monotony was unexpected. Brother, I think I sense a fluctuation of spiritual energy not far ahead. There may be a market, Ao Linger said excitedly. Then let us quicken our pace. Su Bei felt a surge of energy, though he too was weary from the continuous sword flight over the past few days. He fervently infused his spiritual energy, propelling the flying sword to its utmost velocity, transforming it into a nearly imperceptible streak of light. The wind howled past their ears, tousling their hair in a wild dance. At long last, a bustling market appeared within their line of sight, though the market was not as vast as the Lingxiao sect, which was renowned as one of the foremost sects in the eastern domain with over 10,000 disciples. It still held its own charm. Su Bei and Ao Linger descended at the entrance of the market, where a languid guard sat, a sign before him proclaiming the entry fee of 1 low-grade spirit stone. Without hesitation, Su Bei retrieved 2 low-grade spirit stones from his storage ring and presented them to the guard. The guard accepted the stones without raising his eyelids, merely gesturing for them to enter. Upon entering the market, they were enveloped in a cacophony of voices, the air thick with calls of vendors hawking their wares. Come and see, freshly made qi replenishing pills. High-tier magical artifacts, sharp as a blade, don't miss out. As they strolled through, Su Bei surveyed the stalls, his expression marred by disappointment. Linger, these are merely items suitable for the qi refining and foundation establishment stages. They hold little value for us. Ao Linger echoed his sentiments, glancing around and lamenting. Indeed, Brother Su, it seems this loose cultivator market lacks any worthwhile treasures. Though the market bustled with activity, its layout was chaotic and disorganized. The items displayed were a hodgepodge, varying greatly in quality. Some artifacts were rusted and clearly limited in power. Some pills were dull in color, suggesting poor efficacy. Occasionally, a decent spiritual material could be spotted, but even those were only remarkable among low-tier resources. The vendors shouted loudly, their voices jarring to the ears. In their eagerness to attract customers, some went so far as to exaggerate wildly, embellishing their offerings with extravagant claims. Linger, let us depart. Su Bei purchased some spiritual fruits from one stall and handed them to Ao Linger. The fruits held little significance, infused with a slight spiritual essence, merely serving to satisfy the cravings of a few. Ao Linger took a bite of the fruit, mumbling, Brother, this market truly disappoints. As they exited the market, Su Bei summoned his flying sword, carrying Ao Linger northward. Brother, there is a woman of the golden core stage following us. Ao Linger tugged at Su Bei's sleeve. Su Bei turned to look, but saw nothing. Perhaps it was merely her heightened sensitivity to their surroundings. Unbothered, he felt reassured with Ao Linger by his side. Just as they continued their journey, the golden core woman suddenly accelerated, appearing before them in an instant. Hand over your storage rings, and I may spare your lives. Her alluring visage bore a hint of avarice. I, a dignified golden core cultivator, have yet to require a storage ring. Yet this young lad possesses one. He must be a plump target. She fixated on Su Bei's hand, as though the storage ring was already hers. Oh, sister, is your gaze so intent on my younger brother because you have taken a liking to him? With a sly smile, Su Bei observed the woman before him. She was indeed quite attractive, possessing all the right curves, yet she had chosen the wrong person to rob. Ah, dear brother, hand over the storage ring to your sister, and I shall ensure you have a delightful time, she purred, swaying her hips as she approached Su Bei. However, in her mind, she mused, this lad is quite the smooth talker, yet if he willingly surrenders the storage ring, I might just spare his life and enjoy some fun with this handsome young man. How shall we play? Is it enjoyable? Su Bei grinned mischievously at the woman. Yet, as she drew nearer, he began to retreat slowly. After all, if she were to strike suddenly, and Linger could not protect him, it would spell disaster. Noticing Su Bei's retreat, the woman feigned annoyance. Brother, what are you afraid of? I won't harm you. As she quickened her pace, it seemed she was about to seize him. At that critical moment, Ao Linger cried out, Do not harm my brother. A surge of spiritual energy shot forth from her hand, aimed directly at the woman. Caught off guard, the woman hastily attempted to defend herself, but it was futile. With a resounding thud, the energy collided with her, sending her soaring like a kite with its strings severed, crashing heavily to the ground. She lay there, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, her expression one of disbelief. This little girl possessed such strength. Sister, what has happened? Su Bei feigned innocence. With great difficulty, the woman rose, her eyes blazing with fury. How dare you harm me? Ao Linger stepped forward. Who told you to rob us? The woman gritted her teeth and once more summoned her spiritual energy, intent on retaliating. Yet, as she moved, her internal energy surged violently, causing her to cough up blood. Seeing this, Su Bei shook his head. Sister, I advise you to save your strength. Hand over the storage bag, and perhaps we shall spare your life. Good brother. Would you truly harm your sister? I can keep you warm at night and make your bed. The woman quickly changed her demeanor, leaning forward to flaunt her alluring curves. Sister, do you have fleas? Itchy, isn't it? Su Bei scoffed, his face contorted in disdain. I wonder how many have used you. The woman's expression stiffened, suppressing her anger as she retorted, Brother, you jest. I merely wish for you to see me more clearly. What is there to see? Fleas. Su Bei crossed his arms, casting a sidelong glance at her. Brother, if you let me go, I promise to repay you well, she continued, pulling down her collar to reveal a patch of flawless skin, her voice dripping with seduction. What is she doing? Ao Linger inquired, her curiosity piqued. Su Bei quickly covered Ao Linger's eyes. Linger, do not look. This woman is shameless, attempting to beguile us with her lewdness. A flicker of embarrassment crossed the woman's face, but she soon regained her seductive demeanor. Brother, just give in to your sister. Su Bei bellowed, silence. You shameless creature. Speak such nonsense again, and I shall not be kind. The woman trembled slightly at his shout, yet remained obstinate. Brother, please do not be so fierce. Hand over the storage bag without further ado. Su Bei replied with impatience, unwilling to engage with her any longer. To be frank, he found her rather unappealing. A flicker of panic crossed the woman's eyes, but she feigned calmness. Brother, if you take the storage bag, then sister will have nothing left. Su Bei snorted coldly. That is your concern, not mine. If you dally any longer, I shall have Linger take action. The woman bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately retrieved the storage bag from her bosom, tossing it to Su Bei. Here, consider it bad luck for sister. How perceptive of you. Linger, let us depart. Su Bei disregarded the woman further and continued his journey with Ao Linger. The woman glared at their receding figures, her face flushed with anger, fists clenched tightly. That wretched boy, how dare he humiliate me? Those spirit stones were earned through my hard work. I thought him a mere shrimp. Yet he turns out to be a formidable figure. Who would have imagined that an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator could possess a storage ring? I shall remember this debt. Do not let me encounter you again. She seethed, then stamped her foot and turned away. After walking a few steps, she couldn't help but glance back, muttering, forget it. I cannot afford to provoke them. Upon returning to her cave dwelling, the woman grew increasingly furious, smashing everything in her room to pieces. It was all her fault for being greedy and foolish. Brother, are we robbing them? Ao Linger inquired. Su Bei affectionately patted her head and replied with a smile, Ling, how can this be called robbery? This is merely returning a favor in kind. He opened the storage bag and was greeted by a faint glow, revealing a pile of mid-grade spirit stones that shimmered weakly, only a few thousand in total. He continued to inspect the contents, only to be sorely disappointed. There was a top-tier flying sword, a few wilted spirit herbs with nearly depleted spiritual energy, and a tattered scroll with yellowed paper. Just as Su Bei contemplated discarding these worthless items, he suddenly discovered a thin booklet hidden within the crevices of the tattered scroll. Curiously, he took it out and opened it, revealing illustrations of entwined figures, accompanied by densely packed text. Could this be the legendary dual cultivation technique? Su Bei's eyes widened, his heartbeat quickening. He hastily glanced at the text, feeling his face flush. This technique was indeed peculiar. Its authenticity was uncertain. Ao Linger leaned closer, asking curiously, Brother, what is this? Su Bei quickly closed the booklet. Linger, dear child, do not inquire further. It is not suitable for you. He awkwardly tucked it away into his storage ring, intending to study it more thoroughly later. Regaining his composure, Su Bei addressed Ao Linger, saying, Let us proceed, Linger, and seek a safe place to rest. The two continued their journey, yet Su Bei's thoughts remained fixated on the dual cultivation technique. The images from that text stirred his imagination. Noticing Su Bei's distracted demeanor, Ao Linger curiously inquired, Brother, what occupies your mind? Startled, Su Bei quickly replied, Nothing. Nothing at all. I was merely contemplating our next destination. As dusk began to descend, Su Bei sought out a rocky cliff, wielding his flying sword to carve out a cave and set up a tent. Linger, we shall make do here for the night. We shall set off again tomorrow, he said while tidying the tent. Ao Linger nodded, and as soon as Su Bei finished arranging the tent, she dove inside and fell into a deep slumber. For nothing felt more comfortable to her than sleep in that moment. Once Ao Linger entered the tent, Su Bei retrieved several illuminating stones from his storage pouch, and the cave was instantly aglow. Sitting on the ground, he carefully examined the dual cultivation technique. The technique was titled Refining Essence Secrets. It stipulated that a woman must first find a man brimming with yang energy, enchant him with allure, and when his emotions were stirred, draw the yang energy into her own meridians, refining it with spiritual power. If executed properly, her spiritual power would greatly increase. If not, she would suffer backlash. And moderation was crucial to avoid self-harm. This is a method to ensnare men. Su Bei could not help but exclaim. Clearly, he would need to exercise caution around female cultivators in the future. His own cultivation was not to be trifled with. Such a sinister technique could lead to one's demise if one were unexpectedly drained of yang energy. A shiver ran down Su Bei's spine at the thought. No. I must keep my distance from female cultivators from now on, he muttered to himself. Should he perish at the hands of a woman one day, there would be no place for his lament. Realizing the danger of this technique, Su Bei's expression hardened. His hands swiftly formed seals as he chanted incantations. Suddenly, flames erupted from his fingertips. Begone, he commanded, projecting the fiery blaze towards the refining essence secrets. Upon contact, the flames rapidly spread, and in the blink of an eye, the entire text was reduced to ash, leaving no trace behind. Watching the obliterated text, Su Bei exhaled a sigh of relief. Humph, at last, this menace has been eradicated. Chapter 80. Arrival in the northern region. The two soared on their swords for over half a month before finally reaching the northern region. As they approached their destination, the temperature continued to plummet. Initially, they only felt a slight chill, but as their journey progressed, that chill transformed into a biting cold wind, slicing across their faces like a sharp blade. Flying through the air, the scenery beneath them gradually changed. The once lush forests began to vanish, replaced by desolate frozen earth. Rivers lay frozen, forming vast ice ribbons that meandered across the land like slumbering silver serpents. When the outline of the northern region finally came into view, they beheld a continuous range of snow-capped mountains reaching into the clouds, their peaks blanketed in pristine white snow. Bathed in sunlight, the snow reflected dazzling rays, nearly blinding to the eye. Between the mountains lies an unfathomable chasm, shrouded in a dense, chilling mist. The land of the north is cloaked in pure white, devoid of any signs of life. The howling winds whip through the air, swirling snowflakes into colossal waves that envelop everything. Su Bei is compelled to amplify his spiritual energy to withstand the ferocious blizzard. His complexion grows increasingly pallid, as the excessive consumption of his energy leaves him feeling somewhat overwhelmed. In stark contrast, Ao Linger remains unfazed, with her draconic physique and the prowess of her transformation phase. This mere chill is utterly trivial to her. Brother, you must muster more strength. Is this little storm giving you trouble? She teases, crossing her arms and grinning. Su Bei shoots her an exasperated glance, gasping for breath as he retorts, You little imp, don't just stand there and talk without feeling the burden. Ao Linger playfully sticks out her tongue, encouraging him. Brother, keep it up. She frolics in the snow, leaving a trail of tiny footprints that are soon obscured by the drifting flakes. Observing Ao Linger delighting in the snow, Su Bei calls out, Linger, stop playing and come here. Upon hearing his call, she rushes to his side and inquires, Brother, what's the matter? Linger, please scout the area for any signs of life. Su Bei replies, his expression slightly weary as he struggles against the biting cold. Nodding, Ao Linger extends her consciousness. Moments later, her excitement bubbles forth. Brother, I sense a small market about 100 miles ahead. Su Bei's eyes brighten. That's splendid. Linger, let us hasten there at once. He then turns to her. I've exhausted too much energy. It's becoming a challenge to endure this cold. Would you be so kind as to carry me there? Ao Linger obediently nods and takes hold of him. In an instant, her spiritual energy surges, transforming into a streak of light that whisks them toward the market. For Ao Linger, this mere distance is traversed in the blink of an eye. Before they know it, they are nearing the market. Su Bei feels the wind howl by his ears, and the scenery shifts rapidly before he can fully comprehend it. The outline of the market comes into view. Ao Linger slows down, gently landing, and Su Bei finally exhales a long breath, exclaiming, Linger, your speed is remarkable. With a playful smile, Ao Linger responds, Brother, this is nothing. If I exerted my full strength, I could go even faster. Su Bei shakes his head in resignation, lifting his gaze to the market. The market is enveloped in a translucent array, and as they step inside, the stark contrast to the outside world becomes palpable. The raging storm is kept at bay, and within, it is as warm as spring, with no trace of the cold. The streets are bustling, though not overly crowded, with cultivators of various expressions moving about. Su Bei and Ao Linger stroll along the thoroughfare until they reach a stall selling assorted spiritual materials. He inquires of the vendor, Good sir, do you happen to have the blood of the snow spirit fox? The stall owner glanced up at Su Bei, pondering whether this young man had come from afar. Who would go to such lengths to collect the blood of the snow spirit fox? He waved his hand dismissively, stating, The blood of the snow spirit fox is hardly a rarity, possessing little value. I do not have any. Cursed Lingshan Pavilion, truly a dark establishment. They dare to charge me 300 medium-grade spirit stones for something of no worth. In an instant, Su Bei felt like a fool. After inquiring at several stalls, he found that none had the blood of the snow spirit fox, primarily because its value was too low to warrant collection. Its fur, however, was much more sought after. Su Bei spent 200 medium-grade spirit stones on a fox fur coat. The coat was a pristine white, soft and silky, appearing ordinary yet in truth. It was a magical artifact. The moment Su Bei donned it, a warm energy surged from the coat, quickly enveloping him, as if forming an invisible barrier that completely shielded him from the biting cold. Finally, he no longer had to dread the cursed chill. Elated, Su Bei felt that the spirit stones he spent were worthwhile. He had been wandering the market for an indeterminate time when a seemingly inconspicuous stall caught his attention. He approached quickly and was pleasantly surprised to discover a small vial of snow spirit fox blood displayed on the table. The stall owner was a female cultivator, clad in simple garments, her features strikingly beautiful. "Miss, how much for this snow spirit fox blood?" 10 low-grade spirit stones, she replied, her gaze somewhat evasive. Secretly observing Su Bei's reaction, she felt a thrill of joy. Finally, someone had inquired, albeit worried that her price might scare the customer away. After all, this snow spirit fox blood was essentially useless, so selling it at all was a success. "How much do you have?" Su Bei, with a significant need for the blood, was eager to know. Hearing the price, he couldn't help but feel delighted. The female cultivator paused, her heart racing with uncertainty. Did he intend to purchase a large quantity? Steeling herself, she replied somewhat nervously, "I only have 10 vials." "Only 10? Su Bei felt a pang of disappointment. This quantity was woefully insufficient for his needs. Yet finding these was no small feat. Sensing his discontent, the female cultivator quickly added, "Please do not worry. Although I only have these 10 vials at present, I can procure more for you, though it may take some time." For her, obtaining the snow spirit fox was not difficult. Its value lay in its fur, and its blood was seldom collected. Were it not for the fear of waste, she wouldn't bother gathering this substance. "You can gather as much as you can. I will take all you find," Su Bei stated earnestly. The female cultivator's heart raced with excitement, secretly relieved to have encountered such a lucrative client today. She promptly replied, "Rest assured, I will gather it as quickly as possible." "Good. I shall remain here for a while. Do not keep me waiting too long," Su Bei instructed. The female cultivator nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at grain, affirming, "Do not worry, I will do my utmost." After paying the spirit stones and collecting the snow spirit fox blood, Su Bei departed. The female cultivator gazed at Su Bei's departing figure, exhaling a sigh of relief. She dared not linger and hastily tidied herself before leaving the market. Chapter 81. Snow Silkworm Silk. Su Bei traversed the bustling market with A.O. Linger, the surrounding shouts of vendors ringing out in a cacophony. He arrived at a materials shop and, with a courteous bow, inquired of the proprietor, "Good sir, might you have silken materials, such as silkworm silk?" Upon hearing the query, the shopkeeper quickly emerged from behind the counter, a broad smile adorning his face. "Esteemed guest, indeed we do. We have ordinary spirit silkworm silk, as well as the more precious snow silkworm silk. Which one do you desire?" "Snow silkworm silk?" Su Bei's eyes brightened, and he pressed further, "What is the quality of this snow silkworm silk?" The shopkeeper patted his chest in assurance, "Esteemed guest, our snow silkworm silk is undoubtedly of superior quality, delicate and smooth, remarkably resilient. It makes for garments that are warm in winter and cool in summer, truly an exceptional material." Su Bei stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment before asking, "May I see the product first?" The shopkeeper eagerly nodded, retrieving a roll of snow silkworm silk from his storage ring and presenting it before Su Bei. The silk was as white as snow, and upon a gentle touch, it felt cool and silky. He nodded slightly, feeling a measure of satisfaction, then inquired, "How do you price this snow silkworm silk?" 100 medium-grade spirit stones per roll. The shopkeeper replied, raising a finger to indicate the price. This price seemed rather steep. The cost for a single pair of stockings would reach 20 medium-grade spirit stones. Su Bei frowned, unable to suppress his thoughts. "Isn't that a bit excessive?" The shopkeeper quickly smiled. "Esteemed guest, please do not find it too dear. This snow silkworm silk is indeed a fine product. The effort and cost involved in raising snow silkworms are extraordinarily high, and their yield is quite low. So this price is truly reasonable. Do not try to deceive me with such excuses. How difficult can it be to raise them artificially? I suspect you merely wish to inflate the price." Su Bei fixed his gaze on the shopkeeper, intent on discerning whether there was room for negotiation. He was uncertain of the actual price, yet his instincts told him there was considerable markup. "Esteemed guest, these snow silkworms are only cultivated by the Snow Spirit Palace, who control the supply. My acquisition cost is not low," the shopkeeper asserted, casting a sidelong glance at Su Bei to gauge his reaction. "Not low?" Su Bei scoffed. He dared to assert that the shopkeeper's profit margin was at least 50%. 60 medium-grade spirit stones, he proposed. The shopkeeper, upon hearing this, leapt up in disbelief, exclaiming, 60? Esteemed guest, you must be jesting. At the very least, it is 100 medium-grade spirit stones, no less. I require quite a quantity. Your price is rather outrageous." Su Bei shook his head, hands clasped behind his back. 70 is the highest price I can offer. If you are unwilling, then this transaction shall not proceed. How much do you desire? The shopkeeper's expression fluctuated, hesitating for a considerable time before responding. How much do you have in stock? Su Bei inquired. Upon entering the shop, the proprietor observed the 50 rolls freshly arrived, pondering whether the young man would truly desire such a quantity. If he were to take them all, the price would indeed be acceptable. As he contemplated, his fingers instinctively brushed against his chin, his gaze flitting back and forth over Su Bei. I'll take them all, Su Bei declared. The shopkeeper's heart leaped with joy, although his expression remained composed as he replied, esteemed guest, if you wish to take them all. The price stands at 90 mid-grade spirit stones per roll, and I cannot lower it further. 70 mid-grade spirit stones, Su Bei countered. If that is not agreeable, I shall take my leave and seek elsewhere. With that, he made a motion to turn away. The shopkeeper's heart tightened. He could not allow the customer to depart. Please, esteemed guest, do not rush away. Let us negotiate further, he urged. Su Bei halted, turning back to assert, there is nothing left to negotiate. 70 is my offer. Either accept it, or I shall leave immediately. After a moment of hesitation, the shopkeeper steeled himself and conceded, very well, 70 it is. Consider it a loss for me today, but a necessary transaction. A smile crept onto Su Bei's lips as he replied, now, that is more agreeable. With the exchange of spirit stones for goods complete, Su Bei departed the shop with owling air. As they strolled along a relatively quiet street, they came across an ancient inn. Su Bei guided owling air inside, where the air was imbued with a subtle scent of sandalwood. Following some discussion with the innkeeper, Su Bei produced 50 low-grade spirit stones from his pocket and placed them on the counter. Innkeeper, this is 50 low-grade spirit stones for a 10-day rental of a quiet room. The innkeeper accepted the stones and handed Su Bei a jade tablet. Upon receiving the tablet, Su Bei examined it closely. It was approximately the size of a palm, smooth to the touch, and exquisitely crafted. The front bore the powerful character for quiet, while below it was a clear marking, presumably the room number. Putting away the jade tablet, Su Bei turned to Owling Air, smiling as he said, Ling Air, we shall rest here for the next 10 days. Owling Air nodded in agreement, having no objections. Taking her hand, Su Bei followed the innkeeper's directions toward the quiet room. They paused before the door, and Su Bei infused the jade tablet with spirit energy. A resonant hum echoed, and the array shimmered to life, slowly granting them access. The interior was sparsely furnished, containing only a cold stone bed and a mat. Disappointment washed over Su Bei as he sighed, muttering to himself, this is rather too simplistic, far from what I had envisioned. Shaking his head in resignation, he decided to make do. It was hardly superior to a tent. He laid out a beast hide upon the stone bed and said, Ling Air, let us make do here for a few days. All right, brother, I'll follow your lead, Owling Air replied softly. Su Bei then commenced crafting stockings from the snow silkworm silk. Upon completion, he did not pause but proceeded to concoct dyes, tinting some flesh-colored and others black. Having arrived in the northern region, he aimed to see if he could strike it rich in this place. Su Bei pondered quietly, noting the sparse population in this area. He concluded that he must continue his journey northward, toward the city of Bingli at the foot of Shuling Mountain. It was said that under the protection of Shuling Palace, the city was bustling with activity, where numerous prominent families had established their roots, and smaller sects stood like stars in the sky, along with a multitude of itinerant cultivators coming and going. On this day, Su Bei set out to seek the female cultivator who had previously sold him the blood of the Shuling fox. Upon seeing him, she quickly rose and greeted him warmly. Fellow Taoist, you have finally arrived. Su Bei smiled and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, apologizing for the delay and inquiring about her findings. To be honest, I have been working tirelessly to hunt the Shuling fox, managing to slay over 100 of them, she replied, a hint of concern in her eyes as she regarded Su Bei. She worried that should he not require such a quantity of blood, her efforts would be in vain. Over 100? Su Bei was taken aback. Are the Shuling foxes so common? To have hunted so many in just a few days is remarkable. I shall take all of the Shuling fox blood, he declared without hesitation, offering the price of 10 low-grade spirit stones for each vial. He refrained from bargaining, recognizing the effort it took her to gather them. The mere 1,000 low-grade spirit stones were of little consequence to him. Thank you, fellow Taoist, she said, accepting the spirit stones and placing them into her storage bag, a smile breaking across her attractive face. This sum would suffice for her to purchase a bone-replenishing pill. Do you happen to know how far Bingli City is from here? Su Bei asked. From this location to Bingli City, it would require about 10 days of continuous travel at the foundation establishment stage, the female cultivator replied after a brief moment of thought. Her gaze assessed Su Bei as she continued. It appears you intend to journey to Bingli City? Su Bei nodded in affirmation. Indeed, I have heard of its prosperity and wish to witness it for myself. A thought struck the female cultivator. She too intended to visit Bingli City. If she could accompany Su Bei, it would provide her with a measure of safety. Stepping forward, she said earnestly, to be frank, I also plan to go to Bingli City. If you don't mind, Perhaps we could travel together for mutual support. Traveling together? Su Bei hesitated, uncertain of the potential complications of this woman's hidden motives. Yet, he was entirely unfamiliar with the route to Bingley City and feared that traveling alone would lead to unnecessary difficulties. After a moment's contemplation, he finally nodded and replied, "Very well, then let us journey together." Upon hearing this, the female cultivator felt a sense of relief. At last, she would have a companion on the road. They agreed to meet at the market entrance the following morning and return to prepare for their journey. "Brother, that woman seems suspicious," A.O. Linger whispered as she drew closer to Su Bei on their way back. "Oh, what do you mean?" Su Bei paused, looking at her with curiosity, for he had noticed nothing amiss. "Brother, did you not observe? That woman appears to have employed some method to obscure her true appearance," A.O. Linger remarked. Su Bei's gaze sharpened, yet he failed to notice this detail. A.O. Linger, with a serious expression, explained, "Brother, observe her facial contours. There are subtle fluctuations of magical energy at the edges, and her skin tone is rather uneven. This must be a flaw in some form of disguise." After a moment of contemplation, Su Bei replied, "Never mind. She is merely a foundation-building female cultivator. She poses no threat to us. With Linger by my side, I doubt she can concoct any tricks." "Yes, I will protect you, brother," A.O. Linger declared proudly, puffing out her chest. Su Bei affectionately ruffled A.O. Linger's hair, assuring her, "With you here, I am at ease." On the following day, when Su Bei and A.O. Linger arrived at the market entrance, the female cultivator was already waiting. Dressed in a white fox fur cloak, the fluffy collar enveloped her chin, leaving only her face visible. Although her features were charming, she could not be deemed a beauty. Su Bei scrutinized her face for a while, yet found nothing amiss. Perhaps it was due to his inferior cultivation, he mused silently, sighing inwardly while maintaining a composed demeanor. "My apologies for the wait, miss. Shall we set off?" he inquired. The female cultivator nodded gently in response. After a brief exchange, Su Bei learned about her situation. Her surname was Yun, and her given name was Chen Yu Rou, a wandering cultivator from the northern region. She had come to the northern region to procure a bone-repairing elixir for her injured brother. Unable to contain his curiosity, Su Bei asked, "Miss Yun, may I inquire about your brother's condition?" Yun Chen Yu Rou sighed softly and replied, "My brother has a fractured right leg, and only this elixir can offer him a glimmer of hope for recovery." "Do not worry, Miss Yun, your brother will surely recover," Su Bei consoled her. "I hope so," Yun Chen Yu Rou responded, her face clouded with worry. The trio journeyed along, pausing intermittently to consume spirit-replenishing pills or to meditate and regain their energy. "Miss Yun, the snowstorm ahead is quite fierce. Let us rest for a moment before continuing," Su Bei suggested, frowning at the swirling snow. Yun Chen Yu Rou glanced up, biting her lip. After a moment's hesitation, she agreed. Very well, it would be unwise to press on in such dreadful weather. They sought refuge in a cave to escape the storm. Su Bei spread out several animal hides on the ground, saying, "Miss Yun, Linger, please sit and rest." Yun Chen Yu Rou expressed her gratitude and slowly settled down. A.O. Linger, however, disregarded decorum and sprawled out on the hides. "Miss Yun, do not fret too much. Once the storm passes, we shall reach Bingley City without delay," Su Bei reassured her. Yun Chen Yu Rou nodded slightly before turning to Su Bei and asking, "Are you not from the northern region, Taoist friend?" Su Bei smiled and replied, "You have a keen eye?" "Miss Yun, I am indeed not from the northern region. I have come to procure some materials. May I ask from where you hail, Taoist friend?" Yun Chen Yu Rou inquired with curiosity. "I am from the Lingxiao sect in the eastern region," Su Bei responded. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Yun Chen Yu Rou's eyes. "So, you are a distinguished disciple of the Lingxiao sect." Su Bei waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Miss Yun, you flatter me. The Lingxiao sect is merely a moderately renowned sect in the eastern region, and I am but an ordinary disciple within its ranks." Yun Chen Yu smiled lightly, replying, "You are far too modest, Su Dao friend. The Lingxiao sect is indeed quite illustrious in the eastern region. Why does Miss Yun not take a master at a sect?" Su Bei inquired, looking at Yun Chen Yu. "Su Dao friend may not be aware, but the Xueling Palace only accepts disciples with water spiritual roots, and I do not possess such a lineage, hence I am destined to be excluded. The smaller sects are too chaotic. I fear that entering would hinder my cultivation," Yun Chen Yu lamented with a wry smile. Su Bei expressed his understanding. "I see. The path of cultivation is indeed fraught with restrictions. However, I believe that with your diligence, Miss Yun must have achieved remarkable accomplishments." Yun Chen Yu shook her head, sighing, "You overestimate me, Su Dao friend. My journey has been fraught with obstacles, and I have yet to make any significant breakthroughs." Their conversation did not disturb A.O. Linger's slumber. The night swiftly passed, and the wind and snow outside persisted. Yun Chen Yu gazed outside the cave, her brow furrowed in concern. When will this storm cease? Su Bei approached the entrance, feeling the biting cold wind, and remarked, "By the looks of it, it will not stop anytime soon." With their foundational cultivation, it would not be impossible for the two of them to travel through the storm, but it would entail considerable risk. They would need to withstand the cold while controlling their flying swords, which would deplete a significant amount of spiritual energy. In the event of encountering demonic beasts, the endeavor would prove to be a costly endeavor. Su Bei did not wish to reveal Ao Ling Er's capabilities in front of Yun Xianyu, as he understood the intricacies of human nature. The more secrets one held, the more security one possessed. Having known Yun Xianyu for only a short time, he was still uncertain of her character. "Miss Yun, have you ever visited Bingley City?" Su Bei turned to inquire. Yun Xianyu nodded gently, saying, "I have been there twice." Bingley City is indeed bustling and lively. Although the Xueling Palace maintains order, chaos often ensues. Chapter 83. Bai Wan Er exits seclusion Ling Shao Palace. Yu Shao Peak. Bai Wan Er had been in seclusion for several days and had finally emerged from her cave dwelling. It had been over a month since she last saw Su Bei, and she felt a pang of longing. Bai Wan Er murmured to herself, "I wonder if he has been diligently cultivating." With that thought, she rose and made her way to Su Bei's cave. Images of Su Bei continually surfaced in her mind, as if he were right before her eyes. Lost in thought, a faint blush crept across her cheeks. Upon arriving at Su Bei's cave, she probed with her spiritual sense and discovered it was empty. Could he be with Xianxian and Shiyin? She pondered, feeling a twinge of sadness. After a moment's hesitation, she directed her spiritual sense towards the caves of the two girls. However, her search yielded no sign of Su Bei. Bai Wan Er let out a slight sigh of relief, yet a sense of disappointment lingered. Where on earth has he gone? She furrowed her brow, muttering to herself. Feeling a surge of restlessness, she flipped her hand and retrieved a communication talisman from her storage ring, infusing it with spiritual energy. "Su Bei, hasten to meet me." Bai Wan Er, having awaited a response from Su Bei for an extended period, returned to her cave abode, though her consciousness remained perpetually attuned to Lu Xianxian. As the two might possess knowledge of Su Bei's whereabouts, the moments of waiting were excruciating. She had never been so preoccupied with another soul. Could it be that he was angry? Bai Wan Er bit her lip, her heart increasingly unsettled. She began to entertain wild thoughts. Was it due to her rejection of him, or was he truly evading her? At this moment, her heart was a tangled mess. Recalling the scene of her refusal, a wave of regret washed over her. Perhaps I should not have been so resolute. Did I wound his heart? Given his talents, reaching the golden core stage would require considerable time. Once this thought emerged, it proliferated within her like wild grass, intensifying her anxiety. The notion that Su Bei might be intentionally avoiding her plunged her heart into despair, as if she were plummeting into an abyss without end. What if he truly ceased to acknowledge her? Bai Wan Er felt somewhat adrift. Even a formidable cultivator at the transformation stage was not impervious to the pangs of affection. At last, her consciousness detected that Lu Xianxian had halted her training, prompting Bai Wan Er to send a message. "Xianxian, come to my cave post-haste." Though Lu Xianxian received the message with a sense of perplexity, she did not dare to delay and promptly made her way to Bai Wan Er's abode. "Master, you have emerged from seclusion." Lu Xianxian entered the cave and immediately bowed respectfully. "Xianxian, do you know Su Bei's whereabouts?" Bai Wan Er inquired, her urgency concealed beneath a facade of calm. "He has gone to the northern region," Lu Xianxian quickly replied. "What business does he have in the northern region?" Bai Wan Er gasped in astonishment. "This place is a great distance from the northern region. No wonder the communication talismans received no response." Gradually, she began to feel reassured. It was a relief that he was not ignoring her out of anger, and with Ao Linger accompanying him, the dangers were somewhat mitigated. "He seeks the blood of the snow spirit fox," Lu Xianxian explained. Bai Wan Er furrowed her brows in confusion. What purpose does he have for that snow spirit fox blood? It is merely a low-tier beast, and its blood holds little value. Subsequently, Lu Xianxian recounted the tale of Su Bei crafting stockings. Stockings? Such a trivial material can fetch 100 mid-grade spirit stones? Bai Wan Er remarked incredulously. What peculiar quality do these stockings possess that draws such fervent admiration from the masses? "Master, these stockings, when worn, accentuate a woman's figure beautifully, and their innovative design is exceedingly rare in this world." As she spoke, Lu Xianxian produced 3 pairs from her storage pouch and presented them to Bai Wan Er. Bai Wan Er took them, examining them thoroughly, and scoffed. "They appear rather unremarkable." Lu Xianxian urged, "Master, why not try them on? The effect is instantaneous." Bai Wan Er hesitated momentarily, then ultimately nodded and retreated into her inner chamber. Once donned, she glanced down at her legs and could not help but mutter, "This Su Bei, how could he think of such things?" Yet, for some inexplicable reason, she found herself unable to resist the allure of the water mirror technique, gazing at her own enchanting figure reflected in its depths, a peculiar sensation stirring within her heart. Could it be that Su Bei appreciates this? Bai Wan Er could not help but feel a tinge of shyness. The attire was too sheer, rendering her uncomfortable. Alas, What am I indulging in with such fanciful thoughts? With a gentle reproach to herself, Baiwaner sought to dispel the chaotic musings swirling in her mind. Nevertheless, the image captured in the water mirror seemed etched in her consciousness, impossible to erase. Just then, a voice from outside broke her reverie. "Master, are you ready yet?" Startled, Baiwaner hastily retracted the water mirror technique, stowed away her stockings into her storage ring, and slowly emerged from the inner chamber. "Master, how is it? Was it worth it?" Lu Xianxian inquired with eager anticipation. Baiwaner huffed lightly, retorting, "Humph, this young lad, instead of diligently cultivating, is preoccupied with trifles." Lu Xianxian chuckled mischievously. "Master, one cannot dismiss this so lightly. Though these stockings may seem trivial, they bring joy to many female cultivators, and thus, they can be deemed a business of sorts." Baiwaner shot her a disapproving glance. "Only you would speak up for him." Lu Xianxian playfully stuck out her tongue. "Master, I'm merely speaking the truth. Master, I have now reached the foundation establishment stage. Could you teach me some spells?" Lu Xianxian gazed at Baiwaner with hopeful eyes. For she possessed great cultivation, yet lacked any practical skills. I had nearly forgotten," Baiwaner replied, retrieving a low-grade spirit weapon flying sword from her storage ring and handing it to Lu Xianxian. "Though it is of lesser quality, it will suffice for you at this stage." She then produced a token for the scripture repository and a communication jade talisman, placing them in Lu Xuanxuan's hands. "With this token, you may freely enter the scripture repository and select suitable spell manuals for yourself. Use the communication talisman to contact me in case of danger." "Thank you, Master," Lu Xianxian exclaimed, her face aglow with uncontrollable joy. Baiwaner lightly tapped her forehead, cautioning, "Do not rejoice too soon. The practice of spells is no trifling matter and requires diligent effort." With that, she handed Lu Xianxian a few spirit stones. "Master, there is no need for spirit stones. The young master has given me plenty." Lu Xianxian hastily declined. Baiwaner frowned, insisting, "Take them. What Su Bei gives is his, and what I give is mine." Seeing her master's resolute stance, Lu Xianxian complied and accepted the offering, saying, "Thank you, Master. I shall cultivate diligently and live up to your expectations." Satisfied with her response, Baiwaner nodded. "Go now, and do not be idle." Lu Xianxian replied, "Rest assured, Master. I take my leave." With that, she departed. This young lad actually left for the Northern Territory without a word to me. After Lu Xianxian left, Baiwaner sat alone on a stone bench, lost in thought. Chapter 84. Arrival at Ice Glass City. For several consecutive days, snow fell incessantly. "Miss Yun, it is time for us to depart," Su Bei remarked as he noted that the snowfall outside had lessened somewhat. "If we wait any longer, we cannot fathom how much time will be wasted." He has been out for quite some time, and a sense of longing for the three maidens stirs within him. Yun Qianyuan nodded slightly in acknowledgement, replying, "That works." Su Bei summoned his spiritual sword, leaping onto it with Ao Linger, as the sword emanated a soft blue glow, soaring into the sky. Yun Qianyue also summoned her flying sword, closely following behind. The cold wind howled in their ears, while snowflakes danced gracefully around them. The trio sped through the snowstorm, heading towards the direction of Ice Glass City. A sharp cry pierced the heavens as a massive snow sculpture suddenly lunged from the blizzard, its outstretched wings resembling a dark cloud. Su Bei's expression hardened, and he shouted, "Be careful." Yun Qianyue's heart raced, and she swiftly stabilized her flying sword. "Brother, should I drive it away?" Ao Linger inquired. "No need, Linger. I can handle this," Su Bei replied, his gaze fixed intently on the snow sculpture. He intended to seize this opportunity to hone his combat skills. Relying solely on Ao Linger would not suffice. The snow sculpture circled in the air before charging fiercely at Yun Qianyue, its sharp claws glinting menacingly as they extended forward, stirring a gust of wind. Yun Qianyue's face paled, and her expression turned grave. With a sharp cry, she swiftly formed hand seals, her movements fluid and graceful. In an instant, a crimson glow enveloped her, concentrating upon her flying sword. With wide, beautiful eyes, she swung her sword, unleashing a searing sword aura that surged forth like a blazing dragon. Directly confronting the snow sculpture's claws, the sword aura ignited the surrounding snowstorm, sizzling and transforming into wisps of white mist that ascended into the air. The snow sculpture seemed to sense the might of the sword aura, abruptly flapping its wings to evade the fierce attack. However, Yun Qianyue was relentless. She dashed forward, unleashing several more sword auras in pursuit of the snow sculpture. These sword auras crisscrossed, tracing fiery arcs through the air. At that moment, Su Bei also sprang into action. The brilliance of his spiritual sword flared, propelling him towards the snow sculpture like a bolt of lightning. "Vile beast, cease your arrogance," Su Bei bellowed, thrusting his spiritual sword fiercely towards the creature's back. The snow sculpture, sensing the imminent threat from behind, quickly turned to confront Su Bei. Yet, he evaded a direct confrontation, nimbly weaving around the snow sculpture, occasionally striking out with his sword to disrupt its attack rhythm, thereby alleviating some of the pressure on Yun Qianyue. Observing this, Yun Qianyue felt warmth in her heart, her assaults growing increasingly fierce. The snow sculpture, caught between the two, began to falter under their relentless onslaught. Seizing the opportunity, Su Bei flooded his spiritual sword with energy, its blade shining brilliantly like the sun. He leaped high, aiming a powerful strike at the snow sculpture's head. The creature emitted a tragic cry, attempting to evade but finding it too late. Being a spiritual artifact, the sword cleaved a deep wound into the snow sculpture's head with a resounding thud. Blood sprayed forth as the snow sculpture wavered in the air, teetering on the brink of collapse. Taking advantage of the moment, Yun Qianyue unleashed a powerful sword energy that struck the wings of the snow sculpture. Unable to withstand the blow, the snow sculpture plummeted like a kite severed from its string, crashing onto the snow-covered ground and sending a flurry of white snow mist into the air. At last, this troublesome creature is dealt with. Su Bei sighed with relief. Yun Qianyue nodded lightly, expressing her gratitude. Thanks to your assistance, young Master Su. With that, she swiftly darted toward the site where the snow sculpture had fallen. Without hesitation, Yun Qianyue deftly retrieved a sharp short knife from her storage pouch and began to meticulously gather materials from the snow sculpture's body. Observing her with curiosity, Su Bei could not resist asking, Miss Yun, what valuable items can be found on this snow sculpture? Continuing her work, Yun Qianyue replied, Young Master Su. This is a snow sculpture at the foundation establishment stage. Its feathers can be crafted into defensive garments, its claws can be refined into offensive artifacts, and its inner core can assist in cultivation. Before long, Yun Qianyue had collected all the materials. Rising to her feet, she presented a portion of the materials to Su Bei, saying, Young Master Su, your contributions were invaluable in overcoming the snow sculpture. Please accept these materials. Su Bei quickly waved his hands in refusal, stating, Miss Yun, you should keep them. They are of no use to me. Yun Qianyue furrowed her delicate brows and insisted, Young Master Su, had it not been for you, I would have found it quite challenging to deal with the snow sculpture. Please do not decline. Su Bei shook his head once more, smiling. Miss Yun, I truly do not want them. I am not in need of such trifles. Yun Qianyue gazed at Su Bei intently, and upon seeing his resolute stance, she ceased her insistence and reclaimed the materials, saying, Very well then, I shall remember your kindness. Young Master Su, Miss Yun, there's no need for such formality. Let us continue our journey, Su Bei replied nonchalantly, shrugging off the matter as he regarded the materials as inconsequential. The trio resumed their journey, and gradually, the wind and snow subsided. The long-awaited sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting a gentle golden hue upon the icy expanse. Su Bei inhaled deeply, savoring the crisp and refreshing air, and remarked, Now that the storm has passed, I feel considerably lighter in spirit. Yun Qianyue tilted her head slightly, allowing the sunlight to grace her face, and responded, Indeed. With the absence of the storm, their pace quickened, and their journey became relatively safe. As far as the eye could see, a pristine expanse of silver stretched out before them. The undulating mountains resembled enormous silver buns, thoroughly blanketed in snow. As they drew closer to Bingley City, silhouettes occasionally flitted across the sky. At last, Bingley City came into view. The city walls, constructed from massive ice blocks, reflected dazzling light under the sun, resembling a crystal fortress. At the city gate, a steady stream of people bustled about, creating a lively atmosphere. Those soaring through the sky on their swords began to descend at the entrance. Observing this, Su Bei maneuvered his flying sword to gradually lower, cradling Ao Linger as he descended. He gently placed her down and turned to Yun Qianyue, inquiring, Miss Yun, we have arrived at Bingley City. What are your plans moving forward? I wish to purchase the bone-reinforcing elixir in return. For my elder brother is in urgent need of this medicine, replied Su Qianyue, her impatience palpable after the considerable delay on her journey. Observing her anxiety, Su Bei spoke up, Miss Yun, I am genuinely concerned for your safety as you venture back alone with the elixir. The road ahead may present unforeseen troubles. Yun Qianyue paused momentarily, biting her lip before responding. Thank you for your concern, young Master Su, but my brother's well-being weighs heavily on my heart, and I cannot afford to wait any longer. Perhaps once you acquire the bone-reinforcing elixir, I shall accompany you home, ensuring your safety along the way, suggested Su Bei. Uncertainty flickered across Yun Qianyue's face. Would that not inconvenience you, young Master Su? Not at all, not at all, he hastily reassured her. It is only right that we assist one another while we are away from home. Chapter 85. The art of disguise exposed. The trio entered the city, diligently searching for apothecaries. Look, there appears to be one over there, Yun Qianyue exclaimed, pointing towards a nearby street corner. Following her gesture, Su Bei and Ao Linger spotted a shop adorned with a sign that read Miao Dan Fong. They approached the establishment, and even before entering, they were greeted by a rich aroma of herbs wafting from within. Yun Xianyue eagerly approached the counter and inquired, "Excuse me, do you have the bone-reinforcing elixir?" The shopkeeper produced a vial and placed it on the counter. "Miss, this is the bone-reinforcing elixir." Without delay, Yun Xianyue asked, "How much does this elixir cost?" The shopkeeper raised 2 fingers and replied slowly, 200 mid-grade spirit stones. 200 mid-grade spirit stones? Surely that is exorbitant. Yun Xianyue exclaimed, taken aback by the price, which exceeded her expectations. She possessed only a little over 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. "Miss, I am afraid that is the price," the shopkeeper said, noting her discomfort and growing increasingly impatient, dismissively taking back the elixir. "Shopkeeper, could you possibly lower the price? My brother's injuries are severe, and he desperately needs this elixir." Yun Xianyue pleaded anxiously, as failure to obtain it meant her brother's suffering would continue. Stepping forward, Su Bei clasped his fists and said, "Shopkeeper, please consider that Miss Yun is truly in a difficult situation. Let us each take a step back. A slight reduction in price would be an act of kindness." The shopkeeper shot Su Bei an irritable glance and retorted, "Spare me your flowery words. If you have no money, do not waste my time here." At that moment, a young cultivator clad in black robes entered the shop and interjected, "Ah, I could show mercy and purchase this elixir for you." His gaze roamed over Yun Xianyue with a predatory glint, a contemptuous smile playing on his lips. "However, you must accompany me and serve me for a while, heh?" Yun Xianyue took a deep breath, suppressing her anger as she declared, "Even if I cannot obtain this bone-reinforcing elixir, I shall never endure such indignity. What a waste of such beauty." The cloaked monk raised his right hand, and with a gentle flick, a surge of spiritual energy instantly shot towards Yun Xianyue's face. She felt a sharp sting, and the meticulously cast disguise spell was abruptly shattered. Her formerly ordinary visage vanished, replaced by an exquisite, unparalleled beauty, her brows like distant mountains, her eyes resembling twinkling stars, and her skin as flawless as snow, radiating a breathtaking allure. The cloaked monk, upon witnessing her true form, became entranced, muttering to himself, "Ha ha, indeed a stunning beauty, now you cannot escape." Su Bei, standing nearby, was equally astonished, realizing that beneath Yun Xianyue's disguise lay a beauty that could enthrall nations. Yun Xianyue, both shocked and furious, covered her face with her hands and scolded, "You vile scoundrel, how dare you be so disrespectful?" The cloaked monk, undeterred, stepped forward to seize her arm, leering, "Little beauty, accompany me, and I shall ensure you enjoy the finest luxuries." Suddenly snapping back to reality, Su Bei leapt forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Yun Xianyue, shouting, "Do not touch her." Yun Xianyue gazed at Su Bei, her eyes glistening with gratitude, softly murmuring, "Su, my friend." "You." The cloaked monk cast a disdainful glance at Su Bei, snorting, "You foolish creature, step aside." The innkeeper, who had been cowering in the corner, quickly plastered a smile on his face, speaking in a subservient tone, "Young Master Han, please, do not let anger disrupt our humble establishment. We cannot withstand such turmoil. I would be eternally grateful for your forbearance." As he spoke, he bent low, his body trembling slightly, fearful of inciting the ire of the monk named Han. "This is none of your concern. Move aside," Han said, unleashing a wave of formidable spiritual power that pressured Su Bei, just as tension mounted among the onlookers. Ao Linger waved her small hand, and Han's attack dissipated into nothingness. Han's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a mask of incredulity. How is this possible? A blow from a distinguished golden core cultivator had been effortlessly neutralized by a mere girl. What an oversight! What an oversight! The innkeeper muttered to himself, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, his expression a vivid portrayal of astonishment. "Who is this little girl? My establishment is truly cursed today," he lamented inwardly, though he forced a smile of appeasement on his face. Yun Xianyue too struggled to believe it. "Su, my friend, Linger, with Linger here, do not be afraid." Su Bei reassured her. He then turned to Han, saying, "You seem rather arrogant, sir." Han snorted in anger. "You dare speak to me in such a manner?" Su Bei maintained his composure, scoffing, "Ah, I admire your kind, those of low cultivation who strive to appear formidable. What did you say? Repeat that if you possess the courage." Han's face flushed crimson with rage, incensed by the audacity of this foundation establishment cultivator mocking a golden core practitioner. Su Bei crossed his arms, a look of disdain upon his face. "With such meager skills, how dare you attempt to abduct a beauty?" Yun Xianyue tugged at Su Bei's sleeve. "Su, my friend, do not provoke him further." Su Bei turned to Yun Xianyue and said, "Fear not, Miss Yun. Such individuals simply deserve to be dealt with." Young Master Han's eyes blazed with fury as he gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "You insolent little foundation-building brat. Today I shall ensure you learn how to write the word regret. As he spoke, his spiritual energy surged, and he appeared ready to strike. Yet, at that moment, Ao Ling stepped forward, exclaiming, "Humph! Dare to make a move and see what happens." A powerful spiritual pressure instantly enveloped the man in black robes, rendering him immobile. Young Master Han, both astonished and terrified, stammered, "Who are you?" He found himself utterly subdued by the little girl before him. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead as his legs trembled slightly. "Little girl, don't act recklessly. My aunt is an elder of the Snow Spirit Palace." The man in black feigned calmness, but his voice betrayed his trepidation. Internally, he was in a state of utter chaos, lamenting his predicament. Usually protected by his aunt, he commanded a degree of respect even from those in the nascent soul stage in this ice-glass city. "What of your aunt?" Su Bei regarded him with icy indifference, for he harbored a deep disdain for those who bullied the weak. "You ought to know your place. My aunt's methods are not something you can withstand." Young Master Han seemed taken aback by Su Bei's resolute demeanor. Having invoked the Snow Spirit Palace, he expected Su Bei to cower and withdraw. After all, the Snow Spirit Palace wielded immense power in the northern region. This young master, today's situation is indeed beyond the humble establishment's capacity to manage. Consider this bone restoration pill a gesture of apology from our shop. The shopkeeper, wary of offending the Snow Spirit Palace, understood that if anything were to happen to young Master Han here, his small shop would be finished. Su Bei accepted the bone restoration pill and handed it to Chen Yu, then produced 200 medium-grade spirit stones for the shopkeeper. For he was not one to take advantage of others. The shopkeeper, seeing this, hastily declined, saying, "Young master, this won't do. The bone restoration pill was merely a small token of our goodwill. How could I accept your spirit stones?" With a gentle smile, Su Bei replied, "Shopkeeper, running a business is no easy feat. Please accept these spirit stones as payment for the bone restoration pill." After a moment of hesitation, the shopkeeper ultimately accepted the spirit stones, expressing his gratitude. "You are truly a benevolent person, young master." "Su Daoyu," Yin Chen Yu said, lightly biting her crimson lip as she stepped closer to Su Bei, her beautiful eyes filled with gratitude. Having dispelled her disguise, she resembled a fairy stepped straight out of a painting, causing Su Bei's heart to flutter. Flustered, he quickly turned his head to conceal his unease and cleared his throat, saying, "Miss Yin, there is no need for such gratitude." However, Yin Chen Yu gently shook her head, speaking softly, "The great kindness you have shown, Su Daoyu, shall be remembered by Chen Yu for all time. Should an opportunity arise in the future, I shall repay it." Su Bei waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Miss Yin, you overstated. It was merely a trivial effort on my part." Having said this, he turned his gaze back to young Master Han, who lay on the ground, suppressed and pleading, "Release me at once," he shouted hoarsely, for this was an experience unlike any he had ever encountered. Su Bei let out a cold snort. Crouching down to meet young Master Han's gaze directly. "Release you? Do you truly believe that is feasible? You have long relied on your aunt's authority to act with impunity in this ice-glass city. Today, you shall experience the taste of being subdued." Young Master Han gasped for breath, the veins on his forehead bulging. "Su Bei, you will regret this. My aunt will not let you off." Su Bei scoffed disdainfully. "Then I eagerly await to see what your aunt can do to me." With that, he rose to his feet and kicked young Master Han lightly. "Stop your blustering and behave yourself." Young Master Han's eyes widened, yet he dared not voice a retort, his gaze still brimming with intense hatred. "Su, my friend, the Snow Spirit Palace wields great power. It is unwise for us to make an enemy of them," Yun Chen Yu said, her voice laced with concern. "If we let him go so easily now, do you truly believe he will not return to seek trouble?" Su Bei frowned, casting a glance at Yun Chen Yu. "Very well, since you are resolute in your decision, I, Chen Yu, am willing to face this together with you." With a sigh, Yun Chen Yu's beautiful eyes flickered with a complex emotion. This matter originated from her, so how could she retreat? At that moment, young Master Han writhed on the ground, still defiantly shouting, "If you dare to touch me, the Snow Spirit Palace will ensure you meet a fate worse than death. How can the Snow Spirit Palace harbor a disgrace like you?" Su Bei approached him, patting his face. "Look at your pitiful state, yet you still dare to boast." The slap caused young Master Han's head to tilt, deepening his resentment towards Su Bei. He vowed silently that if he could escape this calamity today, he would make Su Bei suffer a fate worse than death. "You have humiliated me to such an extent today. I shall repay you double." Young Master Han hissed through gritted teeth, his eyes seemingly intent on devouring Su Bei alive. Su Bei, however, remained unfazed. "Just you? Perhaps you should reflect on your current predicament." Young Master Han trembled with rage. "Do not rejoice too soon. My aunt will arrive shortly, and then you will weep." Su Bei delivered another slap. "Still so stubborn? We shall see what happens when your aunt arrives." With that, Su Bei's gaze fell upon the storage ring on young Master Han's finger, and he yanked it off. "This trinket shall belong to me now." Young Master Han could only watch helplessly as his storage ring was seized, devoid of any power to resist. Then, with a sudden kick, Su Bei sent young Master Han flying, who rolled out into the street. The thoroughfare was bustling with pedestrians. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed, causing everyone to turn their heads. Young Master Han tumbled into the center of the road like a ball, eliciting gasps of shock from the crowd. Oh my, is that not young Master Han? How could he be so thoroughly beaten? Did he offend some powerful figure? The crowd gathered around young Master Han, murmuring among themselves. Meanwhile, Su Bei chose to ignore him entirely, swaggering away with the two ladies from the Miao Dan workshop. Everyone disperse. Young Master Han bellowed in a fit of rage. Seeing him in such a fury, the onlookers hurriedly scattered, fearing to attract trouble. He struggled to rise from the ground. His once proud demeanor now reduced to a disheveled and defeated appearance. Today, he has suffered a complete loss of dignity. His storage ring has been seized, leaving him with no choice but to channel his spiritual energy, summoning the winds beneath his feet as he hastily departs for the Snow Spirit Palace. Within the palace, a strikingly beautiful woman sits gracefully in the courtyard, facing a young girl. Adorned in a flowing white gown, she resembles a celestial being descending from the heavens. Her exquisite features are tinged with an air of coldness, and her deep phoenix eyes are so captivating that one cannot bear to meet their gaze. Her raven black hair is elegantly styled in an intricate bun, with a few strands cascading down her cheeks, enhancing her ethereal beauty. She is none other than Han Xingxuang, an elder of the Snow Spirit Palace. The young girl, clad in a turquoise garment, possesses a charming and delicate appearance, her round face framed by a pair of lively, bright eyes. May I inquire why my master has summoned me? She asks, leaning slightly forward, her hands instinctively gripping the edge of her attire. Torn between admiration and trepidation for her aloof mentor, Han Xingxuang gently lifts her gaze, her expression remaining as frosty as ever. Your recent cultivation has shown no progress. I must ascertain your true capabilities. The girl's heart sinks at these words, and she quickly bows her head, her feet close together, hands clenched into tight fists. Master, I shall strive with renewed vigor, she promises earnestly. Han Xingxuang furrows her brow, her piercing gaze fixed upon the girl. I am aware of your scattered thoughts. You must sever all ties with worldly distractions. Do not allow them to disturb your dedication to cultivation. Otherwise, you will find it difficult to achieve greatness. With that, she rises, her white gown billowing gracefully in the wind, further accentuating her otherworldly presence. Upon hearing this, the girl trembles slightly, raising her eyes to meet Han Xingxuang's. The elder huffs softly. What? Are you still reluctant to part with those mundane concerns? If you continue in this manner, you shall leave the Snow Spirit Palace and not squander your time here. The girl bites her lip. Master, I understand. I will certainly cast aside my distractions and focus solely on my training. Observing the girl's anxious demeanor softens Han Xingxuang's heart, and her tone becomes more gentle. I do not wish to be overly harsh with you. You possess considerable talent, and if you can dedicate yourself wholeheartedly to the path, you will undoubtedly achieve remarkable success. Just do not allow yourself to be ensnared by those trivial matters of the world and waste your precious gifts. The girl eagerly nods. Rest assured, Master. I will not disappoint your expectations. Chapter 87. A gift of beautiful stockings, cousin. You must stand up for me. Han Xingxuang frowned as her nephew rushed in. Looking utterly disheveled, she turned to the young girl. You may leave now. Yes, Master, the girl replied timidly, casting a quick glance at young Master Han before hastily retreating. Young Master Han plopped down on the ground, lamenting. Aunt, I was bullied terribly today. You must avenge me. Han Xingxuang glared at him. First, rise and clarify what has transpired. Who had the audacity to act so boldly? Struggling to his feet and wiping away his tears, he explained. It was a Foundation establishment cultivator who stole my storage ring and kicked me out of the Miaodong workshop. Aunt, you must teach him a lesson so he knows that the Han family is not to be trifled with. Upon hearing this, Han Xingxuang found it difficult to believe her nephew's words. A mere Foundation establishment cultivator dared to seize a storage ring from one at the Golden Core stage? Surely you jest, my dear nephew. Young Master Han, flustered and crimson-faced, protested. Aunt, I assure you, I speak the truth. That Foundation establishment cultivator was accompanied by a little girl, perhaps 7 or 8 years of age, who, wielding some form of sinister magic, managed to render me powerless, thus allowing that cultivator to take advantage of me. Han Xingxuang's brow furrowed even deeper. A little girl of such tender years? How can this be? Have you perhaps offended a formidable foe outside, concocting these tales to deceive me? Young Master Han swore fervently. Aunt, if I utter a single falsehood, may the heavens strike me down. That innocent-looking girl possesses unfathomable strength. I truly had no means of resistance. You've grown accustomed to your arrogance. Have you yet again provoked someone? Han Xingxuang scoffed. She was well aware of her nephew's tendencies. often leveraging her name to exert influence in Bingley City, turning a blind eye to his misdeeds. And this time it is genuinely his fault. I was merely purchasing items at Maidanfang when he suddenly attacked me. Young Master Han hastily shook his head, fearing to admit his own lascivious intentions. Han Xingxuang scrutinized him with a piercing gaze, as if she could see through his thoughts. Is it truly just as you say? Your flustered demeanor suggests there might be something you're withholding. Young Master Han feigned composure, asserting, "Aunt, every word I speak is the absolute truth. There is no concealment." Han Xingxuang let out a scoff. Am I not familiar with your character? If you had not provoked them first, how could they have assaulted you without provocation? Cold sweat beaded on young Master Han's forehead as he realized he could not evade the truth much longer. Aunt, I shall confess. I was merely drawn to the striking beauty of the woman beside that man and attempted to engage in conversation. Unexpectedly, the Foundation establishment cultivator leapt forth to defend her and attacked me at the slightest disagreement. Furious, Han Xingxuang slapped him across the face. You reckless fool. Your wanton behavior is one thing, but to embroil yourself in such absurdity and invite calamity is intolerable. Young Master Han cradled his face, too intimidated to respond. Taking a deep breath, Han Xingxuang endeavored to temper her fury. Do you have any information regarding the origin of that woman and the Foundation establishment cultivator? Young Master Han stammered. I was too preoccupied with the altercation to inquire. Han Xingxuang shot him an exasperated glare. You are more trouble than you are worth. First, accompany me to Maidanfang to gather some information. With that, Han Xingxuang led young Master Han toward Maidanfang. Upon their arrival, the shopkeeper, seeing Han Xingxuang, greeted her with a wide smile. Elder Han, what brings you here today? Han Xingxuang got straight to the point. Shopkeeper, I seek information about two individuals, a man and a woman, who clashed with my nephew today. Do you know their background? The shopkeeper displayed a troubled expression. Elder Han, I am not entirely certain. They left immediately after purchasing their items and did not leave any information. Han Xingxuang's face darkened. Is that so? The shopkeeper hurriedly smiled. Elder Han, how could I dare to deceive you? Han Xingxuang snorted coldly and turned to leave Miaodong Square with young Master Han. Aunt, what shall we do now? Young Master Han inquired cautiously. We shall return first. I will send someone to investigate, Han Xingxuang replied, her expression grim. She had no intention of involving herself in such matters, but after her elder brother's departure, this nephew was her only remaining kin. Meanwhile, after leaving Miaodong Square, Su Bei and his companions found a tavern to rest temporarily. Daoist Su, we should leave Bingley City swiftly. Yun Qianyue expressed her concerns, having offended the Shuling Palace. It is only a matter of time before trouble finds us here. There is no rush. We shall stay for another couple of days, Su Bei replied. After enduring so many days of travel, how could he easily turn back? May I inquire about your purpose for visiting Bingley City, Daoist Su? Yun Qianyue asked. Unable to dissuade Su Bei from staying, her curiosity piqued. I aim to earn some spirit stones, Su Bei reassured her. Fear not, with Linger by our side. We are not easily intimidated. Daoist Su, this city is filled with all sorts of people. Acquiring wealth may not be as straightforward as you think, Yun Qianyue remarked skeptically. She did not believe that spirit stones were easily earned, as her own ventures in the marketplace barely sufficed for her daily needs. Do not worry. My goods are quite popular in Lingxiao sect, Su Bei stated confidently. What items do you sell, if I may ask? Yun Qianyue inquired, her curiosity growing. Su Bei hesitated, feeling somewhat embarrassed to mention it in front of a lady. Why do you doubt me, Daoist Su? She asked, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. A hint of disappointment in her tone. Noticing her demeanor, Su Bei quickly explained, Miss Yun, it is not a matter of trust. I simply wish to avoid any awkwardness. Yun Qianyue bit her lip. Though I am a woman, I am not as fragile as you might think. Hearing this, Su Bei retrieved a pair of flesh-colored stockings from his storage ring and handed them to her. What is this? She asked, gently stroking the soft silk. Miss Yun, these stockings, when worn on a woman's legs, can make them appear longer and more graceful, enhancing one's allure, Su Bei explained awkwardly. Yun Qianyue's face flushed instantly. Daoist Su, this item is rather shameless. Saying this, she attempted to return the stockings to him. Please don't take offense. I am merely trying to earn some spirit stones. Consider this pair a gift. With your beauty, I am sure they will make you even more captivating. Su Bei smiled, not accepting them back. Daoist Su, please do not jest. How could I accept such a gift? Yun Qianyue protested playfully. You may try them. If you do not like them, you can return them to me. After hesitating for a moment and biting her lip, she finally said, Very well, I shall accept them for the time being. Chapter 88. The market sale of stockings. Yun Qianyue returned to her room, gently closing the door behind her, her heart still racing. The hue was so sheer. How could she possibly wear it? Gazing at the stockings in her hands, a blush crept onto her cheeks. After much hesitation, she resolved to try them on. Sitting on the edge of her bed, She cautiously removed her shoes and socks, slowly slipping the nude stockings over her delicate feet, gradually pulling them up. Once the stockings clung perfectly to her legs, she couldn't help but rise to her feet. A flash of light illuminated the room, revealing a shimmering mirror before her. She gazed at her reflection, her legs, encased in the stockings, appearing even more elongated and alluring. Initially taken aback, a hint of shyness soon graced her features. Unable to resist, Yun Qianyue gently caressed the image in the mirror, murmuring to herself, "Do these stockings truly possess such magical effects?" Just as she became entranced by her new appearance, a sudden knock at the door startled her, causing her to hastily conceal her reflection. "Miss Yun, it's me, Su Bei." In her flustered state, Yun Qianyue replied hurriedly, rushing to open the door, completely oblivious to the stockings still adorning her legs. As the door swung open, Su Bei strode in confidently, casually shutting the door behind him. However, he seemed momentarily unaware of anything unusual. Just as he was about to speak, his gaze inadvertently swept over Yun Qianyue's legs, and he froze, mouth agape, unable to utter a single word. Her legs, clad in nude stockings, appeared even more slender and graceful. The snug fabric embraced her skin, perfectly accentuating every curve, from her delicate ankles to her straight calves, and up to her rounded thighs. Every aspect was captivating. It was then that Yun Qianyue came to her senses, realizing she was still wearing those embarrassing stockings. A crimson hue spread from her cheeks to her ears as she hastily lowered her head, desperately trying to adjust her skirt, wishing she could vanish into the ground. Though Su Bei had seen many stockings, the sight of her beautiful legs left him utterly spellbound. As her skirt fell to conceal them, he cleared his throat and said, "Miss Yun, I apologize." Yun Qianyue's head drooped even lower, her voice barely a whisper. "May I ask what brings you here, Su Daoyu?" "To be frank, I am preparing to sell these stockings at the market, so I came to inform you," Su Bei replied. "Su Daoyu, I would like to accompany you to have a look," Yun Qianyue said, her lips pressed together as her beautiful eyes sparkled with anticipation. "That is precisely my intention. I fear the Shuling sect might come looking for trouble, so it would be safer for you to accompany us," Su Bei expressed, his concern evident. Upon hearing this, a gentle smile blossomed on Yun Qianyue's face, radiant as flowers in spring. She subtly shifted closer to Su Bei, whispering, "Thank you very much, Su Daoyu." With a grand gesture, Su Bei replied, "Miss Yun, there is no need for such formality. Let us set off at once." "Su Daoyu, please wait a moment." When Yun Qianyue emerged, she donned the same facade as when they first met, concealing her originally stunning beauty. Su Bei, upon witnessing her appearance, felt a twinge of disappointment in his heart, yet he swiftly regained his composure and smiled, saying, "Miss Yun, shall we proceed? Please do not hold it against Taoist Su. Qianyue's appearance has attracted quite a bit of trouble, hence she must present herself in this manner," came Yun Qianyue's voice, tinged with a hint of resignation. "Miss Yun, this is by no means your fault. Those with ulterior motives are indeed despicable," Su Bei replied hastily. Yun Qianyue gently shook her head, offering a bitter smile. "Yet, it is the nature of humanity to be entranced by superficial beauty." Observing her demeanor, Su Bei consoled, "Miss Yun, do not be so pessimistic." He was at a loss for words, recognizing that this was merely the way of the world. The trio arrived at the market in Bingli City, bustling with cultivators manning their stalls. Su Bei paid a stall fee of 10 low-grade spirit stones and found a suitable spot to display his puppet adorned in stockings. The moment the puppet made its appearance, it instantly captivated the attention of numerous cultivators nearby, all astounded by such an exquisite item, having never before encountered anything so charming. A young female cultivator blushed, eager to approach for a closer look, yet hesitated in her shyness. An elderly man nearby widened his eyes, murmuring, "Marvelous. Such a rare artifact. I have never laid eyes on anything like it after years of cultivation." Clearing his throat, Su Bei called out exuberantly, "Fellow Taoists, come and behold. Gaze upon this wondrous treasure. These exquisite stockings are crafted from the exceedingly rare snow silkworm silk. Adorning the puppet, they are utterly enchanting. Imagine the effect on a living being." As he spoke, he gently tugged at the stockings, showcasing their delicate texture and elasticity. These snow silkworm silk stockings are not only soft and smooth, but also possess the remarkable ability to provide warmth and protection against the cold. Do not let this opportunity slip by. It is a chance that may never come again. Su Bei spoke with fervor, his enthusiasm palpable. Beside him, Yun Qianyue buried her face in embarrassment. A burly male cultivator approached, a perplexed expression on his face, asking, "What is this peculiar item? It possesses an unusual charm." Su Bei's eyes lit up at the inquiry, and he hurriedly leaned closer, saying, "Ah, my good brother, this is an exceptionally rare treasure known as stockings. Wearing them can significantly enhance a woman's allure. Feel the material, it is incredibly smooth." The robust cultivator, somewhat skeptical, extended his large hand to gently stroke the stockings on the puppet, his face instantly revealing astonishment. Wow, it truly is remarkably smooth. How much for this, boss? Su Bei held up 2 fingers, stating, 200 medium-grade spirit stones, fixed price. This treasure is one of a kind and absolutely worth that sum. All crafted from snow silkworm silk. Just look at the craftsmanship. The burly cultivator's eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming, what? 200 medium-grade spirit stones? Have you lost your mind? Can this trinket truly be valued at such a price? However, Su Bei remained unperturbed, smiling as he replied, Dear brother, do not underestimate its worth. The stockings are crafted from snow silkworm silk, and the cost is indeed substantial. Just imagine the exquisite feel of it. Is 200 medium-grade spirit stones truly exorbitant? The burly cultivator scoffed. That sounds delightful, but the price is utterly outrageous. Su Bei shook his head and replied, my friend. Rare treasures are hard to come by in this world. If you let this slip by, you may never find another. At that moment, the crowd of onlookers began to murmur. 200 medium-grade spirit stones is indeed a tad steep. However, this novelty might just warrant the price. After a moment's hesitation, the burly cultivator said, 100 medium-grade spirit stones will do. If not, then forget it. Su Bei quickly waved his hands, my friend. You truly put me in a difficult position. 100 medium-grade spirit stones is simply too little. I want to even recover my costs. I do have stockings made from spirit silkworm silk. Would you be interested for 100 medium-grade spirit stones each? Chapter 89. Sold out. The burly cultivator furrowed his brow and asked skeptically, spirit silkworm silk? Can it compare to this snow silkworm silk? Su Bei hurried to explain. Though the spirit silkworm silk may not rival the snow silkworm silk, it is still a fine quality product. Stockings made from spirit silkworm silk can equally enhance a woman's allure, and they are significantly more affordable. The burly cultivator stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment before saying, Show me. If they are indeed satisfactory, I could accept 100 spirit stones. Su Bei promptly retrieved the stockings made from spirit silkworm silk from his storage ring and presented them to the burly cultivator, stating, My friend, behold the quality and craftsmanship. They are truly worth every penny. The burly cultivator accepted the stockings, inspecting them thoroughly while muttering, Not bad, quite smooth. The feel is similar. I'll take them. He then handed over a bag filled with spirit stones, saying, 100 medium-grade spirit stones. Count them. Su Bei accepted the bag and quickly counted. A broad smile spreading across his face. Indeed, indeed. You are a man of your word. At that moment, several other cultivators approached, curiously inquiring, Are these stockings truly that remarkable? Su Bei proudly raised the spirit stones in his hand, saying, Of course. This gentleman has already purchased, so why hesitate? Feel for yourselves. The crowd exchanged glances, each seeming intrigued. A young male cultivator was the first to reach out, gently touching the stockings, his eyes lighting up. Oh, they are indeed impressive. An elderly gentleman then stepped forward, surveying the goods before asking, Young man, how many do you have left? With a grin, Su Bei replied, Just enough. Those who desire them must act swiftly. The crowd began to stir, each clamoring to see Su Bei's stockings. No pushing, one at a time. Su Bei called out, I want 2 snow silkworm silk ones, 1 black and 1 flesh-colored. Leave me 3 flesh-colored spirit silkworm silk ones. In no time, a cacophony of voices rose. And Su Bei found himself at the center of a bustling demand, his smile growing ever brighter. Before long, his stock was entirely sold out. Yun Qianyu stood by, utterly astonished. She never anticipated that such an embarrassing item would command such a hefty price, nor that so many individuals would be eager to purchase it. Clearly, people still yearn for beautiful things. Those cultivators who failed to make a purchase lingered nearby, gazing at Su Bei with eager anticipation, inquiring, Boss, when will you have new stock? With a smile, Su Bei waved his hand, reassuring them, Do not fret, esteemed guests. In a couple of days, I shall return with new merchandise. There will be plenty. As Su Bei and his companions prepared to depart, Ao Ling Er sensed several probing consciousnesses trailing behind them. Brother, there are a few individuals following us. Should we teach them a lesson? She said, her little fists clenched, her expression filled with indignation. Su Bei continued walking, a glint of sternness flashing in his eyes as he replied, Ling Er, show them a taste of our strength. Let them know we are not to be trifled with. Upon hearing this, Ao Ling Er chirped, All right, brother, watch me. She transformed her consciousness into a formidable force that surged violently towards the lurking presences behind them. The previously brazen consciousnesses, now caught off guard, were scattered like leaves in a tempest. Ouch! Came a few muffled groans from a distance, clearly indicating that those who had been tracking them had suffered a significant setback. With a triumphant smile, Ao Ling Er declared, Humph. Let them experience my prowess. Su Bei smiled slightly and said, Well done, Ling Er. Let us proceed. Subsequently, Su Bei led the 2 women to a materials shop. where they procured a substantial quantity of snow silkworm silk before returning to the inn. Taoist Su, I did not expect these stockings to sell so well. Chen Yu remarked, keen to discern Su Bei's thought process behind this idea. Haha, the desire for beauty is universal. I merely catered to their inclinations, Su Bei replied, surprised at the wealth of the people in the northern region. Perhaps that is also your intention, Taoist Su? Chen Yu observed with a teasing smile. One cannot say that, for men appreciate beauty just as women do. Su Bei hastily clarified, I simply tapped into a common desire for beauty. I had no notion of such convolutions. Chen Yu tilted her head slightly, curiosity glimmering in her eyes. Taoist Su, are you also one who appreciates beauty? What man would dare to deny it? Su Bei declared cheerfully, a serene smile gracing his features. Women adore their own beauty, while men admire the beauty of women. Chen Yu paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. Taoist Su, your perspective is quite novel, yet it holds a kernel of truth. Clearing his throat to shift the topic, Su Bei said, Miss Yun, seeing how well these stockings are selling, I believe I may need to postpone our return for a few more days. That is quite all right. Since Taoist Su is busy, I shall keep you company, Chen Yu replied. Though anxious to return, she felt no need to press, as they were merely acquaintances. And it was fortunate to have Su Bei's company. Noticing her understanding nature, Su Bei felt a surge of appreciation and assured her, rest assured, Miss Yun. Once I complete this batch of goods, we shall return immediately. I would never keep you waiting. Chen Yu nodded slightly, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Then I must trouble you, Taoist Su. Su Bei responded with a hearty laugh. Miss Yun, you are being too courteous. For several consecutive days, Su Bei remained at the inn, not venturing outside. Whenever his spiritual energy waned, he resorted to using replenishing pills, never pausing even for a moment. Unaware of how many he might sell this time, he simply strove to produce as many as possible. After all, the northern region was far removed from the Lingxiao sect, and it was uncertain when he would have the opportunity to return. Cousin. Han Gongzi barged into Han Qing-shuang's chamber, his demeanor quite reckless, lacking any propriety. Han Qing-shuang furrowed her brow, glaring at him. Cousin, I have urgent news. Han Gongzi hastily proclaimed as he halted his advance. Han Qing-shuang let out a light huff, contemplating why her nephew was being so impulsive today. What could possibly cause him to lose his composure? I have discovered the whereabouts of that individual. Han Gongzi exclaimed with excitement. Where is he? Han Qing-shuang, possessing little animosity towards the one who had seized her nephew's storage ring, was not one to be unreasonable. It is said that a few days ago, he was selling something called stockings in the market, and upon my inquiry, I learned he is residing at the inn. Han Gongzi quickly elaborated. Han Qing-shuang frowned slightly, her mind pondering, what exactly are these stockings? This person has taken to such a profession. Yet, she calmly responded, if that is the case, then let us pay him a visit. Han Gongzi nodded, his heart swelling with excitement. He was determined to confront this individual, eager to vent the frustrations he had bottled up during this time, and to reclaim what rightfully belonged to him. As he followed Han Qing-shuang, he could not suppress the urge to roll up his sleeves, a fierce expression unwittingly appearing on his face. Chapter 90. What do you truly desire? Cousin. We must not let him off easily this time. Han Gongzi, anticipating revenge, felt a surge of impatience. Do not act rashly. Let us assess the situation once we encounter him, Han Qing-shuang admonished softly, casting a sidelong glance. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the inn. Cousin. I have already ascertained which room he occupies, Han Gongzi declared, ready to charge into the establishment. Calm yourself. Han Qing-shuang scoffed. Han Gongzi gritted his teeth, suppressing his impulsiveness, and trailed behind Han Qing-shuang as they entered the inn. Brother, someone is coming. Ao Ling air stirred from her slumber, rubbing her eyes in mild annoyance. Just as Su Bei ceased his actions, the door to his room burst open with a bang, the formation around it disrupted. Cousin. It is him. Han Gongzi pointed at Su Bei, exclaiming loudly. Su Bei furrowed his brow, his gaze sharpening as he turned towards the newcomers. In an instant, he was taken aback. He recognized the woman before him, and she was indeed an adversary. Han Qing-shuang scrutinized Su Bei, feeling an uncanny sense of familiarity. Are you the one who stole my nephew's storage ring? She questioned coldly, devoid of any emotion. And if I am, are you not aware of your nephew's character? Su Bei met Han Qing-shuang's gaze fearlessly, his expression one of disdain. At long last, this woman has fallen into my grasp. The grievances of the past are now due for recompense. Aunt, be cautious of that young girl, young Master Han whispered, tugging at Han Qing-shuang's sleeve. He harbored a profound fear of Ao Linger, knowing that his golden core cultivation was utterly powerless in her presence. Han Qing-shuang extended her spiritual sense towards Ao Linger, intending to probe her, but was met with a formidable force that rebounded violently upon contact. A sharp ringing echoed in her head. Akin to being struck by a heavy hammer, her vision blurred, and her body swayed involuntarily. How is this even possible? Han Qingxuang's face was a mask of disbelief, her heart shaken to its core. As a practitioner at the late Yuanying stage, how could she suffer such a significant setback at the hands of a mere girl? Regaining her composure, she regarded Ao Linger once more, her gaze now tinged with wariness. At that moment, she dared not underestimate her adversary. Pondering the origins of this enigmatic girl who wielded such unfathomable powers. Aunt, are you all right? Young Master Han stood by, astonished. His aunt had always been an invincible figure in his eyes, yet here she was, at a loss. What kind of person had he inadvertently provoked? Clenching her teeth, Han Qingxuang replied, "Do not speak further. This matter is far from simple." "What? Do you two still wish to cause a scene?" Su Bei remarked, arms crossed, a mocking expression upon his face. Han Qingxuang snorted coldly, suppressing the fury that rose within her, and glared fiercely at Su Bei. "Let us go." With that, she turned to leave, and young Master Han hurriedly followed. "Did I permit you to leave?" Su Bei scoffed, then turned to Ao Linger and commanded, "Linger, restrain that woman and throw the man out." Upon hearing this, Ao Linger waved her small hand, and a mysterious force surged towards Han Qingxuang, binding her tightly. Han Qingxuang was struck with alarm, struggling desperately, yet finding herself utterly immobilized. Her Yuanying cultivation was rendered ineffective. "Who on earth are you?" Han Qingxuang's eyes widened in disbelief. When did the northern region become home to an outsider of the transformation stage? If not for her transformation status, it was impossible for her, at the late Yuanying stage, to lack any means of resistance. With a playful smile, Ao Linger retorted, "Humph, you think you deserve to know this young lady's identity? Spare me, spare me." Young Master Han, witnessing the scene, collapsed in terror. If even his aunt had been defeated, what manner of being was this? Su Bei stepped forward, kicking young Master Han lightly and instructing, "Linger, seal him and dispose of him in an uninhabited place." Ao Linger nodded, her small hand waving gently, and a shaft of light enveloped young Master Han. His eyes widened in fright as he attempted to struggle, but found himself utterly unable to move, only able to emit muffled sounds. Ao Linger commanded sharply, "Go." In a flash of light, young Master Han vanished from sight. Watching this unfold, Su Bei smiled with satisfaction. "Linger, you may go to Su Dao's room. I have some matters to attend to." "Brother, what do you intend to do?" Owling Air gazed at him with wide, curious eyes. Su Bei felt a twinge of embarrassment under her scrutiny and quickly remarked, "My brother has a grudge against this woman, and since she has fallen into my hands today, I cannot let her go easily." Owling Air pouted and replied, "Brother, please do not go too far, otherwise I shall ignore you." Su Bei affectionately flicked her nose and assured her, "Do not worry, Ling Air, I know what I am doing." Only then did Owling Air slowly walk away, glancing back multiple times while murmuring, "Brother, you must resolve this quickly." Turning his attention to the bound Han Qingxuang, Su Bei declared, "Now it is your turn." Han Qingxuang's complexion turned ashen, her once exquisite features devoid of color. She never anticipated that she would fall into the hands of these seemingly inconspicuous individuals today. "Who are you?" she coldly inquired, fixing her gaze on Su Bei. "What's the matter? Have you forgotten after more than a year?" Su Bei responded with a sly smile, gripping Han Qingxuang's delicate chin, his fingertips pressing into her fine skin, leaving faint indentations on her jawline. Han Qingxuang furrowed her brows, striving to recall, yet her mind remained a blur. "Chenjia Village." Su Bei leaned closer to her ear, his warm breath brushing against her neck. Han Qingxuang stiffened, her breathing becoming hurried. "It's you," she exclaimed, a hint of anger lacing her voice. Su Bei straightened, crossing his arms and casting her a sidelong glance. "Have you remembered? Humph, you were quite formidable back then." Han Qingxuang bit her lip, a complex expression flickering in her eyes as she replied, "I never expected to encounter you here." Su Bei retorted, "This is what we call fate. Today, we will settle both new and old scores. What do you wish to do?" "I am Yu Rou's master," Han Qingxuang asserted, trying to bolster her confidence. "Do not think that I would spare even my own master," Su Bei scoffed. "So what?" Han Qingxuang's face shifted between shades of green and white as she warned, "Do not act recklessly. Yu Rou will not let you off." Su Bei laughed heartily. "Do not use Yu Rou to intimidate me. She has nothing to do with me now, and today, no one can save you. What do you intend to do with me?" A flicker of despair crossed Han Qingxuang's eyes, her status as a powerful cultivator feeling diminished, akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. Chapter 91. The hatred of Han Qingxuang. Han Qingxuang could hardly believe Su Bei would treat her in such a manner. "If you dare to harm me, I will haunt you as a vengeful spirit," she shouted hoarsely, her formerly serene face contorted with rage. The fury she harbored for Su Bei burned within her like an unquenchable flame. She silently vowed that if given the chance, she would make Su Bei wish for death, to repay the humiliation of this day. Alas, Su Bei sighed, ultimately choosing to relent. He acknowledged that his actions were somewhat excessive, Yet the memories of Han Qingxuang's previous affronts ignited a smoldering anger within him. What was happening to him? A trivial grievance had nearly driven him to the brink of madness. Su Bei felt a surge of self-reproach, inhaling deeply to regain his composure. Observing Su Bei relent, Han Qingxuang's taut body relaxed slightly, though the stockings clinging to her legs caused her discomfort. Frowning, she contemplated tearing them off, but the presence of Su Bei stifled her resolve. The stockings clung tightly to her skin, a humiliating emblem that filled her with profound shame and indignation. In that moment, Han Qingxuang curled up on the bed, her gaze vacant, exuding an air of vulnerability that starkly contrasted with her former grandeur as a formidable cultivator. She reflected on her once elevated status, untouched by such humiliation, and the audacity of Su Bei, an insolent fool, to so brazenly offend her only deepened her resentment. She gritted her teeth, wishing she could shatter his name with her fury. Just go. Let us erase our enmity, she declared. Yet, Su Bei's heart softened, revealing a disposition not unlike that of a beast. Han Qingxuang trembled slightly, but did not dare to meet his gaze, instead wrapping her arms tightly around herself. A cold smirk formed in her heart. Erasing the grievance was not so simple. The indignity she had suffered today would be etched in her memory, and she vowed to exact revenge in due time. Su Bei approached the bed, crouching down, his tone gentle as he spoke. I acknowledge my transgression this time. I apologize. Han Qingxuang bit her lip, her voice trembling. An apology? Do you think a mere apology can mend the wounds you've inflicted upon me? Such damage cannot simply be soothed by words. She harbored a deep desire to see Su Bei obliterated. Have I not refrained from further actions? Su Bei retorted defiantly. Han Qingxuang scoffed, recalling her years of purity, untouched by the presence of men. Su Bei's actions had sullied her sense of innocence. What? Are you not aware of how you treated me last year? She snapped back, her thoughts drifting to the moment when she was injured by that old hag, merely for sharing a tender moment with Chen Yu Rou. The memory ignited a simmering hatred within Su Bei, causing his voice to rise in irritation. Han Qingxuang's expression turned frigid as she glared at Su Bei, exclaiming, You shameless wretch, committing such scandalous acts in broad daylight. How could I ever tolerate you? Are you an old hag who has never tasted the pleasures of companionship, thus unable to bear the sight of others in love? Su Bei shot back, incensed by her reaction. The natural affection between men and women was a fundamental aspect of life. How could it be deemed scandalous? Han Qingxuang trembled with rage at his words. You ungrateful wretch, devoid of decorum and decency. A flicker of madness danced in Su Bei's eyes as he suddenly pulled Han Qingxuang into his embrace, leaning down to kiss her fiercely, widened her eyes in disbelief. Utterly unprepared for such audacity from Su Bei, she struggled desperately, her hands incessantly pounding against his chest. With her cultivation sealed, her feeble attempts were of no consequence to him. No matter how fiercely she struck, Su Bei remained entranced, holding her tightly. At that moment, his heart was filled with a sense of vindictive pleasure, resolved to show her a glimpse of retribution. It was chilling. This was the sensation currently enveloping Su Bei. Felt as if her breath was being snatched away, a tumult of shame and fury surging within her. This scoundrel dared to be so brazen with me. She had never been this close to a man, and now the world spun around her, her mind buzzing. Soon, Su Bei released her. He merely intended to teach her a lesson. Do not presume I am incapable of taking action against you. He pressed his lips together, a lingering sweetness still clinging to them. Finally gasped for air, her voice sharp with indignation. Su Bei, you rogue. This is far from over. What is next? Do you wish to continue? A smirk graced Su Bei's lips, his gaze brazenly tracing the silk stockings adorning her legs. His stare was palpable, as if it bore a heat that scorched the skin beneath the fabric inch by inch. This woman is quite beautiful. Su Bei's throat involuntarily constricted, internally lamenting the allure of those stockings. Yet, his expression remained one of casual indifference, as if merely observing, while a barely perceptible desire simmered beneath the surface. Sensed Su Bei's unabashed gaze, akin to a prickling needle. Su Bei, you shameless wretch. Avert your gaze. Unfazed, Su Bei brazenly placed his hand upon her, flippantly remarking, Why would I look away from such a splendid sight? Instantly, S' face flushed crimson. She forcefully shrugged off his hand, exclaiming in fury, Su Bei, you lecher. I shall have your head. Do you believe that before you could kill me, I might give you a son? Su Bei's hand continued its wandering path, paying little heed to S' outrage. Strangely, with each of his movements, she felt an unexpected tingling sensation. Panic and shame flooded her heart. How could she harbor such feelings? This scoundrel was committing such shameless acts against her, and yet, she chastised herself internally, striving to resist these unfamiliar sensations, but her body trembled involuntarily. No, this cannot be. Bit her lip, attempting to regain her composure. Su Bei, you demon, cease this at once. Her voice quivered with a hint of desperation. A tearing sound echoed, reminiscent of Snow's silkworm silk being ripped apart. S mind went blank. This was originally bestowed upon her by Su Bei, only to be destroyed by him now. Observing her predicament, Su Bei felt an increasing sense of triumph. How delightful. Woman, you cannot resist, can you? A playful smile adorned his face as his actions grew ever bolder. Su Bei extended a finger, gently lifting Han Qingxuang's chin. Han Qingxuang glared fiercely at him, her eyes seemingly ablaze with indignation. Su Bei raised an eyebrow and leaned closer to her face, his warm breath brushing against her skin. What? Still unconvinced? Su Bei, do not touch me. Han Qingxuang's face flushed with a hint of crimson, her heart racing uncontrollably. Internally, she berated herself for her weakness, wondering how she could react so inappropriately in front of this infuriating man. Chapter 92, Breaking the Seal. Humph, Su Bei. It is your fault that I am in such a disarray. That despicable scoundrel. Han Qingxuang clenched her jaw tightly, attempting to mask her inner turmoil with anger. Her hands gripped the bed covers, her attire in disarray, torn stockings clinging to her legs and revealing her fair skin, adding to her embarrassment. Oh, women are indeed contradictory. Feeling one way yet speaking another, Su Bei chuckled more freely, his gaze unabashedly roaming over Han Qingxuang's porcelain skin. You speak nonsense. I wish nothing more than to rend you to pieces, Han Qingxuang retorted, her chest heaving with fury as she aimed a kick at Su Bei. However, he deftly sidestepped, seizing her ankle and pulling her closer. Humph, my dear, mere stubbornness will not resolve our predicament. As he spoke, his fingers gently caressed her ankle, sending a peculiar sensation coursing through her, mixing shame and anger. Su Bei, release me. She struggled to retract her foot, but he held her firmly in place, rendering her immobile. Do not thrash about. You might hurt yourself. Su Bei smirked, a glint of mockery in his eyes. Han Qingxuang glared at him. Su Bei, you must let me go immediately. Otherwise, I shall unleash havoc upon Chen village, and the villagers will suffer for your misdeeds. I, Han Qingxuang, am a woman of my word and will show no mercy. Though she was not inherently cruel, her words were a momentary threat born from desperation. The humiliation inflicted by Su Bei had left her utterly flustered. You dare. Su Bei's expression darkened, his grip loosening slightly. Although he had only resided in Chen village for 3 years, he had come to regard it as home. Encouraged by his momentary hesitation, Han Qingxuang pressed on. Do you doubt my resolve? If you do not wish to see Chen village awash in blood, you would do well to release me. Lady, you are playing with fire. Su Bei suddenly reached out, forcefully tearing at Han Qingxuang's clothing. She screamed in terror. Su Bei, have you lost your mind? This is of your own making. With the meeting of golden winds and jade dew, it surpasses countless encounters in the mortal realm. Han Qingxuang found herself lost in an emotional tempest, her feelings a chaotic blend of rage, fear, and shame. She stood there, seemingly devoid of spirit. The sting of pain from her body brought her back to a semblance of clarity. She bit her lip, determined to suppress any sound that might escape her. At this moment, Han Qingxuang's cheeks were flushed with an unusual hue, her gaze alternating between a state of bewilderment and clarity. The turmoil within her heart intensified her suffering. Although her spirit was ablaze with anger, her body betrayed her, succumbing to unfamiliar sensations. A soft hum escaped her lips as her nails dug deeply into Su Bei's back. He let out a muffled grunt, yet paid it no heed. After a prolonged silence enveloped the room, Han Qingxuang lay there, seemingly drained of strength, tears cascading silently down her cheeks. Regardless of her formidable cultivation, she remained, at her core, a woman. Days passed, and Su Bei reveled in the embrace of tenderness. Yet his attributes now included a Dao companion. Han Qingxuang, initially resistant, gradually succumbed to a state of numbness. With each approach from Su Bei, her fierce defiance waned, and she became a mere puppet, allowing him to manipulate her at will. Eventually, Su Bei's interest began to wane, gazing upon Han Qingxuang's lifeless visage. The joy in his heart dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of emptiness. I shall depart from the northern domain, Su Bei murmured, his voice tinged with a hint of melancholy. The affectionless kiss, though quenching, lacked sweetness. Han Qingxuang's body trembled slightly, yet she remained silent, a solitary tear escaping from her tightly shut eyes. Even a high-ranking cultivator in the nascent soul stage could exhibit such vulnerability. Just once more, could you call out my name? Su Bei's voice held a note of pleading, his eyes brimming with anticipation. After all, she was the first woman he encountered in this world. Han Qingxuang continued to bite her lip, her body shaking more violently, yet she stubbornly remained mute. Enough, enough. Su Bei sighed, rising to straighten his garments, casting a final glance at Han Qingxuang before slowly turning to exit the room. Her lip, now nearly bleeding from the pressure, bore witness to her hatred for Su Bei, resentment for his brutishness, for the innocence he had stripped away. Yet, amidst this fervent animosity, an inexplicable emotion began to surface. Each time she recalled Su Bei's lascivious gaze, a tumult of feelings surged within her, rage and shame intertwined with an indescribable yearning. She endeavored to suppress this sensation, repeatedly telling herself it was merely an illusion born of coercion, yet his image lingered in her mind, refusing to fade. How could I feel this way? I ought to despise him to the core. Han Qingxuang chastised herself fiercely, but the more she struggled, the more Su Bei's presence seemed to take root within her heart, and the icy fortress around her soul began to crack. Su Bei entered Yun Qinyue's chamber, exchanging a few casual words before rousing the slumbering Ao Linger. Linger, assist them in breaking the seal, he instructed, deliberately avoiding Yun Qinyue's gaze. He had no desire for her to uncover the activities of the past few days. Ao Linger, still groggy, sat up, rubbing her eyes and looking at Su Bei with a bewildered expression. In the northern regions of Jiangsu, Su Bei cast a glance at her, awakening her from her daze. Ao Linger scanned the two individuals, and upon encountering Han Qingxuang, her face was etched with disbelief. She pondered internally, why is this woman not clothed? Suddenly, a realization struck her, and her cheeks flushed crimson. Instantly, she unleashed an invisible force, breaking the seal that bound Han Qingxuang. Turning her small face away, she averted her gaze, too bashful to meet Su Bei's eyes. The moment the seal was lifted, Han Qingxuang's tightly shut eyes sprang open. Now restored to her former strength, she did not seek to confront Su Bei. Instead, she lay quietly on the bed, her expression a tapestry of complexity, her brows furrowed slightly, and her lips pressed together, as if she were lost in contemplation. After a considerable pause, she let out a soft sigh, donned her garments, and rose from the bed. Han Qingxuang's eyes swept over the tattered stockings strewn across the bed and the bloodstained sheets, a flicker of intricate emotion passing through her gaze. With a casual gesture, she stored them away in her spatial ring. Standing at the edge of the bed, she hesitated for a moment, then gently shook her head, as if attempting to dispel certain thoughts from her mind. In an instant, she transformed into a fleeting ray of light, swiftly departing from the place that stirred her conflicting emotions. The air was left with a subtle ripple, as if whispering of her recent presence. Shortly thereafter, she returned to the Snow Spirit Palace. Her expression darkened as she strode directly toward her chamber. Chapter 93. Departure from Bingli City by the Spirit Spring. Mist swirled around her. Han Qingxuang slowly shed her garments and stepped into the water. Her skin, kissed by the spring's essence, appeared even more translucent. She vigorously scrubbed her body, her fair arms slicing through the water, sending droplets flying. The crystalline beads cascaded down her elongated neck, flowing over her undulating bosom, and tracing along her slender waist. Yet, she paid no heed to this. She continued to wash relentlessly, as if striving to cleanse every inch of her skin from the humiliation inflicted by Su Bei. Time slipped away, and eventually, Han Qingxuang ceased her motions, weary and leaning against the edge of the spirit spring, her gaze vacant and complexion pale, as if all strength had drained from her being. Meanwhile, Han Gongzi reclined upon a tree branch, his face besmirched with bird droppings. With the seal's dissolution, he initially froze in place before suddenly opening his eyes wide. Sitting upright in alarm. "What is this nonsense?" he exclaimed, cursing as he hastily wiped his face with his sleeve. His expression was one of extreme irritation. Yet he dared not unleash his wrath. The shadows of the seal lingered in his heart, leaving him with lingering trepidation. Once he regained his composure and sensed the resurgence of power within him, his fear began to ease slightly. He leaped down from the branch, stumbling upon landing, nearly losing his balance. "Curse that seal, it has tormented me terribly," Han Gongzi muttered, eager to distance himself from the place that was rife with terrifying memories. Auntie. Young Master Han arrived at the entrance of the Snow Spirit Palace, where Han Qingxuang resided. "Get lost." Han Qingxuang's voice thundered as she recognized young Master Han. If it weren't for him, how could she have encountered Su Bei and endured such humiliation? A deep-seated resentment festered within her towards her nephew, igniting her fury. With wide eyes and gritted teeth, she berated him. "You fool, always causing trouble. From now on, do not come to me again." Upon hearing his aunt's heartless words, young Master Han felt as though he had been struck by lightning, standing frozen in place. Confusion clouded his mind. He could not fathom the experiences his aunt had endured. He opened his mouth, attempting to say something, but found his lips trembling, his throat seemingly constricted, unable to utter a single word. This was his only kin. Tears welled up in young Master Han's eyes, and with a voice tinged with sobs, he stammered, "Aunt, I will never trouble you again." Yet, Han Qingxuang remained unmoved, her expression still fierce as she coldly replied, "Humph, do you think I can trust your words? Get out." Unable to contain his emotions any longer, young Master Han burst into tears, the tears cascading down his cheeks. "Aunt, please don't abandon me. I truly understand my mistakes." Observing his deep sorrow and vulnerability, Han Qingxuang's heart softened despite her anger. With a long sigh, her expression eased slightly as she said, "Fine, you little rascal, return to your closed-door training. Do not emerge until you reach the nascent soul stage, and temper that impulsive nature of yours." Upon hearing this, young Master Han quickly wiped his tears and resolutely declared, "Aunt, I will definitely do it." Han Qingxuang nodded slightly, reminding him to remember his words. If he failed to fulfill his promise, he should no longer consider her his aunt. Young Master Han repeatedly assured her, "Rest assured, I will not disappoint you this time." With that, he turned and hurried towards his training quarters. Han Qingxuang watched his retreating figure, gently shaking her head, her thoughts drifting back to Su Bei. "Friend Su, have you sold out?" Yun Qianyue approached with a charming smile. Su Bei laughed heartily, responding, "All sold. We can leave Ice Glass City today." Su Bei had garnered a substantial reward in Ice Glass City, over 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones, which greatly uplifted his spirits. Yun Qianyue beamed with joy upon hearing this. "That is wonderful. Friend Su, let us set off quickly." She could hardly contain her eagerness to return. Her brother, injured at home, left her restless. Had her cultivation been higher, she would have departed alone long ago. After gathering some snow silkworm silk in the city, Su Bei and the two ladies left Ice Glass City. Their journey was uneventful as the three of them soared through the skies on their swords. The landscape was a breathtaking expanse of ice and snow, with the towering snow-capped mountains gleaming dazzlingly under the sun. The sky was as blue as a sapphire, with a few pristine clouds leisurely drifting by. Below lies a world shrouded in white, where crystalline icicles cascade from the cliffs like a dreamlike curtain of pearls. Occasionally, a few hardy birds streak across the sky, bestowing a touch of vitality upon this tranquil expanse. Their silhouettes dart through the silvery landscape. And after a journey of over 10 days, the trio from Su finally arrives at the marketplace they first entered upon entering the Northern Realm. "Thank you, Taoist Su, for your protection along the way. I must return home to administer the bone-reinforcing pill to my elder brother. Farewell for now." Yun Qianyue hastily bids farewell to Su Bei. Her heart yearning to return home, she races home, scarcely pausing for breath, and bursts into her brother's chamber. There he lies upon the bed, eyes tightly shut, his complexion as pale as parchment, and his body marred by ghastly wounds, old and new intermingled, blood staining his garments, and the wounds themselves beginning to darken, indicating that some time has passed since his injury. Her heart plummets into despair. Trembling, she extends a hand to gently caress her brother's face, only to feel his skin cold as frost. Tears surge forth uncontrollably. "Brother, brother, please wake up." Her gaze falls upon the grievous wounds, her fists clenching tightly, nails digging into her palms without her noticing. She understands. Her brother has been murdered. Each wound seems to narrate the torment and suffering he endured in life. Who could be so cruel? She screams in a fit of hysteria, her voice laden with sorrow and vengeance. The room is thick with despair and anguish as Yun Qianyue collapses to the ground, cradling her brother's increasingly cold body, weeping inconsolably. "My little beauty, your brother is dead. Henceforth, you belong to me." At this moment of heartache, a middle-aged cultivator swaggeringly enters the room. He had long coveted Yun Qianyue, and by a twist of fate, he chanced upon her true beauty, igniting his desire to possess her. Just as he is about to approach her with ill intentions, he is confronted by her brother, leading to a fierce confrontation. The middle-aged cultivator, matched against her brother, who is also at the late stage of foundation establishment, engages in a fierce battle. Ultimately, both are grievously injured. Yun Qianyue's brother suffers a broken leg, while the cultivator, heavily wounded, retreats in disarray.